Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. The truth will set him free. The 26th of February 2179. Honey, dinner's ready. Izuku Midoriya looked up from the Silver Age All Might figure he was holding. He had failed. The last 10 months of his life had been the most punishing and grueling of his life, yet they had also been the best. There was no way Izuku would get into U when he didn't even manage to score a single point in the practical exam. Would All Might ask for one for all back since Izuku had failed? Izuku's grip tightened around the figure, fear clutching at his heart. Izuku, the Katsuden is going cold. Pushing down all the negative feelings, Izuku forced himself to smile. His mom had even made his favorite food for him to celebrate. I'm coming. Izuku stood up, the springs of his bed creaking as he did, before carefully placing the All Might figure down. Pushing his bedroom door open, Izuku's nostrils were assaulted by the glorious smell of his favorite food. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya looked up, smiling at the sight of her son. He was looking more and more like his father every day. It smells great, Mom. Izuku exclaimed. Thank you. Mother and son took their seats, digging into their food. So good. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 glanced at her son. Slow down, honey, savor it. Izuku lowered his chopsticks, nodding at his mom. All right. Returning to his food, Izuku forced himself to eat slower. The intense training plan he had been on for the last 10 months had left no time to eat at anything less than full speed. Izuku hissed in pain. It felt like his fingertips were on fire. Dropping his chopsticks, Izuku held his hand up, staring as strange squarish pads protruded from his fingertips. Is something wrong, honey? Lowering his hands, Izuku looked to his mom. I'm fine. Izuku said, trying to assure 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. I just had a little pain in my arm. Let me have a look. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reached out to examine Izuku's arm. Izuku yelped, pulling his arm away. There's no need, recovery girl fixed it up right away. Well, that's what present MIC said happened. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 frowned. Wait, were you unconscious? Well, yes. Izuku admitted, before backpedaling. I wasn't for very long. It's fine, Izuku. You don't have to hide things like this from me. You called me while you were out. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 placed her chopsticks down and raised her hand to touch Izuku's cheek. I'm your mom. I will always worry about you getting hurt, whether you become a hero or a programmer who never leaves their bedroom. Izuku gave a weak laugh, hyper-aware of the pads on his fingertips. I know training to be a hero holds a risk of getting hurt. But I'm not going to stop you and hide you away in bubble wrap. I failed. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled at her son, tears flowing freely. No you didn't. How could you when you saved that girl? Isn't that what a hero does? Izuku looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. I don't think you can be a hero, Izuku. You already are a hero. The tears spilled down Izuku's face. Really? Really? Izuku wiped away the tears. Back then, what I wanted you to say was, you can be a hero. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. I should have said it then. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku shook his head. Don't be sorry, Izuku. It's every parent's responsibility to encourage their child's dream. I didn't. Silence fell as Izuku processed his mother's words. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 suddenly smirked. So, when were you going to tell me about this quirk of yours? It only just manifested. Izuku responded, taking care to hide the pads from his mother. I'm still figuring it out. It kind of breaks me when I use it. Izuku watched the waves gently lap against the beach, unconsciously rubbing 2 of the finger pads together. He just barely managed to hide his sudden mutation from his mom, before fleeing to his room after dinner was eaten. Izuku had stayed in there until 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had gone to bed, then he had snuck out. To Dagobah Beach. What was happening to him? Was this one for all? A dull crash sounded, followed by a cloud of sand whipping past Izuku. Turning, Izuku watched as All Might straightened his garish yellow suit before suddenly deflating, releasing a mouthful of BLD. "I know you got seriously injured, but throwing up BLD is a sign of an open internal injury." All Might wiped his mouth with a branded handkerchief. "How astute of you, young Midoriya. Every time I use one for all my internal injuries reopen." Izuku nodded mutely. "So, why did you ask me to come here at this hour?" "Oh, alright." Izuku opened his hand and held it out for All Might to see. "These appeared a few hours ago. Could they have a link to One for All? Like your muscle form?" All Might inflated, stroking his chin. "Unlikely, my muscle form used to be my natural state before my injury." Oh. "Never fear," called All Might in a tone entirely too loud to have the intended comforting effect. "I know someone with a quirk who could help us out with this conundrum. Meet me here again tomorrow morning at 8. With that, All Might was gone, leaving Izuku with more questions than answers and a mouthful of sand. The 27th of February 2179, 10 months of waking up at 4 a.m. had left its mark on Izuku. He could no longer sleep in. So he'd gone for a run, a 3-hour run. A year ago Izuku would have collapsed before even getting halfway. Now, he barely felt tired. The run had given Izuku time to think about the UA entrance exam. Even if he didn't get in, Izuku would become a hero. He still had a number of options. He could petition to enter the U general education stream, who admitted based on the general exam taken by applicants to all courses, as well as trying out for Ketsubatsu Academy, a newer, less prestigious school whose entrance exam was in 3 weeks' time. That would give him time to start training his new quirk. If All Might let him keep it, that is. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked up from where he stood, leant against the railings of Dagobah Beach, to see a plain, black sedan parked in front of him. Inside was a man dressed in an equally plain, black suit. "I'm Detective Tsukochi, a friend of All Might's." Izuku paused. Was this some kind of trick? "How do I know that?" Izuku questioned. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. It's All Might, and it's all right, kid," assured Tsukochi. Izuku's phone lit up and began blaring the All Might theme. Holding it up, Izuku saw the grainy image of All Might he had set as the man's contact image. "Hello, young Midoriya. I'm afraid I ran into a few dastardly villains on my way to meet you. Denver Smash." Izuku flinched as he pulled the phone away from his ear. Clearly All Might was still fighting said villains. Tsukochi chuckled. "Here, I thought I was the only one he did that to. I've asked Detective Tsukochi to give you a lift." Izuku bobbed his head. I understand. See you soon." The call went dead. "Hop in, kid." Tsukochi reached into his suit jacket and tossed Izuku a leather wallet. Flipping it open, Izuku examined the shiny gold badge and police force license with a picture of Tsukochi smiling back at him. "Right." Izuku nodded and opened the car door, climbing into the passenger seat, while handing the license to Tsukochi. "Are we going to a police station?" Izuku wondered aloud as the car set off. Tsukochi smiled. "I thought that was obvious. I'm not in trouble, am I?" No, assured Tsukochi with a chuckle. "The specialist who's going to have a look at your quirk is a colleague of mine, Tokase Shikaku." "Oh, okay. Don't worry, both Tokase and I know about One for All and All Might's injury." "Oh, I see." Tsukochi smiled again. "I can see why he picked you to be his successor." "Why?" "You wear your heart on your sleeve." Tsukochi replied. "But you have an iron core. We're here." That was quick. Izuku and Tsukochi exited the car, turning upon hearing a whistling sound. "You might want to step back, Midoriya." Izuku frowned. "Why's that dash I am here?" All Might slammed down in front of Izuku, a villain over each shoulder, both unconscious. "Ah, young Midoriya, you're here." All Might greeted as he handed the villains off to the police force. Izuku blinked. He was covered in dust and his hair blown back. "Apologies, my boy." All Might brushed the dust off Izuku, nearly knocking him off his feet. "I'm fine," Izuku exclaimed as his brain caught up with reality. "This way, All Might, Midoriya," Tsukochi said, guiding the 2-1 for all users into the station and into a private room. As soon as the door shut, All Might returned to his true form, accepting a tissue from Tsukochi. Afternoon. Izuku yelped and jumped, turning to see a navy-haired man sitting on the sofa, a tea tray on the table in front of him. "I'm Tokusei Shikaku," greeted the man, standing and holding his hand out to Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya. All Might, good to see you. And you, Shikaku. Take a seat, Midoriya," Tokusei urged, returning to his seat. Izuku nodded, sitting down next to Tokusei, while All Might and Tsukochi took the other sofa. "Tea," offered Tokusei. "Please, those villains have left me parched. Black, 1 sugar." Izuku paused, before nodding. "Yes please." After a series of passing cups around and much clinking, everyone had their tea. "So, I heard from All Might you're having a problem with One for All," stated Tokusei. "Right, All Might gave it to me yesterday, then, that evening these appeared." Izuku held out his hand, showing Tokusei the pads on his fingertips. Interesting." Tokusei mused, examining the pads. "I'll explain my quirk before I use it on you. It's called Quirk Space. It allows me to enter a visual manifestation of my quirk and the quirks of those I touch. I use it to log the quirks of villains after they've been arrested." "Wow!" Izuku exclaimed, barely managing to stop himself from bombarding Tokusei with questions. "I'll take you into my quirk space first to let you get acclimatized." Tokusei placed his hand on Izuku's arm, his eyes turning solid gray and glowing. "Brace yourself." Izuku was falling down a tunnel of multicolored beams of light, before he suddenly found himself standing in a white void with Tokusei. In front of him was a gray ball of energy, glowing white. "That's my quirk." Tokusei walked forwards, placing his hand on the quirk ball as his eyes glowed again. Quirk Space, manifested in Tokusei Shikaku, aged 4, on November 4th type, emitter. Allows the holder to enter Quirk Space and examine the quirks contained within. Tokusei's eyes returned to normal. "Any questions?" Izuku looked around the void. A dome of loose energy strands of all colors surrounded them. "What are those?" "Junk data, quirk DNA I inherited from my parents but didn't become part of my quirk," Tokusei answered. "It's how quirks and the characteristics can jump generations." "It's amazing. Wait, is that the date?" questioned Izuku, pointing to where the time and data was printed midair in black, the seconds ticking slower than normal. "Right, that's the other part of my quirk. It allows me to see the past of a quirk space. Watch." Tokusei held up his hand and rotated his wrist, the date running backwards and stopping on November 3rd. The quirk ball had shrunk, now no more than a spark of white energy. "This is the day before my quirk manifested. Just watch as I roll the date forward." Izuku nodded, keeping a close eye on the quirk spark as time moved forward. The spark glowed bright, drawing strands of gray, navy, and black energy from the dome towards it, fusing with them to create a quirk ball. "I have so many questions," breathed Izuku, staring in wonderment. "Are quirks based on our personalities at the point at which they manifest? Or is it just random? Are quirks predetermined when we're born? If so, do quirks affect the holder's personality?" Tokusei shrugged. "As far as I've been able to tell, whether our personality affects our quirk, or our quirk affects our personality, it's actually a bit of both. Now, how about we have a look at your quirk space?" Izuku was falling through the rainbow tunnel again, but this time he was ready for it, making him far less disorientated when they entered Izuku's quirk space. The first thing Izuku noticed was the void. It was a different color, black instead of white. The second thing Izuku noticed was that there wasn't one quirk ball, there were two. That's impossible." Izuku stuttered in disbelief. "I was quirkless." "Looks like whoever diagnosed you was wrong, a hack no doubt," Tokusei commented. "Let me guess, the toe joint test." Izuku nodded mutely, trying to process what he saw before him, one dark green quirk, the other a brilliant red. That test was notoriously unreliable. It was scrapped a few years back after a kid diagnosed quirkless turned out to have a quirk that gave them extra joints. Izuku couldn't help himself, he snorted. "That was my reaction too." Tokusei stroked his chin. "Now, let's see what we're looking at." Reaching out, Tokase touched the dark green quirk. As I thought, that's one for all. I didn't expect it to be green, admitted Izuku. It wasn't. In all might it's yellow, and from what little he's said about his predecessor it was probably some shade of purple for her. So what's the other quirk? Grasping the red quirk, Tokase activated his own power. Quirksmith, manifested in Izuku Midoriya, aged 4, on July 7 type, emitter. Allows the holder to alter the state of quirks and permanently copy the quirks of others upon contact. Tokase whistled. That's one mighty powerful quirk. It doesn't make any sense. If I'd had this quirk since I was 4, I'd have copied hundreds of quirks since then. I have an idea why. Tokase raised his hand and rolled time back 48 hours. One for all vanished, leaving Quirksmith alone, smaller and its color dulled. Quirksmith, manifested in Izuku Midoriya, aged 4, on July 7 type, emitter. Allows the holder to analyze the state of quirks and copy the quirks of others for 8 seconds upon contact. It changed. Tokase nodded, advancing time back to the present, returning Izuku's second quirk. The power of one for all caused your quirk to mutate, it strengthened it. All this time I thought I was quirkless, I had one. Izuku looked down sadly, before forcing himself to cheer up. Now, those pads on your fingers, I think I can guess how you got them. Tokase grabbed Quirkspace with both hands and stretched, expanding it and revealing 4 more quirks inside of it. A pale green quirk giving off wavy, equally green lines, a pink quirk emitting rainbow light, a plain white quirk and an exact copy of Tokase's own quirk. Let's try this one. Tokase touched the pink quirk. Zero gravity, manifested in Okako Uraraka, aged 4, on March 16 type, emitter. Allows the holder to remove the gravity of solid objects upon contact with the pads of their fingertips. Zero gravity, that must have been from the girl at the entrance exam. She used her quirk on me to stop my fall. Try sensing the other 2 quirks, you copied mine after all, just physical contact will do, encouraged Tokase. Izuku nodded, reaching out and touching the white quirk. Heal, manifested in Chiyo Shuzenji, aged 9, on August 9 type, emitter. Allows the holder to accelerate the target's healing process at the cost of the receiver's stamina. That must have been when Recovery Girl healed me. Then that means this must be. Touching the green quirk, Izuku's eyes glowed gray. Attraction of small objects, manifested in Inko Midoriya, aged 5, on April 23 type, emitter. Allows the holder to attract objects of lower mass than themselves via telekinesis. Last night, she touched my face, that must have been when I copied it. Looks like you can toggle quirks you copied on and off, trying turning zero gravity off, suggested Tokase. Izuku nodded, concentrating on zero gravity, feeling its power before turning it off. His fingertips itched again, but when Izuku looked down, the pads were gone. Well then kid, looks like you've got a lot of work to do. At age 3 Izuku Midoriya dedicated himself to becoming a hero. At age 4 Izuku Midoriya was told he was born quirkless. At age 15 Izuku Midoriya learned this wasn't true. Toshinori Yagi sighed as he slumped down onto his battered sofa, dressed in casual clothes that fit his withered frame. It had been a trying day. He didn't know what to do. When he had first met young Midoriya and offered to pass one for all on to him, Toshinori had brushed aside the boy's resemblance to all for one as a mere coincidence. But now, knowing what Izuku's original quirk was, it couldn't be ignored. Opening his laptop, Toshinori navigated to the police force database, searching for his successor. Izuku Midoriya, born July 15, 2163, parents Hisoshi Midoriya and Inko Midoriya née Josuido. Clicking on Inko's file, Toshinori scanned it before checking the files of her adoptive parents. They all checked out. Moving to Hisoshi Midoriya's file, the number 1 hero frowned at the lack of a picture, as well as minimal informal prior to 2161 and nothing in the last 6 years, like he had fallen off the face of the earth. 6 years ago. Toshinori checked the date on the file. Hisoshi Midoriya had not been seen since the day he had fought All for One. Could it be? Could young Midoriya's father really be him? All for One. Toshinori needed help, serious help. He needed. Hitting speed dial, Toshinori raised his phone to his ear and sighed. Mirai, I have a problem. I think All for One has a son, and I gave him One for All. Toshinori prepared himself for what was to come. 1 week later, Izuku soared through the air, rolling as he hit the ground and back onto his feet, sprinting across Dagobah Beach. Reaching out to where attraction was stored in his quirk space, Izuku activated and pulled on a distant building as he jumped. Instead of pulling the object towards him in the same way as his mother used her quirk, Izuku was shot towards the building, augmenting the distance and speed of his jump. Rolling back onto his feet, Izuku continued his run, jumping and pulling himself forward repeatedly until he reached a line of stones in the sand. Izuku reached behind himself with attraction and pulled, negating his velocity. 1. Izuku smiled to himself as All Might called out his time, a new personal best for the 500 meters. Excellent, young Midoriya. All Might was in his true form, holding a stopwatch. Izuku nodded, releasing his hold on attraction from where it resided within Quirksmith. After Izuku had told All Might about his quirk, the man had grown stilted and distant, excusing himself quickly. Yet the next morning All Might had texted him, asking him to meet him at the beach. There he had given Izuku a temporary training license issued by his hero agency with his usual gusto. Even then, Izuku could see it in his eyes. All Might was wary of him. All Might didn't trust him. He only spent as much time as strictly necessary for training with Izuku. So Izuku threw himself into training with his new quirks, improving the time needed to call on attraction, the weight limit of zero gravity, which was far lower than Uraraka's, and his own quirk. Izuku had lost himself for hours with his quirk space, disassembling and reassembling quirks to see how they worked, weaving in junk quirk data to alter a quirk's properties. However, Izuku had found too many alterations to a single quirk caused it to denature and become junk data. Fortunately, he'd found this out with attraction and been able to copy it again, instead of zero gravity or quirk space. In his new, 14th notebook, Izuku had broken down the drawbacks of his quirk. Only one quirk can be used at a time, excluding One for All. Quirk copying on contact cannot be avoided. However, zero-gravity pads do not count as skin contact and can be activated independently of its quirk, as can other passive attributes. Quirk space is limited, maximum 10 quirks. Denatured quirks still take up space. Are quirks overwritten, or does quirk space expand? Does that cause strain on the holder? Armed with his new knowledge, Izuku had made his first quirk alteration, to heal. Instead of using his lips as contact for the quirks, which would copy the target's quirk, and be pretty awkward, he changed it to the Quirksmith immune finger pads. You're muttering again, Midoriya. Izuku's head snapped up to look at All Might as he stood in front of him. Sorry. How about you take the rest of the day off? All Might placed a stiff arm on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku nodded. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. You start your independent training tomorrow. I have preterm planning for you to do. Oh, I see. Izuku's head fell and his shoulders slumped. Why? Why had All Might lost faith in him? Did he think Izuku had been lying when he said he was quirkless? Was it because he couldn't handle One for All without his bones breaking? Did All Might think his quirk was evil? Was Quirksmith evil? Don't worry, once you're at UA, I will be taking you and your class for plenty of lessons. Izuku raised his head. Alright, see you then. With that, Izuku raced away, leaving All Might alone on the beach, the setting sun lighting him with an orange glow. Nana, what do I do? Toshinori sighed. He felt like a monster for pushing the boy away. After seeing his reaction to UA acceptance letter and the fact Toshinori would be teaching there, he knew he wasn't faking it. Izuku Midoriya had the heart and spirit of a true hero. In him, Toshinori could finally understand what Nana had seen in him all those years ago. Yet Mirai's research had only raised more red flags on the enigma that was Hisoshi Midoriya. Red flags that Toshinori couldn't overlook. Therefore he had to keep Midoriya at an arm's length, even if it made him feel like a villain. But he needed to do it without hurting the boy, like he was now. Toshinori clenched his fist, shifting into his muscle form. Look, it's All Might. Where did he come from? Toshinori sighed. Not again. I am leaving now like a normal person. All Might crouched down and rocketed into the air, soaring away from the beach, in manner distinctly unlike a normal person. Shota Aizawa rubbed his eyes. Hitting the enter key, Shota resumed the footage on his laptop, watching a blonde-haired boy destroy robot after robot with explosions from his palms, leaving destruction in his wake. Switching to a word processing program, Shota began to type. To summarize, Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk, explosion, powerful and versatile. His using it well, possesses a modicum of enhanced strength, unrelated to Quirk. Moderate potential, strong, well-utilized Quirk, however he has severe anger issues, a possible superiority complex, poor team skills. We'll fix that. Expulsion, unlikely. Next, the problem child. Playing the footage of Midoriya destroying the zero-pointer, Shota made a sound of disappointment. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk superpower, no description. Made no effort to use Quirk prior to zero-pointer, then suffered 2 broken legs and a broken arm when used once. Can't use Quirk without breaking his body, despite heroic sentiments. No potential, would be reliant on support items. Expulsion, highly likely. Moving to the next student, Shota opened the respective file, watching the attached video files. Minoru Mineta, Quirk pop-off. Underuses his Quirk, the ball have high elasticity, could be used as a springboard to enhance speed. Excellent for capture and detainment. Middle school file indicates a lack of confidence and insecurity over height. Reputation for making perverse comments, seems to be quite. Shota, it's 3 in morning, you should be in bed. Rubbing his eyes, Shota looked up to see his boyfriend standing over him. Term starts tomorrow, Hisashi, and I haven't finished going through the 1A student files. Hisashi grabbed the laptop from Shota's lap as he flopped down next to him. You can sleep, I'll finish this. Class 2D doesn't get back from their internships until next week. Shota smiled, before kissing Hisashi on the cheek and standing with a stretch. Sleep well. Hisashi opened the footage of Mineta fighting the entrance exam robots, pausing the video every few seconds to take notes. What did I do to deserve you? Hisashi beamed. I know, right. And I'm all yours, well until something better comes along, that is. Shota shook his head in amusement at his boyfriend's antics, but Hisashi wasn't finished yet. For me, that is, you've pretty much peaked. Night, Hisashi, love you. With that, Shota turned and made moves towards the bedroom. I love you too. Shota stopped, looking back at Hisashi, who was still totally focused on the footage. Did he even realize that that was the first he'd said? Shota smiled. The 11th of April 2179. This place is huge. Izuku raced down the corridor of you. The last thing he wanted to be on his first day was late. Reaching a corner, Izuku yelped as a black-haired boy rounded it, crashing into him. Both boys went sprawling, a stack of papers fluttering to the ground. Scrambling to his feet, Izuku bowed. I'm sorry. The other boy brushed himself off. It's fine. Izuku did a double take. The other boy, it was like looking into a bizarre mirror. He was near identical to Izuku, the only things that set him apart were longer, messier black hair and silver, metal backpack. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Mikumo Akatani. The boy bent down to retrieve the stack of papers. Here, let me help. Reaching down, Izuku began to collect the papers, a quick glance showing that they were schematics for what looked like some kind of robot. These look pretty cool. Mikumo snatched the schematics from Izuku's grip. They are not finished. Taken aback, Izuku paused before bowing. Then I look forward to when they are done. You must be support, right? Alright. I'm Hero, I look forward to working together. Izuku held out his hand. Mikumo stared at the hand for a few seconds, before grabbing it and shaking it. Yeah, me too. I'd better get going then, don't want to be later on the first day. Sprinting off, Izuku left a windswept and somewhat shaken Mikumo in his wake. Skidding to a halt, Izuku looked up at the massive door with 1A designed into it with trepidation. 40 students, 4 admitted on recommendation, divided equally into 2 classes. I hope Kaken and that scary tall guy are in the other class. Izuku held up his gloved hands, black material protecting him from copying quirks. He still didn't know what his limit was. Taking a deep breath, Izuku heaved the door open, revealing the sight of a large classroom filled with desks. Remove your feet from the desk. You are insulting not only our predecessors who used these before us but also the craftsmen who created them. Izuku cringed. It was the tall boy from the exam, berating Bakugo for his behavior, not that he could particularly fault someone for being aggravated by Kaken. And Bakugo snarled at the tall boy. Do I look like someone who gives a SHT about that, extra? The boy gestured wildly with his arm. Your profanity is unnecessary and gratuitous. Bakugo sneered. Which pompous, silver spoon, rich kid hell school did you dribble out of? 𝐒𝐻𝐼 Private Academy. My name is 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫. Bakugo leaned forward in his seat, snarling. 𝐒𝐻𝐼, here. Figures for a stuck-up elitist like you. I should do you a favor and blow you to bits now. You'll never last in the real world. Blow me to bits. You're awful. Ida exclaimed, recoiling slightly. Are you sure you really wish to be a hero? The door creaked over further, alerting Ida to Izuku's presence. Izuku gulped as Ida approached him, completely forgetting Bakugo's previous threat. Good morning. My name is 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫. I'm from 𝐒𝐻𝐼 Private Academy so I've heard. Izuku's eyes widened and he clapped a hand over his mouth at his frank reply. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, you accurately determined the true nature of the practical exam when I did not. Ida gestured again. I apologize, I misjudged you curly hair. The plain-looking boy. Izuku wheeled around to see the girl from the entrance exam, the one whose quirk Izuku had accidentally copied. You passed. Like Present MIC said you did, I'm Okako Uraraka. Izuku panicked, she was so close. That punch of yours was awesome. Thanks, well it wasn't, but, thank you for speaking in my defense. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Here. How do you know about that? Bakugo sneered at the display before him. Deku was always there, mocking him with his quirklessness. Katsuki couldn't shake him, not at Aldera and not at you now. 2 weeks earlier. How wonderful that 2 of our students have made it into UA. Especially you Midoriya. That's a miracle we never expected. Katsuki slammed Deku up against the wall of the alleyway, holding him by his collar. Why did you do it, you quirkless piece of CRP? Katsuki tightened his grip on Izuku. What dirty tricks did you use to do it? Kaken, shut up. I was supposed to be the first one, the only one, to get in from this shitty middle school. My grand plans, you've torn them to shreds. Katsuki watched Deku's face change, hardening with resolve. I got in on my own merits. I earned this. Deku grabbed Katsuki's hand with his gloved fingers. Your grand plans. You're just selfish and mean and arrogant. Deku yanked at Katsuki's hand, freeing himself. How can you be a hero when you don't ever care about others? Katsuki staggered back. You thing piece of SHT. Lashing out, Katsuki punched Deku in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Deku held his cheek, looking up at his former friend. For as long as he could remember, Katsuki had always seen admiration in Deku's eyes, whether layered with excitement or fear. For the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo looked into Izuku Midoriya's eyes and saw hatred. For the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo didn't feel like a hero. Katsuki continued to glare at Deku. The spineless freak had actually stood up to him. Something fishy was going on with Deku and soon everyone at UA see how useless he was. Roundface continued to talk Deku's ears off. So we've got our entrance ceremony and guidance sessions today, right? I wonder what our teachers'll be like. I'm so nervous. Are you? Am I rambling? I think I'm rambling. If you're here to socialize, then get out. Useless Deku yelped as he and Roundface turned around. Katsuki examined the bizarre yellow caterpillar lying on the floor of the corridor. This is the hero course. The caterpillar gave a sking noise, a juice pouch peeking out of the hole. I think there's someone in there. You don't say, raccoon eyes. Bakugo slammed his hand against his other palm. Izuku jumped, broken from his thoughts. The caterpillar sprung upright, silencing the class, before unzipping to reveal a long-haired man with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. Izuku tilted his head. Their teacher looked familiar. Could he be an underground hero? The teacher stared back at the boy. Izuku felt like he was being judged. Was it because he was the one who blew 3 limbs to hell in the entrance exam? Uraraka looked back and forth between Izuku and the teacher as the seconds began to drag on. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you all." A stunned, somehow even quieter silence fell over the classroom. This raggedy, exhausted-looking man was their homeroom teacher. Aizawa pulled a bundle of cellophane packets out of his sleeping bag. "Now, put on your gym clothes, then head out into the grounds." "But what about the entrance ceremony?" Izuku looked across at Uraraka. The girl looked distraught. "Or the guidance sessions? You want to be a hero, don't you?" Aizawa stared at Uraraka, eyes boring into her soul. Uraraka gave a timid nod. "Then we have no time to waste on stuff like that. You have 10 minutes to get changed." With that, Aizawa set off, leaving everyone scrambling to catch up to him. Mikumo kept his head low as Power Loader introduced himself to the class. "Here in Class 1H you represent the next generation in support." Power Loader walked over to his desk-cum-workbench, placing a briefcase down on it. "That means something. When you leave here in 3 years' time you will be responsible for creating and testing the costumes and support gear of pro heroes." Power Loader slowly opened his briefcase. "Pro heroes that rely on that gear to keep them safe. Therefore, I have one rule, just one rule. Go nuts, design whatever you want, push the boundaries of technology, but the result must always be safe. Otherwise, it meets Dusty." The briefcase slammed shut, making all 9 students jump, some rather more than others. In Power Loader's grip rested a large, red and silver fire axe. A pink-haired student raised her hand. "Why is it called Dusty?" Power Loader smiled. "'Cause you better hope it stays dusty." A round of titters passed through the classroom. That wasn't a joke. Silence reigned. Power Loader turned around, placing Dusty on a wall mounting behind his desk. "Any equipment that doesn't meet both you and my own personal standards for safety goes to the great junkyard in the sky and you start over." "Understood." A vague mumble was his only reply. I said, "Understood." "Yes, Power Loader." "Better, now one by one you are all going to show off the equipment you presented at the entrance exam and the improvements you have made since then." A wave of agreement passed through the classroom. "Right then, let's go in class order. Who's first?" Mikumo paled. "Number 1, Mikumo Akatani, you're up." "Alright, okay." Placing his metal backpack on the workbench, Mikumo pressed a glowing button on the front. The panels of the backpack lifted away from the main body, shifting to open up 2 ports, metal handles protruding from each. Gripping the metal, Mikumo pushed his hands into the backpack, causing a section of the backpack to detach as he pulled them away. Gear word at the panels shifted into their final positions, revealing a set of gauntlets. So you've streamlined the deployment process since the exam then?" Mikumo nodded, acutely aware of his classmates' eyes analyzing him, before he held up his left hand. "Why, the backpack storage system also makes them more portable. I changed the alloy composition of the grappling line to increase its tensile strength." Power Loader nodded with approval. "Do they meet the safety standards?" Mikumo nodded quickly. Absolutely. I added a shock-absorbing polymer weave to both gauntlets to lessen the impact on the user's arms." "Give them a go then." Power Loader gestured to an open space at the back of the classroom with a dummy placing in the center. Taking a deep breath, Mikumo paused, before walking into the testing space, the metal soles of his orange sneakers clanging with every step. Raising his left arm, Mikumo aimed at the far wall and fired his grappling line. Pressing down the button on his palm to line retracted, shooting Mikumo towards the wall. Turning in midair, Mikumo recalled his grappling line, aiming his metal sneaker soles at the wall. Before he could crash into the wall, repulsor blasts fired from Mikumo's metal soles, propelling him back away from the wall and directly at the dummy. Pulling back his right arm, Mikumo punched the dummy in the chest as he shot past, snapping it in two. Firing his grappling line at a pillar, Mikumo swung in an arc around it and landed on his feet, repulsor blast slowing him to a halt. Mikumo turned back to face his class to see their shocked faces. How are we supposed to follow that? myheroacademia stared at Mikumo with a predatory look in her yellow eyes. Together they would make amazing babies. A test of quirks. Izuku was panicking, his hands clenching the material of his new UA gym kit. The class came to a halt in the middle of an athletics field. Izuku couldn't use one for all. Well, not at first, his bones would break again. He'd have to rely on his other quirks then. An elbow dug into Izuku's ribs, startling him. Quit mumbling, Deku. Izuku nodded, suddenly feeling fall all over again. Alright. Here AU we don't operate like a normal school, our education is more freestyle. Aizawa paused for what Izuku could only assume was dramatic effect. Perhaps the teacher had more in common with the sparkly boy than he thought. Today we will be doing the standard no quirks allowed test. I'm sure you all did them in middle school. Japan is woefully out of touch. The government still insists that the test must be carried out by all students before high school without use of their quirks, but it's just not rational. The Department of Education is just scared of change. So now, you'll be doing them again, this time with your quirks. Whispers shot through the class, before being extinguished by a glare from Aizawa. Bakugo, you came top in the entrance exam. What was your score for the softball throw in middle school? 67 meters. Bakugo soaked in the wave of impressed murmurs coming from the extras around him. Well then, do it again, except this time don't hold back, use your quirk. A manic grin split Bakugo's face, before he shoved past Izuku, almost knocking him over. Do whatever you want, just say inside the circle. Whatever, I'll add a bit of boom to this snooze fest. Bakugo palmed the softball, before pulling his arm back and throwing it, releasing an explosion as he did. Die. The flaming softball rocked through the air, becoming little more than a speck in the distance, a wave of dust blowing over the class. I know what you're all thinking, is it a bit gratuitous? But, you'll never be an effective hero if you don't know your limits, and how to surpass them. Aizawa held out a digital display. 2 meters. Izuku paled. He hadn't been expecting this. He would just have to hope attraction and zero gravity could carry him through while still looking like super strength. The last thing Izuku wanted was for everyone to find out about his quirk on the first day. A quirk even All Might thought was evil. Over 705 meters, that's so manly. This is going to be awesome. Awesome, you say? Do you think this is going to be fun? The pink-haired girl with the horns gulped. Mr. Aizawa, being a hero isn't a joke, it's dangerous. Every time you go out on patrol you have to know you might not be coming back. Aizawa stared at the pink girl. So then, whoever finishes in last place will be expelled. Do you think that's awesome? Izuku's widened with fear, a low hiss escaping his lips. Clapping a hand over his mouth, Izuku dropped it when he realized his expletive had gone unnoticed in a sea of shouts and comments from his classmates. Aizawa's eyes flashed red for a moment, silencing the class. You're here to be heroes, aren't you? Did you think it would all be fun and games? Uraraka spoke up. But it isn't fair. Of course it isn't fair, life isn't. It isn't fair when a villain attacks a school or an uncontrollable quirk causes a train to crash. Aizawa's eyes bored into Uraraka, making her shuffle nervously. Life isn't fair, life isn't kind, that's why a hero must be instead. Nobody spoke, nobody even made a sound, not even Bakugo. With that settled we can start. First up is the 50-meter dash. Mineta, Soto, Shoji, and Todoroki, you're up first. Izuku watched the 4 students line up as he formulated a plan. He could use zero gravity to remove the weight of his clothes, as they weighted far less than his 10 kilograms limit, then use attraction to look like a super strength-powered long jump. He's so intense. Izuku looked up to see Uraraka and Ida had congregated around him. Who's that, Aizawa or Kaken? Uraraka tilted her head to one side. Who's Kaken? Izuku flushed red. Bakugo, I've known him all my life. Our mums have been friends since before we were born. How cute. Ida frowned. Cute would not be the word he would use to describe Bakugo. Volatile, that would be sufficient. Well, it's not really. We used to be friends when we were kids, until we got our quirks. After that, we never saw eye to eye again. Hey, your quirks, explosions and super strength, they seem pretty on par with each other to me. Uraraka smiled. Izuku was panicking. This was not how he wanted his quirkless past to come to light. Hagekyo, Bakugo, Ashido, and Midoriya, you're up. Looks like it's my turn. Izuku awkwardly excused himself and made his way to the start line. Taking a deep breath, Izuku prepared to reach into his quirk space. I'm going to crush you, Deku. Bakugo glared at Izuku, his voice a low hiss so only he could hear it. I'm going to show them all what a quirkless waste of space you are. Izuku flinched. Aizawa sounded the buzzer. Was Bakugo right? Izuku had no power of his own. It was all given or copied, it didn't belong to him. Bakugo and the two other competitors started, the former blasting off with his quirk, while the pink girl with horns slid along on a liquid secreted by her feet. The invisible girl sprinted as fast as she could, her quirk useless in this event. You can do it, Deku. Something ignited inside of him. Izuku's feet moved before he could think, activating attraction and pulling on the far building. Shooting forwards, Izuku flew past the two girls, crossing the line just behind Bakugo. Bakugo, 13 seconds. Midoriya, 47 seconds. Izuku sighed in relief, not noticing as Aizawa's eyes zeroed in on him. Moving to the sidelines, Izuku kept his distance from the other students and especially Bakugo, left with only his thoughts. Who had encouraged him? Using that name, probably one of the girls considering the high pitch. Had he imagined it? Izuku pushed the thoughts away just in time for the second event, grip strength. On his turn, Izuku again turned to attraction, pulling on the handle to enhance his natural strength. Using one for all right now would probably break his arm and the grip tester. 113 kilograms. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hopefully a good score like that would keep him out of last place. Whoa, 504 kilograms. What are you, a gorilla, an octopus? Izuku wheeled around. The six-armed boy was crowded by other students, all marveling at his score. He suddenly felt a lot less confident about his own score now. The purple ball boy was staring at his six-armed classmate, murmuring under his breath. Octopuses are secretary tentacles. Rubbery. Izuku shuddered, deciding to give that guy a wide berth. The third and fourth events passed quickly, with Izuku again using attraction, this time on the long jump, but his enhanced distance was still not enough to clear the sandbox. The sidestepping event had been even more of a disaster. Attraction couldn't alternate that. Quickly and zero gravity was too weak for Izuku to cancel anything more than his clothes. A wave of applause rippled through the class, jerking Izuku back to the present. Uraraka had used zero gravity on her softball throw, earning her a score of infinity. Aizawa sighed. That's not coming down, is it? Uraraka shook her head. Everyone was excelling in at least one event, even the boy with purple ball for hair, Mineta, was doing well. His quirk had allowed him to ace the sidestepping event, beating everyone else in the class. Midoriya. Izuku nodded, taking off his right glove as Aizawa handed him the softball. Stepping into the circle, Izuku formulated a plan. Attraction was useless for this, his other quirks were either irrelevant or too flashy. It would have to be zero gravity. Midoriya doesn't look like he's doing too well and he started so strong. Ida gestured wildly with one arm. You should not be talking about a fellow student behind their back, but yes, Midoriya is doing very poorly. Bakugo snorted with derision. Of course a quirkless runt like Deku can't keep with me. Quirkless. Uraraka tilted her head, looking at Bakugo. What do you mean, Kakin? Don't call me that. What the F have you been telling people, Deku? Izuku ignored Bakugo, before pulling his arm back and calling on zero gravity. He'd have to release it quickly, his limit with the quirk was much lower. If he threw up it would be obvious he was using the same quirk as Uraraka. You can be a hero. All Might, I'll make you proud. I'll become a hero. Izuku threw the ball. 48 meters. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't feel his quirks. Reaching out for his quirk space, he found nothing. His quirks were gone. 𝐒𝐿 threw the ball. 48 meters. His quirks were gone. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't feel them. Reaching out for his quirk space, 𝐒𝐿 found nothing. His breathing was getting faster and shallower. I erased your quirk. 𝐒𝐿 looked up, seeing 𝐈𝐵 staring back at him, his eyes glowing red and his hair floating above his head. Why your Eraserhead? 𝐈𝐵 continued to stare directly at 𝐒𝐿, before his eyes returned to normal and his hair fell limp. 𝐒𝐿 felt his quirks return. So cool. 𝐒𝐿's fanboy nature eclipsed the panic he'd felt at being quirkless again, especially since he could feel them resting comfortably in his quirk space. You are a prime example why the 𝐂𝐢 entrance exam isn't fit for purpose, said 𝐈𝐵, just loud enough so that only 𝐒𝐿 could hear him. A small squeak slipped from 𝐒𝐿's lips. You were going to use your quirk just then, weren't you? The green-haired boy nodded. He wasn't technically lying, he had just decided not to correct 𝐈𝐵 about which quirk he was going to use. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't tell anyone about Quirksmith. 𝐈𝐵 sighed. Then you would have turned the bones in your arm to dust. 𝐒𝐿 felt affronted. But then you'd be no help to anybody, a liability in every fight you'd be in. 𝐈𝐵 paused. Like that, with your impractical quirk, you have no potential as a hero. His cheeks ablaze with shame, 𝐒𝐿 hung his head. So I'm going to make this simple, you're expelled. 𝐒�L's heart dropped as he fought back tears. The months of training, all for nothing on the first day. He's been looking forward to learning and training with the next generation of heroes, like Uraraka and Ida, and working with support students like Mikumo. His life's dream, it was crushed all over again, because 𝐒� was scared to show his real quirk. He felt like an idiot, a failure. 𝐈𝐵 stared down at the boy, seeing the look in his eyes. He knew that look, guilt mixed with fear. Midoriya was holding back, he'd seen it in the other tests. Glancing down at the spare softball resting in his palm, ready for the next student to throw, 𝐈𝐵 took a careful breath and made a decision. That is what I'm going to say after you throw the ball again. 𝐒�'s head shot up to stare at 𝐈𝐵. Unless your throw manages to convince me that you have potential as a hero. 𝐒� took the offered softball, staring at it. He could use one for all, breaking his arm and being expelled from 𝐂𝐢, or he could use Quirksmith and maybe not get expelled. His decision wasn't even hard. 𝐒� would choose to be a hero, even if he was hated for his quirk. Lifting his arm back, 𝐒� began his throw and entered his quirk space. Glancing around the black void, 𝐒� looked to the time, activating another facet of Quirksmith. Time dilation. While inside a quirk space, 𝐒� could slow the time he experienced. His current maximum was 30 seconds for every 1 second in the outside world. That meant he had a minute before the ball left his physical hand. 𝐒� rushed forward and expanded Quirksmith to show the copied quirks it contained. I'll have to hold zero gravity on the ball for as long as possible, around 15 seconds. 𝐒� rested his chin on his hand, activating the quirk in his physical hand and negating the ball's gravity. 𝐒� continued looking through his quirk, disregarding heal and quirk space immediately. Attraction's no use, that just leaves. Explosion. 𝐒� had copied it from Bakugo when the other boy had punched him in the face. He'd only tried it out a few times in the last 2 weeks, his explosions were far weaker. After all, Bakugo had been using and training with it since they were 4. But it would just have to do. While 𝐒� could normally only use one copied quirk at a time, this didn't extend to passive parts of a quirk. Thus, 𝐒� would be able to use explosion to propel the ball while maintaining its lack of gravity. He just wouldn't be able to remove or return the gravity to the ball or anything else. But that wouldn't be a problem. Confident in his strategy, 𝐒� prepared to exit Quirkspace when his eyes landed on one for all. Should he use it? No, he couldn't. 𝐒� couldn't afford to break his arm, but he did have 30 seconds, he could at least have a look. Expanding one for all, 𝐒� examined the structure of the quirk, smaller energy spheres connected by strings of light. Hell, that's a passive trigger. 𝐒� pet his head, that must be the power accumulation aspect of the quirk. 𝐒� knew 𝐈𝐵 was right about one thing, He couldn't be a hero if one punch left him a liability. He had to focus his power on what he could do. Wait, focus my power. That's it. 𝐒𝐿 knew what to do. Returning to the physical world, 𝐒𝐿 charged his arm with the red energy of One for All, focusing it all in his index finger as the ball left his hand, before activating explosion. The ball was consumed by a massive orange explosion, larger than what Bakugo had produced earlier, before it broke free of fire and rocketed away. A massive gust of air blasted back at 𝐒𝐿 and the rest of Class 1A, calling on attraction. 𝐒𝐿 pulled on the ground below him to counter the backdraft. Aizawa has made it clear he had to stay in the circle, while his classmates were knocked off their feet behind him. As the backdraft cleared away, 𝐒𝐿 straightened up, staring in disbelief as the ball vanished into the distance. He felt like he was forgetting something. 𝐒𝐿's stomach made an odd jolt. Oh right, zero gravity. Releasing his hold on the ball, its gravity returned, barely giving 𝐒𝐿 time to stop himself from retching. Looking down at his right hand, 𝐒𝐿 examined his index finger. It was clearly broken, but not as badly as his arm and legs had been during the entrance exam. Clenching his fist, 𝐒𝐿 turned to a windswept Aizawa. My arm's not broken. I can still fight. 9 meters. Of all the things 𝐒𝐿 was expecting his homeroom teacher to do, grin like a madman was not one of them. So, your quirk isn't super strength then? 𝐒𝐿 paused before scrunching his face, mostly in pain. Well, kind of, but also not at all. Whoa, did he just use Kaken's quirk? Don't call me that, round face. Turning to face his classmates, 𝐒� prepared himself to see disgust and hatred. He was a quirk stealer, just like the ones in the cartoons he had watched as a child. That was Trey's stylish. 1,670 meters. That's super manly. You say everything is manly. It's over double Bakugo's score, Kiro. Bakugo clenched his fists. 𝐒� could practically see the flashback to their fight in the alley in his eyes. Thing, explain yourself, you lying SHT. Rocketing forwards, Bakugo aimed his explosions behind himself. I'll Thing kill NGG. The scarf around Aizawa's neck had moved, restraining Bakugo in midair, his quirk erased. Bakugo struggled in vain. This cloth, it's stiff. 𝐒� heard a giggle from Mineta. Aizawa sighed. This is my capture weapon. It's woven from special alloy wire and carbon fiber. Let me go. Demonic kid, would you stop using your quirk already? My dry eye is bad enough as it is. Deku. What the Thing F did you do? You had no power of your own, so you took it from someone else. 𝐒� hung his head. So you can copy quirks. That's super cool. Uraraka gave 𝐒� a peace sign as his head shot back up. Well, I guess it is. 𝐒� rubbed the back of his neck. I thought I was quirkless, until I touched someone with a power amplification quirk. Uraraka threw her fist up into the air. Wow, that means you copied my quirk as well, at the exam. 𝐒� held up his hand to show the pads on his fingertips. Wire, that's how I realized what my quirk was. I thought it was just super strength before the pads appeared. Your weight limit must be pretty low then. I can show you how to increase it if you want. Really? Isn't being a hero all about teamwork? As riveting as this conversation is, let's get on with the rest of the tests. Aizawa dropped Bakugo to the ground, keeping his capture weapon wrapped around the teen's wrists. I'm gonna crush you, Deku. Aizawa glared at Bakugo. You're going to do no such thing. Either you shut up and get on the tests, or you keep on acting out and I disqualify you from the remaining events. Then I'd be in last. Aizawa grinned. Exactly. Bakugo grunted. T-sich, whatever, cheaty Deku isn't worth it anyway. 𝐒� sighed in relief as Bakugo was released from Aizawa's scarf and went to sulk at the back of the class. Aizawa sighed. What a waste of time. Now get on with the rest of the tests, before I expel you all. Is your finger okay? 𝐒� smiled at Uraraka's earnest expression. Why, I'm fine. Fine. Your finger is broken. Ida was waving his arm again. Are you sure you can continue? It's not as bad as it looks. I think it's just fractured. Using explosion at the same time as my strength must be why. Of course, Bakugo's quirk must come with some kind of shock absorption for his hands. Ida gave Izuku a serious look. Izuku nodded. Alright, otherwise he'd be breaking his hands all the time. Aizawa wouldn't expel all of us, would he? Uraraka tilted her head. Of course not, he just wants us to give our all. Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida turned to see a tall, dark-haired girl. Urazu, I'm glad to see you got into UA. Thanks, Ida. Yoyorozu nodded her head. Uraraka bounced on the ball of her feet. You two know each other. We met at the recommendations exam. Yoyorozu smiled. Izuku lost the ability to talk. But you were at the normal entrance exam. Pondered Uraraka. I placed 6th in recommendations. Ida looked downcast. They only accept the top 4. YA still made it in, didn't you? Ida perked up. You're right, Uraraka. Ida, softball throw. Coming, Mr. Aizawa. The last 3 events passed quickly, with Izuku managing decent results in each of them. For the endurance running attraction had allowed Izuku to place 7th, while in the upper body training and seated toe touch none of his quirks were applicable, forcing him to fall back on All Might's training. Aizawa cleared his throat to get the class's attention. Be quiet, it's time for the results. Izuku clenched his right fist, squeezing his fractured finger. He just had to hope he had managed to stay out of last place. Aizawa pressed a button on his phone, activating a hologram that displayed the final results. 17th. Izuku sighed in relief. It wasn't impressive, but it would be somewhere to work from. The purple boy cried out at the sight of his name in last place. Also, I was lying, no one's getting expelled. A wave of shouts came from the class as Aizawa grinned, his scarf floating around his neck. It was a logical ruse, how else were you going to give it your all? Izuku tilted his head. Yorozu was right. 3rd, I got Fing 3rd. Bakugo's hands crackled with explosions. Aizawa ignored the explosive teen. Your curriculum and orientation packs on your desks, the rest of the day is free for you to explore the school, lunch starts at 12:30, don't miss it, lunch rush won't cater for your tardiness. The class stayed where they were, still in shock. What are you still doing here? Aizawa's eyes suddenly shone. Do you want homework or something? In seconds the class dispersed, heading for the changing rooms at speed. Midoriya, stay behind. Izuku peeled away from Uraraka and Ida, walking back to his teacher. Go see recovery girl. Aizawa held out a medical slip, with Izuku's name written on it. Should I be keeping a stack of these on hand pre-written for you? Izuku shook his head. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa, I'm going to find a way to overcome the recoil. Aizawa chuckled. I'll hold you to that, now clear off, problem child. Izuku blushed at the nickname, before racing off after his newfound friends. This kid. Aizawa sighed and shook his head. Setting off for the faculty lounge, Aizawa pulled out a bottle of eye drops. Aizawa, you liar. Acting on instinct, Aizawa flicked the eye drops at the source of the voice. Turning, Aizawa rolled his eyes at the sight of All Might, the tiny bottle comically small in the number 1 hero's giant hand. You appear to have lost this. Aizawa took the drops back. For such a large man you are remarkably quiet. All Might coughed. Well, what can I say? I don't care. Well then, what I was going to say was, you lied. All Might held up the faculty registry. You expelled the entirety of your last class. I later readmitted them. Aizawa used his eye drops, blinking rapidly. I did it to be kind, they had no potential. Giving them that shock is what they needed. Another of your logical ruses, then. Aizawa ignored All Might's question. All Might fidgeted at the heavy silence. And this year? Better than average, Nedzu must have put all the ones with no potential in Vlad's class so he can coddle them. Aizawa slipped the eye drops back into his pocket. They didn't need the same kind of wake-up call as the last lot, just an idea of what would happen if they thought being a hero is fun and games. That's a bit harsh. Will you still be saying that if one of them dies? All Might gave a muffled grunt. Dies? Aizawa glanced back at the symbol of peace. Oboro Shirakumo. Oboro Shirakumo. We were classmates, here at U, we interned together with His Purple Highness. Aizawa paused, hanging his head. We fought a villain, Garvey, protecting a class of elementary kids. Oboro died protecting them from a collapsing building with his quirk. All Might frowned. If your friend had been expelled, then the children Oboro had plenty of potential. The one with no potential was me. Oboro died because I wasn't good enough. Silence fell as All Might processed Aizawa's words. Anyone can become a hero, but not everyone can be a hero. That's why I expel those with no potential to be a hero. With that, Aizawa began to walk away. All Might sighed. He knew that pain, that guilt. He had bared it for years after Nana's death, only truly letting go after the fight with All for One that had crippled him. Aizawa, it wasn't your fault. That villain chose to attack those school children. Never blame yourself for the decisions of others, decisions you can't change. Aizawa snorted. As touching as that is, encouraging mantras don't save lives. All Might held his tongue as Aizawa left, his left hand subconsciously touching his injury. Smooch. Izuku flexed his hand, marveling at his healed finger. Tut-tut, classes haven't even started yet and I've had to heal you twice already. Oh, right, thank you recovery girl. You're welcome young man, just try not to come back again soon. Recovery girl reached into his pocket. Here. Accepting the small packet of gummies, Izuku stared at them. Thanks. I actually had a question about your quirk. My quirk? You certainly can. Well, my quirk permanently copies other quirks on contact. I copied it when you healed me at the entrance exam. Izuku paused, rubbing the back of his head. Can your quirk heal yourself? I didn't want to risk trying it in case it backfired on me. Interesting quirk you've got there, and no, I can't heal myself, it has no effect. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me. I assume that this is a recent development. Izuku nodded. Could you describe your quirk to me so I can update your quirk data on the U internal system? Sure. It's called Quirksmith. When I touch someone I permanently copy their quirk so long as I don't already have a copy. I can also manipulate and alter the quirks I copy. Recovery girl looked interested. What is the limit of your alteration of a quirk? My mom's quirk allows her to attract objects. I tried to alter my copy to repulse objects instead, and the quirk just kinda fell apart. There we are, quirk description updated. Although, I do have a suggestion for you. Izuku looked up. You do? Find a quirk to negate the damage from One for All. What? One for All, what's that? Never heard of it. Have you? Why am I still talking? Why can't I stop? I know about One for All. Recovery girl sighed. Who do you think treats the great lummox when he pushes himself too far? Izuku remained still as Recovery girl waved her cane in front of the boy's face. I believe you've broken him. All Might. Izuku spun around to see his idol enter the nurse's office. Young Midoriya, your throw dash. Before he could continue, Recovery girl rapped him with her cane. No encouraging the boy to injure himself again. Chiodash, you hear me, no more injuries. Izuku jumped up to his feet. It's fine. Recovery girl is right, I need to find a quirk to reduce the damage from One for All. All Might flinched. Izuku noticed, pushing down the feeling of fear that pulled at his heart. I'm going to go now, I don't want to miss lunch. Izuku bowed in thanks to Recovery girl and fled at speed. The sound of Izuku's footsteps hurried faded, leaving Recovery girl and All Might alone in the office. You. Oh. Absolute. Oh. Idiot. Oh. Recovery girl punctuated each word by hitting All Might with her cane. All Might deflated, wiping BLD away from his mouth. Are you trying to give the boy a complex about his quirk? Toshinori sighed and hung his head. I know. I can't help it, every time he mentions his quirk, all I can think of, all I can see is that quirk, that man. Recovery girl lowered her cane. I know I've said this time and time before, you need to consider therapy, you suffered a life-changing injury, like the rest of the faculty hound dog is aware of your injury. I'll do it. So sensitive information isn't at risk. I'm sorry, pardon. I'll do it. Turning to her computer, Recovery Girl began typing. I'll book you in for a session with Rio next week. Thank you, Chio. May I ask you, why now? After I've asked so many times before. Toshinori balled his fist. I'm hurting him, I'm hurting Midoriya. I need to be better, for him. Deku. Izuku flinched, nearly dropping his tray. Over here. It was Uraraka. Walking over to the table, Izuku slowly sat down, across from Uraraka and next to Ida, with Yorozu at one side of Uraraka and the frog girl, Tsuyu, at the other. It was you, the 50 meters, you know you can do it, Deku. Uraraka tilted her head. Yeah, your name is Deku, right? It's what Bakugo called you before the test. Izuku clammed up. My name's actually Izuku. Deku is another reading of my name, Kaken, I mean Bakugo, he uses it to mean useless. Uraraka blushed. I'm so sorry, it just gave me a you can do it feeling. That is a mean thing to say, but I am not surprised considering Bakugo's conduct today. He seems unstable, Kero. Izuku resisted the instinct to tell Uraraka that it was fine for her to call him Deku. He had left Bakugo behind. He would leave Deku behind too. It's fine, you didn't know it was an insult. What about Dekiru? Yorozu offered. Dekiru wondered Izuku as he turned his head to look at the black-haired girl, noticing the sheer amount of food on her plate. If Bakugo uses Deku as an insult, take it back from him. Dekiru, I like it. It's super cute. Ida chopped the air. Bakugo really is disrespectful and arrogant. I can hear you, you thing extra. Izuku turned to see Bakugo sitting at the next table, eating his lunch alone. Being at you felt so surreal. Izuku was with others while Bakugo was by himself. Don't ignore me, UFS. A pang of pity shot through Izuku for a few moments before the memory of Bakugo punching him came to mind. Do you mind if I ask a question about your quirk, Midoriya? Izuku looked to Ida, nodding his head. I was curious if you can copy mutant-type quirks like mine. Oh, I don't actually know, but I don't think so. Izuku was taken aback with the question, still surprised that his classmates had ordered his quirk as opposed to fearing it. I was researching online, every paper I found said that copy quirks can't handle mutant types, sorry. Yorozu placed her cutlery down, her plate empty. How many quirks do you have? Other than my own quirk, I have 6, they are all emitters. Uraraka counted on her fingers. So, 1 is the first quirk that mutated your own, 2 are mine and Bakugo's, what are the other 3? My mom's, attraction, and recovery girl's heal. Oh, and 1 that analyses quirks. Yorozu was interested. Analyzing a villain's quirk would be pretty great for a hero. Izuku shuffled slightly. Well, it's not that useful in battle, it requires skin contact and reduces your awareness of your surroundings. I can't really copy too many quirks, I haven't tested yet but I think my limit is 10. Uraraka, Ida and Yorozu chatted amongst themselves as a smile formed on Izuku's lips. All might. Making friends, it's so much more than I could have asked for. Izuku flicked through Kokoro 3 social media pages on his phone, searching for someone whose profile mentioned them having some kind of self-healing quirk. Unfortunately, Izuku was finding nothing. Healing quirks were rare in general, but ones that affected the holder as well were even more unheard of. Closing the social media app, Izuku instead opened his contacts list. After just 1 day at UA, Izuku's contacts had doubled. Yorozu had given hers just before her chauffeur collected her, while Uraraka and Ida had swapped with him while they waited for the train to arrive. Uraraka and Ida had both gotten off at the last stop, the former was almost to her apartment, while the latter had to SWCH trains. Izuku smiled, scrolling down past his 3 new contacts, All Might and his mom to the bottom. Dad pressing the call symbol, Izuku held the phone to his ear. The number you have called is no longer in service. Hi Dad, I'm sorry I haven't called in a while, I've been super busy getting ready to go to you, Mom's been so stressed about it you'd think she was the one going. Izuku gave a hollow chuckle, holding back tears. I really miss you, Dad. I know it's selfish, but I hoped I'd wake up and you'd be there to wish me luck for school. I wish you'd come home. Whenever I ask Mom where you are, she gets really quiet. Sometimes I can hear her crying after she thinks I'm asleep. The number you have called is no longer in service. Izuku sighed, hanging up. Taking a deep breath, Izuku locked his phone and returned it to his jacket pocket. The train car Izuku was in was nearly empty, as to be expected since the UE orientation day was a Sunday. He didn't imagine the train rides being quite so relaxed from tomorrow onwards. Maybe he'd run instead. Oi, Quirkless, what do you think you're doing wearing that uniform? Izuku flinched, jumping to his feet, expecting to see someone from Old Dera Middle School, here to harass him. But it wasn't him they were after. It was the boy Izuku had bumped into earlier, the support student, Mikumo. He had been surrounded by 3 boys in Umbru High uniforms. Clearly Quirkless has finally lost it. He actually thinks he got into UA. Who did you steal the uniform from, Quirkless? Yeah, like you could even afford to go there. Who's gonna pay? Your parents. Oh wait, why don't have any? The boys laughed, while Mikumo tried to ignore them. Izuku watched in horror and anger, for the first time seeing how cruel Quirkless discrimination was when not on the receiving end. When Bakugo and his classmates had belittled him, Izuku had just bared it with a smile, just like All Might, all the while a dark, nagging voice in his head told him he deserved it for the pain he caused his mom by being quirkless. But now, with his training from All Might, his place at UA and his new friends, Izuku knew he hadn't deserved it. And neither did Mikumo. Small explosions issued from Izuku's palms as he slammed his fist into his other hand, allowing Bakugo's familiar motion to give him confidence. Shut up! The 3 boys looked up to see Izuku, his eyes glowing. Who the hell are you? Izuku took a step towards the boys. Someone who's telling you to shut up. Feeling Bakugo's quirk strumming in his veins, Izuku's resolve hardened. What's it to you? Is Quirkless your basket case? Oh, I get it, Quirkless must be the class pet. Gross, someone as useless as him stealing a seat from someone worthy like us. Yeah, Quirkless cost us our place at UA. Izuku clenched his fists. Mikumo earned his place in support. You 3 would never belong at UA. The expression on the 3 boys' faces darkened, their ire turning to Izuku. Strength doesn't make a hero. A true hero is someone with a selfless heart. The argument was starting to get attention from other passengers. You 3, looking down and being vile to someone you think is weaker than you doesn't make you heroes. It makes you villains. All at once, the 3 boys exploded into action, charging at Izuku. Before Izuku could react, a weak explosion sent the 3 boys flat on their backsides. F off, you losers! Bakugo glared at the 3 boys, his red eyes striking fear into them. The boys scrambled to their feet, bowing to Bakugo. We're so sorry. No, you're not. Bakugo quirked an eyebrow. You're just scared 'cause I can fight back. The boys fled. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck as his confidence abandoned him. Thanks, back to shut up, dude. Don't think you can act like me just 'cause you copied my quirk. Bakugo stormed off. Anger suddenly burnt in Izuku's chest. All those years Bakugo had bullied him for being quirkless, and here he was. A regular old defender of the downtrodden. Was it just Izuku that Bakugo hated, not his former quirkless status? Had it just been a good excuse? You didn't need to take pity on me, I've put up with those 3 for years. Pulled from his thoughts, Izuku felt the fire in his chest dim. Izuku turned to Mikumo. I wasn't taking pity. Mikumo rolled his eyes. Of course you weren't, the big-shot hero student standing up for a poor little quirkless. Looking at Mikumo, Izuku saw a reflection of himself, someone who had faced the same discrimination as he had, without someone as kind as his mom to support them. In that moment Izuku made his decision. He would support Mikumo just as his mom had supported him. Izuku sat down next to Mikumo, smiling. I didn't do it out of pity. Mikumo shot him a wary look. Then why did you do it? Well, until a couple of months ago I thought I was quirkless. The breath caught in Mikumo's throat. You thought you were quirkless? Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock when I started copying other people's quirks. Then, you applied to UA as a quirkless. Mikumo's hand gripped his backpack strap. You were planning to take the exam without a quirk. I was. Mikumo paused, before making his decision. Do you think it's possible for someone like me to be a hero? Izuku smiled, filling Mikumo with warmth. Mikumo, you can be a hero. For the first time in years, the flicker of hope within Mikumo burnt brighter. And I'm going to help you. The 12th of April 2179. See you later, Mom. Good luck today, stay safe. The door closed, leaving 𝐿𝐭 sitting alone at the kitchen table. 𝐿𝐭 had hoped that you would be a clean break, that the new school would finally allow Izuku to make friends. But she certainly hadn't expected a friend over for dinner after only the orientation day. And she certainly hadn't expected the friend to look like a teenage version of the husband she hadn't seen in 6 years. It could only mean that the boy was one of his. But 𝐿𝐭 would not hold that against the boy. After all, it meant that he and Izuku were brothers. Although, she would not be telling Izuku that. Gripping the mug of tea, 𝐿𝐭 smiled. Watching Izuku and Mikumo poring over the latter's designs last night had reminded her of a time when Izuku was little, when they had planned to have 2 children, not 1. But times change. What has been done could not be undone. Sneakers slapped the pavement as Izuku jogged down the street, weaving past pedestrians as he made his way towards the UA campus. After breaking his arm and legs in the entrance exam, Izuku had redoubled his focus on his physical training. The more muscle mass he built, the less backlash he received from One for All. Even if Izuku did manage to find and copy a regeneration quirk, he wouldn't be able to rely on it for every punch. Morning, Midoriya. Izuku smiled and waved to Yorozu as he came to a halt. Good morning, Yorozu. Yorozu nodded, slipping on her shoulder bag as the limo drove away. The 2 hero aspirants fell in step as they entered the UA campus, thankfully unaccosted by reporters due to their earliness. Do you mind if I ask you a question about your quirk? Yorozu pointed at herself. My quirk? Why, yeah. Sure. Izuku smiled. I just wondered, since I saw you creating that bicycle for the long-distance run yesterday, does your quirk have a limit on size and material composition? Yorozu tapped her chin with her finger as she thought. In terms of physical size, I am limited by the area of my skin it's produced from. As for composition, I have to know the molecular structure of what I am creating. But I am also limited by the lipid content of my body. So your quirk transforms the lipids in your body into other materials, right? Yes, it is why I need to eat so much, to replace it. Why do you ask? Izuku looked bashful. Oh, I was asking for a friend really. He's part of the support course here at U, but some of the materials he needs are beyond the budget support students are given. I see, if you introduce me I would be glad to lend him my aid. Izuku beamed. Thanks. I'd better go get washed and changed. I'm not sure Aizawa would appreciate the unique odor I've currently got. Yorozu hid a chuckle behind her hand. Sure, I will see you in the classroom. With that, Izuku set off for the changing rooms, quickly peeling off his sweaty workout gear and hopping in a shower. As he soaked under the stream of hot water, Izuku allowed his mind to drift back to what Bakugo had said the day before. Don't think you can act like me just cause you copied my quirk. It had barely bothered Izuku at the time, but hours later when he was in bed, trying and failing to sleep, it had come back to him. The second Izuku had activated explosion on the train, a wave of confidence and bravado had surged through him. After that realization, sleep had evaded Izuku entirely. Instead, Izuku had spent hours experimenting with his quirks, cataloging the effect each had on his personality. Similarly to explosion, zero gravity had boosted his confidence, while also filling him with a frank honesty. Attraction had made him nervous, and even more prone to crying than he already was, while Heal had augmented his compassion and protectiveness. Initially, when testing the effect of Quirksmith on his personality, Izuku had found no effect. That was until he realized the effect was an urge to analyze quirks. Finally, Izuku had tried One for All out of curiosity, finding it had no effect except odd green sparks when he held the power in his arm without using it. Drying off, Izuku pulled on his uniform, fumbling with his red tie until it looked halfway decent, albeit very short and very wide. Checking the time, Izuku's eyes widened into saucers. He was going to be late. Grabbing his back, Izuku activated attraction, pulling himself along as he raced toward the 1A homeroom. "Help me make babies." Mikumo flushed red as he leapt into the air. Help, why you do what T? Make babies. I was worried that was what you said. Hatsune, can you please stop referring to your projects as babies? Mikumo's head turned. It was Power Loader who had spoken. Why's that? Hatsune tilted her head in confusion. Power Loader sighed before muttering to himself. Oh God, it's going to be one of those years. Clearing his throat, Power Loader composed himself. Hatsune, why are you bothering Akatani? This is free workshop time. Hatsune nodded. Right, you never said we couldn't work together. I wanted to ask Mikumo if we could. Mikumo, eh? That's pretty forward of you. Power Loader chuckled. Fine, I'll allow it, that is if Akatani agrees of course. Just keep the explosions to a minimum. I make no promises. Hatsune grabbed Mikumo's arm and pulled him over to her workstation. I didn't agree. Sure, that doesn't matter. Help. Power Loader smiled wryly as Hatsune dragged the poor boy off to his doom. Those two, working together, was going to be interesting to watch. I call this the wire arrow. It was my SBMSN for the U exam. Mikumo looked down at the invention, a silver, metal HNS with two grapples either side, the straps red and gold. If he had to guess, Mikumo would say the grapples would be located either side of the user's stomach. It looks good, although any sudden pulling could cause the user a back injury. Maybe I should incorporate the wire arrow with chest armor, increase surface area, decrease the backlash. Wire, sounds like a good idea. Hatsune smiled, making a chill go down Mikumo's spine. Good, cause you can help me do it. Me? Help you do it? Hatsune nodded. Well, we are going to be working together. We are. Of course, silly. We're going to have to work together if you want to get that power suit of yours built in time for the sports festival. Mikumo blanched. How do you know about the power suit? I got the designs out of your bag and read them when you went to the bathroom. You stole my designs. Hatsune shook her head. It's only stealing if you take something, I put them back. But Mikumo paused, he had no answer for that. So, why do you want to help me? What are you getting out of this? Hatsune beamed, she almost had him. Publicity. Think of all the support companies clamoring after me if I help you become the first ever Quirkless U a hero student. What? How? What? Your designs had hero suit for my future written on each page. Mikumo wasn't satisfied. How do you know I'm Quirkless? You're not stalking me, are you? Hatsune laughed, a wild sound that only managed to terrify Mikumo more. Of course I'm not stalking you, Hatsune paused. Which, of course, is exactly what a stalker would say. Then how do you know? The train, yesterday afternoon, I was at the other end of the carriage, my quirk, zoom, lets me see up to 5 kilometers like I'm right there. Mikumo nodded, before dropping into thought. He had known that he didn't have the time to build the entire suit by the festival. He'd been planning on focusing on the gauntlets, boots, chest armor, and visor, with the hope it would be enough. But now, with Hatsune's help, he had a chance to get it done. A chance to be a hero. Just like Midoriya had said he could be. Mikumo nodded, smiled. Alright, I'm Mikumo Akatani, and I'm in. Hatsune grinned, her eyes almost looking like they were glowing. Great, I'm my Hatsune, your new partner. We're going to make so many babies together. From the other side of the room, Power Loader sighed. Izuku placed his backpack down next to his desk and sat down, fiddling with the hem of his gloves. The morning had dragged by, not to say that Izuku wasn't excited to have a pro hero like Midnight teaching him modern hero art history, but after the orientation day it felt almost anticlimactic. Lunch was good though. But now, it was time. Hero basic training. I am coming through the door like a normal person. He's here. All Might burst through the doorway, filling the room with his sheer presence. Wow, it's still so amazing that All Might is teaching us to be heroes. Kaminari's grin was nearly as wide as Izuku's. That's his Silver Age costume. So retro, so manly. All Might flexed in front of the digital whiteboard. Hero basic training. All Might's voice rattled the windows. This is the class that'll put you through your paces. All sorts of special training will mold you into the heroes of the future. Therefore, today you shall begin with a bang. Quite literally in your case, young Bakugo. Bakugo rolled his eyes. All Might paused, allowing tension to build. Battle training. The class cheered. Izuku gulped, watching as Bakugo's grin grew disturbingly manic. And so, you will be needing these. All Might pulled a remote from his eye-searingly red costume and pressed a button. 4 racks whirred as they extended out of the far wall of the classroom, revealing 5 metal briefcases set in each rack. Using the Quirk registry and the special request forms you submitted when you applied to U, costumes were developed for each of you, created by a design agency associated with the school. Costumes. Hell yeah. All Might cleared his throat, silencing the class with his presence. Now, once you've changed, meet me at ground beta. Now, looking spiffy is all well and good, my young zygotes, but remember, from this day on you're all heroes. Izuku's heart felt like it would burst, a few stray tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. Steeling himself, Izuku wiped them away, slinging his backpack over his shoulders and grabbing his case, number 18, with his classmates. This is so exciting, I hope they got my costume right. Zero retrieved the case marked with a "Me Too," cheered Mineta, case 19 in his grip. Look, Mineta's case is almost as tall as he is. Kaminari pointed to the struggling Mineta. Izuku watched as Mineta deflated, somehow making him look even smaller than he already was. Now. Chop, chop. At All Might's prompt, the rest of the class retrieved their cases and made their way towards the changing rooms, splitting by gender. Izuku set his case down next to his backpack, opening the latter to reveal a handmade costume. The costume his mother had created for him. In her words, it was her apology for not encouraging him in his pursuit of becoming a hero. But to Izuku it symbolized something entirely different, his mother's love and support. How could he wear anything else? However, he had commissioned one piece of gear from the UE designers. After all, he didn't want to be copying the quirk of every villain he fought. Removing his UE uniform, Izuku pulled the costume on, before pulling the gloves off his hands. Izuku opened his costume case. In it rested a pair of thick, white gloves, with royal blue palms. Izuku had asked for the same gloves as Bakugo, allowing him to use explosion, with just one change, a thin, gold-colored membrane over his fingertip pads, allowing him to use zero gravity and heal. They are perfect. Midoriya, you're the last. Hurry up before you're late. Izuku jumped at the sound of Ida's loud voice and spun around to find the changing room empty, the door slowly swinging shut. "D a minute," he must have been muttering. Pulling the gloves on and securing the wrist straps, Izuku pulled his mask and mouthguard into position, before sprinting off after his classmates. At ground beta, a patient All Might waited for Class 1A to emerge from the tunnel in their costumes. As much as he wanted to conserve his time with One for All Might had to stay in his hero form. He couldn't afford to be caught off guard by a student. They're certainly taking their time. All Might coughed up BLD, almost deflating in surprise. "Aizawa, what are you doing here?" "I'm not here to check up on you if that's what you're worried about." Aizawa sighed. "I'm here to keep an eye on Bakugo after his behavior yesterday." "Ah, yes. Now I see why." The sound of many footsteps reached the 2 pro heroes, before Class 1A entered ground beta, each dressed in their hero costumes. All Might scanned the gathered hero aspirants, finding it was missing young Midoriya. Where could he be? Is he absent today? Did I not notice? All Might turned his head to ask Aizawa, but found only empty space where the teacher had been. Izuku sprinted into ground beta, the horns of his mask fluttering. He wore a pale teal jumpsuit, with white strips sewn onto it, a matching ski mask, a black and white mouthguard, black elbow and knee pads and a red utility belt, pouches filled with various supplies. All Might coughed, noting the resemblance to himself. "Shall we begin, my wards?" All Might smiled and struck a pose. "Who's ready for some battle training?" The class cheered. On the roof of a nearby building, Aizawa rolled his eyes and sighed. After all he'd done to light a fire of seriousness under this class, All Might was undermining it with one of his silly grins and a flex of his muscles. This class showed potential, definitely more than the last lot, hence their expulsion. At least this class was interesting. Especially the problem child. Of course, the problem child. The ghost of a smile slipped onto Aizawa's lips. Back on the ground, the members of Class 1A were admiring each other's costumes. "Deki, looking good." Izuku looked to see Uraraka approaching, her costume pink and black with large gauntlets and boots, as well as a visored helmet. The jumpsuit was skin-tight, making Izuku's cheeks flush. Why would the Yui designers do that for a 15-year-old's costume? It's kind of worrying. Deki. Uraraka nodded. Like Yorozu said, Dekiru is similar to Deku, but Deki is just easier to say. That's okay, right? Izuku smiled. He'd never had a non-offensive nickname before. Of course it is. Your costume looks great too. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, it's a bit tighter than I asked for though. Mr. All Might. Turning, Izuku and Uraraka watched a silver suit of armor approach their teacher, the arm chopping the air, making it very clear that Ida was inside. Yes, young Ida. This is the same area that the entrance exam took place in. Are we going to be performing cityscape maneuvers again? All Might beamed. Absolutely not. Today you will be moving on to Step 2, Indoor Anti-Personnel Battle Training. Everyone waited on bated breath. While the vast majority of villain attacks occur outdoors, the truth is that the villains you face indoors tend to be far more dangerous and deadly. Izuku's eyes strayed to All Might's left side, looking at where he knew a starburst scar marred the number 1 hero's skin. Therefore you'll be split into hero teams and villain teams, and face each other in a 2vs2 style. Unlike all your previous experience, you will be facing living, breathing, thinking opponents, who can adapt to your actions organically. Now, any question? What about basic training, Kiro? Does this cape look stylish? Are you going to threaten to expel someone like Mr. Aizawa? How are teams selected? All Might struck a pose, silencing the class. Now, one at a time. I don't have super hearing like young Gyro here. The questions were repeated, allowing All Might to listen and reply. This is your basic training. OUI. Not at all. By lots. Ida's arm reached maximum chopping speed, making Mineta duck. By lots. Is that really the best way? In the real world we won't get to choose who you team up with, you just have to adapt. Right you are, young Midoriya. Izuku blanched. I said that out loud. All Might drew a sheet of paper. Listen up. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in the hideout building, and the heroes have to go in and take care of it. Each round is 15 minutes long. If the heroes capture their opponents or touch the bomb, they win. If the villains capture their opponents or run out the clock, they win. Understood. The class murmured in agreement. All Might clapped his hands together, the sound almost deafening. Excellent, now, let's draw teams. Producing a box with the hole on the top, All Might passed it around the class, each member taking a white ping-pong ball from it, a letter from A to J written on them. Izuku turned his ping-pong ball around, reading the letter A. He just hoped he wasn't paired with Bakugo. Or worse, fighting Bakugo. Looks like we're a team, Midoriya. Izuku's brain overheated at the sight of Yorozu's hero costume. Or lack thereof. Izuku averted his eyes. Yorozu, where's the rest of your costume? Aren't you cold? Yorozu shrugged. I need the exposed skin for my quirk to work, although it was supposed to have a pair of shorts. Don't worry, Yorozu, I love your costume. Wanna SWCH teams, Midoriya. Be quiet, you pervert. Tsuyu slapped Mineta with her tongue. Thank you, Asui. Yorozu smiled at Tsuyu, but shifted uncomfortably nonetheless. Call me Tsuyu. A zipper. Izuku exclaimed suddenly. Yorozu tilted her head. A zipper? Why that way you can unzip it when you need to make something. Traitor! Mineta glared at Izuku, earning himself another tongue slap from Tsuyu. That's not a bad idea, thank you, Midoriya. Why, you're welcome. The first match will be, All Might pulled a ball out of 2 different boxes. Team G versus Team C. Kyokujiro and Tenya Ida will be the heroes. Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta will be the villains. Kaminari turned to Mineta and gave him a thumbs up, before being surprised to see the small boy glaring at him. Team C, head on into the building, you have 5 minutes before the heroes begin their assault. Heroes, begin. Mineta removed another ball from his scalp, completing the line of spheres across the doorway to the bomb room. Closing the doors, they stuck in place against the ball, before another line was placed along the seam between the doors. Oi, stop ignoring me. Kaminari waved his arm wildly. Gyro and the glasses guy are already in the building and we haven't discussed strategy yet. Here's a strategy for you, follow mine. What's your problem with me? Kaminari grabbed Mineta's shoulder. Hey, shorty, I'm talking to you. Mineta spun around, punching Kaminari in the kneecap. Don't call me that. What the hell was that for? Kaminari hopped around the room, holding his leg. Shut up. You're pretty strong for someone so small. Mineta growled, punching Kaminari's other knee. Shut up, moron. Hey, don't call me that. Kaminari continued to hop around the room, alternating his leg each time. Finally stopping, Kaminari rubbed his now aching knees, glaring at Mineta. You've got no right, all you do is go around leering at the girls. Like you're any better. There's a difference between flirting and just being a pervert, you make them uncomfortable. What's wrong with me showing my appreciation of them? Kaminari snorted. 'Cause it's creepy the way you do it. And what are you, Casanova? Mineta retorted. You got shut down by Gyro and Ashido just this morning, pathetic. Pathetic. Kaminari jabbed his finger in Mineta's shoulder. Well, I'm not the one the whole class hates, even Midoriya gives you a wide berth, and he's an absolute cinnamon roll. Mineta's face flushed red with anger. Then at least they are noticing me. That made Kaminari pause. You're a pervert, to get attention. Of course I do, what else have I got? I'm 3.5 foot tall and wearing armor that looks like a diaper. Kaminari had no reply for that. I didn't even ask for it. You know, they added it to improve the appeal of my childlike appearance. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I'm 15. My entire life I have been mocked and dismissed because of my height. I'm so short I'm not even allowed on roller coasters. Just last week, someone asked me if I was excited to be starting middle school. Kaminari shrugged his shoulders, trying to deflate the situation. Surely you're just a late bloomer, maybe you'll have a growth spurt soon. Mineta snorted in disbelief. Sure, maybe then I can be 4 feet tall instead. Hey, I'm just trying to cheer you up. I don't need your pity. I'm not pitying you. Mineta glared at Kaminari. Of course you are, pitying me and my weak quirk, like yours is any better. Kaminari recoiled. My quirk is weak. All you can do is stick a few ball to the door, I'm the lightning rod badass. Gyro continued to listen in on Team C's argument, enjoying the show those 2 idiots were putting on. They're an absolute mess, though Mineta has stuck the door shut though. Ida nodded. I shall smash through the door with a kick and capture those bickering ne'er-do-wells. Gyro smothered a laugh at Ida committing to his role, before removing her earphone jack from the wall. Ida, you go in first, grab Kaminari and stick him to some of Mineta's ball, while I feel gross just saying that. Ida frowned. How so? Ida, so pure. Gyro smirked. I'll take the purple pervert. Team G set off for the 4th floor, the sound of muffled shouting reaching Gyro's enhanced ears on the 2nd floor and Ida's on the 3rd. Reaching the door to the bomb room, Gyro and Ida could hear every word Mineta and Kaminari were yelling at each other. Ready, Ida. The armored teen nodded in reply, before igniting his engines and launching a kick directly at the doors. They smashed off their hinges, still stuck together, as 𝐸𝐸 landed in the room, finding it empty apart from the bomb. Those dastardly villains must have run off in fear of us. 𝐸𝐸 made to walk towards the bomb and claim their victory. He couldn't, his feet were stuck. Looking down, 𝐸𝐸 saw purple balls stuck to the floor of the entire room. Gyro, it's a trap. Like those two idiots are that dangerous. Gyro made her way into the room, before extending an earphone jack and plugging it into the wall. Now! Kaminari dropped from the wall above the doorway, a purple sphere stuck to the inside of his palm, before grabbing the wire of Gyro's earphone jack, sticking them together. Indiscriminate shock. 5,000 volts. Electricity ran up Gyro's earphone jack, shocking her and sending her to the ground. Mineta let go of the spheres stuck to the wall above the doorway, landing and throwing 5 spheres at 𝐸𝐸, sticking them in a line up his back. Kaminari smiled. Turns out Mineta's ball. Mineta sniggered. Are really good at conducting my electricity. Kaminari slammed his hand down on one of the spheres stuck to the floor. Indiscriminate shock. 10,000 volts. The lightning surged through the spheres, jumping from one to the next and up 𝐸𝐸's back. 𝐸𝐸 groaned and fell backwards, his armor smoking. The speakers in the building crackled into life. Villains win. In the basement surveillance room, the gathered members of Class 1A watched as Team G and Team C entered, the former commiserating and the latter celebrating. All Might clapped his hands together. Can anyone offer any suggestions on why the villains won? Ears and glasses underestimated them. Correct you are, young Bakugo, although you would do well to refer to your classmates with respect. TCH, when they earn it. All Might paused, wasn't really sure how to respond to that. Yorozu raised her hand. Yes, young Yorozu. All Might pointed to the girl, seeing an out from the awkwardness Bakugo had created. While Team C's plan did actually work, if Gyro had used her quirk to scan the building again before 𝐸𝐸 entered, they would have discovered the trap. Hence, Mineta's strategy required a lapse in judgment a pro hero would not make. Kaminari's attack required Gyro to not heed 𝐸𝐸's warning of a trap. An excellent point. All Might beamed, the teen had said it even better than he could. Who do you think should be the MVP of the match? Yorozu tapped her chin. The MVP should be 𝐸𝐸. What? 𝐸𝐸 was taken aback. He kept his head throughout the match, and acted to the best of his ability and information he had been given. All Might gave a thumbs up. Well said, young Yorozu. The MVP of match 1 is young 𝐸𝐸. A smattering of applause sounded for a shocked 𝐸𝐸, with Uraraka and Izuku the loudest among them. Now, on to match Team B versus Team I. Toru Hagekyo and Shoto Todoroki will be the heroes. Mizo Shoji and Masahiro Ojiro will be the villains. Teams B and I left the surveillance room, chatter breaking out among the students, 𝐸𝐸 breaking off to approach Izuku and Uraraka, while Gyro moved to stand with Tsuyu and Yorozu. Mineta, what you said during our fake argument, that was made up, right? Yeah, it was. Mineta walked away, leaving Kaminari standing alone. Gyro watched as Mineta melted into the background. His heart beat. Mineta lied. Tsuyu followed Gyro's line of sight and tilted her head. Kiro! How do you think we should do this, Sho-chan? Hagekyo struck a pose, appearing as nothing more than a pair of gloves and boots. Don't call me that. Todoroki remained impassive as the seconds ticked by, leaving Hagekyo feeling awkward. Shouldn't we have a plan? Heroes, you may begin. Todoroki walked towards the door to the building. You should stay out here, it's going to get very cold inside, I'm not sure your costume would be well suited to it. With that, Todoroki took one step inside the building and slammed his right foot down. Ice grew out from the impact and up the building, encasing it entirely. Hagekyo wrapped her arms around herself as chill seeped into her bones, even at the distance she was away from the building. Team B has secured the bomb. Heroes win. Hagekyo sighed. This was supposed to be her first chance to actually be able to make use of her quirk. For the tests. The day before she'd had to fall back on her natural abilities, which were far less impressive when compared to her classmates than she'd been expecting. The MVP should be Todoroki. In a real-life situation, a hero should do all they can to end the fight as quickly as possible. A villain attack isn't a chance to show off, it's about protecting civilians from harm. Right you are, young Midoriya. The MVP of Match 2 is young Todoroki. Hagikyu's gloved fists tightened as she stood next to Todoroki in the surveillance room. This was supposed to have been her chance to show off, to establish herself as a budding hero in training, an honest, ditzy girl with no hidden depths. It was vital that she do so. Her mission depended on it. Team J, begin. Zero and Soto entered the building, covering each other's backs as they made their way up to the top floor. Soto produced a sugar capsule from his belt and swallowed it as he walked towards the closest window. Grabbing the frame, Soto pulled the window clean from the wall, setting it down on the floor. Zero, you're up. Right. Climbing through the hole in the wall, Zero jumped out into the open air as he fired his tape, latching onto the outside wall and swinging. Starting from the top floor, Zero checked each window as he swung around the building. Found them, 3rd floor, room at the northeast of the building. A reply came via the microtransceiver in Zero's ear. Understood, meet me back on the top floor. Zero angled his arm and fired, his swing giving him the height to slip in through the hole where the window used to be. Are they both with the bomb? Zero nodded. Yeah, 𝐂𝐸𝐺 hiding to the side of the door, ready to ambush. Then we'll have to make our own door. Where's the bomb? Corner of the building, Coders directly in front of it. Soto paused, thinking. I'll smash in via the ceiling, away from the bomb so it doesn't get damaged, you swing in through a window at the same time. I'll wrap up 𝐂𝐸𝐺, you should take Coda, you're about the same size. Good idea, you wait here and I'll let you know when I'm in position. Zero nodded in agreement. Got it. Soto made his way down to the 4th floor and found the correct room, moving to stand at the opposite corner from where the bomb sat in the room below. Soto activated his microtransceiver. I'm in position. I'll head out now, give me 20 seconds, then go in. Soto made a grunt of agreement, taking another sugar capsule and stealing himself. Go! Soto slammed his fists down on the floor below him, landing in shower of rubble and dust. Grabbing a smashed section of floor, Soto held it up, blocking a shot from 𝐂𝐸𝐺's naval laser. Using his enhanced strength, Soto hurled the concrete block at 𝐂𝐸𝐺, forcing him to dodge, and stopping him from firing again. Zero smashed through the window, firing off 3 strands of tape, sticking 𝐂𝐸𝐺 to the wall. Zut! Zero skidded to a halt next to Soto as the two turned to face Coda, only to be met by the sight of 2 bears protecting him and the bomb. Bears! Zero took a step back. Soto nodded. Bears! Zero sighed. That's not good. The bear on the left charged at Zero, forcing him to swing out of the way, while Soto met the other bear head-on, entering a battle of strength. Sticking to the wall, Zero aimed at the left bear. Coda spoke. Lefty, dodge the tape. The newly named Lefty avoided Zero's tape. 5 minutes remaining. The sound of All Mights rattled the room, drowning out Coda's next set of orders. Zero landed back on the floor and fired again at Lefty twice. Each strand was dodged, but the bear didn't attack. Why didn't it attack? It couldn't, because it couldn't hear Coda. That's it. Soto, open the doors. Soto punched the other bear, forcing it back, before glancing at his partner. Really? I've got a plan. Soto paused for a second before nodding. On it. Aiming an arm at each bear, Zero prepared to fire as Soto heaved the doors open. Lefty, righty, dodge the tape. Zero suddenly changed target with his left arm, aiming at Coda and firing. The strand of tape wrapped around Coda's mouth, silencing the already very quiet boy. Turning his focus back to the bears, Zero fired a short burst of tape either side of Lefty and Righty, watching as they both dodged away from it, as Coda tried in vain to remove the tape over his mouth. Continuing to fire, Zero pushed the 2 bears further and further back as they dodged his tape, until they moved all the way back into the corridor. Now! Soto slammed the doors shut, holding them there as Zero taped it securely. Turning back to Coda, Zero fired 2 final strands of tape, binding the mock villain's hands and feet. Villain team is captured. Bomb secured. Heroes win. Izuku watched on as the MVP of the match was debated among the class, while teams J and F stood at the front of the surveillance room. 𝐭𝐲 should be MVP, it's impressive where he got those bears from. Yeah, I'm kind of worried that 𝐂𝐲 has bears so nearby. Nah, �ＳOTO was better, he's so strong. How about 𝐿𝐵? Was I the MVP? No one answered. 𝐸𝐻 should be the MVP. The class turned to look at Izuku. Feeling fear seeping into his bones at suddenly having the entire class attention, Izuku called on Quirk space, feeling Tokuse's confidence in his analytical ability wash it away. 𝐸𝐻 was the most able to adapt. The plan he and �ＳOTO had went to pieces, but he deduced 𝐭𝐲's weakness and exploited it. Yoirozu spoke up. But isn't it the same as match 0 was just lucky that it worked? Match 1 was totally different. Their Team CS plan relied on being underestimated, something no pro hero should do. Izuku paused. But 𝐸𝐻's plan wasn't luck. In a real battle there's always going to be plenty of loud noises. Well said, young Midoriya. All Might flashed a toothy smile. Young 𝐸𝐻, you are the MVP of match. With the focus of the class shifting back to All Might, Izuku released his hold on Quirk space, breathing a sigh of relief. The next match will be Team H versus Team E. Izuku crossed his fingers, hoping that Bakugo was on one of those two teams. The last thing he wanted to do on his first proper day at U was to fight his former friend. Fumikiage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Asui will be the heroes. The villains shall be Okiko Uraraka and Mina Ashido. Izuku cursed whatever power had decided to have him fight Bakugo. Heroes, you may commence. Tsuyu tilted her head. He's so loud. Tokoyami nodded in agreement as Dark Shadow carried him up to the 3rd floor. Think how Gyro must feel. Clambering up the wall of the building, Tsuyu made a sound of agreement. Try this window, Kiro. As Dark Shadow kept him in place, Tokoyami pulled on the window, opening it. The two heroes in training slipped in through the window, careful not to make any loud noises. Let's split up and search this floor first. Dark Shadow returned to its resting place inside Tokoyami. Radio if you find them. With that, Team H went their separate ways. Tsuyu strained her ears as she made her way down the same corridor for what felt like the 4th time. She was lost. A shout sounded from behind, prompting Tsuyu to turn. Ashido was sliding towards her on acid at high speed. Tsuyu dodged Ashido as she flew past, the pink girl's hand brushing her ear. Ashido continued to slide on and around the corner. Need to get back to Okiko. Hearing Ashido's statement to herself, Tsuyu bounded after her. Tokoyami, I'm following Ashido, she's on her way back to the bomb room. No reply. Reaching up to touch her microtransceiver, Tsuyu found it missing. Ashido must have knocked it out on her way past. Tsuyu didn't have time to go back and look for it, she'd have to do without. At the other side of the building, Tokoyami was repeatedly attempting to contact his teammate. With no success. He had found the bomb room pretty quickly. Uraraka and Ashido had made it so obvious Tokoyami was surprised there wasn't a sign on the wall outside. Asui wasn't replying. Tokoyami could only think of 2 reasons why. She was fighting either Uraraka or Ashido, or she had already lost. Making his decision, Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow and smashed through the wall of the bomb room. Uraraka was standing at the opposite side of the room, the papier-mâché bomb floating behind her. Between them, rubble from a broken pillar hung in the air. Pressing her finger to her ear, Uraraka spoke. Mina, Tokoyami is in the bomb room. Tokoyami sighed. It was a trap. Uraraka agreed with Ashido's reply and turned her attention to Tokoyami. Dark Shadow rushed at Uraraka, who struck a floating section of rubble right at Tokoyami, returning its gravity at the last section. Tokoyami called Dark Shadow back to him, using it to shield himself. 2 more concrete projectiles fired at Tokoyami, forcing him to dodge one and block the other. He was stuck on the defensive. Every time he got any ground, Uraraka would force him back again. All Tokoyami could do was wait for her to make a mistake. 5 minutes later, it came. One of Uraraka's projectiles went wide, hitting the outside wall, allowing Tokoyami to charge at Uraraka, using Dark Shadow as a shield. The outside wall where the projectile hit crumbled, allowing light to flood into the room. The sudden change in light level startled Dark Shadow, forcing him back inside 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, leaving the heroine training open to a projectile. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 grunted as the rubble struck him in the chest, driving the air from his lungs and knocking him to the ground. Capture tape wrapped around 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, binding his arms and legs. Sorry, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. Gravity left 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, before Uraraka threw him out of the hole in the wall, leaving him floating in the blinding sunlight. He had lost. Time's up. The villains have defended the bomb. Team E wins. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was still floating in the air 5 minutes later when Uraraka returned with 𝐒𝐬 in tow. A strand of tape attached to 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 before being pulled back, taking the teen with it. Sorry about that, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. Capture tape removed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 landed back on solid ground as Uraraka returned his gravity. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 bowed his head. There is no need to apologize, Uraraka. You bested me. But I do have the question. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, Uraraka, and 𝐒𝐬 set off for the surveillance room. Shoot. The wall, why did it collapse then? Dark Shadow deflected a number of your projectiles into the walls before that. Uraraka beamed, bouncing on the ball of her feet. I asked Mina to weaken it with her acid during our setup time. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 nodded as he processed the information. Uraraka, you should be the MVP, you figured out my weakness and exploited it. Uraraka was flustered. No, and not at all, it was Mina's idea to split the two of you up like that. In the end, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was proven right. Uraraka was declared the MVP of the match, in time for the final battle to begin. Izuku was standing outside the training building, next to Yorozu, trying to keep himself calm. You do not need to be so worried. Yorozu placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. All Might is a far less demanding teacher compared to Mr. Aizawa. It's not that. Izuku paused. It's facing Kaken, I mean Bakugo. All my life every time I've stood up to him I've ended up losing. Then change that, beat him. Today, right here, right now. Izuku clenched his fists, calling on the confidence explosion provided. You're right. I can't live in his shadow any longer. Yorozu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the fire that had suddenly burst into existence within Izuku. We need a plan. Izuku slipped straight into analysis mode. Bakugo will come straight for me, he wants to prove he's stronger than me. He knows you have super strength, right? Izuku chuckled, breaking the tension he was feeling. Yorozu smiled. Not literally stronger, he wants to prove his quirk is stronger than mine. Besides, super strength isn't that impressive these days, who doesn't know someone with super strength? Like Soto. Not quite, most strength quirks only provide a passive boost, double or triple the holder's base strength. Soto has to consume sugar to activate his strength, but what he was doing earlier was more like 6 times, or 5 times boost if I'm underestimating Soto's base strength. Izuku looked up at the sound of giggling. It was Yorozu, with her hand over her mouth. You were distracting me from worrying about Bakugo. Yorozu nodded. Of course, there was no way you'd be able to focus while stressing like that. You seem to enjoy analyzing quirks, besides I find what you say quite insightful. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. Normally I just get told to stop muttering. I'm going to need your muttering if we're going to come up with a plan to beat Bakugo and Kirishima. Izuku nodded. Right, so Bakugo will come for me straight away, that's your chance to slip away. Yorozu nodded. Bakugo will leave Kirishima to guard the bomb. He is pretty straightforward, I doubt he will make any attempt at setting traps. I don't think he'd consider traps very manly. Yorozu laughed again, making Izuku smile. He wasn't used to laughter not being at his expense. I was watching Kirishima at the test yesterday, his hardening doesn't apply to his whole body. Yorozu nodded. Then I need to overwhelm his defenses. A flurry of rapid strikes could be faster than Kirishima could adapt to. Izuku nodded in agreement. You have weapons training. Of course, I am trained in Bojutsu mainly, but I am proficient with many other weapons as well. Izuku suddenly felt very small, his combat skills were pretty much limited to aim and punch, as well as a few basic throws. What is your plan for fighting Bakugo? Izuku shrugged slightly. I'm not really sure, not without breaking my bones again. Yaoyorozu looked confused. You copied his quirk, you can at least match his power. Not really. When I copy someone's quirk it manifests as it did when they first received it. My copy of Bakugo's quirk is little more than spark right now. I've still got a lot of training to do to improve it. But yesterday, the explosion you used when you threw the ball, that wasn't too different from Bakugo's. Izuku was panicking internally, searching for something to say that wouldn't reveal the existence of one for all. Alright, I did. My quirk is kind of hard to explain. We still have 5 minutes before the match starts. Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku nodded, covering his internal screaming. The first quirk I copied, it's less power amplification, and more like a stockpile of power. I can use it to enhance my body, it can also enhance my quirks for a few seconds, but I've not really explored that yet. Oh, and I can only use one active quirk at a time, passive quirks don't count, stockpile is the only passive quirk I have. Yaoyorozu nodded. You were right, your quirk is complex. I know, I'm still working trying to understand it. You said yesterday you used to think you were quirkless. When did your quirk manifest? Izuku blushed again. It was the day of the entrance exam. The entrance exam? Yaoyorozu questioned in disbelief. So you were trying to get in without a quirk? Why, they removed the rule disallowing quirkless applicants a few years ago. Yaoyorozu smiled at Izuku. You know, I thought you were pretty shy, but to go into the entrance exam without a quirk is pretty courageous. For the third time in as many minutes, Izuku's cheek lit up like he had a furnace in his mouth. Thanks. And reckless. Izuku stammered. Team A, you may begin. Yaoyorozu watched as Izuku's entire manner suddenly changed, the green-haired pulling his mask over his face and putting his mouthguard in place. Izuku looked to Yaoyorozu. Let's go. Ignoring the main door, Izuku and Yaoyorozu moved to the side of the building. Can you use Uraraka's quirk to float me up to a window? Izuku shook his head, making the ears of his mask flop around. Uraraka gave me some tips, but I haven't managed to increase my weight limit beyond 15 kilograms yet. Frowning, Izuku looked over to see Yaoyorozu repressing laughter. What's wrong? Yaoyorozu shook her head. Nothing. Right, I have an idea, but I need some rope. Then you'll have some rope. Yaoyorozu held her palm out to Izuku, creating 10 meters of rope in seconds. Izuku coiled the rope around his shoulder and nodded. Thanks. Activating attraction, Izuku pulled on the building, his comparatively much smaller mass sending him flying up, allowing him to catch himself on a windowsill. Opening the window, Izuku slipped inside and threw the rope back down to Yaoyorozu. Izuku kept watch as his partner climbed the rope, helping her through the window when she reached the top. Pulling the rope up, Izuku coiled it diagonally around his torso in case it was useful later. This place has lots of blind corners, we need to watch out. Yaoyorozu created 2 heavy, ornate mirrors, clearly made of some kind of metal, handing one to Izuku and keeping the other for herself. Team is set off down the corridor, working together to check around each corner before making a turn. Izuku clenched the mirror in his hand. There was no way he could use one for all, he still couldn't regulate its power, 100% would kill anyone who didn't have some kind of physical resistance. So, all he had was explosion, zero gravity, and attraction. It would have to be enough. Izuku heard it before he saw it, Bakugo leaping out from a corridor, an explosion already blossoming from his palm. Pulling on the wall behind himself, Izuku shot back to where his partner stood, leaving Bakugo's attack to disperse in empty air. Like Izuku had predicted, Bakugo had completely ignored Yaoyorozu, gunning for his former friend instead. Yaoyorozu, go now. Pausing for a few seconds before nodding, Yaoyorozu turned and ran, away from Bakugo and Izuku. Nice dodge, Deku. Izuku watched carefully, ready to go on the defensive as Bakugo stood and turned towards him. That was Auntie's quirk, right? Bakugo's eyes bored into Izuku. I guess it's just like you then, not as weak as it looks. Izuku was confused. Was Bakugo complimenting him? It'll make me look that much stronger when I crush you. I'm going to mess you up, but not just enough for you to be disqualified. There was the 𝐭𝐭𝐻 that 𝐒𝐿 knew and tolerated. Bakugo charged at 𝐒𝐿, right hand aimed right at his head. Twisting, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed Bakugo's outstretched arm, negating 15 kilograms of the boy's weight and flipped him over, smashing him into the floor hard enough to crack the tiles. 𝐒𝐿 raised his guard. You always lead with your right. Deku, you read my thing moves. Bakugo pushed himself into a crouch, glaring at 𝐒𝐿. I never had a quirk, so I analyzed the quirks of the pro heroes I looked up to. 𝐒𝐿 was vibrating with tension. At some point half his mask had been ripped away. You were in that notebook, the one you blew up. I looked up to you, we were friends once. F you, Deku. Bakugo launched himself at 𝐒𝐿 again, kicking off the wall to flip over his opponent. Calling on attraction again, 𝐒𝐿 pulled on Bakugo's gauntlets, slamming him down into the floor. Bakugo growled as he pushed himself back to his feet. What the F was that? I negated part of your weight earlier, that makes you lighter than me. Still relying on Auntie's and Roundface's quirks. Use mine. So I can prove I'm better than you, Deku. A hot feeling in 𝐒𝐿's chest rose to a crescendo before the dam burst. Stop calling me that. 𝐒𝐿 charged one for all into his left arm and released the weak explosion, barely more than a few sparks, supercharged by All Might's power to larger than one of Bakugo's regular explosions. The large fireball nailed Bakugo in the chest before the other boy could react, sending him tumbling away. Wincing, 𝐒𝐿 flexed his arm experimentally. He hadn't broken it since he hadn't hit anything and had only used a weak explosion, but he'd definitely given it a rattling. He could probably only do that again once or twice before he broke his arm. I'm not Deku. Launching himself at Bakugo, 𝐒𝐿 suddenly pulled himself to the ceiling, kicking off it and pulling himself back down behind Bakugo, kicking him in the back. Not anymore. Sparks danced around 𝐒𝐿's palms as he glared at Bakugo. I'm Deku no more. Releasing zero gravity's hold over Bakugo, 𝐒𝐿 rushed at the other boy as he was caught off balance by his weight suddenly increasing. What I said about not trying to compete. 𝐒𝐿 placed his palms against Bakugo's chest, before releasing two weak explosions, sending Bakugo flying onto his back. I take it back. I'm going to crush you. Bakugo growled in frustration, igniting his palms to propel him backwards and give himself some space. He had underestimated Deku. As the dust cleared, Bakugo prepared himself to launch at 𝐒�, but found the corridor empty instead. The coward had run away. Releasing a roar of rage, Bakugo sprinted away in the direction he assumed 𝐒� had gone. After a few seconds had passed, the window slid open, allowing 𝐒� to climb back into the building. Taking a few deep breaths, 𝐒� recentered himself. He had let Bakugo get under his skin. The other boy wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating him again. Pulling his ruined hood off, 𝐒� let his mouth guard fall to rest on his collarbones. Careful not to make too much noise, 𝐒� set off after Bakugo. He had to keep him distracted, to give Yorozu the time to beat Kirishima and secure the bomb. Momo moved her mirror out, using it to survey the bomb room. Kirishima was pacing in front of the bomb, clearly on edge. No doubt Bakugo wasn't communicating, too focused on Midoriya to think critically. Lowering the mirror, Momo created a metal staff, hardened steel to match Kirishima's quirk. She cursed the fact she had not mastered the tear gas and smokescreen grenades yet. They were still liable to go off the second she created them. A hand suddenly smashed through the wall, grabbing for Momo. Acting on instinct, she twisted her body and brought her staff down, the force great enough that anyone without a quirk like Kirishima's would now have a broken wrist. A pained grunt sounded, before the hand retracted. Falling back, Momo moved into a defensive position, waiting for Kirishima to make his new move. The wall burst into a spray of rubble as Kirishima smashed through it, his arms hardened. Creating a circular shield to protect herself from the rubble, Momo charged at Kirishima, bashing him with it. The shape of Kirishima's hardened face appeared in the shield, the metal buckled and bent. Planting her foot, Momo spun on it, slamming the edge of the shield into Kirishima's chest. The red-haired boy wheezed as the air was knocked out of him, his hardening failing under the amount of damage he had taken. Capitalizing on Kirishima's broken guard, Momo drove one end of her staff into the same spot on the red-haired boy's chest, sending him stumbling back through the hole in the wall. Pressing her advantage, Momo delivered a flurry of strikes with her staff, each one targeting a different part of Kirishima's body, forcing him to constantly SWCH where he hardened. With one final strike, Momo smashed the end of her weapon into Kirishima's knee. Momo was winded from the effort. "You can SWCH your hardening faster than I can hit you." Kirishima dropped to one knee, before cheering. Momo paused. Of everything she was expecting her opponent to do, this was not on the list. Standing, Kirishima hardened both his forearms and charged at Momo. Swinging her staff, Momo barely managed to block Kirishima's forearms. "I thought I would only be able to go all out on Midoriya since you don't have a physical quirk." Kirishima hardened his fingers, holding his hand with a flat palm, before chopping clean through Momo's staff. "But you're way stronger than I was expecting." The dark-haired teen blocked a hardened punch with one half of her staff, now reduced to a baton in each hand. Momo took a step back, swinging her batons. "I would not want it any other way." Izuku was starting to regret including sneakers in his hero costume. He had been following Bakugo, waiting for an opening to launch a sneak attack. And then his sneaker had decided to squeak, alerting Bakugo to his presence. All this had led Izuku to where he was now, standing with a blown-out wall behind him, a 3-story drop waiting for him to make one wrong move. "You've been laughing at me behind my back this whole time." Bakugo fired an explosion, Izuku dodged, more of the wall was blown away. "Hiding that broken butt quirk of yours." Izuku used attraction to pull himself out of the way of another explosion. "Do you really think I would hide a quirk?" Izuku snapped back at Bakugo. "I wanted a quirk more than anything else, to not be mocked and derided for something I couldn't control." "You're lying. Stop looking down at me." Izuku sighed. Bakugo was beyond reason. The next explosion came faster than Izuku could fully dodge, clipping him and nearly sending him out into the void, if not for a well-placed pull from attraction. "The sweat glands of my palms secrete some sort of nitroglycerine. That's how my explosions work, although I'm sure you know all about that, quirk thief." Bakugo raised one of his gauntlets at Izuku, pulling the handle backwards, arming it. "If the support idiots honored my request, then this has been storing up sweat since this started." All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. "Bakugo, don't do it. You could kill him. Only if he doesn't move." Bakugo pulled the pin. A massive explosion surged at Izuku, ready to consume him. "Young Midoriya." The students of Class 1A watched the video monitors with bated breath. All Might activated the microphone. "Young Midoriya, are you okay?" Todoroki noticed the panicked tone to All Might's voice, beyond what was expected for a teacher. The monitors swapped to an angle from inside the building, behind where Bakugo was standing, his outline visible through the smoke and debris-filled air. "Bakugo, stand down," the matches paused. All Might had gripped the microphone so tightly it had bent. This did not escape Todoroki's attention either. The dust slowly settled, allowing the class to see Bakugo properly, standing at the edge of the building, Izuku nowhere to be seen. "Where's Deki?" Momo and Kirishima had stopped their fight before All Might's announcement, the massive explosion worrying both of them. "Do you think Midoriya is okay?" Kirishima rubbed his forearm awkwardly. Momo gave a worried sigh. "I do not know, I hope he is safe." "Bakugo doesn't do things by halves, does he?" Raising her eyebrows, Momo turned her head towards Kirishima. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck. "Alright, but he is pretty strong. Strength doesn't make a hero." Back in the surveillance room, All Might made a decision. "Young Ida, please run and get Recovery Girl." Ida charged up his engines. "Yes, Mr. All Might." "I'm fine, I can go on." All Might activated the microphone. "Young Midoriya, are you okay?" "I got out of the way." Grunting with exertion, Izuku pulled himself up a rope, the same rope he'd tied around his body 10 minutes earlier. Izuku gave a small smile, muttering to himself. "Thank you, Yorozu." Reaching the top of the rope, Izuku gripped the mirror the rope was tied to, buried deep into the concrete of the wall. The concrete around the mirror suddenly crumbled, forcing Izuku to pull on the building with attraction, lifting himself up to grab the edge of the building, the rope falling to the ground below. Releasing a sigh of relief, Izuku clambered up and into the building, revealing his burnt and ruined costume. The elbow guards were completely gone, blown off, along with the torso of the jumpsuit, the material hanging around his waist, revealing Izuku's bare chest. "Young Midoriya, are you safe?" Izuku nodded, before realizing All Might was speaking over the tannoy. I mean yes, I am." Bakugo growled. "Young Bakugo, if you use that attack again I will be forced to disqualify your team and declare team are the winners." "Sure. Whatever." Izuku sighed, that wasn't encouraging. "Well then, the match shall recommence. Go. Come at me, shitty Deku." Pulling to one side, Izuku moved behind Bakugo, launching a kick. "I'm not falling for that." Bakugo ignited an explosion in his left palm, spinning his body out of the way of Izuku's kick, before delivering one of his own. Izuku rolled away, forcing himself to a stop. "Get up and fight me." Tightening his fist, Izuku pulled himself towards the wall, reaching out with both hands. With a mix of his natural strength and twin explosions from his palms, at the right angle, Izuku launched a powerful kick at Bakugo. Firing off an explosion, Bakugo tried to move out of the way, but was too late, getting clipped in the shoulder. Dropping to one knee, Bakugo glared at Izuku. "Stop looking down at me." Igniting both palms, Bakugo shot at Izuku. Izuku pulled on the wall behind Bakugo, surging towards the other boy. Kirishima smashed his hardened fists together. "Let's get back to this." Momo nodded. "Let's." Racing at Kirishima, Momo swung a baton to meet Kirishima's fist, before jabbing him in the gut with her other baton. Kirishima stumbled back, closer to the bomb. "You won't get the bomb." Kirishima hardened his cheek as a baton smashed into it, bending as it did. Looking at her now useless baton, Momo tossed it aside and attacked with its remaining counterpart. It bent over Kirishima's shoulder. Sending the last baton to join its twin, Momo dodged a hardened punch from Kirishima, creating a pair of thick RBB gloves around her hands, stretching up to her elbows. Lashing out with her left fist, Momo winced as it struck Kirishima's hardened chest, the thick RBB covering her hand, protecting it from serious harm. Creating a new, stronger staff covered in purple crystalline powder from her left inner upper arm, Momo grabbed it with her right hand and pulled it clean from her skin. "Heroes, you have 5 minutes left." "I'm sorry about this, Kirishima." A flurry of blows struck Kirishima, who met each with her hardened skin until he eventually managed to chop it in two, taking one of the halves in the process. Both Momo and Kirishima threw the staff half they were holding away. Momo rushed at Kirishima with her fist. Kirishima raised his arms in an X-block, activating his quirk. It hurt. Making distance between himself and Momo, Kirishima looked down at his arms, finding them covered in red chemical burns. Checking the rest of his body, he found his bare torso covered in burns. "I coated the second staff with potassium permanganate. In the right quantities it burns the skin." Momo turned her left arm to reveal a burn where the staff had been created from. "I guessed your quirk would not work if your skin was damaged. It paid off." Rushing at Kirishima, Momo swung at him, her fist slamming into the red-haired boy's forearm, his instincts betraying him. Crying out in pain at both the force of the punch and the burnt skin, Kirishima stumbled back. Dropping onto one knee again, Kirishima wasn't cheering this time. He was losing. His quirk, as weak as it was beyond his reach. Unless he went beyond. Instead of focusing his quirk on the largest possible area, Kirishima focused instead just on the small area of his knuckles, managing to harden them slightly beyond his normal level. Surging to his feet, Kirishima struck out at Yorozu, hitting her RBB armored forearms, knocking her clean off her feet. Momo stared up at her opponent. "Your quirk, it's pretty strong." Kirishima was taken aback. All he'd ever been told was that his quirk was weak, not when common quirks like Steel or Shield could do what his did better. "But you need better situational awareness." Momo pushed herself up onto her knees, reaching out to touch the bomb. The heroes have secured the bomb. Team wins. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave a sigh of relief as he came to halt, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Phew, at least I didn't break anything this time. Bakugo stared blankly ahead, unable to process All Might's announcement. I lost. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 took a step backwards, he knew that tone. I think lost. All Might, I think we might have a problem. WEF lost. Young Bakugo, please calm down. Bakugo growled, his eyes boring into 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Stop looking down at me. You hid your quirk, you mocked me. Was I not worth using your quirk on? Explosions danced in the palms of Bakugo's hands. You wouldn't use your quirk then, and now you won't acknowledge me with your full power. Bakugo raised his gauntlet, lifting the handle. Young Bakugo, no. So I'll make you use it. A supercharged explosion blossomed from Bakugo's gauntlet, surging towards 𝐒𝐭𝐴. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 entered his quirk space. Time slowed. Taking a deep breath, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 stared at his quirks. He had 3 minutes to find a solution, preferably one that avoided falling 3 stories. Zero gravity is a no-go. Even if I weighed 15 kilograms less, the drop would still be potentially fatal. Explosion is the same, even with both palms the explosions won't be strong enough to counteract the force of Bakugo's explosion. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 scratched his chin, supercharging them with one for all at his maximum would break both his arms immediately. He needed a sustained force. Attraction was too weak for it to be able to pull him back into the building, but it might be able to get him to the building at the opposite side of the road. Doing the calculations, factoring the force of Bakugo's supercharged explosion, an estimated weight of the building and the width of the average road, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sighed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sighed. Even with zero gravity as well, I would hit the ground before I could cross the distance. That left 𝐒𝐭𝐴 with 2 options. Use one for all in his legs, breaking them, and jump to the opposite building. Use attraction to pull a nearby piece of rubble into the path of the explosion to shield himself. Putting the first option on the back burner, 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 began to troubleshoot the second. The first, and largest, problem was the weight of the rubble. By 𝐒𝐿o𝐴's calculations, factoring in the average density of concrete and an estimated volume, any piece large enough to shield him was so close to his own weight it would require multiple pulls and time he didn't have. The second problem was that a single piece of rubble would not be able to shield 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 entirely. He'd have to use attraction to pull himself back into the building, and even then that might not be enough. This plan would require unlikely amounts of luck to work. An amount of luck 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 wasn't comfortable with. 𝐒𝐿o𝐴's eyes drifted to the representation of one for all. Its structure was far more complex than any other quirk he had, even Quirksmith. It was almost like it was 2 quirks in one. 𝐒𝐿o𝐴's eyes widened. It is 2 quirks. That meant that merging quirks was possible. This changes everything we know about quirks. But 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 didn't have time to think about that. Expanding attraction and zero gravity, 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 took a deep breath and pinched the node that represented attraction's weight limit, equal to the holder's own weight. Pulling, a strand of light appeared from the node, leading to 𝐒�o�A's fingers. Reaching out with his other hand, 𝐒�o�A snapped the strand within zero gravity that led to its own weight limit node. Plucking the loose end of the strand, 𝐒�o�A moved the 2 strands, one green, one pink, towards each other. The 2 strands bonded together, glowing with silver light at the joint. 𝐒�o�A breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the quirks would attraction and zero gravity began to denature. No, this has to work. Panic surged through 𝐒�o�A's veins as the nodes began to fade, the strands between them loosening. With one last desperate idea, 𝐒�o𝐴 called on one for all through the mental representation of his arms and plunged one into each quirk. Light blue lightning surged down 𝐒�o�A's arms, and into the quirks, crackling all around them. A flash of bright light forced 𝐒�o𝐴 to look away, only dimming after a full 10 seconds. Blinking the spots in his eyes away, 𝐒�o�A turned his head back to attraction and zero gravity. The 2 quirks were gone. In their place was a single quirk, larger than any of his other copied quirks, colored silver. I did it. 𝐒�o�A smiled. Reaching out with one of his aching arms, 𝐒�o�A activated Tokuse's quirk. Slingshot, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 12. Type, emitter. Compound of attraction and zero gravity, allows the holder to manipulate a maximum of 4 objects below their weight limit with their mind. That was unexpected. The merged quirk had mutated more into a moderately powerful form of telekinesis than attraction of small objects and minor gravity manipulation, more than the sum of its parts. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 smiled. Returning to the real world, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 activated Slingshot for the first time, pulling on the 4 largest pieces that were below his weight limit, 116 kilograms. It was higher than 𝐒𝐬𝐽 expected for the composite of the 2 quirks, as attraction had used his weight, 81 kilograms, and the limit he had cultivated with 0 gravity had been 15 kilograms. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 moved the 4 blocks of concrete between himself and the explosion, creating a shield. The fireball struck 𝐒𝐬𝐽's shield, shattering the concrete and forcing him back. As the dust settled, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 glanced over his shoulder to see he was at the absolute edge of the building, the heel of his back foot overhanging. "You'll have to try harder than that." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 leveled a stare at an enraged Bakugo. Bakugo roared with rage, his hands popping with explosions, rushing at 𝐒𝐬𝐽. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's feet moved, he didn't even think, the sound of Bakugo's raving and All Might's shouts fading to muffled noise. Racing to meet Bakugo, 2 more explosions were fired at 𝐒𝐬𝐽 in quick succession, each one intercepted by a piece of rubble. "Thing die already." Bakugo lurched forwards, releasing the strongest explosion he could at his former friend. Reaching out to points on opposite walls, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 pulled on the much heavier objects, slingshotting over the explosion with ease and landing behind Bakugo. Reaching out with one hand, 𝐒𝐽 pulled a piece of rubble directly at himself, while attracting the far wall with his other, tugging his body out of the way. The rubble slammed into Bakugo as he turned towards 𝐒𝐽, knocking him off his feet and sliding close to the edge of the building on his front. Bakugo gasped, sucking air back into his lungs, his arms under him. Before Bakugo could react, 𝐒𝐽 placed his sneakered foot on his chest, using his foot as the anchor point to gently pull on the floor below, trapping his former friend's arms under himself, negating the use of his quirk without injuring himself. "Young Midoriya." 𝐒𝐽 looked up. All Might had appeared at the doorway to the destroyed room, Yorozu and Kirishima standing a few steps behind him. "All Might dash, you can let him go, kid." Aizawa dropped down, landing on the edge of the building, his eyes glowing, his hair floating around his face. Mr. Aizawa." All Might gestured to 𝐒𝐽 as the boy released Bakugo. "Young Midoriya, your arms." 𝐒𝐽 looked down, finally seeing that his arms were purple and bruised, aching like they'd been run over. At least they weren't broken. All Might wrapped a blanket around 𝐒𝐽's shoulders. "Young Yorozu, would you please accompany your teammate to see Recovery Girl?" Yorozu nodded, leading 𝐒𝐽 away. "Young Kirishima, we shall rejoin your classmates in the surveillance room." Now, Aizawa was left alone with a fuming Bakugo, the cameras used to monitor the building disabled at the Underground Hero's command. Bakugo stared at his palms. "I'm erasing your quirk." Aizawa sighed. "Are you going to calm down now, or do I need to make my dry eye even worse?" "Whatever." Aizawa's scarf lashed out, binding Bakugo's hands against his chest. "What the F? You didn't give me a straight answer." Bakugo growled, before calming down. "Fine, I won't use my quirk." Aizawa cancelled his quirk and recalled his scarf. "That's a start at least." Aizawa moistened his eyes with drops. "Let me say this, if you do anything like this again, you will be expelled. Immediately." Bakugo didn't respond. "Understood." "Yeah, sure, I understand." Bakugo fumed quietly. "If Deku. You're going to stop calling him that as well." Aizawa made his eyes briefly glow for emphasis. "Call him by his actual name or not at all." Bakugo growled. "I'll do what I goddamn want." "No, you won't. As I said, this is your final warning. With your current behavior you have no potential as a hero." Bakugo didn't react. "You clearly have issues you need to sort out." Aizawa sat down on the edge of the blown-out wall. "Hound Dog provides counseling at you. If you talk to him I'm sure he can find a slot for you. You should give it a try." "Or what, you'll expel me?" Aizawa sighed. "No, I can't and won't force you to go to counseling. The only person who can improve you is yourself. No one else can do it for you. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, fine, it's up to you. If you're not going to talk to a counselor, at least talk to anyone you trust. With that, Aizawa dropped out the side of the building, using his scarf as a grapple to swing away. Landing on the top of the building opposite, Aizawa rested on the edge, watching as Bakugo slowly climbed to his feet, rage pouring off him in waves. It was a shame. After he got Midoriya to stop holding back the day before, Aizawa had thought that class may finally be the class where he didn't have to expel any of them. And then Bakugo had gone and proved him wrong. The boy was self-destructing, ironic considering his quirk. Aizawa doubted he'd be able to overcome his pride and ask for help. He wouldn't last the week. Katsuki lashed out, punching a wall, pain blossoming through his fist despite his rubberized gloves. He'd waited until he knew Aizawa could no longer see him to do it. He swung with his other fist. "Are you okay, Bakugo?" Katsuki turned his head. It was Kirishima, with a fin dopia's smile on his face. "F off, shitty hair." Kirishima chuckled. "That's not a nice thing to say to your teammate. Anyway, All Might dismissed us for the day. I came to let you know." The sharp barb on the tip of Katsuki's tongue died before he could speak it. The two boys set off back for the changing room. The red-haired boy was watching him with an unguarded look, nothing to hide, nothing to gain. An open book. Is this what that Fing scarf weirdo meant? Someone he could trust? "Can I talk to you?" Kirishima beamed. "Aren't you already? Don't get moody with me, you Crimson Riot knockoff." Katsuki groaned both internally and externally as this only seemed to make Kirishima happier, if such a thing was even possible. "Thanks, Bakubro, that's totally what I was aiming for. I know he's pretty retro, but Crimson Riot's my favorite hero. All Might is a pretty close second though." Katsuki twitched at Kirishima's nickname. "Don't call me that." Kirishima shrugged. "You give everyone nicknames, I thought you might want one as well." Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose. "Those aren't nicknames, they're meant to be insult." Kirishima's innocent face stared back at Katsuki. "You know what, F it, never mind." Kirishima slung an arm around Katsuki's shoulder, ignoring the audible growl, as they walked down the tunnel towards the changing rooms. "So, what is it you wanted to talk about, Bakubro?" Katsuki gave a reluctant sigh. "Goggles gave me a final warning." Kirishima patted Katsuki on the shoulder. "I'm sure Mr. Aizawa was just trying to scare you so you don't go too far again." "No. If I slip up, he'll expel me." Katsuki's palms fizzed with sparks. "He said I should be counseling. I don't need therapy." "Can't hurt though, right?" "What?" Kirishima shrugged. "It can't hurt, you just talk to someone for a while, you don't even need to talk if you don't want to, and it'll get Mr. Aizawa off your back as well." Katsuki stopped in the doorway of the changing rooms. Everyone else had long since changed and left, even Deku's bag and clothes were gone. Shitty hair was right, Katsuki begrudgingly admitted to himself, but it was more than that. Katsuki knew he'd gone too far. He'd known it the first time he used his supercharged explosion, but he'd kept on going, he couldn't stop himself. "See you tomorrow, Bakugo." Katsuki looked up, watching as Kirishima waved to him, changed back into his school uniform. "Tch, whatever. Thanks for bringing me, Yorozu." Izuku bowed to Yorozu, his bruised arms hanging limply at his sides. "See you tomorrow, Midoriya." With that, Izuku was left with a less than impressed recovery girl. 3 times. Izuku chuckled nervously as he sat down on the bed. "This is only the first day of classes." "Why yeah." Recovery girl sighed. "Well, at least you didn't break any bones this time." "Oh, well, that's something at least. Your muscles are shredded, they are basically mush. I have no idea how you manage to do it or keep moving your arms." Izuku shuffled slightly. "I used one for all in my quirk space. I managed to merge 2 of my copied quirks into one, stronger quirk." Smooch. The purple faded from one of Izuku's arms, leaving it aching but functional, a wave of tiredness washing over him. "So what you're telling me is that you and I are going to be doing this often?" Recovery girl watched as Izuku spluttered a response. "Fine, watch what I do when I heal your other arm carefully. You might as well learn how to use my quirk while you're here. Recovery Girl's lips extended, kissing Izuku's still injured arm. Slipping into his quirk space, Izuku felt the energy emitted by Recovery Girl, comparing it to the ambient energy given off by his copy of Heal. He could feel it draining his stamina, burning through at astounding speed. No wonder Recovery Girl had to heal her patients in individual sessions. Izuku wondered if there was some way he could make it more efficient, surely a more reliable power source than the target stamina. There was, of course there was. And it was staring him in the face. One for all, by its very nature it was a stockpile of power, just waiting to be tapped into. Reaching out, Izuku's turned the drain caused by Recovery Girl's quirk from his stamina to one for all. Immediately, Izuku felt the stamina drain vanish. Instead he was pulling on one for all's reserve of power, unable to use it faster than it replenished. Opening his eyes, Izuku returned to the physical world to find Recovery Girl watching him, his arm fully healed, with no aching tiredness left in place of his former injury. I thought All Might made the right choice in you at the entrance exam. Recovery Girl paused. Now I'm certain of it. All that muscle-bound oaf used one for all for was to point and smash, but can do so much more with it. Izuku blushed, unused to praise coming from anywhere other than his mom and more recently, All Might. Well then, we're done here, I'll leave you to get changed. Just leave your costume behind, I'll have it sent down to support for repair. Recovery Girl patted Izuku on the head and turned to leave. Oh, and by the way, I'm afraid there's no gummies for you today. If I give you them every time you end up in here I'll end up rotting your teeth. Izuku smiled. Ryo was finishing up for the day, submitting the report Nezu asked for just after lunch. A knock sounded from his door. Clicking send, Ryo minimized his email, leaving the desktop on screen. Come in. The door slammed open with more force than was necessary, revealing Katsuki Bakugo. Ryo didn't even blink, gesturing for Bakugo to take a seat on the couch. What would you like to talk to me about? Bakugo shrugged. Aizawa told me I should see you about counseling or whatever. Did he, now? Ryo scratched behind his ear. Do you want counseling? Bakugo looked. Teeth, sure, I'll do it. Despite his arrogant words, Ryo knew the teen was pushing his pride to one side to ask for help in his own way. What kind of hero would he be if he didn't take the hand that was reaching out to him? I've got half an hour free, what do you want to talk about? Bakugo growled. Aren't you supposed to be the one asking me questions? About feelings and SHT like that? Ryo shook his head. We'll talk about what you're comfortable talking about, it can be about your day, interests, or nothing at all if you want. What about the whole lying on the couch? Ryo chuckled. I mean, you can if you really want dash, I don't feel like I can be a hero. So we're going to cut straight to chase, then. Ryo paused. Can you tell me why you feel that way? Bakugo seethed. When I was growing up, all my teachers and classmates would tell me was that my quirk was perfect for being a hero. I was told it again and again until I believed it. I would be the perfect hero because I had the perfect hero quirk. Ryo nodded. And then something happened. Deku, the little SHD went and saved me. Bakugo paused. He had heard what All Might had said that day, when the sludge villain had taken him hostage, that Deku had been the one who spurred him into action. Deku. Midoriya. Bakugo grunted through clenched teeth. Ah, from Class 1A? Aizawa was complaining about him yesterday, he doesn't usually warm up to a new student so fast. But you said he was complaining. Bakugo groused. That's how you know Aizawa likes you. Sounds like he needs therapy as well. Ryo chuckled. He wasn't expecting the teen to actually have a sense of humor, no matter how sarcastic it in fact was. This Deku, Midoriya, how did he save you? Bakugo growled. Okay, we don't have to discuss that, how about what led you to come here today? Clenching his fists, Bakugo forced himself to speak. I went too far, I was just so angry, I couldn't stop myself. Bakugo sighed, the tension melting from his body, his head falling. I lost control. What kind of hero can't control their temper? Ryo cracked his neck. My quirk means that if I get too angry I lose the power of speech, all I can do then is bark. Bakugo's head rose to look at Ryo. Anger isn't inherently a bad thing. Just so long as you control it, or it'll control you. Ryo scratched his snout. Anger can be a weapon, honed to perfection, to give you that drive to win when you're on your last legs. Bakugo stilled. How do I do that? You need to know what is making you so angry. It's If Deku, looking down at me all the time. Ryo sighed. I can assure you it isn't. That is a lie you tell yourself. You need to look deeper. What exact moment today made you realize you'd lost control? Bakugo paused. The costume. Silence hung heavy in the air, almost deafening. The costume that Auntie Inko made for Deku, the one my old hag said she worked so hard on, I destroyed it. For the first time in years, shame filled Katsuki Bakugo, threatening to swallow him whole, with anger rising to meet it. Then fix it. I'm sure there is someone in the support department who can. The shame in Bakugo didn't falter or diminish, but he didn't feel like he was drowning anymore. He knew what he had to do now. Shota didn't bother to knock as he entered the principal's office. Come in, Aizawa. Take a seat. Nezu continued to sort through paperwork, not even batting an eye. This was a common occurrence, after all. Aizawa sighed, before sitting down across from the rodent principal. Nezu laid his paperwork down, turning his attention to Aizawa. So, is this about the Katsuki Bakugo incident? My calculations gave a 41% chance you would immediately expel him. I haven't expelled him. Nezu nodded. Since I know you would not allow him to continue without punishment, I assume you gave him a final warning. Aizawa gave a noise of agreement. Well then, are you here for the 37% chance Katsuki Bakugo would immediately take an action that would have you expel him, or the 58% chance that he will not seek help? Neither. I just got an email from Inu. Bakugo came to see him. They have another session scheduled for next Monday. Nezu placed his paws together. So, if you are not expelling Katsuki Bakugo, why did you come to see me? Costumes. Costumes. Aizawa nodded. Or more accurately, the costume designers who work for you. What is the problem with the designers? They appear to be taking certain liberties with the design of costumes. Aizawa placed an image on Nezu's desk, a professionally produced piece of concept art. It showed a different version of Yorozu's costume, complete with shorts and a thinner window in the torso. This is what Yorozu submitted to the design agency. This is what she received. Aizawa added a second image, concept art of the costume the girl had worn earlier that day. Nezu studied the two images. This is troubling. Yorozu's costume has been altered to show the maximum amount of skin allowed for a pro hero. But Yorozu isn't a pro hero yet, as she is still a minor. She is subject to different regulations. Her draft costume was already showing the maximum allowed skin for a minor. Aizawa sighed. This isn't the only example. Another pair of images landed on Nezu's desk. Uraraka, costume changed to be skin-tight. Two more sets joined them. Ashido and Asui, skin-tight costumes again, with the same designer as Yorozu. More images. Hagakure, literally a pair of gloves and boots. Tokumi, just a black cape and boots. Gyro and Kaminari, same designer, almost identical costumes barring support items. Aizawa drew one final image, handing it directly to Nezu. And possibly the most egregious, apart from Yorozu's, is Minoru Mineta's costume. Nezu stared at the image. Is that a diaper, themed after a fruit bowl? Aizawa inclined his head, with a small sigh. I assume this is not what Minoru Mineta requested. Nezu placed the picture down, joining the others. It isn't. I looked at his request. That diaper bowl should be a pair of white shorts over the rest of the costume. Yes, as a homage to a fictional pre-Quirk hero. Aizawa shrugged. He'd never bothered much about fictional heroes from before superpowers were a reality. It always seemed too unrealistic for each hero to have 4 or 5 separate powers. Then again, Aizawa had to admit it was a bit more realistic now he had a quirk like Midoriya's in his class. Nezu sighed. It seems the design agencies must be taken in hand. Inappropriate, mocking and lazy costumes not only undermine our integrity as an educator of heroes, but the integrity of these future heroes. What course of action do you want to take? Aizawa questioned. A worryingly maniacal laugh slipped from Nezu's lips. I will handle the agencies by myself. I will also send a request to Power Loader to alter Yorozu's costume. Aizawa shrugged and stood. Fine, I'll inform the rest of class that they are allowed to wear their gym uniforms for now if they want. Nezu nodded. An excellent idea. Have a good evening, Aizawa. Katsuki pushed the door to the 3G support workshop open, deafening noise greeting him. This was where Dogface had said Deku's costume was sent to be repaired. Oi, where's Deku's costume? Katsuki's yell was lost to the droning of machines, the banging of hammers and the grinding of metal. Def FS. Katsuki watched as the support students went on with their building, forging and tinkering. He could see at least 2 sets of powered armor, 3 flamethrowers, countless grapple guns and what looked like a 10-foot-tall armored robot. Finding the emergency stop on the wall, Katsuki pressed it. Instantly the sound of the workshop went dead, replaced with shouts of disbelief and anger. What the hell did you do that for, newbie? Katsuki ground his teeth together, forcing himself to stay on topic instead of raging at the stupid extra. You thick-skulled extras couldn't hear me over your stupid toys. Did he just call us extras? Thick-skulled. These aren't toys, Katsuki released a small explosion. I don't care what you shitstains have to say, I'm just looking for the costume from 1A that got wrecked. One of the support students stepped forward. Oh, that piece of CRP, we trashed, all it was good for was junk. Katsuki's fists tightened. You PP bags. Another student joined the first. Was it yours, newbie? Did your mummy make it for you? Katsuki growled, his palms dancing with weak explosions. Stop being PPS to the kid. A tall student, dressed in oil-stained overalls, stepped in between Katsuki and the other students, his pale red hair smudged with grime. No wonder all the other classes don't like us when you guys go round acting like this. The first student rolled his eyes. TCH, whatever. Katsuki frowned. With that, the machines restarted, the support students going back to their work. Follow me. The red-haired student set off towards a side room. Katsuki shrugged. Why should I listen to an extra like you? Follow me. Katsuki's clothes lurched, dragging him off, after the student. What the F? My quirk, limited fibrokinesis, allows me small-scale control over fabric and its fibers. It's the perfect support quirk. The red-haired student glanced over his shoulder. I'm Matsuro-sen. Matsuro-sen sounds like dumb thing name. Sen laughed. You must be Katsuki Bakugo then, the whole of you is abuzz with what happened today. Katsuki sighed. Great. Sen released his hold on Katsuki as they entered the side room, the door dulling the racket from the workshop. I saw those clowns throwing that jumpsuit away. Sen moved over to a workbench. So I took it, to give it back to the kid it belongs to. Katsuki stepped forward, seeing Deku's jumpsuit on the workbench, each scrap of cloth laid back in its correct place. Could you repair it? It was barely a whisper, the words forced from Katsuki's lips with all his might. Sen glanced over at Katsuki. Hey, what did YA say? Katsuki growled. I said could you fix this stupid jumpsuit? Sen chuckled. No need to shout, kid. Don't call me that. Sure thing, kid. Katsuki's eye twitched. Can you do it or not? Sen shrugged. Sure, why not? Holding out the first 2 fingers of his left hand, Sen moved them in line with the tear of the mask. Fibers from each half reached out, reconnecting and joining the mask together seamlessly. As if Katsuki had never blown it apart. Sen moved on, repairing each tear and rip until the jumpsuit was whole once again. Here you are, it may look like whatever happened to it never happened, but it's still pretty weak. The kid will need a new one, made here with better materials. Sen folded up the jumpsuit. I can tell this was made with a lot of love. Sen held the jumpsuit out to Katsuki. Make sure it gets back to the Midoriya kid safely. Katsuki grunted, stuffing the jumpsuit in his bag. Thanks or whatever. Sen sighed, before smiling. Good luck, hero in training kid. Katsuki snarled. Izuku stared at the wrecked fridge freezer in front of him. Even after all the work he'd put into cleaning up the beach, junk kept on washing up from the sea. But that just meant Izuku wouldn't stop. After all the hard work he'd put into this beach, he wasn't going to let it slide back into being a dump now. It also gave him plenty of chances to work on his quirks. And right now, he was focusing on his newest quirk. Slingshot. Reaching out with his hand, Izuku pulled on the fridge, receiving only a slight wobble for his effort. Too heavy, how about? Holding his hand out again, Izuku activated 2 of Slingshot's strands. The fridge rocked and fell over. Then this should work. Using all 4 strands, Izuku latched them onto the fridge and lifted it into the air. Grunting at the exertion, Izuku realized this was the same effort it required him to carry the fridge to this spot in the first place. That was it. The weight limit of Slingshot was not a combination of the 2 quirks' weight limits, but the force he could produce with his limbs. 94 kilograms. Exactly half of what Izuku's could bench comfortably when using 2 of his limbs. That meant that by increasing his strength and muscle mass, the weight limit for Slingshot would increase. Just like how One for All would become less harmful to his body with greater strength and muscle mass. The fridge dropped into the sand. But that wasn't to say Slingshot didn't come with disadvantages of its own. Izuku had quickly found he couldn't alter Slingshot at all. Any attempts to even manipulate the inner workings of the quirk had threatened to denature it. While Slingshot was now a single quirk, it still took up the quirk space of its constituent parts. Similarly, any attempts he had made to recopy attraction from his mom had failed. The last, and most annoying, limitation of the new quirk was its lack of effect on people and animals. Attraction had held a similar limitation, but Izuku had hoped it would take after zero gravity in that respect. But at least the nausea from zero gravity had vanished when the 2 quirks had merged. "You're mumbling again, young Midoriya." Izuku was shaken from his thoughts, raising his head to the sight of All Might standing in front of him, in his true form. Izuku cut himself off. I mean, Mr. Dash. It was at that point Izuku realized he didn't know what to call the man. Yagi. Izuku stared at astonishment at his idol, his worries about All Might's fear of his quirk momentarily forgotten. All Might had told him his name, well, just his surname. But it wasn't any less amazing. All Might's identity was a closely guarded secret. No one knew it. Just like One for All. All right. All Might nodded. I thought I might find you here. Izuku shrugged nervously. That pass to train with my quirks you gave me is still valid until next week. I thought I'd get some practice with Slingshot before it ran out. All Might guided Izuku over to a bench, the 2 taking a seat. I actually wanted to talk to you about that quirk, if you don't mind. Sure. All Might smiled. I was just curious where you got it from. I have an idea, but I didn't want to be presumptuous. Izuku's thoughts turned negative for a few seconds, before he forced himself to banish them. I created it. During the fight, I merged my mom's and Uraraka's quirks. All Might hummed in agreement. As I thought. I never knew it was possible. It was a bit of Hail Mary. Izuku paused. But now I've seen what a merged quirk looks like, I've realized something. One for All is a 2-in-1 quirk. Izuku's head snapped round to look at his mentor. Why, you knew? All Might sighed. I did. The only reason I chose not to tell you was because I didn't want to burden you with One for All's history. One for All's history. It's not a pleasant one. All Might ran a hand through his hair. As you know, you and I are the 8th and 9th holders of this quirk. The first holder wasn't born with One for All, but one of the 2 quirks that formed it. The ability to pass on his own quirk, he was believed to be quirkless. Izuku nodded, listening intently, enraptured by the story. The first holder, he had a brother. All Might's voice caught in his throat. His name was All for One. All for One. Izuku frowned. Surely no one would inflict their child with a name like that. It's an alias. After his quirk, his real name has been lost to time. More than one holder of our quirk has been forced to choose a successor during battle. Doesn't exactly leave much time for training or learning its history. All Might stopped, giving Izuku time to process what he'd just said. well aware of the somber tone he'd set for the conversation. One for all is derived from all for one, a quirk that can steal the quirks of others and make them the holders. But it can also give quirks as well. All for one, everything for one person. All Might nodded in agreement. This all happened at the dawn of quirks, before society collapsed. The law and order of that era could not adapt to cover the quirks that began to appear. Progress ceased and decay set in. Izuku followed All Might's eye line up the moon, hanging in the twilight sky. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by now. I remember hearing that once, on the TV. That's true. In that age of chaos, All for One united many of the quirked peoples, promising them a future without discrimination, freedom from the quirkless. All Might lowered his gaze. Izuku's eyes widened. The first demon, I thought that was just a myth. All Might shook his head. I'm afraid it isn't. All for One, he stole the quirks of any who stood in his way, even from those who didn't, and sometimes just because he wanted one that interested him. He offered the quirkless of that era, those who wished to be quirked, the power they wanted, in exchange for servitude, and so he built an army. He ruled Japan, he had sights set on the rest of the world as well. Until he made a mistake. All Might looked to his protégé. He forced a quirk onto his brother. He was ashamed of someone as almighty as himself having such a weakling for a sibling that resisted his rule. So that created One for All. Yes, the quirk All for One forced on the first holder allowed the user to stockpile power. It merged with his natural quirk to become One for All, far weaker then, but still a potent force, stronger than most quirks of that era. So One for All is kind of like a compound quirk. Like Todoroki has. All Might nodded. Exactly like that. Compound quirks are rare, a union of both of the parents' quirks. All compound quirks have one commonality, they have dual functions, like young Todoroki's ice and fire. Izuku frowned. But Slingshot only has one function, I can manipulate a maximum of 4 objects with my mind. Perhaps you just haven't found its second function yet. All Might offered reassuringly. But back on topic. All Might laced his hands together. Many quirks All for One passed on mutated or were influenced by natural quirks, harmonizing with them. But One for All was the first time, and until today, the only time 2 quirks have become one. Izuku looked down at his hands, thinking back to the muscle damage he'd caused by activating One for All inside his quirk space, right as zero gravity and attraction began to denature. Then that makes sense. All Might raised an eyebrow at his successor's words. When I tried to merge those quirks today, I was failing, they were falling apart, I activated One for All in the hope I could stop it. So that's how they merged. All Might tapped a finger against his chin. One for All's power was the source, it provided the energy. See could it be? Izuku stopped, worried to continue. You can say it, young Midoriya. Could it be that your description of the first holder's original quirk is wrong? Very possibly, what do you have in mind? Izuku paused. You said his quirk could pass itself on, but what if it had another dimension to it? All Might realized what Izuku was thinking. The ability to merge quirks. Izuku nodded. Why yeah. Or maybe it was just because the power you used from One for All has the signature of a merged quirk. Izuku started, thinking over his mentor's words. A template for Slingshot to work from, it could be. All Might shrugged. Maybe, I'll leave the deep quirk analysis up to you, it was never my strong suit. A silence fell over the mentor and mentee, heavy and cold, freezing Izuku's lungs. All these weeks of seeing the distrust in All Might's eyes, now Izuku knew why. You think my quirk is like All for One's, don't you? All Might flinched. Young Midoriya why? Why would you fear my quirk just because it's similar to his? Izuku's outburst took All Might by surprise, the boy was surprisingly loud when he wanted to be. I'm not afraid of your quirk, young Midoriya. Then what else is it? You trusted me with One for All, then as soon as you find out about my quirk you shut down, I can see it in your eyes. All Might stayed silent. That's it, isn't it? You think I'm related to him, to All for One. Izuku's hand tightened, gathering fistfuls of his tracksuit briefs. Just because 𝐿 may have been one of my ancestors, why does that mean I can't be trusted? Because of a man who's been dead for decades. All Might spoke. I killed 𝐿 6 years ago, the same day he gave me that injury. Izuku felt the world drop out from below him. 6 years ago. It was 6 years ago, that day when Izuku had gone to bed and woke up to find his dad was gone. Whenever he'd asked his mom where he was, she'd just cry and tell him that his dad got a job overseas. Izuku collapsed forward onto the sand, on all fours. No, that's impossible. 𝐿 stole a longevity quirk during his reign of terror. He used it to remain unaging. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't say it. I hoped it wouldn't come to this, that I would be wrong. All Might paused. I'm sorry, Izuku, but your father was 𝐿. No. Izuku slammed his fist down, spraying up sand, mixing with the tears streaming down his face. Young Midoriya, it's okay to be angry. Angry? This isn't angry. Izuku stopped, his arm hanging limp. Angry is what happens when you get punched by a bully. Angry is what happens when you get told to kill yourself for being quirkless. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. My dad is kind, he loves me, I know that. All Might reached out to his protege. Izuku slapped his hand away. If what you say is true, then I'll never get to see him again, because you killed him. Before All Might could react, the boy was gone, racing away from him as fast as his legs could carry him. Toshinori sighed, seeming to deflate even more than he already had. Well, that was a fine mess, wasn't it? Toshinori froze. That voice. The same voice he'd heard every time before he had his butt handed to him when he was still in training. Gran Torino. A short, grey-haired man with a cane walked down the stairs and onto the beach. We meet again. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Toshinori nodded glumly as Torino hopped onto the bench next to him. Torino chuckled. The circle is now complete. When we last met you were but the learner. Now, you are the MSTR. The MSTR of screwing up, you mean? Torino rolled his eyes. Don't be so dramatic, Toshinori. Some of the arguments we had during your training were far worse than that. Toshinori looked at his former mentor questioningly. I just told him I killed his father. That seems to be a bit more than an argument. He's a teenager, he'll get over it. Torino paused. Besides, if you're right, and his father is 𝐿, he's going to need your support. The two men fell into a companionable silence. Toshinori could almost believe the last 30 years hadn't happened, that he and Torino were just taking a break from his training. Toshinori's wound ached, reminding him that wasn't so. Those days were gone, and they were never coming back. Since he'd finished his training with Torino, Toshinori had seen him maybe 5 or 6 times, only ever in a professional setting, one of those being that day. Funny to think this place used to be a dump. Toshinori nodded in agreement. 6 years, feels like longer since we fought 𝐿 on this beach. It's why I chose this as Midoriya's project. Toshinori looked down at his hand. Not just to make him a suitable vessel for one for all, but to change the place I got this injury into something else. Toshinori closed his hand into a fist. Something better. Hopeful. Torino chuckled. You're still the same idealistic idiot I used to beat up, aren't you? Toshinori started. Good. Torino paused. Don't ever lose that. A small smile crept onto Toshinori's face. I promise. Quirkless. Bang. What a freak. Bang. No wonder his parents abandoned him, his less than nothing. Bang. Mikumo slammed the hammer down harder, trying to drown out those words. The words he heard every day, the words that threatened to shatter his hope, his ambitions. Mikumo couldn't let them. Bang. He had been hesitant at first, partnering with Hatsume, but already Mikumo knew it had been the right choice. With her insane building speed and his eye for design flaws, together they had managed to design a 3D model for a set of armor. It was only for a prototype, but it was the next step on Mikumo's path to being a hero. Hatsume had left to go home, but Mikumo had stayed, starting work on the first piece of the armor, a new set of gauntlets. Each was equipped with grapple units, upgraded shock absorption and multiple repulsors along the back of the forearm. They would boost both his punching power against villains and his lifting strength for rescue work. 𝐒𝐿 lowered his hammer. The metal plating for between each of the fingers was now bent over to meet the palm of the gauntlet. Moving over to the welding station, 𝐒𝐿 secured each metal strp to the palm. 𝐒𝐿 would rather be here, working on his project, than go back to that place for long as possible. Filing the excess metal on the joints down, 𝐒𝐿 returned to his workstation, slotting the hand section of the gauntlet into the rest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Creating this kind of stuff was how he felt at home. Hammers didn't mock you. 3D printers wouldn't tell you to jump off the roof. Plasma cutters didn't wish you'd never been born. Here, in his work, 𝐒𝐿 was safe. 𝐒𝐿 twitched. Someone was in the workshop. Spinning around, 𝐒𝐿 scanned the semi-lit room, but there was nothing to be seen. A chair moved minutely. Someone without 𝐒𝐿's years of watching out for the fists of his tormentors would never have seen it. I know you're here. Nothing. Something in 𝐒𝐿's mind clicked. You're that invisible girl from 1A? I heard the others talking about you guys. Ah, geez. The voice came from the left of 𝐒𝐿, making him jump. I was hoping you wouldn't notice me. 𝐒𝐿's face flushed at the realization of what the girl's lack of corporeal form meant. Why's that? I'm training. With my quirk, being a stealth hero is my only option, and I can't really train with people who know I'm there. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed the back of his head. I guess that's true. You kinda remind me of someone in my class. Ah, really? Yeah, you're not Midoriya's brother or something, are you? What? Does that mean you're not? 'Cause guys practically look like twins, except the eyes, his are more innocent. 𝐒𝐿 sighed. I only met Midoriya yesterday. And he's already made such an impression on me. So that's not a no then. 𝐒𝐿 started, going to react, before coming to realization. Was he related to Midoriya? But 𝐒𝐿 couldn't imagine someone as caring as Midoriya's mother dumping a child on the streets. Even then, he'd seen the looks she was giving last night. Almost like she knew there was a chance he existed, and seeing him had just been confirmation. Could he and Midoriya share a father? The main lights of the workshop came to life, illuminating 𝐒�L's surroundings and making him blink rapidly. You still in here, kid? 𝐒𝐿 turned. It was Power Loader, sans costume. Mr. Power Loader, I was just putting a bit of extra work on mine and Hatsume's project. Power Loader's eyebrows quirked. It's 7:30, don't you have a home to go to? 𝐒𝐿 didn't respond, but Power Loader could see he'd hit a sore spot. Power Loader changed the subject. You here by yourself then? Hatsume gone home? Why, she did. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. But I'm not alone, I was talking to 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. Sorry, I didn't ask your name. There was no response from the invisible girl. 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head. Hey, are you still here? Power Loader frowned. You talking to yourself, kid? Shaking his head, 𝐒𝐿 pointed to the left of himself. The invisible girl from Class 1A, I was talking to her. Power Loader opened his phone, scrolling to the right app. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 left campus hours ago, her ID logged it on her way out the gate. 𝐒𝐿 was at a loss, he knew he'd been talking to her. You must be pretty tired if you're imagining things like that. I can't really train with people who know I'm there. 𝐒�L's eyes widened, before he nodded, deciding to let the matter drop. Power Loader moved over to 𝐒�L's workbench. Demon, you and Hatsume designed this in an afternoon, and you've already started building it. I couldn't have done that at your age, hell, I don't think I could do this now. 𝐒�L nodded mutely, taken aback by Power Loader's sudden change in behavior. Power Loader picked up the designs. These are pretty impressive, I don't get many first-year students who can come up with this sort of stuff. Hatsume came up with most of the ideas, I just made sure that they were possible. 𝐒�L activated the screen built into his workstation and pressed a button. A hologram made from blue light appeared above the workbench, showing a 3D model of the prototype suit. Power Loader whistled in appreciation. Designed for both combat and rescue work, that's a lofty goal if I've ever seen one. Mikumo shrugged awkwardly. Power Loader straightened up. So, kid, you guys got a name for this thing? Nodding, Mikumo stared at the 3D model. Yeah, I've come up with one. Quirkless. The armor, I call it die already, you waste of space. Mikumo's fists tightened. Shatterproof. 2169, 10 years ago 4-year-old Izuku beamed as he tucked into the ice cream cone in his hand, his other holding tight to his dad's much larger hand. Thanks, Dad. Hisoshi Midoriya smiled back at his young son, before ruffling his curly hair. You're very welcome. Dad. Izuku made his best attempt at looking indignant. Hisoshi laughed, prompting him to do it again. Izuku pouted. How would you like it if I did it to you? Continuing to laugh as he reached up, Hisoshi ran a hand through his curly black hair, identical to his son's, except for the color. Hifumi Shigaraki. Hisoshi froze. Jiro Tokahoshi. Koji Ito. Ryuji Tochibana. Kenji Akatani. Gripping his son's hand tightly, Hisoshi turned around. A tall, unnaturally white-haired man stood behind them, dressed in an expensive gray suit. With the man were 3 thugs, one had a shark's head, one had spikes down his arms, and the last was unremarkable apart from solid purple eyes. You're a hard man to track down, Shigaraki. The white-haired man spoke with an American accent. Hartley, you're alive. Hisoshi moved Izuku behind himself. Despite your best efforts. The thugs behind Hartley did their best to look intimidating. Hartley rolled his neck. It's been a few years, hasn't it? 20. 30. Finally decided to settle down again. Play the family man once more. Dead. Ice cream ran down Izuku's arm, now forgotten. It's going to be okay, Izuku. Hisoshi squeezed his son's hand, trying to reassure him. Hartley sighed. Don't worry, Shigaraki, we have no interest in the boy, he's quirkless, isn't he? Just like your brother was, before you killed him. Hisoshi stilled. Hit a nerve have I? Hartley glared at Hisoshi, hatred burning in his eyes. Father. Hisoshi didn't reply. The purple-eyed man blinked, a haze passed over them, transporting them to an abandoned industrial area, the warehouse behind them. Long since demolished. Stepping forward, smoke slipped from between Hisoshi's lips. Fine. You want to kill me, go on, try it. Flicking his wrist, Hisoshi created a blue force field, made of interconnecting hexagons, around Izuku. Sharkhead charged at Hisoshi, getting a face full of flames in reply. Oi, Deku. Izuku started, peeling his face from the book he'd fallen asleep on. Thing nerd. Looking up, Izuku frowned at the sight of Bakugo, the teen holding a balled-up cloth in his hand. What is it, Bakugo? Izuku stifled a yawn. Bakugo blinked, the sound of his name coming out of Izuku's mouth seemed so unnatural to him. Here's your thing dumbass costume back. Bakugo slammed the cloth down on Izuku's desk, allowing him to see it was his costume, fully repaired. Kaken. TCH, whatever, nerd. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Morin at support said you need a new one, this repair is just cosmetic. And don't cry about it. Izuku brushed the tears away. Thank you. Shut up. Bakugo stomped to his desk, in front of Izuku, and sat down, his arms crossed. Looking around, Izuku realized everyone else had arrived, chatting among themselves before homeroom started. Rubbing his face, Izuku thought back to the dream. That dream. The same one he'd had last night, that had woken him up at 2 in the morning. He hadn't gotten back to sleep after that. 2 nights of little to no sleep and yesterday's battle trial had taken their toll on Izuku. It was almost definitely the reason why he'd fallen asleep before homeroom. At least he'd gotten to you early enough to avoid the rabid crowd of reporters swarming anyone who went to enter the school with questions about All Might. You look tired. Yorozu sat in Zero's seat, to the right of Izuku. Class 1A's resident tape dispenser was currently sitting on Kirishima's desk. Thanks. Izuku was unsure how to respond to that. Yorozu chuckled. I don't think that was a compliment. Right, I'm just tired. Let's hope we don't have another training exercise today, then. Yaoyorozu smiled at Izuku. Her confidence was infectious. Izuku matched her smile, nodding his head. Yeah. The classroom door opened and Aizawa entered. Everyone rushed to get back to their seats. Aizawa sighed. 5 seconds, still too long. As homeroom started, Izuku pulled out his latest hero notebook, number 15, reserved for his classmates and himself. Opening it up, Izuku began writing in it, all the while his left hand was using a grip trainer under the desk. Just to distract himself from that dream. From the fact that his father was probably dead. Sketching AMR in his hero outfit, Izuku wrote a description of the blonde boy's quirk, as well as its potential uses and disadvantages. Leaving space to add more detail later, Izuku turned the page and began on Ashido. All the while, Izuku continued to bat away his own thoughts. He wouldn't think about it. All might had to be wrong. Whoa, is that Ashido? 𝐂𝐿 leaned over to look at Izuku's notebook. What does Izuku covered the page with his hands. 𝐂𝐿 pulled the notebook out, reading Ashido's page. So cool, can you do me? Izuku was like a deer in the headlights, unsure what to say. Midoriya. Izuku jumped at the sound of Aizawa's voice, his head whipping around to look at his homeroom teacher. You injured your arms again. Izuku was relieved. Aizawa was talking about the battle trial. He didn't seem to have noticed that he hadn't been paying attention. Also, you should be paying more attention. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. He knew it was a bad habit he knew he'd have to break at some point, but right now wasn't really the time. At least I didn't break my arms this time. Aizawa gave Izuku a piercing look. Your muscles, to quote Recovery Girl, were mush. Murmurs spread through the class, making Izuku feel even more nervous than he already did. However, good work with furthering that telekinesis quirk of yours. Izuku shuffled anxiously in his chair. It's actually a different quirk. That got the attention of the class, as well as Aizawa. I kind of fused my telekinesis quirk and Uraraka's quirk. Aizawa managed to hide his surprise almost immediately, returning to his normal, passive expression. The rest of class again burst into a whispered frenzy, while Bakugo grunted, just about managing to restrain his temper. Sure, good work anyway. Aizawa nodded his head, eyes on Izuku. Keep this up, and there's hope for you as a hero yet. Izuku beamed, tears welling at the praise he so rarely received. Now, moving on to the next matter. Aizawa stared intently at the class. Sorry about the late notice, but today you have to do something very important. The whole class was tense, worried that Aizawa would spring another test on them like he had on the first day. You have to select class representatives. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, before bursting into yelling and shouting. This job is made for me. I'm the parfait representative, ICI. I want to be class rep, it's super manly. Kaminari and Soto announced their interest as well, raising their hands. Mineta began to yell a perverted comment about what he'd do as class representative. I'll be the leader. Mina interrupted Mineta, drowning him out. Izuku looked around at his classmates. In normal school, being the class representative was a lot of work for pretty much nothing. But at U, it was a symbol that you had the potential to be the leader of the next generation of heroes. Even Bakugo was yelling his longing for the role. Izuku steeled himself and raised his hand, as the noise only increased in volume. Silence, please. The shouts ceased at Ida's call, the class turning their heads to look at the tall, bespectacled boy. The role of class representative is one with a serious responsibility for leading others. It is not a job for someone to accept on a whim. It requires conviction. Ida had the full attention of the class. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. We should vote for our class representatives using democracy. An election. Don't you agree, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa was already cocooning himself in his garish yellow sleeping bag. Sure, just be sure to get it done quickly. Kaminari was the first in the class to speak up. Why did you suggest that? Tsuyu placed a finger to her cheek. We haven't known each other very long, have we, Ida? Kirishima stood up. Won't everyone just vote for themselves then? It just means that whoever gets more than one vote will be a representative. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, making him shrink back slightly. That's just what I thought anyway. Ida chopped the air. I agree entirely. Midoriya, please help me distribute voting slips. Reaching into his jacket, Ida pulled out a number of small, blank cards. The entire class was taken aback by Ida's preparedness, wondering if he had been expecting this. They all quickly came to the conclusion that he probably had. Taking 10 of the slips, Izuku handed them out to his side of the classroom, from Shoji to Yorozu. Returning to his seat, Izuku stared down at his own slip, debating who to vote for. On one hand, Ida was authoritative and organized. However, he lacked the ability to talk to people on the same level as them most of the time, coming off as high and mighty. On the other hand, Yorozu was calm and level-headed, capable of seeing through Aizawa's logical ruse, but she lacked Ida's authority and presence. Making his decision, Izuku scribbled it down and handed it to Uraraka as she came round to collect them. At Aizawa's desk, Uraraka tallied up the votes and wrote them on the board, stepping away to reveal them. Izuku froze in shock. Midoriya, 4 votes Ida, 2 votes Zero, 2 votes Bakugo, 2 votes Yorozu, 2 votes Mineta, 2 votes Uraraka, 2 votes Emma, 1 vote Ashido, 1 vote Kaminari, 1 vote Kirishima, 1 vote. Various sighs and shouts reached Izuku's ears as he continued to stare at the results. Sure, he had said he wanted the position, but he hadn't actually expected to get it. Whoa, Midoriya's class representative. Kaminari gave Izuku a thumbs up, clearly not that upset by missing out. Who voted for that thing nerd? Izuku had to agree, it was a very good question. Uraraka looked away nervously. Ida chopped the air again. Midoriya has the most votes, however 6 of us are tied for second. Izuku jumped when he realized that Ida was looking to him, expecting for him to tell him what to do. Alright, we should do the vote again, with just those who got 2 votes. Ida produced even more cards. Excellent idea, class representative. Izuku paled at the realization of just quite the responsibility he had taken on. A new card was placed on Izuku's desk by a beaming Uraraka. Wasting no time, Izuku wrote the same name as before. Calling on the positivity that Uraraka's quirk, now a part of Slingshot, emanated and the confidence of Bakugo's, Izuku stood and moved to collect the slips himself. Once the class had finished voting for the second time, Izuku quickly tallied up the votes, before scribing them onto the board next to the last set of results. Yorozu, 5 votes Ida, 4 votes Uraraka, 3 votes Zero, 3 votes Bakugo, 2 votes Mineta, 2 votes Ida slumped in defeat. I lost. The class continued to react to the results, mostly congratulating Yorozu, as well Bakugo yelling in disgust at losing out. Aizawa rose from his sleeping bag. This over now. Aizawa stretched. Izuku nodded, joined by Yorozu at the front of the class. Fine, Midoriya is the class representative, and Yorozu is the vice representative. A polite round of applause came from the rest of the class, with a few whoops and cheers added in by Kirishima and Kaminari. Izuku smiled, thanking them all for their support, but inside his head he was screaming in panic. Aizawa sighed. Now let's get on with some actual classes. Who's ready to make some noise? Present MIC's yell rattled the windows as he entered the classroom. In English. Izuku stared down at his rice. Trying to decipher the world's mysteries from a bowl of rice. Looking up, Izuku saw Yorozu looking back at him from the opposite side of the table. You haven't eaten anything. Why yeah. Izuku poked his rice with his chopsticks. I'm more trying to decipher how I managed to end up the class representative. Yorozu smiled. That's pretty simple, people trust you, and you're resourceful, both in the quirk tests and the battle trials yesterday. Uraraka nodded in agreement, opposite Ida, who was on Izuku's left. Your plan for the battle trial is why you got MVP, and the beating Bakugo bit as well. Uraraka smiled. I got MVP. Izuku's voice raised in pitch, displaying his surprise. Yeah. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up. It was pretty close between you and Yorozu, it was your refusal to give up that decided it in the end. Wow. Izuku was thoroughly taken aback. He totally expected that Yorozu or Kirishima would have been MVP. Ida spoke up. Worry not, your decisiveness and grit are what make you a good leader. It's why I voted for you. Izuku gaped. One of those votes was you. Ida nodded. Ida's right. Uraraka smiled. But didn't you want to be class representative too? You've got the glasses for it and everything. Lowering his drink, Ida shook his head. Wanting a role and being the right choice for the role are not the same thing. I humbly believe I selected the most suitable for the role. Izuku's eyebrows raised. Humbly. Uraraka turned to look at Ida. The way you talk, are you a rich kid like Yorozu? Ida sighed. I don't usually like people to know, but yes, I'm from a renowned hero family. Yorozu caught Izuku's eye, mouthing at him while pointing at herself. Am I a rich kid? Izuku nodded. Ida 10 was founded by my grandfather, but my older brother is the hero in charge now. I am the second son. So your brother is the turbo hero, Ingenium, right? He employs 65 sidekicks at his office in Tokyo. He is, I forgot you were a hero fanboy, Midoriya. Ida continued, unaware of Izuku's protests. He leads people with an unwavering adherence to rule and regulation. He is the reason why I longing to become a hero. Uraraka, Yorozu, and Izuku continued to listen as Ida gave his speech. I'm not ready to lead yet, I realize that. You were the superior candidate, Midoriya. Ida finished with a small smile. Uraraka beamed. I haven't seen you smile before, Ida. I am known to smile, on occasion of course. Izuku stared at Ida, with a smile of his own. So Ingenium is Ida's all might then. So, how does it feel, superior candidate? Yorozu teased. You feeling up to the job now? I think so. Yeah, I'm going to do my best. Izuku held his hand out, clenched as a fist. Izuku dug into his rice as Uraraka and Ida continued their light-hearted argument. So, Ida's a shoe-in for the class committee, right? Yorozu tilted her head in agreement. Right. A mischievous smile slipped onto Yorozu's lips. That was a rousing speech he gave. Maybe he should be in charge of writing ours. Izuku shook his head and chuckled at the joke. I think you have to pay people to do that. I have the money. Feeling bold, Izuku replied. That you do, rich kid. Superior candidate. Yorozu mimed pushing glasses up the bridge of her nose. Izuku grimaced. Don't remind me. A tray was placed down next to Yorozu, with Mikumo dropping into the empty seat. Good afternoon, Izuku, Yorozu. Mikumo nervously greeted them. Izuku had introduced him to Yorozu at the previous day's lunchtime, the black-haired girl producing the material Mikumo wanted there and then. This is Mikumo Akatani. Izuku introduced the boy to Uraraka and Ida, giving their names in the process. Whoa, are you Deki's brother? Uraraka stared at Izuku's near double. Izuku spluttered. Be brother. Mikumo frowned. You mean Izuku, right? Uraraka bobbed her head. Then, no. Really? The resemblance is quite uncanny. Ida examined the dark-haired boy. Mikumo sighed. The invisible girl from your class said the same thing. You mean 𝐒𝐻𝐿, offered Ida. Mikumo nodded. Here. Both Izuku and Mikumo jumped, turning their heads to see the invisible girl, in her UA uniform, sat on Izuku's right. Izuku started. Have you been here the whole time? Yeah. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 gave some sort of hand gesture, the sleeve of her jacket rising. How did I miss that? Izuku sighed. Yorozu gave a small giggle. You were staring at that rice for an awfully long time. I was. Uraraka, Ida and Yorozu all made motions or words of confirmation. Izuku sighed, he really hadn't been paying attention. How was your morning? Mikumo looked to Izuku. Weird. Izuku scratched his chin awkwardly. I was voted class representative. Well done. Anything interesting happen with you? Mikumo lit up. Wire, Hatsum and I finished the armor. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 said if we get it safety checked this afternoon we can trial it with some rescue simulations. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 spoke up. I'm impressed you managed to build it so fast, you were still designing it yesterday. Hatsum, she's a demon, when she gets going, she just doesn't stop, it's kinda scary. Mikumo paled slightly at the thought. But at least we weren't stuck on costume repair like 1F. Silence fell before a new conversation started up, allowing Mikumo to move into the background, idling watching 𝐻𝐻𝐿 as she ate. Something in the back of Mikumo's mind told him there was something he wasn't seeing. Your food. Mikumo exclaimed, making half the table jump in surprise at his sudden outburst. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 blushed invisibly. My food. Yeah. Mikumo's normal nervousness blotted out as his brain fired on all cylinders. Your food, as soon as you put it in your mouth, it's invisible just like the rest of you. The rest of the table watched the interaction with interest. Mikumo reached down, rooting through his tool belt until he found a pencil, holding it out to 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Here, put this in your hair. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 slowly reached out for the pencil, taken aback by Mikumo's unusual and sudden request. Okay. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 slipped the pencil inside her ponytail, a section of it vanishing as she did. Mikumo beamed. This means that 𝐻𝐻𝐿's quirk is definitely a mutant class, or maybe transformation, but definitely not emitter. Her body must produce some sort of substance that renders her invisible. It's possible it could be extracted as a coating. There's two of them. Mikumo was broken from his theorizing by Uraraka's shout. What? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 laughed. You mutter just like Midoriya, it's uncanny, we're doomed. Mikumo frowned. How does that mean we're doomed, I say? Doomed. The table, bar Ida, burst into laughter at 𝐻𝐻𝐿's exclamation. Mikumo went to recoil, before he realized something. They weren't laughing at him, they were laughing with him, even Izuku was joining in. Mikumo smiled, a warm feeling in his chest. The laughter went on for another 5 minutes. Every time it slowed down 𝐻𝐻𝐿 would proclaim their doom once again. In the end even Ida managed to crack a smile. Uraraka was hit the worst, laughing and crying uncontrollably. Eventually they calmed down, with Uraraka continuing to giggle every few seconds as they went back to their food and conversation. Mikumo felt 𝐻𝐻𝐿's attention on him. So, what's with your interest in my quirk? Glancing over to the others, Mikumo saw them in a deep conversation about the tensile strength of a scarf, bizarrely enough. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 spoke again. You're not interested in it for those reasons, are you? Mikumo looked puzzled. The amount of pigs I get asking if I'll show them what it's like for someone invisible to do that sort of stuff to them, you know what I mean. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 made a gesture with her hand. Despite it being invisible, Mikumo immediately caught on to exactly what she meant. Mikumo's cheek lit aflame as he waved his hands in denial. No, nothing like that at all. Okay. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 replied in a sing-song voice. No, it's just that we had to analyze costume specifications in class this morning. Mikumo paused, the inability to see body language or expression throwing him off. One of the ones I got was yours and it just seemed really impractical. Any ice villain you would face would be a serious threat. You've got no physical protection and to use your quirk fully you have to remove what little costume you do have. Mikumo got more confident as he went on, falling into analysis mode. What do you suggest then? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 shrugged. Since your quirk is likely mutant class I could Mikumo looked around for something to write on, before seeing 𝐻𝐻𝐿's empty tray. I'd be able to explain it better at the workshop. If that's okay for you, that is. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hummed, clearly thinking it through. Sure, why not, I've got time. Mikumo smiled and nodded. Standing, the two of them left the table, carrying their trays with them. Well, they seem to be getting on like a house on fire. Uraraka looked to where Mikumo and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 were leaving the lunch hall. Izuku nodded, making a noise of agreement. Ida looked back and forth between Uraraka and Izuku. A house on fire, what about Mr. Aizawa's scarf? Uraraka giggled. Ida, that was just a cover conversation so we could listen in on what 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and Akatani were saying. Izuku nearly yelped in surprise, forcing himself not to react, finally making the connection that had been staring him in the face. Akatani, the same name that American man had called his dad in that weird dream. Oh, SHD Uraraka and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 were right, Mikumo was his brother. Ida chopped the air. Uraraka, that is very rude behavior, unfitting for heroes in training such as ourselves. Uraraka giggled. Ida, it's fine. It most certainly is not. Ida's voice conveyed his horror. Vice class representative, surely you were not eavesdropping as well. Yaoyorozu smiled. Ida was aghast. Class representative. Midoriya. Jerked from his thoughts by his name, Izuku mentally caught up to the conversation, looking to Ida. Izuku shrugged guilty. I'm sorry, Ida. Ida began to chop the air with both arms at the same time, making Uraraka dissolve into fits of laughter. Deku. Izuku froze. Oi, Deku. Turning his head, Izuku was shocked to see Bakugo looking nervous. Since when did Katsuki Bakugo show any emotion other than rage? Can we talk? Izuku hesitated, before nodding his head, slipping away while Ida's outrage continued. Yorozu watched the two boys leave, the sudden change in the tone of their interactions leaving her surprised. Snip. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 lowered a lock of her invisible hair into Mikumo's open palm. Whoa! Mikumo exclaimed as the hair turned visible as soon as it stopped touching 𝐻𝐸𝐽's skin. Mikumo examined the hair. Does it turn invisible again if you touch it? Yep. That's great, that way if I extract the substance it can use it to coat something more durable, plus it would be visible when 𝐻𝐸𝐽 isn't touching it. Mikumo placed the hair into a sample tray, inserting it into a machine on his workstation. Tapping away on his laptop, Mikumo began an analysis of 𝐻𝐸𝐽's hair. While he waited for it to carry out that task, Mikumo accessed the 3D scan taken for 𝐻𝐸𝐽's costume. I won't have enough here to do a full suit. Mikumo selected a generic sports bra and shorts. An aluminium steel alloy would allow the flexibility and strength needed, as a mesh weave, Kevlar padding on the inside for protection. Completing the initial design, Mikumo glanced over his shoulder. What do you think, 𝐻𝐸𝐽? She was gone. Mikumo frowned, moving over to where she'd stood, looking around. Spotting something, Mikumo crouched down, finding 𝐻𝐸𝐽's uniform hidden under a workstation. Without his keen eye he would never have spotted it. A faint footstep reached Mikumo's ears, the slap of a bare foot. 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Standing, Mikumo set off, tailing 𝐻𝐸𝐽's, using the faint sound of her footsteps to track her. Bakugo watched as Izuku squirmed. The two of them stood in the corridor outside the lunch hall. Finally losing his patience, Izuku spoke. What is it you want, Bakugo? Bakugo didn't reply, gritting his teeth. If you're just going to waste my time I'm not going to dash, I'm sorry, okay? Bakugo's sudden bark caught Izuku off guard. What? Bakugo growled, balling his fists. I went too far yesterday. Izuku sighed, surprising Bakugo. For yesterday? Really? Yeah, what of it? Izuku just stared at him. Yesterday was nothing, I don't even care about yesterday, because that time I could fight back. But what about all the times I couldn't? When you punched me a couple of weeks ago, or all those times you and your cronies attacked me? Did you go too far then as well? Bakugo stayed silent. Are you sorry for those? Are you sorry for the time you cracked my tooth? Sprained my wrist? Are you? Izuku was angry, angrier than he had ever been in his life. Bakugo's stupid non-apology was just what broke the dam. His argument with All Might. The fact his father was a supervillain and also dead. That Mikumo was probably his brother. Izuku just couldn't handle it anymore. Bakugo grunted. Tisage, whatever shut up. Izuku's shout silenced Bakugo. Just shut up and listen for once in your life. Izuku's rage ebbed away, thinking of Bakugo's defense of Mikumo on the train. Bakugo, all I ever wanted to be was your friend, but instead you tormented me, and I don't even know why. Pausing, Izuku looked Bakugo directly in the eye. If you want to apologize, then you're about 10 years too late for that. Izuku turned, walking away from Bakugo. Don't walk away from Deku. Bakugo broke into a sprint, chasing after Izuku. Alarms suddenly blared. Within seconds both Izuku and Bakugo were swallowed by a stampede fleeing the lunch hall. Mikumo ignored the alarms, following 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲's footsteps, making sure to stay out of sight as he did. Peeking around the corner of a corridor, Mikumo caught sight of a door opening and closing by itself. Slowly moving to the door to the classroom 1 over, Mikumo slipped inside the empty room and made for the window. Pushing it open, Mikumo looked out to see the main gates to U open, reporters flooding in. "You can do this, you've snuck out of the home plenty of times before." Mikumo glanced down. Maybe not from this height though. Steeling himself, Mikumo climbed out, standing on a ledge as he shuffled over to the window of the classroom 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 had entered. "Good work, 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲." Mikumo peeked through the open window, careful to stay out of sight. 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 was holding a folder. In front of her was a pale, blue-haired man, his voice monotone. "I'm sure you parents will be glad to hear you made the right choice." The pale man scratched his neck, his dry skin flaking. "For their sakes." Drawing a pen, holding it with 4 digits, the pale man added the last. The pen crumbled to dust. "And yours as well." Mikumo's eyes widened in horror. 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 whimpered in fear. 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 whimpered in fear. Mikumo watched in horror as the pale man brushed his hand on his coat, the dust drifting to the floor, still looking supremely bored. "The folder." 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 shakily held it out, the pale man gripping it with one finger lifted away. "Good girl." The pale man slipped the folder into his coat. 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 spoke. "Why yes, Mr. Shigaraki. Oh, and by the way, good job on picking the room to meet, managed to avoid running into any of the ants on my way." Staring at the pale man, 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 clearly wasn't sure what to say. The pale man shrugged. "Kurogiri is always saying I should be more supportive of my allies or whatever. Anyways, NPC, run along and do your next task." 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 nodded, her posture and expression showing she was uncomfortable. The pale man sighed. "What are you waiting for? A quest reward. Go." With that, 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 fled, heading in the opposite direction to the workshop. The pale man scratched his neck again, almost drawing blood. Mikumo resisted the urge to jump in and attack the pale man. Instead he waited until the classroom was empty, once the pale man had left with the folder. Slipping inside the window, Mikumo collapsed onto all fours, his breathing fast and shallow. That man was threatening 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 and her parents, using her to get whatever was in that folder. Mikumo's fists tightened. He couldn't even go to the teachers. The pale man had made it clear he would kill 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐲 and her parents if things didn't go his way. Mikumo couldn't put them at risk. "You wanted to be a hero, didn't you?" Mikumo cried out, yelling at himself. Save her, save them all, even without a quirk. Mikumo slammed his fists down on the floor, resolute. "I'll be shatterproof." Izuku struggled through the crowd, as it crushed him from every side. Keeping his eyes focused on Bakugo, Izuku pushed his way towards the blonde boy inch by inch. If he could just reach Bakugo, he could use slingshot to get them both above the crowd. Izuku felt a sudden tug, as one of his gloves was pulled from his hand. No, this couldn't be happening. The first 3 quirks came quickly, filling up his quirk space to the maximum. Then, Izuku got his answer on what happened to his quirk space once he passed his quirk limit. Izuku's 11th quirk burnt like fire in his veins, green sparks flickering around his body. 3 more quirks came, sending the pain to the stratosphere. His knees gave way, Izuku dropped to the floor, the stampede swallowing him. He felt a foot crush his hand, a sickening crunch telling him what had happened. Nearby, Bakugo pushed a student out the way. He couldn't use his quirk in a situation like this, even he knew the collateral damage would be too high. Yet Bakugo forced himself onwards, towards Izuku's fallen form. Red flashed through Bakugo's view. Oi, Metapod. Kirishima, currently using his quirk to stand his ground, Kaminari next to him, looked to Bakugo. "Bakugo. Deku does what?" Kirishima couldn't hear him over the shouts of the crowd. Bakugo gritted his teeth, pointing to Izuku. "Midoriya's getting tramped, use you shitty quirk." Kirishima nodded, pushing another student out the way. On it. Pushing sideways through the crowd, Kirishima made his way to Izuku, before hardening his back, dropping down and using his body as a shield. Bakugo growled. "Hang on, you DMN nerd. Oh! Stop shoving, you dolt. Don't call me that. Fight me. I literally can't. Stop pushing, you two, I'm gonna fall." Tenya found himself slammed against the window, next to Yorozu, in another hallway leading away from the lunchroom. Seeing her opportunity, Yorozu grabbed the window frame, pulling herself onto the windowsill out of the crush. "Ida, look." Yorozu pointed out the window. Tenya followed Yorozu's finger, watching as reporters flooded the grounds, hounding anyone they found. "We want All Might. Just one quote, we'll leave then." Shota sighed, resisting the urge to GG that particular reporter, the same one who'd insulted him earlier, with his scarf. "No, if we give you one quote you'll just ask for another." "No we won't." Hisashi leaned across to Shota, whispering into his ear. "These reporters are technically trespassing, you could even say they were villains, you know." Shota shook his head. "Then they just write a load of garbage to get back at us. Let's just wait for the police, unless they get violent." Hisashi smiled. "Always the voice of reason, Aunt Siche. With you around, definitely. You wound me. Good. It's just reporters. Please, everyone calm down." Yorozu sighed, her voice was lost to the roar of the crowd. She needed someone with the voice of a foghorn. "Ida, it has to be you." Tenya turned his head to look at Yorozu. "Me?" Yorozu nodded. "Absolutely." Tenya nodded, feeling the weight of the great responsibility the vice-class representative had placed on his shoulders. "What would my brother do? What would my Doria do?" "Ida." Uraraka was struggling to push her way through to him. "Uraraka, I have a plan." "Here." Tenya edged his way through the crowd, reaching out to Uraraka. "Uraraka, please make me float." Uraraka's eyes widened, realizing what Tenya planned to do. "Right." Tenya and Uraraka surged forwards, towards each other, their fingertips just brushing. "There." Tenya floated into the air, above the panicking masses. "I need somewhere I can easily be seen." The sign. Using his engines, Tenya pushed himself at the emergency exit sign, flipping wildly before painfully slamming into the wall. "Everyone, everything is fine." Chopping the air with his arm, Tenya saw he had the crowd's attention. "This is just the press. This is you. We are supposed to be the representatives of this great institution, act like it. There's nothing to panic about." A wave of murmurs passed through the crowd, back into the lunch hall, slowly calming the masses. Tenya pushed his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. "Also, could someone please help me down?" "You rock, emergency exit Ida." "Thank you, Ashido, but I would really appreciate a ladder." Izuku opened his eyes, finding himself standing in his quirk space, one for all glowing with green and blue light, while threatening red lightning surged all around him. Young Izuku. Turning, Izuku saw a woman, wearing a dark navy, almost black, bodysuit and a red cape. Her hair reminded him of his mother's. It was like seeing someone you could only half remember. Who are you? What are you?" The woman smiled, filling Izuku with the same warmth that All Mights did. "I am a vestige, the consciousness of a previous holder of One for All, contained within the quirk itself. For now, you can call me Seven." "Seven, that's not your real name, is it?" "No, it isn't." Seven paused. "But circumstances require it. They also require another thing. Do not tell Toshi about this." "Toshi?" "It's short for Toshinori. You call him All Might." Seven beamed. "He was my student." Izuku was taken aback. "You're All Might's mentor. Why wouldn't you want him to know about this?" Seven sighed. "A day is coming, where a powerful villain will attack Toshi and his mind. If he knows of us vestiges, then so will that evil man. What about me, won't he take it from me then? He will not harm you, not seriously. After all, you are his greatest creation." All for one. Seven nodded. "He's still alive." "Barely, he's just existing. All he wants to do is hurt Toshi." Seven looked at Izuku. He wants to kill the man who nearly defeated him. None of us before Toshi managed to come as close as he did. So All for One hates him for that. He reminded him of his mortality. Izuku paled, feeling the weight of One for All growing heavier. And I'm guessing I can't tell All Might is alive either. Yes, I'm sorry to burden you with this. Seven pulled Izuku into a surprisingly strong hug. All I wanted was to see you smile. Izuku sniffed, wiping away tears. No, I'll beat him, I'll save All Might. Seven broke away. I know you will, but first, you need to fix this mess. Izuku looked to Quirksmith, watching as red lightning shot from it. What's happening? Seven placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I went through this too, as did all holders who possessed a quirk of their own. Are you aware of what a quirk awakening is? It's when a person's feelings and desires reach a point where their quirk suddenly adapts or evolves to aid them. Izuku nodded. For a holder of One for All, this puts strain on the quirk, forcing it to increase in power at an abnormally fast rate. Normally, most people only ever undergo 1 or 2 awakenings. Seven looked to Quirksmith. However, when your quirk exceeds the number of quirks it can hold, it has the same effect as an awakening. So, the more quirks I copy, the faster One for All increases with power. Seven nodded. You must be cautious. If you continue to tax your quirk like this, One for All will become too much for your body to handle. Izuku shuddered as he remembered All Might's explanation of what would happen if he'd given him One for All before his body was ready for its power. What do I do? How do I stop it? Seven looked at Izuku. That is your journey alone. We will speak again soon. With that, Seven vanished. Izuku cried out as the pain he'd been feeling before he lost consciousness returned. Dropping to his knees, Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the pain as it reached a fever pitch. Izuku opened his eyes. What you doing down there, Izuku? 4-year-old Katsuki Bakugo hung upside down from the monkey bars by his knees. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. I fell, Kaken. Katsuki dropped to the ground, holding his hand out to Izuku. You shouldn't cry so much, you can't when we're both heroes. Allowing himself to be pulled up, Izuku hung his head. My quirk hasn't shown up yet like yours has. Katsuki lit sparks in his palms, little more than a light show. So which one of your parents do YA thing you'll get? Your dad's would be pretty cool, you could roast every villain in your path. Izuku shook his head. No, I want my mom's quirk, that way I can rescue everyone, like All Might. Katsuki pounded a fist into his opposite palm. Yeah, and I'll beat up the villains while you do that. We'll be an unstoppable hero team. Izuku nodded vigorously. Wire, what's your name going to be? Ground Zero. So cool. Katsuki grinned at the praise. What about you, Izuku? Izuku paused, thinking hard. He didn't want to say anything Katsuki was dumb, like Mighty Boy, or All Might Jr. I've got it. I'll be Detroit. Katsuki laughed. You're such an All Might fanboy. So are you. Izuku shot back. I'm a fan, you're a nerd. Nerd, questioned Izuku, tilting his head. Yeah, it means someone who knows loads about something. Katsuki explained. Then I'm happy to be an All Might nerd. Izuku beamed. We're gonna be great heroes. Course we are, Ground Zero and Detroit will be unstoppable. Still inside his quirk space, Izuku dropped to his knees, crying away. He'd forgotten that day, the day before his mom had taken him to that doctor. The day before Izuku Midoriya was declared quirkless. Useless. Worth less than everyone else around him. His and Bakugo's friendship hadn't suffered at first. The blonde boy had just declared that Izuku would be his sidekick, that he could use his quirk analysis to help him fight the villains. Those words were the first time Izuku felt like being quirkless wasn't the end of his dream. But those days came to an end, slowly. At first, Bakugo grew distant, but not cruel at least. The final straw wasn't until Izuku's 7th birthday party. They had been playing Catch the Villain, but Bakugo had taken it too far. His equally emotionally explosive mom had taken him aside and said something to him, no doubt reprimanding him. After that, Bakugo had gone out of his way to avoid Izuku. He stopped coming over, and when Izuku tried going over to his house, the blonde boy did his best to ignore him. It didn't help that after that Bakugo stopped defending him from his classmates. He just sat and watched as they told him he couldn't be a hero. As they told him he was weak. Useless. Deku. It hurt, but even then things hadn't reached their eventual low. That started in their first year of middle school, when Tsubasa had gone missing. The winged boy had been the closest thing to an actual friend that Bakugo had had, the only one who could calm him down. Tsubasa had been one of the crueler ones after Izuku's diagnosis as quirkless. In fact, he had been the one to tell the entire class, his grandfather being the doctor who saw Izuku. But he didn't resent him, how could he? Around the same time Tsubasa's father suddenly left, marks began appearing on the winged boy's arms, followed by his usual vest swapping for long-sleeve t-shirts. Everyone had noticed, nobody had said anything. Not the other kids and not the teachers. After all, Tsubasa's mother had been the head of the school board at the time, and his grandfather, the one who had told Izuku he was quirkless, was a well-respected doctor, pioneering quirk research. Once Tsubasa vanished, no one was around to hold Bakugo back, no one that Bakugo would listen to. The final straw was in Izuku's second year. Bakugo had gone after a sand villain on the way home from school one day, in the hopes of getting a recommendation for you from it. Izuku had followed, deducing the true nature of the villain's quirk, before the pro-hero, 𝐻𝐸, had swooped in to save the day. Something Izuku had done that day had made Bakugo angry, and his anger had landed directly on Izuku. It started with Bakugo telling him to give up on his dream of being a hero, telling him he was worthless without a quirk, just like the rest of his classmates had done for almost a decade. Then the fights had started. At first the green-haired boy had tried to defend himself. And every time Izuku was the only one who got punished. Bakugo just walked away scot-free. The boy with the perfect quirk. The boy with the free pass. Izuku felt the anger bubble up again, remembering Bakugo's non-apology. The pain only got worse. That's what's fueling it. My anger. Izuku slammed his fists down on the non-existent floor of his quirk space. What if I want to be angry? I want to hate Bakugo. He made my life miserable for years, and he thinks he can just apologize for the battle trial and everything will be okay. Tears dropped from Izuku's face. Why? Why did no one stop him? Izuku sobbed. Was I just a good test dummy to see the growth of his quirk? Izuku saw them all. The teachers who punished Izuku when he spoke up, the guidance counselor that claimed he had made it all up for attention. Izuku wanted to hate Bakugo, with all his heart. Truly and completely. But he couldn't. As soon as it had come, Izuku's anger faded. He couldn't hate Bakugo, as much as he tried. How else was Bakugo going to turn out when the people whose job it was to show him how he was supposed to act, behaved like that? Encouraging children to bully another, just because they didn't have a quirk. Clenching his fists, Izuku reached a resolution. Katsuki Bakugo, I forgive you. From now on, I'll judge you by your present, not your past. The pain receded, the red lightning dying out. Izuku stumbled to his feet, reaching out to touch One for All. It's stronger. One for All, 105%. Much more, and it will be too much for my body to handle. Izuku collapsed. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Izuku groaned, feeling a hand repeatedly slap his cheek. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Izuku caught Bakugo's wrist, stopping him. Finally, you thing nerd. Before Izuku could realize what was going on, he felt himself being pulled up. 𝐂𝐸𝐿. Bakugo grunted. Who else, nerd? Opening his eyes, Izuku saw he was stumbling along towards Recovery Girl's office, Bakugo supporting him. Why? You hate me? Izuku's throat felt like it was on fire, his voice croaky. I believe you. Bakugo paused. If this is what your shitty quirk does to you, I can see why you thing hid it. Izuku gave a weak smile. Thank you, 𝐭𝐿. No, I mean Katsuki, I mean if you want me to call you that call me whatever you want, nerd. Bakugo was apologizing, in his own weird way, not the forced attempt from earlier. This time, he meant it. Together, the two boys hobbled down the corridor, Bakugo yelling every time Izuku nearly tripped him up. "I'm sorry, Keikitsuki. Are you trying to cripple me?" "No. When did you get so heavy?" Izuku squeaked. Kirishima watched the two go, grinning. "I guess Bakugo isn't all that bad after all." Izuku listened carefully as Katsuki explained what had happened, the green-haired boy mentally translating his profanity-laden diatribe into normal, human speech. "Kaken, I'm sorry I gave up on you." Mikumo stepped back into the workshop, his feet moving on autopilot towards his station. Hagekyu's clothes were gone. Dropping into his seat, Mikumo stared at the costume design he had created for the invisible girl. A pop-up in the bottom corner of the screen announced that the invisibility substance had been extracted successfully. "What do I do?" Mikumo dropped his head into his hands. "Mikumo, you can be a hero." Midoriya's words rang in his ears. Could he? Mikumo certainly didn't feel like a hero. "No, I can't think like that. I have to be strong." Mikumo's fist slammed down on his bench, the sound echoing through the empty workshop. Finding his resolve, Mikumo closed the notification, returning to the costume design. Editing metal weave, Mikumo added a second layer underneath, made from a titanium steel alloy, as opposed to the outer layer's aluminium steel alloy. While it would be heavier than the outer layer, the titanium steel alloy would be more durable, capable of stopping even bullets. But it won't be anywhere near as flexible. Mikumo stared at the screen. Unless... Expanding the design, Mikumo altered the titanium steel layer to be a series of interlocking pieces capable of sliding over each other. There, it will be a bit more restrictive than just one layer, but far more protective. Adding the invisibility solution to the design simulation, coating each strand of the aluminium steel and titanium steel layers with it, Mikumo saw he had some left spare. Enough for a weapon. It couldn't be anything large, but it would at least give Hagekyu some offensive capability. Pulling up the gauntlet design that he had used for the entrance exam, Mikumo removed the arm section and grapple, leaving only the hand and wrist armor. Enlarging the size of the wrist armor, Mikumo shifted the miniaturized power source, normally stored in the arm, inside the wrist. Next he added 8 small repulsors, altered to emit UV light, in a ring around the wrist cuff, angled back away from the hand. That will enhance Hagekyu's punches. Mikumo turned his attention to the palm, adding a larger UV repulsor, this time as a weapon. Double-checking the design, Mikumo stared at it. Mikumo clenched his fists. "I will save you." Hitting a button, a machine of the back wall sprang into life, coating a strand of titanium steel alloy in the invisibility solution. Hagekyu watched as Mikumo busied himself creating the costume, his long, curly hair tied back, out of his eyes. "I'm sorry, Mikumo, but you can't save me. I'm already too far gone." Izuku laid in the bed as Recovery Girl explained his injuries to All Might, in his true form. She had been less than pleased to see Izuku when he'd turned up with Bakugo, before sending the unharmed boy away. At least when he told her what had happened she hadn't complained about Izuku having to see her again, well, not too much. "I've healed the cracked rib and his broken fingers." Recovery Girl paused, looking at All Might. "But he'll have to recover overnight from the strain the quirk overload put on his body, so no quirk usage for at least 12 hours. Izuku sighed. Recovery Girl rounded on the teen, tapping his knee with her cane. "You hear? 12 hours, 24 if you can manage it." Izuku nodded, not bothering to speak. He couldn't tell them the truth anyway. It made Izuku feel even worse that on his first day as class president he'd ended up useless while Ida and Yorozu had been forced to pick up his slack. If only his glove hadn't come off. But at least it made Izuku's decision easier. Izuku would quit as class president and make Yorozu as his replacement, with Ida as the VP. The engine boy had already shown he could do the job. "Whatever pessimistic thoughts you're having, stop it." Izuku looked up at Recovery Girl. "What?" Recovery Girl sighed. "What happened today wasn't your fault." Izuku started. "Of course it was, I should dash." All Might interrupted him. "Could you have seen that it was only the press?" Izuku looked down. "No, I was on the wrong side of the building." All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It's tough, but as a hero you can't be everywhere at once, no matter as much as you want to be. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. I just felt so useless. I know. But this a burden of a hero, knowing you could have helped, if only you'd been in the right place. It never gets any easier, but we all feel it. Thanks. Izuku gave All Might a weak smile. I think. All Might smiled, before ruffling Izuku's hair. You're very welcome. Izuku leaned into the gesture, reminding All Might of a cat. A big, very green cat. All Might moved his hand back to Izuku's shoulder. I want to apologize for last night. You were right. Izuku hesitated, wondering if he should tell All Might that All for One was still alive, before remembering Seven's words. All for One is my father. All Might was taken aback at Izuku's acceptance of the notion, after his vehement denial the night before. And I'm not the only son he had. Izuku looked to All Might. Mikumo Akatani, he's a quirkless support student, he never knew his parents, and he looks just like me. It isn't hard to figure it out. All Might nodded. I see. He remembered the boy from the entrance exam. He'd almost managed to make it into the hero course with his inventions, falling short by only a few points. Toshinori had noticed the resemblance then but brushed it off a cousin or another relative. But after Izuku's natural quirk had been discovered, All Might had realized then the likely connection between the dark-haired boy and his greatest foe. No doubt All for One had discarded him for being quirkless, instead focusing his efforts on Izuku, not that he would tell the green-haired boy that, it would only make him feel guilty. Breaking himself from his thoughts, All Might looked to Izuku. So, what quirks did you copy? Anything interesting? Izuku's eyes shined at the thought of discussing quirks with his idol. The green-haired boy nodded, realizing that Recovery Girl had left at some point. I copied 8 quirks: origami, seed breath, variable mist, weld, speed, wave motion, rock fist, and then hardening from Kirishima when he protected me. I haven't had a chance to test any of them since, you know. Recovery Girl would beat you up with that cane of hers. Pretty much. So what do they do? All Might's interest was piqued. Well, you already know about hardening, you've seen Kirishima use it. Speed is a passive boost to my running speed and reactions, it's not a very large boost though. Seed breath will allow me to fire seeds from my mouth that grow vines where they hit. Variable mist means I can emit mist made from various compounds from my mouth, but I need to know the chemical formula for it to work. All Might tapped his chin with his finger. That speed quirk, though minor, will be helpful, while the seed and mist ones will be great for capturing villains. Izuku nodded. Right. Wave motion allows for the conversion of vitality into energy that can be discharged as blast waves from the hands, kinda like Bakugo's quirk. Origami sounds really weird, it allows the holder to turn their hands into origami, but I'm not really sure how that works. Neither am I. All Might chuckled at the teen's confusion. The last two. Weld's really interesting, it can merge both inorganic and organic materials on an atomic level, so long as I'm touching them both. The only quirk I can't use is Rock Fist, since it's mutant class. All Might continued to think over the quirks Izuku had explained to him. Izuku spoke. The first 3 filled up the remaining quirk space inside Quirksmith. All Might didn't flinch, his eyes focused directly on Izuku. But the next 5 made something weird happen, I'll show you. All Might frowned. Show me. Izuku placed a hand on All Might's arm. All Might blinked, finding himself in what could only be Izuku's quirk space, in his muscle form. Looking around, the number 1 hero took in the sight of a black void filled with quirks of many colors. Tokase once told me that I was the only person he'd met with a black void as their quirk space. All Might continued to examine his protégé's quirk space. Izuku nodded. Mine was a white void until you gave me one for all, that must be why. All Might nodded. It must. So, what did you want to show me? Izuku pointed. This. Stepping closer to the center, Izuku indicated a large, green quirk. That's one for all, but that isn't the interesting part, this is. Izuku pointed to a red quirk next to one for all, within it were 10 individual quirks. 4 more quirks resided outside the red quirk, each connected back to it by a strand of white light. The red quirk is Quirksmith. Before the quirk I copied today they were contained within it. That's how I determined what my limit was. 10. Yeah, but the first 3 quirks filled it up. When the other 5 quirks joined them, Quirksmith was overstretched. That put the strain on my body. Until Quirksmith cracked, like an egg, and 5 quirks leaked out into the outer quirk space where One for All and Quirksmith are. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. All Might paused. Where's the 5th? The quirks that leaked out were the 5 oldest quirks I have, Slingshot, since it's merged from zero gravity and attraction, as well as Heal, a denatured version of attraction, quirk space, and explosion. All Might nodded along, only vaguely understanding what his successor was saying. Denatured? Oh, that's what happens when I try to alter a quirk too much, it just kind of falls apart into junk data. The denatured attraction just dispersed and joined the rest of the junk data in the void when it leaked out. All Might looked pensive. So you can alter One for All? Izuku shook his head. No, I can't alter compound quirks like One for All or Slingshot. I might be able to denature them. All Might's eyes widened in alarm. Izuku panicked. But I'm definitely not going to try that, of course. Thank goodness. All Might released a sigh of relief. Izuku smiled, before it suddenly faded. There's something else I need to tell you. Go ahead. One for All has gotten stronger. When Quirksmith was overtaxed, it strained that quirk dash and made it stronger. Izuku looked to All Might, before they both returned to the physical world. All Might took stock of his surroundings, before speaking. myheroacademia told me that quirk strain would make One for All stockpile grow rapidly, but I never paid it much mind since I was dash. He stopped, realizing what he'd been about to say. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. All Might made a decision. I never paid it much mind since I wasn't born with a quirk. You were quirkless. Shush, Izuku's cheeks flushed. Sorry. It's fine. Yes, before my MSTR passed One for All onto me, I was quirkless. Is that why One for All doesn't hurt you when you use it? Because you didn't have a quirk? All Might shook his head. No, but One for All was much weaker then. Since I was the first truly quirkless holder of the power, I relied on it fully, while my predecessors used their own quirks as well. Since I received it, One for All strength has roughly doubled. Whoa! Izuku looked at his hero, admiration shining in his eyes. All Might coughed nervously. Well, I have used it an awful lot, but considering your training both before and after receiving One for All, your body could withstand 115% without your limbs, exploding off my body. Izuku offered. All Might nodded, before placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, seeing the teen stifle a yawn. For now, let's not worry about One for All and all that. Just get some rest, you've been excused from your afternoon classes. Izuku nodded sleepily, making either the new class rep could wait till the next morning. We'll work on your new quirks tomorrow after school, how's that sound? Great, I look forward to it. Izuku was asleep, the strain from his quirks sending him out like a light. All Might smiled, true and genuine. This kid. This certainly wasn't natural. Nedzu regarded the crumbled remains of the Yu barrier. Aizawa, Yamada, did you see the moment the reporters entered? Aizawa shook his head while Yamada crossed his arm in the shape of an X. We were on our way to the staff room when we heard the alarms. Aizawa shifted his scarf. Yeah, the reporters were already in by the time we made it here. Yamada added. Nedzu nodded. I see, considering the fact all the cameras facing this spot failed at that same time, we can assume this was planned. Scratching his furry cheek, Nedzu stepped forward. But why they did it is the real question. Aizawa and Yamada looked to Nedzu. The person who instigated this, were they giving us a warning, or did they slip in, with the confusion as their cover? Nedzu looked up. The metal U sign on the gate had half crumbled away. Or perhaps, both. Calm down, Tomura. Tomura Shigaraki sighed, stopping his pacing and looked to the speaker, behind the bar. The man was tall, his head and hands made of purple mist, dressed in a shirt and waistcoat. Sensei should have responded by now, 𝐭𝐻𝐲. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 placed the glass he was wiping down on the bar. Tomura, you gave him the intel on the US staff schedule and 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐲's files on her fellow students only an hour ago. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 gave the pale man a piercing look. MSTR will analyze it and assign additional resources for tomorrow's operation when and as he sees fit. Tomura wasn't satisfied, he itched to scratch his neck, but he knew 𝐭𝐻𝐲 would just get upset about it. A screen on the wall flickered into life, showing a man in black, metal mask, covered in pipes. Tomura! A raspy voice came from the speaker. Sensei! Tomura took a seat. I have read the intel, the 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐲 girl did a good job. Not only did she hack the 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐽 database, but apparently she copied the work of a fellow student, someone with a hobby for quirk analysis. Tomura rested an elbow on the bar. But you're not going to tell me what quirks the brats have, are you? 𝐭𝐻𝐲 shot Tomura a look, the pale man rolled his eyes. Originally, no, I wasn't. The raspy man paused. But the circumstances have changed, this class is strong, stronger than I've seen in a long time. Tomura's interest was piqued. As such, I will grant you additional intel and resources. You will be allotted 3 of the Good Doctors Nomu, 2 Alpha series, and the Omega series I have already given you. Tomura smirked. The anti-symbol of peace. Yes. You will also have access to Project Geminati. The raspy man coughed, the others waiting while he recovered. Type 2, Type 3, and Type 11 are at your command. What about the brats? Tomura questioned. Images of 3 teenage boys appeared on the lower half of the raspy man's screen. These 3 students pose the majority of the danger in the class. Shoto Todoroki, Quirk, half hot half cold, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, he'll be well trained. Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk, Explosion, he scored the highest in the entrance exam anyone has since All Might took it, with only villain points. And the last one? 𝐭𝐻𝐲 inquired. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Quirksmith. Tomura frowned. Quirksmith. The raspy man replied. When he physically touches someone he permanently copies their quirk, so long as he hasn't already copied it. He can also manipulate and alter the quirks he copies. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 and Tomura stayed silent. Outside of All Might, this boy is the most dangerous target you will face tomorrow. The raspy man smiled. Tomura, I want you to recruit him to our side, bring him home. Tomura spoke. And if I can't? Kill him. Mikumo's body felt like it was moving in slow motion. His hand stretched out, reaching for 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐲. The pale man laughed, a cold, cruel sound, his fingers wrapping around the invisible girl's face. No, 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐲. The crumbling girl looked to Mikumo, her invisible skin falling away to reveal her very visible muscles. Why didn't you save me? Mikumo's arm surged forwards, his hand grasping empty air. 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐲 was dead. The pale man laughed again, turning to look at Mikumo. Pathetic. You actually thought a quirkless loser like you could save her. That you could be a hero. Mikumo dropped to his knees. I failed. The pale man reached out again, this time aiming for Mikumo. Akutani. Mikumo looked up at the pale man. The pale man gave a sinister smile. Akutani, wake up. Mikumo jerked awake, sitting up. Looking around, Mikumo saw he was on the floor of the development studio. The stool he had been using before he fell asleep was on its side next to him. Finally, I thought I was going to have to go and get 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐲 so he could wake you up. Mr. Myheroacademia. Mikumo started, before looking up at his workbench. No, I fell asleep, I didn't finish it. Mikumo reached out, desperately trying to pull himself up. Power Loader hooked a hand under Mikumo's arm, helping him to stand. It's fine, kid. Mikumo paled, the half-completed costume for 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐲 was gone. Where is it? Mikumo looked to Power Loader, before his eyes flicked over to where Dusty hung on the wall. Power Loader chuckled. Calm down, Hatsune saw it and the plans when she came in this morning, she finished. In fact, she's running the safety checks, at my insistence, in the testing studio right now. Mikumo breathed a sigh of relief, standing his stool up and sitting down on it. I'm so used to doing things by myself, it's still weird to think I have a partner to work alongside. Pulling up a stool of his own, 𝐼𝐺 looked at his student. I take it you were here all night. Mikumo nodded, not saying a word. 𝐼𝐺 sighed. Is there anything you want to tell me? Mikumo shook his head. It doesn't have to be me, Akatani, if you'd be more comfortable talking to another teacher, or maybe a student, Hatsune or Midoriya for example, then it can be arranged. Mikumo looked up. I'm fine. 𝐼𝐺 placed one of his large hands on the teen's shoulder. We both know that isn't true. Mikumo clasped his hands together. I could tell him, couldn't I? About that man, what is making Hagakure do? Mr. Myjima would help, right? Mikumo gave a small nod, looking 𝐼𝐺 directly in the eyes. There is something I need to tell you, it's about I'm finished. Hatsune burst into the development studio, wheeling a mannequin in front of herself, the costume for Hagakure displayed on it. 𝐼𝐺 sighed. Demon, Hatsune, could you have picked a worse time to burst in? Mikumo jumped to his feet, taking in the sight of Hagakure's completed costume. Thank you for finishing it, Hatsune. Mikumo bowed to the pink-haired girl. Hatsune gave a smug smile. I know, I'm just that great. Besides, what are partners for? Despite the stress he felt crushing down on his chest, Mikumo returned Hatsune's smile. 𝐼𝐺 patted Mikumo's shoulder. You still have an hour before homeroom starts, how about you go and get some breakfast from the food hall, maybe a shower too? Mikumo nodded, still smiling. Don't worry, Mr. Myjima, I'll tell you soon. I trust you. Oi, nerd. Izuku sighed, stopping his progress towards the Class 1A homeroom. Turning to face Bakugo, Izuku watched as his former friend slouched up to him. The green-haired boy had hoped that after yesterday things were going to be at least a little better between them. Bakugo looked directly at Izuku. Those stupid quirks you got yesterday, you'd better learn how to use them for the sport festival. Izuku frowned. Was Kaken acknowledging him? If I'm going to surpass All Might as the #1 hero, I need a strong butt rival to fight along the way. Bakugo paused. I'd rather it was you than daddy issues. Daddy issues? Questioned Izuku. The half-and-half BSTD. Bakugo saw no recognition in Izuku's eyes. You know, Captain Canada, Candy Cane, where's Wally, Icy Hot Dash you mean Todoroki. Bakugo grunted in affirmation. How could you possibly know he has daddy issues? Bakugo shrugged. He's the son of Endeavor who never uses his fire powers, what else is it going to be? Izuku smiled. You know, sometimes all your yelling and shouting makes me forget just how perceptive you are. Bakugo exploded. What do you mean yelling and shouting, you nerd? Izuku slowly raised his eyebrows. Bakugo shrugged, realizing Izuku's point. T-Sich, whatever, just make sure you're nice and strong, so I look all that more impressive when I beat you. With that, Bakugo pushed past Izuku, stomping down the corridor and towards the classroom. Izuku shook his head slowly, still smiling. Bakugo, neither of us can change our pasts, but we can have a better future. You said that out loud, you nerd. Izuku jumped, before racing off after Bakugo, the two entering the classroom seconds apart. Deki. He lives. Midori, looking good. Izuku beamed, before nodding his head. Thank you. I could never have imagined this, they actually care. Thank you, All Might. Ida walked over to Izuku, his face as serious as ever. Midoriya, I am most glad to see you well. Alright, thank you. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I'm sorry was so useless. Ida interrupted him. Midoriya, we all have our weaknesses, mine is carbonated drinks, they make my engine stall, yours are crowds. Izuku sighed. But I think crowds are going to be more of an issue as a pro hero than soda. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Ida chopped his arm, angling his fingers at Izuku. Suppose someone were to offer you a carbonated drink as thanks for saving them. You could say no. Preposterous. By refusing their generous offer you would be insulting them. Izuku nodded along. If he tried to argue this it could go on all day. Sure, it would have been fine if my glove hadn't gotten snagged and pulled off. Ida looked down to Izuku's hands. Both were covered by gloves, one his normal black, the other sparkly white, covered in sequins. Izuku shrugged awkwardly. It's from an old Halloween costume, it's all I had. Fear not. Ida reached into his blazer, producing Izuku's other black glove. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 found it after the incident yesterday, she passed it to me for safekeeping. Izuku accepted the glove, swapping it into the place of the white sequin glove. Thank you, Ida. The engine team nodded. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inform Tokoyami about the proper usage of a desk. Sure. Turning his body slightly, Izuku bowed to the invisible girl. Thank you, 𝐔𝐬𝐽. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 laughed and struck a pose. You're welcome, Green Akatani. Taken aback by 𝐔𝐬𝐽's nickname, Izuku barely noticed the tap on his shoulder. Shocho. Izuku turned to see Yorozu. Shocho. Right, I'm class president, aren't I? Yorozu raised an eyebrow. Did you sustain a head injury yesterday? No, I mean, probably, I can't really remember, so maybe. Yorozu hid a laugh, before handing Izuku a piece of paper. We were supposed to select class officers yesterday, after lunch. However, since you were injured, we decided to hold off until this morning. Izuku nodded, reading the list. Yorozu spoke again. I enlisted Ida's help to draft a proposed list. We started by picking from those who made it to the second round of voting. 𝐻M, Uraraka as treasurer and Ashido as events manager look like good choices. Same for 𝐒𝐿 as historian. But DSPLN officer and sergeant-at-arms. Yorozu made an expression of displeasure. Bakugo and Mineta were the last two who made it to the second round. We hadn't found a role for, we were kind of stuck with them. Izuku frowned. Bakugo should be sergeant-at-arms, not DSPLN officer. He may have gone too far in the battle trials, but that was a one-off. Normally he's all about safe training. Yorozu nodded. I'll take your word for it, you have known him a lot longer, but Mineta as DSPLN officer sounds dangerous. He'd probably implement some disgusting rule like skirts have to be 30 centimeters above the knee. I see what you mean, but why didn't you choose Ida? Izuku turned his head to look at Yorozu. He's the only one from the second vote that didn't get a position. Ida insisted since he was involved in creating this list, him getting a position would be self-interest. Yorozu paused. So Ida as DSPLN officer, and Mineta doesn't get a role. Izuku gathered his confidence, seeing his out. No, I'll be the DSPLN officer. Yorozu frowned. You can't be, you're already the class representative. I'm going to nominate you to replace me as class representative and Ida as your vice representative. I'll take the DSPLN officer role. Izuku paused. You can assign someone else to that role other than me later if you and Ida want. Midoriya, you can't. Yorozu placed a hand on the green-haired boy's arm. The class put its trust in you as class president, not me. Izuku shook his head. I can't represent the class's trust if I don't trust myself. Midoriya, I voted for you, Yorozu, in both rounds of the vote. Words abandoned Yorozu, leaving her in shock. Midoriya, Yorozu. The two teens looked round to see Aizawa in the doorway, the rest of the class moving to their seats. Aizawa walked over to his desk. The class president and vice president will now be assigning the class officers, just have it done in 5 minutes. Alright. Of course, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku and Yorozu moved to the front of the classroom, standing in front of the blackboard. Swallowing his nerves and leaning on the confidence of Bakugo's quirk, Izuku stepped forward. We'd like to announce the class officers, but before that there's something I wanted to say. Izuku looked at the faces of his classmates, staring back at him. Ida proved yesterday he has what it takes to be a leader, a real leader, not just one given the position. That's why I want to announce that Ida will be joining myself as a joint vice president. Yorozu stepped forward. He will have the responsibilities of both the DSPLN officer and leadership of the class should Midoriya and I be unavailable, with the backing of the class of course. The class cheered, especially Ashido and the others who had seen Ida's calming of the crowd the day before. "Yeah, I'm all for emergency exit Ida." Ida looked taken aback, his mouth moving but no words coming out. Finally finding his voice, Ida stood. "I accept. I aim to fulfill the duties of my office to the best of ability, no, even better than that." Yorozu nodded, holding the class officers' list out to Ida as he marched up to join them. "If you would be so kind, please announce the officers of Class 1A, Ida." Izuku watched on with shock, his head slowly turning to look at a rather smug Yorozu. "Do you enjoy my suffering?" Izuku questioned, quiet enough that only Yorozu could hear. "You were wrong. The class put their trust in you because you are a natural-born leader, under all that nervousness. You showed that in the battle trials." Yorozu gently bumped Izuku with her shoulder. "Besides, I trust you, why else would I have voted for you yesterday?" Izuku started in shock. "You voted for me." Yorozu smiled. "You just need a bit more confidence, that's all." Izuku returned her smile. "Thank you, Yorozu. Please, if we're going to be working together like this, call me Momo. Then call me Izuku. Deal." Aizawa sighed and rolled his eyes from his place on the floor, cocooned in his garish yellow sleeping bag. Ida chopped the air. "The selections of the class representative and vice class representative are final. But I think Moi would make a perfect fashion officer." Irma struck a pose. "The position of fashion officer does not exist." Ida aimed his hand at the blonde boy. "Besides, what kind of job would that be?" Aomar flicked his hair. "I would ensure that everyone's costumes were in the height of fashion, like mine." Ashido laughed. "Like you. I saw that red visor of yours. Talk about clashing colors." "Clashing colors? Have you seen your costume, mademoiselle? It is made of clashing colors. It's supposed to look like that." Ida placed his thumb under his chin, finger bent over, pressed against the front, deep in thought. "Perhaps the position of fashion officer is more viable than I first thought." Ashido and Aomar's argument continued to rage on, Kaminari cheering them both on. "Enough." Aizawa stood, folding his sleeping bag away. "Your 5 minutes are up. Midoriya, Yorozu, Ida, return to your seats." The three teens followed the instruction, Ida bowing to Aizawa as he did. "Now, let's get on with today's announcements." Izuku knocked on the door. "Come in." Sliding the door open, Izuku stepped into Recovery Girl's office. "Recovery Girl, Mr. Aizawa said I was to come here for a checkup during lunch." "Yes, yes." Recovery Girl turned her chair to face Izuku. "Take a seat." Izuku sat down opposite Recovery Girl. "So, how do you feel?" "Okay, I guess. I was really tired last night, but I've been fine today." "Good, good, open up." Recovery Girl placed a thermometer in Izuku's mouth. "Quirk exhaustion is a serious deal, even for people with multiple quirks like you." Izuku nodded, unable to speak. "HM, a little high, but nothing to really be concerned about." Recovery Girl made a note on her computer, before removing the thermometer from Izuku's mouth. "Do you know how quirk exhaustion affects people like me? With multiple quirks?" Izuku queried nervously. "Well, I've not treated many people with multiple quirks like yourself, but from what I've seen each quirk has a separate limit for quirk exhaustion." Recovery Girl paused. "However, what you did yesterday was overtax Quirksmith, the parent quirk of all the others you have copied, as well as one for all. It's why I told you not to use any of your quirks overnight." Izuku nodded, taking in Recovery Girl's words, storing them for writing in his notebook later. Recovery Girl stood. "However, for now, you have a clean bill of health, just don't end up back here anytime soon." "Right, I'll try that." "Now run along, do whatever it is you kids do these days." Izuku bowed, thanking the nurse, before leaving. Walking down the corridor, Izuku made his way back to the 1A classroom. The class had been told to meet there at 12:50 p.m. for more hero training, but Aizawa had given them no further details. Slipping into the classroom, Izuku made to his desk with seconds to spare, Kirishima and Kaminari racing in after him. Aizawa stepped through the doorway, moving to his podium as he had during homeroom that morning. Looking out at the class already sitting in their seats, Aizawa nodded. 2 seconds, better. The class released a collective sigh of relief. For today's basic hero training there has been a change of plans. Aizawa paused. As I'm sure you are all aware, you suffered a security breach yesterday. Murmurs came from the class. Therefore, I will be joining today's basic training. It will be led by All Might and one other. Aizawa raised a hand, silencing the class. Additionally, 2 students from the support department will be joining us today to test a new piece of equipment they've built. Please enter. Izuku looked to the door as Mikumo and a pink-haired girl walked in, both dressed in their gym uniforms, the latter wheeling a case almost as long as she was tall. The pink-haired girl's eyes scanned all the students before she spoke. I'm myheroacademia. I look forward to testing my babies with you. Mikumo jumped forwards. He was holding a smaller case, with the number 16 stenciled onto the side. She means her inventions. I'm Mikumo Akatani, by the way. The class stared at the support duo, before Ashido spoke up. Cool, are you Midori's brother or something? Izuku suppressed the urge to wince. Soto shrugged. Nah, he said his last name is Akatani, must be Midoriya's cousin or something. Mikumo shook his head. We're not related, to the best of my knowledge. The class slowly turned to look at Izuku, who started when he realized he had their full attention. Well-Zero spoke up. Mr. Aizawa, what are we doing today exactly? Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Today we'll be preparing you for disaster situations, from floods to forest fires. Aizawa drew a white card, holding it out to class. Rescue was marked on it in bold, in a green-blue color gradient. It's rescue training. I'll be right at home in a flood, Kero. Kaminari groaned. Rescue training. Sounds like another hard day. Kirishima banged him on the head. Oi, this what being a hero is all about. I wasn't done. Aizawa didn't raise his voice, but everyone listened. Drawing a remote, Aizawa pressed a button, the costume racks rolling out of the wall. It's up to you whether you wear your costumes, some of them will be ill-suited to this sort of activity. Aizawa paused. A review of the costumes was held after the battle trials on Monday. Some of you will find your costumes have been altered. Izuku hardened his resolve. Rescue training, this will help me on my way to the great hero I want to be. The great hero I know I can be. The training facility is somewhat remote, so we'll be going by bus. Aizawa tucked the remote back into his clothes. That's all, get ready. Meet at side entrance B. With that Aizawa left, the students moved to grab their cases. Hey, mine's not here. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 tilted her head, a blue bow in her see-through hair. 𝐔𝐸𝐽. The invisible girl turned around to see Mikumo, holding out the case he'd carried into the classroom. Hatsum and I finished the costume upgrade. Power Loader signed off on it this morning. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 took the case. Cool, thanks, Mikumo. The invisible girl bounced up to Mikumo, hugging him. The black-haired boy blushed madly. Why you're welcome, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 broke away from Mikumo, striking a pose. I'd better go get changed, no peeking. Mikumo's cheeks somehow got redder. Wouldn't, I would never 𝐔𝐸𝐽 laughed. I was joking, I'm invisible, remember? Oh, alright. Mikumo rubbed the back of his neck. It would be super gross to do something like that anyway, why you'd have to be depraved to do that. On the other side of the classroom, Mineta sneezed. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 giggled. See you at the bus. Mikumo nodded, smiling as 𝐔𝐸𝐽 joined the other students, heading for the changing rooms. Izuku and Momo stood a short distance away from the bus, watching as Ida organized the class. Well, he's certainly taking his role very seriously. Momo glanced over at Izuku. Izuku smiled. Ida takes everything seriously. True. Momo paused. I thought your costume was repaired. I saw Bakugo return it to you yesterday, with his usual personality. Izuku self-consciously brushed the shoulder of his gym uniform. Yeah, he did. But it's not strong enough to handle my quirks. Momo nodded. I see. A support company that works with you is making me a new costume from scratch. But I did buy a new one of these. Izuku tapped his mouthguard. I took your advice, I had a zipper added to my costume. Boo! Quiet, Mineta. And line up. Ida chopped his arm, forcing 𝐂𝐿 to duck. Izuku looked away from the rest of the class, back to Momo. I saw, and that you got your shorts. Momo nodded. Black shorts appeared from below her belt, made from the same material as the rest of her costume, white lines running down the outsides of her thighs. I did. Apparently the support company broke costume regulations, so the support department made them instead. Izuku bobbed his head, smiling at Momo. Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Momo looked uncertain. It's fine, go ahead. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku frowned. I guess, All Might, really. All Might. Yeah, the first memory I have of him is a clip from that disaster, the one where he saved over 100 people. Izuku paused. I've watched that video thousands of times, I still have it saved on my phone, something about the way he just climbs over that bus, holding all those people, smiling and laughing. I guess, I wanted to help people like that. Momo smiled. I thought so. Izuku's head span around. What do you mean? You want to be a hero to help people, to save them. Momo looked over at the green-haired boy. No ulterior motive, you're not looking for money or fame, are you? Not really, but don't you? Momo sighed. I didn't really get a choice, my family has been heroes almost as long as there have been heroes, or quirks themselves. Todoroki is the same. Look at Bakugo, he wants to be the #1 hero just to prove he's the strongest. Oh, I see, I'm sorry if I insulted you. Momo shook her head. Don't worry. You didn't. I guess I just wish I could be more like you. You want to be a hero purely to help others, for me it's more of an obligation, a burden. A legacy to continue. Izuku reached his hand out. Yorozu, Momo, being a hero Midoriya. Yorozu. It's time to get on the bus. Izuku sighed, of all the times for Ida to interrupt. We're coming. Momo adjusted her costume, readying herself. Well, we'd better get going. Alright. Izuku and Momo took their places in Ida's perfectly organized queue as the bus doors opened, Aizawa leaning out of them. It's time to go. Everybody file in, remain in numerical order. Ida indicated for the class to enter the bus. Ida sagged his seat, his head in his hands. Oh. That, just for nothing. How was I to know it would be this kind of bus? Ashido patted the navy-haired boy on the shoulder. There. Izuku gave Ida what he hoped was an encouraging smile. It's okay, Ida. You couldn't have known. Tsuyu tapped Izuku on the shoulder. I'm generally pretty straightforward, so I just say my mind, Midoriya. Oh, okay, what is it, Asui? Call me Tsuyu. The frog-like girl paused. That strength quirk of yours, did you copy it from All Might? It resembles his quirk. What? Really, I guess I never noticed how similar they are. Kirishima interrupted. Nah, can't be, All Might's quirk doesn't injure him, so there's at least one difference. Tsuyu tilted her head, before nodding. I guess you're right. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he raised his head. Todoroki was looking at him. No, Todoroki was watching him, examining him. Kirishima spoke again. Man, what I wouldn't give for a strength-enhancing quirk like that. You could do a lot of cool stuff with it. The students listened to Kirishima intently, watching as he raised his arm and activated his quirk. My hardening, it means I'm good in a fight, but it's not very flashy. Izuku copied Kirishima's motion, calling on his copy of hardening. The quirk only affected up to his wrist, instead of his whole forearm like Kirishima. I think it's pretty cool. Izuku leaned forward to look at the red-haired teen. It's more than strong enough for you to go pro, especially with a bit more training. Izuku called on the power of one for all, except manifesting in the hardening quirk instead of his actual body. The hardening effect massively increased, his entire arm and most of his chest took on the signature crenulated texture. Wow, that's way more than I can do. How did you manage to do that? The connection between the two quirks snapped, allowing the hardening effect to return to normal. The power amplifier quirk I copied, it allows me to supercharge the effect of other quirks I've copied. Izuku shuffled nervously, realizing he had half the bus attention. I can only do it for a few seconds at most, it's pretty draining. So cool. Uraraka beamed at Izuku, from where she sat next to Momo. Irma struck a pose. Pro heroes have to grab attention. My quirk is the perfect combination of flashy and strong. Ashido frowned. I thought it made your stomach explode if you use it for more than a second. Irma slumped. Now if you want to talk strong and flashy, Todoroki and Bakugo are where it's at. Tsuyu placed a finger to her bottom lip. He'll never be popular, he's too unhinged. Bakugo growled. I'm Fing sat right here, you know that, don't you, you DMN frogface? Here. Tsuyu tilted her head, puzzled at Bakugo's muted, for him, reaction. Kaminari laughed. Man, we've only known Bakugo for like 3 days and it's already clear he has the personality of a flaming trash can seeped in sewage. This broke what little composure Bakugo had left. Fing say that again, you Pikachu-looking mothif. Momo shook her head. This conversation, so vulgar. Uraraka nudged the dark-haired girl, laughing. Come on, this is fun. I didn't think Bakugo's mouth could get any fouler. Kaminari didn't look very bothered by the explosive teen's outburst. Hey, Kaminari. Kaminari looked over to Gyro. Yo. What's with the ear gear? Gyro pointed to the large white earpiece on the right side of Kaminari's head. It's a communication device, actually it's basically just a phone. Kaminari pulled a slip of paper out of his jacket. It's got a phone number and everything. A phone number? Gyro questioned. Just, why? Kaminari grinned. It's so I can give it to all the cute girls I save. Wow, just, wow. Kaminari, you have reached a new low. Kaminari held the paper out to Gyro. Go on, you know you want to take it. One of Gyro's ear jacks poked Kaminari's wrist, hitting a nerve and making him drop the paper. Hey, what was that for? Izuku leaned down, picking up the slip of paper. The class turned to look at the green-haired boy. Izuku flushed red. No, it's not like that, I just thought it might be handy to have it. Sorry Kaminari, why you not my type? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. Because I'm a guy. Izuku shook his head. Because you're loud. I'm loud. Kaminari looked around the bus at a sea of nodding heads. Uraraka piped up. So what is your type, Deki? Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku desperately looked for a way out of the conversation, short of jumping out the window. Well is it the silent, broody type like Todoroki? Uraraka bounced in her seat. Or someone calm and confident like Yo Momo? Izuku and Momo blushed the same shade of red. Todoroki continued to stare out the window, ignoring the other students entirely. Ida perked up, seeing their destination out the window. We have arrived, everybody, please prepare yourself to disembark. Shut the F up, Four Eyes. Bakugo, please act in a manner befitting of the institution you attend. Ida chopped his hand rapidly. Yeah, get him Ida. Uraraka cheered loudly. Class 1A looked around themselves as they entered the massive building, gathered together on a raised platform. Below them they could see an array of areas, ranging from flood to ruins. Whoa, it's like Universal Studios Japan. Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist. Conflagration zone. Flood zone. Landslide zone. Every accident and incident you can expect to encounter as a pro hero. I built this place myself. A person in a large astronaut costume appeared from the stairs, joining Aizawa and the class on the raised platform. The unforeseen simulation joint. Uraraka jumped up and down in excitement. It's the Space Hero 13, they're my absolute favorite. They're super cool, they do their best work in rescue scenarios. Izuku was slightly taken aback that, for once, he wasn't the biggest hero nerd in the room. Look, Uraraka is going full Midoriya. Ashido pointed to the brown-haired girl, who was rapidly bobbing her head. 𝐼𝐲 moved to join his fellow hero, lowering his voice so only they could hear. "Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here." 13 shifted awkwardly, before holding up 3 gloved fingers. "About that, 𝐼𝐲." Izuku's eyes honed in on 13's gesture, noticing that it matched All Might's 3-hour limit as well as the current absence of the number 1 hero. 𝐼𝐲 sighed, resisting the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. "Let me guess, he used up all his time on his way to you this morning, right?" "Pretty much," 13 said. "He's in the staff room. He said he's going to try and join us for a few minutes at the end." 𝐼𝐲 sighed. "Fine, whatever, this exercise was originally planned for just 2 of us to run it. Let's just get started." 13 nodded, raising their voice so the class could hear. "But first I would like to say something." The gathered heroes in training watched as the space hero raised a single finger. "I just have one thing to say." 13 paused. "Well, actually it's more like 2 things. Or 3 maybe. 4. 5. Izuku frowned. "That's a lot of things to say. Anyway, as I'm sure you're all aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. Like its namesake, anything that is sked into it is torn apart by the gravitational forces." Mikumo tilted his head. "That's not really how black holes work." Excited murmurs rippled through the class, before a look from 𝐼𝐲 silenced them. Izuku spoke. "You've used your quirk to save people in loads of different disasters." "That I have. However, my quirk could also be easily used to kill. I'm sure many of you here are the same." The atmosphere in the class grew apprehensive, unsure of where 13 was going with their speech. "In our society, the use of our quirks is heavily monitored and restricted. It may seem stable. But all it takes is one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. I read your quirk descriptions. Bakugo, for example, could injure civilians with his explosions if he didn't check his surroundings. Todoroki could easily freeze or burn someone to death. And, Midoriya, your quirk has the most danger. You could easily copy, accidental or otherwise, a truly uncontrollable power." Mikumo watched as 13 spoke. It was a strange sensation. His entire life Mikumo had desperately wished for a quirk, anything, no matter how useless. Just for once, just for a few seconds, Mikumo was almost glad he didn't have a quirk, that he wasn't a walking time bomb. "Almost." 13 spoke again. "In 𝐼𝐲's physical fitness tests you got to see the hidden potential of your quirks. In All Might's battle trials you got to see the danger your quirk can pose to others." 13 struck a pose. "Today, this class will give you a new perspective. Today, you will learn how to save lives using your quirks." Mikumo looked away from the space hero, down towards the water fountain in the center of the facility. "I hope you leave today with the understanding that your quirks are meant to help people." 13 bowed. "That is all, thank you very much for listening." The class clapped politely, Uraraka somewhat more enthusiastically than her peers. Mikumo's eyes widened as he watched a purple mist begin to swirl at the base of the fountain, down in the main plaza. 𝐼𝐲 turned to follow Mikumo's line of sight, observing as the mist grew in size. "Huddle up and don't move," 𝐼𝐲 ordered, holding an arm out. 13. Protect the students. The mist continued to grow larger and larger. Mikumo couldn't take his eyes off it. Figures emerged from the mist, more and more coming, flooding in with each second that passed. Kirishima raised a hand to block the light as he looked at the figures. "Whoa, are those battle robots like the entrance exam?" 𝐼𝐲 unraveled his scarf, moving it to a fighting stance. "Stay back, those are real villains." Mikumo reached into his pockets, pulling out a collapsible visor. Unfolding it, Mikumo put it in place, a silver metal unit on each temple, a blue plexiglass visor connecting them. Activating the zoom function, Mikumo honed in on the center of the mist, a pair of yellow eyes appearing in it. "Just 13 and Eraserhead, then." The mist spoke. "That staff schedule I received the other day said All Might should be here. So the break-in yesterday, that was you." 𝐼𝐲 raised his goggles into place. "Some." The mist spoke again. "We've come all this way, brought so many playmates, and All Might, the pathetic symbol of peace, isn't here." Mikumo froze in fear. He knew that voice, the same one that had haunted his dreams. The pale man. Tomura Shigaraki appeared from the portal, his face and body covered in severed hands. I wonder, Shigaraki grinned maniacally. Will killing some kids bring him here? Mikumo was frozen in fear, unable to look away from Shigaraki. 3 more figures appeared from the portal, all of them as tall and muscular as All Might, but more akin to monsters than men, with beaks and exposed brains. The first of the trio was the shortest, its off-white skin covered with bark-like armor. The other white monster lumbered next to it, its hands replaced with meter-long claws. The final monster had pitch-black skin, red scars covering its shoulders and arms. It was the tallest of the 3, its beaker longer, dressed in tan trousers, with skull-shaped knee pads. Villains, here? Kirishima questioned. But this UA, there can't be villains. Momo looked to 13. Doesn't the USJ have some kind of intruder sensors? 13 nodded. It does, they must be jamming them somehow. Are they just here? Or have more of these villains appeared in the rest of the campus as well? Todoroki wondered aloud, before glancing at Momo. One of their quirks must be the one jamming the alarms. A wave of villains began to spread out from the fountain, the majority heading towards the raised platform where the students and the 2 pro heroes were. Todoroki spoke again. These villains aren't stupid. This place is far from the main campus, at a time where only a few people are here. This is a well-coordinated operation, this isn't just some wild attack, they must have some kind of objective. 13. Begin. Evacuating the students. Aizawa moved to the top of the stairs. One of the villains must have the electric-type quirk that's blocking communications. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. G got it. Hatsume, Akatani. Mikumo was jerked out of his paralysis, allowing him to deactivate the zoom on his visor. See if you can make his work. Aizawa reached into his jacket and drew his phone. Mikumo caught the device. Mr. Aizawa - if you get through, call Principal Nedzu. Aizawa prepared to launch himself down the stairs. Sensei. Izuku called out. You can't fight them all alone, your quirk can't affect them all. Izuku thought back to his hero notes. Notebook 5. Page Eraserhead's fighting style is characterized by erasing the opponent's quirk and rapid binding using his capture scarf. Aizawa sighed. You really are a hero nerd, aren't you, problem child? Remember this, a hero cannot afford to be a one-trick pony. 13. Take care of them. Wrapping each end of his scarf to both the handrails of the stairs, Aizawa pulled, flying into the air, towards the approaching villains. At the bottom of the stairs, 3 villains lined up. Shooting squad, form up. Yelled a man with a helmet-like mask and gun barrels for fingertips. You're not my boss, finger guns. A woman with grey dreadlocks glared at the back of the man's head. The intel Shigaraki gave us said it was supposed to be 13 and All Might. Who's this loser? The third member of the shooting squad, a large, muscular man with white horns and a strange gas mask, stepped forward. I think I've seen him before, Medusa, dunno what his quirk is though. Finger Guns aimed his hands at Aizawa, grinning. I don't give a DMN about his quirk, Lighthorn. He's gonna be a dead loser, soon. Fire! Medusa raised her palms, plasma gathering as her dreadlocks began to float. Next to her, Lighthorn clenched his fist as the 2 barrels in the mouthpiece of his gas mask began to glow. Aizawa's eyes glowed red beneath his goggles, his hair floating around his face. Finger Gun's barrels clicked uselessly, Medusa's hair fell limp, the light from Lighthorn's gas mask barrels faded away. What? My quirk's not working. Finger Guns looked down at his hands. The 2 ends of Aizawa's capture scarf shot out, one wrapping up Medusa and Finger Guns, the other binding the far heavier Lighthorn. The 3 villains were lifted into the air, the scarf twisting in on itself and slamming their heads together. Aizawa landed in the middle of the other villains, the shooting squad falling to the ground unconscious. What the hell was that? You idiot, that's Eraserhead, said a villain with bandages wrapped around his head. He can erase the quirks of anyone he looks at. A villain with 4 arms and rock-like complexion tilted his masked head. Erase, you say, Azubaz? Aizawa looked to the four-armed villain. "Stonehenge, don't try it," Azubaz warned. Stonehenge ignored the call of his fellow villain, charging at Aizawa. "Let's see if that trick works against us with a mutant class quirk." Aizawa glared at Stonehenge. "No, it doesn't. It only works against emitter or transformation types, or active parts of a mutant type quirk." The capture scarf lashed out, wrapping up Stonehenge and lifting him into the air. However, statistically, mutant quirks tend to focus on close quarters. Aizawa pivoted on one foot, pulling on his scarf to slam Stonehenge into two other villains, one with gorilla arms and the other with a snail head and metal claws for hands. "Which is why I have countermeasures for you and your quirk." Aizawa recalled his scarf, staring down the circle of villains that surrounded him, weighing up his options. Shigaraki watched the fight from a distance, scratching at his neck. His hand-to-hand combat is impressive, with those goggles of his making it hard to see whose quirk is cancelling. No wonder he's tearing through the fodder like this. One of the villains, with prehensile hair, gasped as her quirk vanished, before a kick from Eraserhead sent her flying. "I hate pro heroes, ordinary people don't stand a chance against them." Shigaraki glared at Aizawa. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping up a worm-like villain, yanking him towards the hero and punching him in the chest. A villain, covered in teal-colored bone mold armor, charged at Aizawa, forcing him to use his scarf to pull himself out of the way. "You can call me 𝐂𝐲𝐽." The villain's voice was muffled under his bone mold helmet. "I don't care." Aizawa launched a kick at 𝐂𝐲𝐽. The villain blocked Aizawa's leg with his armored forearm, forcing the hero backwards. "You'll regret disrespecting me, hero." 𝐂𝐲𝐽 grew spikes on his armored hands and forearms. Aizawa's eyes flashed red under his goggles, the bone mold armor falling away from 𝐂𝐲𝐽. The trap was sprung. A blue, one-eyed villain with large horns charged at Aizawa's back. In one fluid motion, Aizawa sent his scarf out to bind the Cyclops, adding to his momentum with a pull and stepping to the side, allowing him to crash into 𝐂𝐲𝐽. Izuku watched as his homeroom teacher launched himself back into the fray, the rest of his class racing towards the exit. Eraserhead is good, but I can already see him slowing down, just slightly. He can't go on forever, he's unsuited to one versus many fights, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve. Midoriya. Izuku's foot lifted off the ground, he wasn't thinking, he was just moving. Class representative. Ida's shout broke Izuku's focus, making him look at the taller boy. "The class needs you." "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa." Izuku sighed, before nodding. "You're right, let's go." Ida and Izuku turned, running after their classmates, the former using his engines, the latter tapping into his new speed quirk. They quickly caught up, Izuku trailing a few seconds behind Ida, both of them slowing to jog alongside Uraraka and Zero. Further up, Mikumo looked across to Hatsune, her pink dreadlocks bouncing with every footfall. "We need to deploy," Mikumo called. Hatsune glanced at her partner, the large case still on her back. "All right, this is the ultimate field test for our baby." "Hatsune, we're running away from the villains, not fighting them." Mikumo fell back, lining up behind the pink-haired girl. Authorization code, Alpha 1986, Configuration A, in-motion deployment. A light on the case flashed, before a panel opened up. Two metal devices shot out of the case, hitting the ground in front of Mikumo and opening up, allowing him to slip his feet into them as he ran. The metal panels wrapped around the boy's lower legs, forming a set of boots with repulsor soles. His footsteps now heavy and metallic, Mikumo pushed himself forwards, placing both hands inside the case. Like his prototype gauntlets, titanium alloy plates arranged themselves around his forearms, creating his gauntlets. Finally, a chest plate shot out of the case, hitting Mikumo's chest and securing itself, panels sliding together to form light back armor. The whole process took less than 15 seconds. A soft, mechanical voice spoke in Mikumo's ear. "SHTR system online. Model Alpha I ready for use. We're going to have to drop the deployment speed for the chest plate." Mikumo winced. "That's going to hurt in the morning." "Wimp." Hatsune replied. Mikumo rolled his eyes. "Just a beacon of support, aren't you?" "Yep." Suddenly, purple mist appeared in front of the doors, blocking their exit. The yellow eyes glowing from within the mist. "Greetings, I am 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫, we are the League of Villains, and I'm afraid we can't allow you to leave." The class came to a screeching halt, 13 prepared to use their quirk. "Forgive our audacity, but shut the F up, Misty F. Bakugo launched himself at 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫, forcing 13 to stop their quirk. "Bakugo! Stop!" A massive explosion engulfed 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫, blocking him from the view of the class. The dust began to clear. Bakugo was standing, breathing heavy, glaring at 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫. "Impressive, just a student and you actually got close to hurting me." 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 reformed. "I guess that's to be expected from the best of the best." Bakugo growled. "You're not going to get a chance to kill All Might, I'll take you F's down myself." 13 called out. "Bakugo, get back." 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 laughed, before swelling in size. "Begone, hero brats." The purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. "Writhe in torment until you breathe your last. The number you have called cannot be reached at the moment. Please try again later." Toshinori sighed, lowering the phone from his ear. That was the 4th time he'd tried to call Aizawa, as well as the 3 attempts he'd made at contacting 13. "They may have had good reasons, but my actions this morning were foolish." Toshinori sighed. "I put hero work ahead of my teaching, but maybe I can show up at the end." Toshinori trailed off. "No, that does it." Toshinori stood, his body swelling as he assumed his muscular form. "Hold on." The door to the staff room opened. "Am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? Who knows? All you need to know is I'm the principal. Nezu." Turning his head, Toshinori took in the sight of Nezu, as well as a tall, green and yellow-haired man standing behind him. Toshinori barely managed to stop himself from vomiting BLD as he suddenly deflated in shock. "Emirai." The tall man pushed his glasses up his nose, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Hello, Toshinori." Toshinori gulped. Momo hit the ground hard, followed by the sound of 2 more bodies landing next to her. Pushing herself up, Momo looked to see she was with Gyro and Kaminari. They had been warped to the mountain zone, judging by their surroundings. Kaminari stood. "We're still in the USJ, aren't we?" Momo nodded, helping Gyro to her feet. "Are you okay, Gyro?" Momo asked. Gyro nodded. "I'm fine, I just landed a bit funny, that's all." "Can you fight?" Gyro placed her foot down, testing it. "Yeah, I can. But I could do with a weapon." Momo held out her arm, the hilt of a sword appearing from her wrist. "Thanks." Gyro pulled on the hilt, drawing the sword from Momo, before testing its weight. "Can I get one of those?" Kaminari gave a thumbs up. "Can't you just shock any villains?" Gyro questioned, as she tested the weight of the sword. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you paying attention during the battle trial? I can charge my body up with electricity, but if I discharge it I can't control it, like Todoroki's ice." "Kaminari, use this." Momo's skin lit up, a katana protruding from her shoulder, which she then held out to Kaminari. "A katana?" Kaminari wondered as he took the blade. Momo smiled. "Like you said, your quirk only allows you to charge your body with electricity, not discharge in a targeted manner." Kaminari nodded in agreement. "That's why you used Mineta's spheres to conduct your electricity into Gyro and Ida. That weapon, its hilt is partially metal, connected to the rest of the blade." Kaminari realized what Momo was saying, grinning as he did. "Awesome, nice idea, Vice Representative, there they are." The 3 heroes in training turned to see a crowd of villains coming for them, 35 by Momo's quick count. Momo held out her hand, creating a staff, gripping it tightly as she steeled herself, getting ready to fight. "They're just 3 kids, we can take them." One of the villains said, his lips entirely made of metal, holding a spiked club in one hand, a knife in the other. The villain charged directly at Momo, prompting more to swamp Gyro and Kaminari. Ducking a swing of the spiked club, Momo spun her staff around, bringing it down on the villain's wrist. The villain dropped the club, recoiling. 𝐼𝐵-Momo smacked the villain in the face with the end of her staff before he could finish his sentence, before kicking him in the chest, sending him flying back. 𝐿𝐵. Another villain, a long, wide buster sword strapped to his back, moved to help 𝐿𝐵 up. I'm fine, 𝐿𝐻𝑜use. 𝐿𝐵 pressed his hand to 𝐿𝐻𝑜use's shoulder, his hand glowing red. 𝐿𝐵 pressed his metal lips together, forming a thin slot. The slot word, before a life-size 2D version of 𝐿𝐻𝑜use was printed from it, holding a similarly 2D copy of his sword. 𝐿𝐵 grinned as both 𝐿𝐻𝑜use and paper 𝐿𝐻𝑜use advanced on Yorozu. Yorozu flicked her wrist, creating 2 kunai, both of them rocketed at paper 𝐻𝑜use. The photocopy knocked one kunai away with his sword, the other ripping through his shoulder, leaving a tear. 𝐻𝑜use swung his sword at Yorozu. The teen dodged to one side, 𝐻𝑜use's weapon cracking the ground, the force augmented by his strength quirk. Yorozu recovered herself, before jamming a taser she'd created into the villain's neck, taking him out of the fight. Paper 𝐻𝑜use launched himself at Yorozu, who quickly ducked to one side and swung her staff, crumpling his sword. Tossing the ruined weapon away, Paper 𝐻𝑜use swung a fist at Yorozu. Yorozu didn't move, the punch hitting her shoulder, leaving a long, shallow paper cut. 𝐿𝐵 laughed. That was a mistake, girlie. Yorozu smiled. No, it wasn't. Fire engulfed paper 𝐻𝑜use's arm, a lighter in Yorozu's hand. The photocopy stumbled away, the photocopy was swallowed by the flames. 𝐿𝐵 glared at the dark-haired girl. No matter, I can make him again. Another paper 𝐻𝑜use was created, stalking towards Yorozu. Yorozu's thigh began to glow, before a large flamethrower was created from it. Grabbing the flamethrower, Yorozu raised it and fired, burning paper 𝐻𝑜use to a crisp. No. 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 𝐿𝐵 created another photocopy. Yorozu burnt it. No. Photocopy after photocopy was created, burning up in seconds as Yorozu slowly approached 𝐿𝐵. Stepping over the ashes of another photocopy, Yorozu slammed the side of the flamethrower into 𝐿𝐵's temple, knocking him out. Dropping the spent weapon, Yorozu turned to take stock of the battlefield, only for a brown-haired villain to charge at her, hands raised. Dust fired from the villain's palm, enveloping Yorozu and leaving her unable to see her surroundings. Suddenly, the dust began to explode like firecrackers, leaving Yorozu disorientated. A fist struck the teen across the jaw, sending her sprawling. The villain loomed out of the dust, holding his palm out, ready to fire again. A wave of sound blasted the dust away, slamming into the villain and exploding. The ear jacks disconnected from Gyro's amplifier boots as she held a hand out to Yorozu. Need a hand? Yorozu allowed Gyro to pull her up. Thanks for the save. A villain with pale green skin rocketed towards Gyro's back, propelled by a mini-cyclone in the palm of each hand. Before the villain could reach his target, 5 long, steel spikes shot out of Yorozu's palm, pinning the villain to the rock wall. Gyro smiled. Thanks, Momo. That one is catching on, isn't it? You can blame Ashido and Uraraka for that. Gyro fired another sound wave at another villain, with the body of an iguana, slamming him into the rock wall. The two heroes in training split apart, Momo launching herself at a large villain, wearing clothes of dark red fur, while Gyro engaged a villain wearing a grey trenchcoat. Gyro ducked the swing of trenchcoat's sickle, firing a pulse from her left boot, knocking the weapon from the villain's hand. A pink-skinned villain dived in, slicing his knife towards Gyro. The purple-haired girl disconnected one of her jacks and wrapped it around the pink villain's wrist, squeezing tight and forcing him to drop the weapon. The pink villain grabbed Gyro's wrist, holding her in place, leering at her. Sickle, get her, now. Trenchcoat had retrieved his sickle, swinging it at Gyro. Kaminari was suddenly in the way, blocking the sickle with his katana. Looks like somebody's in for the shock of lifetime. Indiscriminate shock, 100,000 volts. Both Kaminari and the katana lit up with electricity, through the sickle and into Trenchcoat. That was a terrible one-liner. Gyro sighed as she slammed a fist into the pink villain's temple, knocking him out. Kaminari shrugged. I thought it was pretty good. It is scared. Trenchcoat gasped, before collapsing. A toad-like villain jumped at Kaminari, from all fours, his strong legs giving him the momentum to slam into the electric teen, the katana falling from his grip. "I'm gonna enjoy this." The toad villain's tongue shot out, wrapping around Kaminari's neck, choking him. Kaminari grinned, making the villain nervous. "Do you know what happens to a toad when it's electrocuted?" The toad villain frowned. "The same thing that happens to everything else." Kaminari lit up with electricity, shocking the villain and forcing him to release him. Pushing the unconscious villain of him, Kaminari retrieved his katana and stood. "I've always wanted to use that line." A red-haired villain suddenly swung a fist at Kaminari, sending him stumbling back. Readying himself, Kaminari raised his katana and charged it, as well as himself, with electricity. "Burn, kid." The villain grinned. "SCORCH." The second those sound left the villain's lips, a cone of fire burst from his mouth. Kaminari raised his arm to protect himself, the heat singeing his costume. As the fire burnt out, Kaminari yelped and dropped the katana, glancing down to see it was a puddle of molten metal on the ground. "Effin' burn, you brat." Dodging another burst of fire, Kaminari came face to face with a massive villain, twice his height, wearing a silver helmet, bearing down on him. Kaminari screamed, before ducking a swing of Silver Helmet's huge fist, turning on his heels and running towards Gyro and Momo. "Have you seen this guy? I seriously think I just saw the river Styx." Gyro blocked the sword of the iguana villain with her own, before kicking him away, while Momo batted away a villain's arm, in the form of a large spike, with her staff. The blue-skinned man stabbed his other 3 arms at Momo, forcing her to take a step back to avoid being impaled. Kaminari rejoined Gyro and Momo. "These guys are crazy. Worry about that later." Gyro replied, the 3 teens regrouping as the villains did the same. "Right now we need to figure out how to get away from these villains. We can't win, they're just toying with us." Kaminari turned to look at Momo. "A villain melted my sword, could you make me one again?" Gyro spoke. Before Momo could react. "You're the electric guy, right? Just get up close and shock them with your quirk." Kaminari shook his head, starting to panic. "I can't discharge with any sort of aim, I'd fry you too as well. It's like Todoroki's quirk. And I can't even call for help thanks to whichever one of these villains is jamming communications. Right now, you two just can't rely on me." Gyro rolled her eyes. "Stop whining. You should have asked for something to aim your quirk with when you asked for your costume." Silver Helmet charged again, forcing Kaminari to jump back. "Kaminari, charge up your body." Gyro planted a foot in the small of Kaminari's back and pushed. Yelling in fear, Kaminari flooded his body with electricity just as he stumbled into the large villain, lighting both him and the flame villain next to him up with yellow energy. Kaminari turned his head to look at Gyro. "Look, it's working. I'm strong, you two can count on me." Gyro sighed. "You are way too happy-go-lucky. Stop messing around, kid." A villain with a yellow jumpsuit and white visor charged at Gyro, his right arm a long, black cable. At its end was a number of rocks, fused together into a single boulder. With an overarm swing, the stone villain brought the boulder down towards Gyro. Without even blinking, Gyro plugged both her jacks into her boots, firing a continuous blast that obliterated the boulder back into its individual parts and fired them back at the stone villain. "What if?" The stones smashed into the villain's gut, dropping him to the ground. "You say your quirk is strong." A deep voice caught Kaminari's attention, turning his head to see a tall, thin villain, wearing metal gauntlets. "Then why don't you try using it on me?" The villain flexed his thin arms. "That's Yo-Wai Armstrong. The stretch arm villain. Don't run in fear yet, you're facing the technique that's been passed down in my family for generations." The villain released a mighty yell as his arm stretched, his metal-covered fist weakly hitting Kaminari in the face. Yo-Wai Armstrong yelled out in pain as his body was filled with electricity, unable to pull his hand away. A villain in a grey boar mask jumped over the mass of his electrified comrades, a knife in each hand. Momo flicked her arm, a capture net firing from it and wrapping up the boar villain, his loss of momentum dropping him into Kaminari's electrification effect. "Both of you should be taking this more seriously." Momo returned her staff to a two-handed grip. "Sorry, I thought it was a good idea at the time." J.I.R.O. said, her tone almost bashful. At the same time, Kaminari's quirk gave out, the yellow energy dissipating, the 4 villains caught in its effect crumpling to the ground, their bodies smoking. J.I.R.O. activated her quirk again, her boots firing the amplified sound of her heartbeat at the villains, the sound waves crashing over 5 villains. They screamed, covering their ears. A villain with a white mask and long, black hair jumped down from the cliff above J.I.R.O., a tomahawk in each of his hands. J.I.R.O. dodged, freeing the villains from her sound waves. Before the villain could swing again, Momo delivered a double-footed kick to his chest, slamming him back against the rock wall. Momo landed. It's done. J.I.R.O. looked to her classmate. What's done? This. A large, white blanket burst from Momo's back, tearing a hole in her costume as it unfolded and landed on top of herself and J.I.R.O. Larger creations take more time, Momo explained, before peeking out of the blanket. Kaminari, this blanket is an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari grinned, giving the dark-haired girl a double thumbs up. I see. Electricity sparked through Kaminari. In that case, I can go all out. Indiscriminate shock, 3 million volts. Yellow energy burst from Kaminari's body, jumping from villain to villain in less time than it took to blink. After 10 long seconds the lightning ceased, leaving every villain smoking and shocked. One by one the villains collapsed, until only Kaminari was standing. Momo raised the blanket to look out, seeing they had won. We should join the others as quickly as we can, I fear they could be in grave danger. Your Momo, your costume. J.I.R.O. pointed to the dark-haired girl. Momo examined her outfit, the back had ripped open, but thanks to the added support of the zipper it had stayed together, replacing it would have cost a portion of her lipid stores she didn't really have to spare. It's fine, J.I.R.O. Momo smiled, before throwing the blanket aside. Kaminari, are you okay? The teen in question had moved, his hands still giving thumbs up, his expression vacant. He must have overloaded himself or something. J.I.R.O. offered in explanation. Hello. Hello. Kaminari, can you hear me? J.I.R.O. frowned. Is that 𝐒𝐻𝐈? Momo reached out, taking the communication device from Kaminari's ear, placing it on her own. Momo, it's great to hear your voice. The dark-haired girl blushed slightly. Likewise, Shocho, are you uninjured? I'm fine, I'm with 𝐒𝐈 and Mineta in the flood zone, they are fine as well. J.I.R.O.'s lips pressed into a thin line. I actually could do with a favor, Fukushacho. The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes. God, you two are such a couple. No, I mean --AACC. J.I.R.O. grinned, she could actually picture Izuku's blush, idly wondering if his cheeks might actually set on fire. The two teens eventually recovered from the heart attacks J.I.R.O. had given them. Momo spoke, unable to stop her blush. What was it you wanted, Midoriya? Right, Yorozu. I need the chemical formula and structure for disperse red where it's a dye. Momo frowned, before taking the dictionary from her belt, opening it and flicking through. Here it is. Disperse red 9, chemical name 1-methylaminoanthraquinone, chemical formula C15H11NO. Thanks, Momo. You are welcome, Izuku. We've taken out the villains in our area, we'll come to you. Oh okay, see you soon. That you shall. Momo lowered the communication device as the line went dead. Drop. That, or your friend fries. Momo and J.I.R.O. turned around to see a tall, muscular villain in a white skull mask holding a still-dazed Kaminari in the air with one hand, electricity sparking in the other. Hands up, and no using your quirks. Both Momo and J.I.R.O. hesitated. The villain's hand sparked again. Do it, or else your friend dies. Kaminari's distant expression suddenly became very worried. He got us, we completely let our guard down. J.I.R.O. said. An ambush after we thought we got them all, I should have seen this coming. The two teens followed the instruction, raising their hands, the communication device still in one of Momo's hands. I told you to drop that. The villain warned. Momo let the device fall to the ground. Now kick it to me. The dark-haired girl did just that, the communication device coming to a halt at the villain's feet. An armored boot slammed down on the transceiver, turning it to scrap. Good, we can't have you calling your boyfriend again. Momo resisted the urge to reply. The villain spoke again. I don't want to kill an electric type like me, but I guess I'll have to. Electric type, you must be the one jamming communications. Right you are, Ponytail. The electric villain began to walk towards the two heroes in training. Gyro glanced down, before speaking. You and Kaminari are a couple of born winners then, aren't you? Here. The villain stopped in his tracks. Momo looked across, worried at what the other girl might say next, before spotting an earjack creeping down Gyro's back. Well, even if you weren't a hero, there's plenty of industries that would be clamoring for you. You'd be in high demand, it's just a thought I had. Gyro paused. I was just wondering, why would someone with a quirk like yours would become a villain? The villain's hand sparked again. Stop that, or I fry the kid. Gyro froze. Did YA think I wouldn't notice? The earjack returned to its normal position. If you don't resist, I'll let this kid live. The villain began to walk towards them again. If you do, I'll fry him and then you. Momo steeled herself. Do it. The villain stopped mid-step. What? Do it. Momo ignored the look of betrayal in her classmate's eyes. Fry him. Fine, but his BLD is on your hands. The villain pressed his hand to Kaminari's chest, flooding the blonde teen's body with electricity. Fry, kid. After a few seconds the attack ended. Kaminari's clothes looked a little singed, but his dazed expression was gone, his body crackling with lightning. Kaminari, use your quirk. Momo snatched up the discarded insulation sheet and pulled over her and Gyro. Right, have a taste of your own medicine, Skullface. Indiscriminate discharge, 800,000 volts. Electricity burst from Kaminari's body, making the villain spasm and drop him. The villain grunted as the attack ended, before keeling over backwards. Whoa, Yuruzu, how did you know his quirk wouldn't kill me? Kaminari asked as Momo and Gyro climbed out from under the sheet. Momo smiled. You must have some kind of immunity to electricity since you charge your entire body. It was clear he didn't have any immunity since he assumed you didn't as well. Nice idea, Yuruzu. Kaminari smiled and gave her a thumbs up. A massive burst of wind blew through the area. The scattered, unconscious villains suddenly piled up not far from the three teens. We're saved! Kaminari exclaimed, throwing his arm up into the air. That was totally all might. Momo and Gyro breathed a sigh of relief. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back! Tenya watched as Kurogiri laughed, the villain's misty body swelling in size. Begone, hero brats! The purple mist engulfed the students, blinding them. Tenya made his decision, looking to his side, seeing where Midoriya stood. Class representative, the class needs you. Lurching forwards, Tenya activated his engines, slamming into Midoriya and Soto and sending them flying, clear of the villain's mist. Writhe in torment, until you breathe your last. Tenya was falling. Flaming buildings surrounded him, the oppressive heat making him sweat. Igniting his engines, Ida bent his legs and boosted into one of the buildings, sliding down it to land on the ruined street below. The conflagration zone, that villain must have warped us all to different parts of the USJ to make us easier to defeat. Seems that way. Ojiro landed on a lamppost, his tail cushioning him. Ojiro, I am glad to see you safe. Tenya nodded to his classmate. What about me? Hatsume skidded to a halt on the road, the large case still on her back, wearing chest armor with 2 grapples and carrying a very pale Aomar in her arms, bridal style. Aomar dropped out of Hatsume's arms onto all fours, his breathing shallow. I thought I was going to die. Aomar looked up at Tenya, his eyes wide and haunted. Hatsume laughed. Oh, calm down, Frenchie, it was only a few backflips. 16. Aomar weakly pushed himself to his feet. It was 16 backflips. Ojiro jumped down from the lamppost. We have company. The 4 teens looked around themselves. 6 villains were approaching from one side, 7 from the other. Ojiro, you take that direction. Tenya pointed to the 6 villains on one side. I will take the other. 𝐼𝐺, protect 𝐻𝐻𝐈. 𝐵𝐺 nodded in agreement, using his tail to launch himself at the nearest villain, a blue-haired woman with fists covered in needles. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 laughed, dropping her case to the ground, a gauntlet similar to Mikumo's on each arm. There's no chance I'm sitting on the sidelines when I can use this as an opportunity to test my babies. Firing off her grapples, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 shot into the air, flipping as she did, before pulling on the side of a building, punching a 15-foot-tall villain in his face. Tenya processed the change of situation, before looking at 𝐼𝐺. The plan has changed, help 𝐵𝐺 instead. 𝐼𝐺. 𝐼𝐺 struck a shaky pose. Charging up his engines, Tenya burst into motion, heading for the same gigantic villain as 𝐻𝐻𝐈, before delivering a kick to the inside of the villain's knee, shattering it. With an almighty crash, the villain slammed down on the ground, on top of 2 other villains, holding his knee as he screamed in pain. Another villain, an older man with green skin, came for Tenya, flicking his arm and releasing a stream of green acid at the hero in training. Raising his arm to intercept the acid, Tenya jumped into the air and fired his left engine. Tenya span, allowing him to deliver an engine-powered kick to the green acid villain across the temple, dropping him immediately. Tenya landed, unclipping his acid-covered gauntlet and letting it fall to the ground, slowly melting. He readied himself to engage the next villain, a woman with hair of fire, when 𝐻𝐻𝐈 suddenly grabbed one of his arms. Your quirk is super interesting, I wonder, maybe arm booster to increase maneuverability. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 examined Tenya's arm. Tenya pulled it free in a single chopping motion. 𝐻𝐻𝐈, I do believe this is not the time for such a conversation. A villain sprinted at 𝐻𝐻𝐈's back. Tenya ignited his engines in response, ready to defend her. Before Tenya could act, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 raised her right arm, the cuff of the gauntlet rotating to reveal a blue-tipped nozzle on the top of the wrist. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 smiled. Do you mind testing this out for me? Blue liquid shot out of the nozzle, splashing onto the ground. I call it anti-friction fluid, AFF for short, enjoy. The villain's eyes widened comically as he completely lost traction with the ground, sliding off and smashing into the lamppost. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 fired one of her grapples, hitting her case and pulling it, sliding across the tarmac and coming to a halt at her feet. Kicking it open, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 retrieved a single metal glove, the same silver color as the rest of the SHTR gear. Here, try this out. This is the SHTR liquid arm, model Alpha I. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 pushed Tenya's left arm, bare from the acid villain's attack, into the glove. The glove lit up, unfolding and armoring almost up to his elbow. Thank you, 𝐻𝐻𝐈. Tenya nodded. Is this safe? 𝐻𝐻𝐈 shrugged. Probably, watch this. Grabbing the cuff, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 rotated it, revealing a nozzle similar to her own gauntlet, this one with a red tip. Make a fist and aim at a villain. Press the button on the outside of the middle finger with your thumb to fire. Tenya paused, before slowly nodding and raising his fist at the fire hair villain, firing the gauntlet. Extinguisher foam fired from the nozzle, covering the flame hair villain and killing the fire. Rotate the cuff clockwise, 2 notches. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 fired off a grapple and disconnected it, wrapping up a villain, securing him tightly. I will, 𝐻𝐻𝐈. Tenya followed the pink-haired girl's instruction, the extinguisher nozzle retracting, replaced by one with a white tip. Fire! White foam shot from the nozzle, covering the flame villain up to her neck, before it expanded and hardened, encasing her entirely. That's the immobilization foam, useful for capturing villains and rescuing civilians. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 dodged a villain's energy-covered fist by firing one of her grapples, pulling herself away. Landing, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 turned as the villain fired black energy from his bare feet, blasting him towards the pink-haired girl. 𝐻𝐻𝐈, watch out. Tenya wasn't fast enough, there was no way he could reach her in time. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 raised her left arm, the panels retracting to allow a large, diamond-shaped shield, in the same metal as the gauntlet, to unfold. The villain's fist hit the shield, reflecting his own energy back on himself. Dropping the shield, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 swayed to the immobilization foam on her right arm and fired it at the energy villain, point-blank range. His body was covered in rapidly hardening foam. The villain gave a muffled yell before pitching backwards, unable to stop himself as he slowly rolled away. Taking care to make sure each of the 7 villains were defeated, Tenya turned to aid Ojiro, finding the boy fighting 3 villains at once in hand-to-hand combat, 𝐼𝐺 nowhere to be found. Before Tenya could move to help Ojiro, the ground shook. And then it shook again. The 𝐵𝐺𝐸. Let's get out of here. One of the villains fighting Ojiro pointed behind the teens, before all 3 bolted in the opposite direction, each dragging a comrade. Tenya turned. The white monster with claws lumbered towards them, the ground shaking with every step, its eyes wild, like an animal. Ojiro, the villains. Tenya leapt into act, firing his engines, scooping up the energy and flame villain, one on each shoulder. On it. Ojiro sprang forward with a flick of his tail, quickly collecting the bound and acid villains, leaving only the 15-foot villain and the 2 trapped under him. Dropping the energy and flame villains at Hatsume's feet, Tenya fired his engines to launch himself back into the fray. The clawed 𝐵𝐺𝐸 stopped as it reached the massive villain, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. The 2 villains who had been squashed under the massive villain desperately filled their lungs before scrambling to their feet and running down the street as fast as they could. Bringing his clawed hand back, light glinting off the metal, before plunging them into the massive villain's stomach. With a bored grunt, the clawed 𝐵𝐺𝐸 dropped the injured villain, who shrank down to a normal size as he fell. Tenya caught the villain before he could hit the ground, firing his engines and returning to his classmates. Lay him down, Hatsume said, her tone suddenly authoritative. Tenya did as he was told, watching as the clawed 𝐵𝐺𝐸 slowly lumbered towards them. Hatsume rotated her cuff, sucking to a green-tipped nozzle, spraying a viscous liquid on the villain's wound. This will stabilize him, but he'll need serious medical treatment and fast. 𝐼𝐺𝐸 came running out of one of the buildings. Run for your lives. Ojiro grabbed 𝐼𝐺𝐸's cape, holding him back. 𝐼𝐺𝐸, look after Hatsume. Ida, let's go. Tenya nodded, standing. We have to stop this monster here. If we let it go it could kill our fellow students, as well as the villains. Right. Ojiro joined Tenya. Hatsume and 𝐼𝐺𝐸 took shelter in a building, the former dragging the injured with her. You have a plan, Vice Representative. Tenya clenched a fist. What would Tensai do? Ojiro, use the lamppost, attack its head as a distraction. Ojiro nodded, using his tail to fly into the air and spring off the side of the lamppost, spinning in the air. Charging up his engine, Tenya pushed them past anything he'd ever dared to try before. Engine boost. Tenya's armored legs slammed into the clawed 𝐵𝐺𝐸's gut. His attack was turned back against him, sending him flying away, Ojiro alongside him, both of them crashing into the ground. Ojiro grunted. It must have some kind of impact reflection quirk. The claws must just be grafted onto its hands, not its quirk. The navy-haired teen looked up, watching the injuries to the 𝐵𝐺𝐸's gut and cheek healed at a rapid pace. It's healing, it has 2 quirks, at least. Tenya started to push himself back up when a massive hand grabbed him around the waist and lifted. Ida! Ojiro forced himself to his feet, slamming his tail into the ground, shooting him towards the 𝐵𝐺𝐸 with a kick. The clawed 𝐵𝐺𝐸 lashed out, grabbing Ojiro's leg and tightening its grip. Ojiro's leg snapped, the blonde teen crying out in pain as the 𝐵𝐸 continued to squeeze harder. Grabbing blindly at the cuff of his SHTR gauntlet, Tenya rotated it, looking for the immobilization foam. Ojiro's screams amplified. Tenya threw caution to the wind, raising his gauntlet and firing. A stream of water shot from the ice blue nozzle, suddenly freezing and impaling the 𝐵𝐸 in its exposed brain. Roaring in pain, the 𝐵𝐸 dropped both Tenya and Ojiro, scrabbling to pull the ice spike from its brain. Tenya fired his engines, kicking off the 𝐵𝐸's chest, catching Ojiro and landing on the road. Hatsume! The pink-haired girl took Ojiro into her own arms, surprising Tenya with her strength and the ease she carried the blonde boy. Aida, we need to run. Ojiro grunted as Hatsume set him down. Tenya shook his head. No, we have to stop it, others will die if we don't. What would Midoriya do? What would Tensai do? I know what to do. Tenya's glasses glinted under the harsh light and flames. Hatsume, do you have any more gauntlets? Hatsume nodded. Just one, the match to the shield arm I have. Tenya moved over to Hatsum's equipment case, opening it, taking the last shield arm, unclipping his right arm guard. Tenya replaced it with the shield gauntlet, undeployed. "I hope you have a plan," Hatsum commented. Tenya pushed his glasses up his nose. "I do. Follow my instructions, please." Hatsum examined Tenya for a few seconds, before nodding in agreement. "Ema." Tenya looked at the shaking teen. "I need your help. You want to be a hero, don't you?" Something inside Ema hardened. "I'll help you, mon ami." "Good." Tenya watched as the clawed 𝐻𝐼 pulled the ice spike from its brain with a roar, regaining its agency, its exposed brain matter quickly healing. "Hatsum, stand next to the lamppost, get ready to launch me with your shield. You go further back, get ready to fire." Tenya charged up his engines, his exhaust ports flickering blue inside the orange flames. Maximum turbo boost. Racing towards Hatsum, Tenya watched as she lowered her shield, allowing him to plant a boot on it, the pink-haired girl launching him into the air. Igniting his engines, Tenya shot out of the way of the clawed 𝐻𝐼's fist. Deploying the shield in his arm, Tenya angled it towards Ema. "Fire your laser at me." "OUI." The sparkly blue laser hit Tenya's shield, reflecting and hitting the 𝐻𝐼 in the face, stunning it. Firing his engines, Tenya clenched his left fist and slammed it into the 𝐻𝐼's exposed brain, his arm sinking almost up to his elbow. Pressing his thumb to the fire button, Tenya discharged immobilization foam directly into the 𝐻𝐼's brain, encasing the 𝐻𝐼's head, sealing the gauntlet in place. "Monster, this is your finish line." Tenya released his arm from the gauntlet, planting his feet on the 𝐻𝐼's chest and kicking away. Landing on the ground, Tenya looked up, watching as the 𝐻𝐼 fell backwards, hitting the road with a massive crash, cracking the tarmac. "Nice work, Ida." Hatsum approached Tenya, giving him a thumbs up. "You'll make a great hero." Thank you, Hatsum." Ema stepped forwards. "Is it dead?" "No," Hatsum said. "That monster can heal itself, at an accelerated rate." Ida sealed the gauntlet into its brain so it cannot heal itself. Tenya nodded. "We should tend to Ojiro and the injured villain, then head towards the main entrance." A blast of wind shot through the conflagration zone, extinguishing the fires, leaving behind a pile of villains, a mixture of those the teens had defeated and those that had run away from the 𝐻𝐼. Tenya turned to watch as the wind tore away from them. "All Might, he's here." Landslide Zone. Shoto stared at the 8 villains, frozen in a circle around him, an apathetic look on his face. "How pathetic." Shoto's tone was dull. "You all lost to a student in his first week in an instant." None of the villains spoke, quietly shivering. "So none of you are willing to talk." Shoto stepped forward. "So the plan was divide and conquer." Still no response. Shoto started walking down the landslide, through the middle of the frozen villains. "I hate to say, but you guys are just a bunch of idiots with quirks they don't know how to use properly. This kid, he froze us all immediately, the second we warped here." A villain with grey skin spoke. "Finally, they are talking. Is he really just a kid?" A pink-skinned villain bemoaned, trying and failing to move. "He's like a pro hero already." A beast-like villain ummed pitifully. "At first I thought that Pale Man had gathered his elite to kill All Might." Shoto said. "But looking at you sorry lot makes it clear that's not the case." Another villain charged out from behind a CRP of ice-covered rocks, a green band of skin across the eyes the only unusual aspect to him, a large knife clutched in one hand. "Hey, F you, kid." Shoto turned his head, before slamming his foot down and encasing the villain with a stripe of green across his eyes in ice. Without looking away, Shoto dodged a metal staff move at his head from behind, grabbing it with his right hand, freezing both it and its wielder, a hawk-like man, solid. Shoto sighed. "You're just a ragtag bunch of thugs." Thickening the ice covering the hawk villain to protect him from shattering, Shoto pulled the staff free, letting the villain fall to the ground, rocking gently. "From what I saw, there were only 6 or 7 truly dangerous villains in that plaza." Shoto looked up. "Therefore, the next step I must take is simple." Turning back towards the green-striped villain, Shoto raised his right arm, his hand hovering over the villain's face. At this rate your cells will slowly wither and die. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 paused. I want to be a pro hero, so I don't really want to do something so cruel, so tell me. Icy air floated from 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻's palm. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? The green stripe villain shivered. From the ice or fear, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 didn't know. He didn't particularly care either. It's a monster dash die, brat. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 turned his head. A blonde-haired villain was charging at him, fist drawn back. A villain that 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 had already frozen. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 stamped his right foot, creating an ice barrier between himself and the villain. The villain smashed thought it with ease, but found only empty air. Where did he go? The villain looked around himself, seeing no trace of 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻. You have a strength-based quirk. A freezing hand suddenly touched the villain's back. Don't worry, I can counter that. Layer after layer of ice covered the villain, encasing him entirely in thick sheets of ice. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 lowered his arm. He could have sworn the amount of ice he'd used on the villain earlier had been enough to immobilize him. And yet he had somehow broken free, allowing him to attack 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻. Are you not going to use your fire, 𝐿𝐴𝐻-chan? 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 stilled, the breath catching in his throat. Toya! Turning, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 was face to face with a doppelganger of his brother, his hair white instead of its natural red. His brother who had died 11 years ago. Standing in front of him, whole and healthy, casually dressed in jeans and a white turtleneck. You can't be here. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 shook his head. Toya had to be the result of some villain's quirk. He was unburned, still the same age he was when he died, 18, just months from graduating from UHI. You're not real, you're dead. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 paused, his voice had lost its usual dullness. I saw you die. Toya's eyes hardened. You didn't see me die, you saw our father try and murder me. Murder you? Toya rolled up the sleeves of his turtleneck, revealing extensive burn scars. The flames that burnt me weren't my own, they belonged to Endeavor. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 shook his head. I saw it, the flames were blue, they were yours, I couldn't save you, my ice wasn't strong enough, my quirk had only just manifested. Toya returned his sleeves to their normal position, and looked around at the frozen villains. It certainly is now, last time I saw you all you could make were ice cubes. I'm sorry, I tried dash. Don't be. Toya interrupted. Endeavor tried to kill me, but in the end he lit the path to my salvation. Salvation? The paramedics that took me to the hospital. Toya lit blue flames in the palm of his hand. I arrested on the way, declared dead on arrival, they couldn't save me. Toya extinguished the flames. But he could. He. Toya nodded. Mr. Tochibana, he used his power to bring me back, placed me in a stasis, it's taken all this time to heal my body. His power. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 took a half step towards his brother. You mean his quirk? Toya rolled his blue eyes. Power and quirk are not the same thing. Power can be so much more, it can be property, influence, authority. The white-haired boy paused. Domination. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 raised an eyebrow. So this Tochibana is a villain. Toya shrugged. I guess that's one interpretation. What's the other interpretation? Mr. Tochibana was my savior, he granted me new power. Toya looked his brother directly in the eyes. The government says Endeavor is a hero, we both know that isn't true. How many more heroes are given a free pass to hurt their families just because of their jobs? Relighting the blue flames in his palm, Toya took a step back. I'll use Tochibana's power to burn this corrupt hero society down. Toya slammed the palm of flames down on the ground, an intense wave of heat washing over the area, melting all of 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻's ice. Don't fight me, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻. Toya walked towards his younger brother. These thugs won't hurt you, I'll make sure of that. You can join me, we'll stop Endeavor together. The 10 villains 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 had frozen earlier were free, advancing towards the teen. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 paused, his right hand slowly covering with ice. How many innocent people will die? For revenge. Don't you want revenge? Toya looked angry now. Revenge for what is taken from you, what is done to you. It doesn't take a genius to figure out where you got that burn from. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 breathing quickened. You don't know, do you? Toya stopped in his tracks. Don't know what? Reaching up to touch the scar over his left eye, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 replied. Endeavor didn't give me this scar, our mother did. Toya's face flushed red. Don't you dare lie about this. You're covering for that monster, he's made you say this. She used boiling water from the kettle. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 paused. She scalded that side of my face, because it looked like his face, Endeavor's. The only reason I didn't lose my sight in that eye is because the water had cooled slightly. Toya didn't speak, he couldn't. She was arrested, she got 10 years in a mental facility, I haven't seen her since then. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 stopped speaking, staring at Toya. He was crying. You're not fake. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 realized. This isn't just an illusion. Toya didn't hear him. Oi, Juikigata. A villain with a fish head poked Toya's shoulder. You there, blue boy. You're just trying to trick me. Toya said, his arms lighting on fire, his clothes resisting the flames. Endeavor gave you that scar, I know it, and he framed Mom for it. I'll make you admit it. Igniting his palms in a similar manner to Bakugo, Toya blasted himself towards his brother, as the 10 villains closed in on 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 as well. Before any of them could react, a blast of wind blew through the landslide zone, slamming into each of the villains, as well as Toya. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 took a step back. All Might, he's here. Fing hell. One of the villains stumbled back to his feet, before looking around. Heh, All Might must have though he'd knocked me out. Reaching out to touch Toya, his skin glowing, waking the white-haired boy. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 charged forwards, the villain was healing the others, undoing All Might's work. A column of blue fire forced 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 off target, he brought up an ice wall to protect himself from immolation. Landing beyond the villains, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 turned to see the healing villain was restoring a 4th villain. Slamming his right foot down, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 sent a wave of ice at the healing villain. Blue fire melted it before it could even get halfway. That won't work, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻. Toya's eyes flicked, his expression furious. That was just the distraction. A block of ice sailed through the air, appearing from the steam cloud of the ice wall's destruction, hitting the healing villain in the forehead, knocking him out cold. Endeavor trained you well. Toya set his left arm ablaze. But he trained me just as well, better even. I don't want to hurt you, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻, but what I have to do is bigger than both you and me. A wave of blue fire shot at 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻, forcing him to dodge, creating an ice slide to skate around Toya, slamming his hand into the chest of the gray-skinned villain, refreezing him immediately. Another ice slide, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 came to a halt a short distance away. Before he fully negated his velocity, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 watched as Toya melted the gray-skinned villain free. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 sighed. This is going to be a problem. He would need to alter his fighting style, he needed to get close to Toya and knock him out physically, otherwise he'd just keep freeing the other villains. Using an ice column, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 launched himself at his brother faster than the white-haired teen could react, driving a fist into his gut. Toya sighed, grabbing 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻's wrist as he straightened up, before slamming his palm into his brother's chest. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 was flung back, hitting the ground and rolling, slamming his hand down to create an ice slide to carry himself away. Not bad, you'll make a powerful hero. Toya sighed. Once I've torn this corrupt system down, it'll be up to you rebuild it, better than before. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 didn't reply. But there is something in the way. Toya paused. You need to use all of your quirk, not just your ice. I'll never use his fire. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 encased his right arm in ice, dropping into a fighting stance. It's your power, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻. Use it. That fire will never be my power, all I see is him every time I use it. Toya sighed again. If you want to be a great hero, you can't just handicap yourself. Slice, show him the errors of his argument. One of the villains nodded, holding his hands together and pulling them apart, forming a blade of condensed air. Slice burst into motion, moving at unnatural speed towards 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻. Slamming his right foot down on the ground, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 created a wall of ice in between, using his right hand to form a blade of ice, readying himself to fight Slice. The air blade cut through the ice wall like a hot knife through butter, the top half sliding away to reveal empty space. Hearing a noise behind him, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 twisted around, bringing his ice blade up to block Slice. Slice smiled. That won't work on me. The air blade cut through the ice without resistance, carrying on and slicing through Shoto's arm. He felt no pain. Shoto blinked, staring down at the stump where his left arm had been. Just below the elbow, the end was covered in smooth and clear skin, not a drop of blood to be seen. My arm. His arm was on the ground, yet he could still feel it, even the sensation of his palm touching the ground. Shoto commanded his left hand to form a fist. The arm on the ground clenched its hand into a fist. Slice shrugged, a smug look on his face. My quirk, it allows me to cut things with a blade I form myself, without harming them. Don't worry, your arm will be back to normal in an hour or so. You won't always be able to use your ice, Shoto. Toya nodded to Slice, the villain walking back towards his ally. Consider this a lesson. You three, attack him. The three remaining villains charged into action, racing at Shoto. Shoto stared down at his detached arm, a plan forming in his mind. Forcing me to fight with just fire. Shoto picked up his detached arm with his other arm. You really have turned into our father. Toya physically recoiled. Shoto had his opening. Throwing his detached arm down on the ground, Shoto activated his quirk, ice forming from where his palm made contact, engulfing the three villains entirely. Using an ice column under his right foot, Shoto launched himself at Slice and Toya. Landing, more ice bloomed from under his foot, encasing both of the villains. Shoto slammed his elbow into his brother's temple with his momentum, before Toya could melt the ice. You brat! Slice formed an air blade in one hand, breaking it through the ice as he did. Before he could free himself, Shoto lashed out with a back fist, sending Slice to join Toya in unconsciousness. Shuddering, Shoto looked down to see his right arm had returned to its normal position, even the sleeve of his costume was repaired and whole. Taking stock of the situation, Shoto made sure each of the villains, including his brother, were restrained or unconscious. With one last look at his brother, Shoto turned and set off for the main plaza, the last place he had seen those three monsters. Reaching the edge of the landslide zone, Shoto turned, running towards the main plaza. A sudden blast of air shot up from the center of the USJ, smashing a massive hole in the roof and blowing Shoto clean off his feet. Using another ice slide to negate his momentum, Shoto glided to a halt, staring up at the sky through USJ's newest skylight. What was that? Shoto wondered. One of the monsters from before slammed down not far from Shoto, out cold, the bark covering its body broken and shattered, revealing the pale skin below. A booming voice echoed through the USJ, rattling the remaining glass in the facility. It's fine now. Because I am here. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Mikumo activated the UV mode of his visor, searching for the ring of UV lights on Hagekyo's glove. There was every chance the pale man would dispose of her now he'd gotten what he wanted, breaking into USJ. Kurogiri laughed, before swelling in size. There. Begone, hero brats. Mikumo surged forwards, reaching out for Hagekyo. The purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. Writhe in torment until you breathe your last. The ground vanished out from underneath Mikumo. Wind and rain whipped around Mikumo as he fell towards the ground. Activating his repulsor souls, Mikumo slowed himself, hitting the surface of the road hard enough to crack it. Mikumo looked around himself, the rain obscuring his vision. Hagekyo, are you here? No reply. Hagekyo. She isn't here. Mikumo turned, activating the enhanced sight of his visor to see through the torrential rain. A man in his 20s stood in the middle of the road, his long, white hair tied back. Mr. Aizawa. The man snorted. Not exactly, my name is Sangata. How do you look like him? Sangata shrugged. Would you believe me if I said Eraserhead started very early? Mikumo stared at Sangata, nonplussed. Sangata rolled his neck. Yeah, didn't think you would. You're with those villains, aren't you? Mikumo questioned, watching the man warily. The pale man. You mean the brat, Shigaraki? Sangata shrugged again. Pretty much, father said I should. Father! Sangata's eyes narrowed, examining Mikumo. Our father, you know, all for one. All for one. Mikumo replied, confused. My father. Yeah, all for one's love child, one of the ones he didn't grow in a vat, lucky brat. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 paused. I guess your mother never told you your father was the greatest supervillain the world has ever seen then, Izuku. Mikumo started. Izuku. Surprised I know your name, Izuku Midoriya. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 smiled, the warmth never reaching his eyes. I know a lot more as well, like the fact you were bullied as a child for being thought quirkless. The dark-haired boy flinched, being reminded of his own childhood. Doesn't it? 𝐼𝐴𝐵 continued. I know how it feels, I was quirkless too, the only one in my batch, the only one of the perfect clones of all for one to fail to manifest his quirk, or a variation thereof. Mikumo let him talk, giving more time for help to hopefully arrive. Cloning is illegal, has been for over a century. Mikumo commented. And you think someone like All for One cares about the law? Mikumo frowned. Good point. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 smiled. I've got plenty more where they came from. So where was I again? This guy is pretty airheaded for a maniacal villain. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 pulled a set of cue cards out of a pocket, flipping through them. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was created quirkless, but All for One recognized potential in me. In my mind, he gave me a quirk, made me strong. Reiteration, the ability to copy the quirk of anyone I can see, until I blink again. Raising an eyebrow, Mikumo watched 𝐼𝐴𝐵 recite the pre-prepared speech, the casual disinterest clearly written on his face. It's a quirk similar to yours, but yours is so much more. The ability to copy the quirks of those you touch, you could copy All for One's quirk. You said it before, who the hell is All for One? And why would I care about his quirk? 𝐼𝐴𝐵 rolled his eyes at the interruption. All for One, you know, the merchant of quirks. The first demon. That's just an urban legend. And Mikumo didn't believe in legends. An urban legend that can give and take quirks at will. A quirk you can have as well, all you need to do is to copy it, you could be a god. Join us, Midoriya. Mikumo sighed. I'm not Midoriya. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 looked taken aback. What do you mean, you're not Midoriya? You look just like the picture, except the hair dye. Class 1A is going to find this hilarious. Mikumo groaned. I'm not Midoriya, we just look similar. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 rolled his eyes. Damn it, Kurogiri. So, considering your appearance you must be another of father's BSTs, right? Never met my parents. So, yeah, you are one of them. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 tucked the cue cards back into his pocket. That's okay, I'm sure father would like to have another of his children rejoin him. Mikumo's eyes darkened. He isn't my father, and I'll never join him or you. I am going to be a hero. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 sighed. Fine, another failure, remember at least make it interesting while I kill you. Mikumo charged up the repulsors of his gauntlets, ready to fight. Sangata's eyes glowed red, his white hair floating around his head. Why can't I copy your quirk? Mikumo smiled. Simple, because I don't have one. 𝐼𝐵 looked put out. Pity, I was looking forward to seeing what kind of crazy quirk you might have got from our father. Igniting his repulsor souls, Mikumo launched a kick at 𝐼𝐵, but found it passed through empty air. Tilting his head, Mikumo watched as 𝐼𝐵 threw a punch at the back of his head. Firing the repulsor in the palm of his right hand, Mikumo twisted out of the way, flipping into the air and using a grapple to move out of Sangata's range. That suit won't save you, 𝐼𝐵 said, looking to where Mikumo stood. I may not have a quirk I can copy, that doesn't mean father didn't design this body to be stronger and faster than a normal person. 𝐼𝐵 burst towards Mikumo at a near-inhuman speed, his fist outstretched. That's where you're wrong. Aspect, activate Excel mode. Of course, Pilot Yamikumo, may I recommend 15% power? Do it. Suddenly, Mikumo was a blur, bouncing from wall to wall with his repulsor souls, his speed dwarfing Sangata's. This suit isn't a crutch because I don't have a quirk. Mikumo delivered a kick to Sangata's chest, slamming him against a wall. This suit is my quirk. I am shatterproof. Shatterproof speed increased, reduced to little more than a blur of orange, the lights from the repulsors forming it. 2 punches hit Sanghata in quick succession, driving him to the ground. "I'll never give up again." A final kick slammed into Sanghata's crossed arms, twin cracks sounding before the villain was flung back the length of the road, tumbling over and over. Coming to a halt, Sanghata weakly struggled to climb to his feet, his arms hanging limply by his sides. In a swish of air, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was holding Sanghata in the air with one hand, his other formed in a fist. Aspect: Initialize capture scenario 009. Affirmative, pilot 𝐿 Driving his free fist into Sanghata's chest, part of the gauntlet attached itself to the villain as he was slammed against the wall behind. Unfolding, the device spewed cable in every direction, snaking around Sanghata's body and securing themselves to the wall. "This won't hold me, Quirkless." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 frowned. "No, it won't, but this will." Electricity surged through the cables, originating from the device on the villain's chest. Sanghata cried out in pain and shock, before lapsing into unconsciousness. Silence fell, broken only by 𝐒𝐭𝐴's heavy breathing. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 poked Sanghata in the cheek, confirming he was out for the count. "Oh, thank heavens." Releasing a sigh, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 collapsed to his knees. Using Excel mode had taken a serious toll on his stamina. The computerized voice spoke again. "Pilot 𝐿, the internal monitoring systems are showing an elevated heart rate and breathing beyond what was expected. It appears Excel mode requires some refinement." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded, before realizing his mistake. "Why, it does. Run an analysis on the data once your connection to the main server is restored. The unit in the suit doesn't have the processing power for it. Of course, would you like me to guide you to where the tracker in Miss Hagiku's gauntlet is indicating?" "Yeah." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 took a deep breath, before forcing himself back to his feet. That pale man could be on the hunt to dispose of her. Following Aspect's instructions, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 trudged through the simulated wind and rain. Aspect had been his first invention. He'd known he wouldn't be able to handle all the complex processes a system like STHR would have manually. She was fairly rudimentary, capable of running the suit and simple pattern recognition, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 still considered the AI his greatest creation. Although she had developed the habit of calling him that nickname all by herself. "Ungrateful beach." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 tensed. He knew that tone of voice he had heard whenever his old foster parents talked about or to him. A slap echoed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 peered around the corner of a building, finding an empty street. "I'm sorry." Something in 𝐒𝐭𝐴's chest clenched. That was Hagikyu. "You've been very bad, Toru." This voice was masculine, as opposed to the previous one which had been feminine. "I'll be better, I promise." The woman spoke again. "We are very disappointed in you, Toru. First you cut part of your hair, which you know you're not allowed to do, for some stupid costume, and now you refuse to join us. You owe us this." The man this time. "You belong to us, Toru. You will do as we say." 𝐒𝐭𝐴's stomach sank as he made the realization, remembering the interaction between Hagikyu and the pale man the day before. Hagikyu was holding a folder. In front of her was a pale, blue-haired man, his voice monotone. "I'm sure you parents will be glad to hear you made the right choice." The pale man scratched his neck, his dry skin flaking. "For their sake." That man hadn't been threatening to hurt Hagikyu's parents if she hadn't gotten that folder. He had been threatening that Hagikyu's parents would hurt her if she hadn't gotten that folder. Hagikyu's parents were villains, and they were forcing her to become one as well, against her will. "I'm sorry, 𝐒𝐭𝐴, without a quirk you just can't be a hero. Maybe you should think about policing instead. Heroes can't be quirkless, you idiot. Why don't you just become a stupid villain, Akatani? Everyone knows that's all quirkless losers are good for, so heroes can look good when they take you down in one hit." 𝐒𝐭𝐴's feet moved before he could think, Aspect activating the visor's thermal mode as he launched himself at Hagikyu's father, the invisible man's hand coming down for another strike. Hagikyu closed her eyes, bracing herself for the coming slap. It never came. "You fing brat." Opening her eyes, Hagikyu took in the sight of 𝐒𝐭𝐴 standing in front of her, his armor reflecting a simulated lightning bolt, fist outstretched. "I'm sorry, Hagikyu, I should have got here sooner." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked back, shooting her a small smile. What hell do you think you're doing, you stupid kid? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 could see the translucent outline of her father, an outline that only others with invisibility quirks could see. He was visibly vibrating with anger. This is a family matter. Mikumo's face hardened, suddenly looking a lot older than 15. You're not going to touch her, in fact, you're never going to touch her again. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's mother spoke. Toru, I order you to get away from that boy. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 looked down. I don't want to. Don't want to. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father roared. We are your parents, you will do as we say. Mikumo spoke before 𝐻𝐻𝐿 could. You know, I can't remember what my parents were like, I don't know what having parents is like. Igniting his souls, Mikumo rocketed forwards. But I know this isn't it. A punch nailed 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father in the chest, an invisible look of shock on his equally invisible face. You can see us. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father wheezed, bent over, trying to suck the air back into his lungs. Mikumo smirked, tapping his visor. Thermal vision. Not bad for a quirkless kid, right? Quirkless. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's mother repeated. Well then, it won't be hard to beat a useless child, even if he can see us. Quirkless, not useless. Mikumo said, his tone resolute. There's a big difference. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's parents didn't reply. Do you know what the difference is? Mikumo paused. The difference is, I'm going to beat you, without a quirk. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 watched in disbelief, until now she'd assumed Mikumo had some kind of intelligence or technopathy quirk. And more than that. I will be a hero, and a quirkless hero at that. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's mother launched herself at Mikumo, only to find her arm gripped in the teen's hand. Mikumo pivoted and sent her flying with a throw, slamming her back down on the unforgiving concrete. Her invisibility failed, revealing a brown-haired woman in her late 30s, dressed in a form-fitting red jumpsuit. Yoko! 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father charged at Mikumo, only to find empty air. Turning, Mikumo met 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father in a brutal melee, a series of punches and kicks thrown with increasing speed. Yoko 𝐻𝐻𝐿 coughed as she rolled over, her back a mass of pain, looking to her daughter. Help your father, dear, he cares about you in his own way. She coughed again. All we do it for you. A world without heroes, a world we can use our quirks freely, isn't that what you want? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 curled in on herself. I want to be a hero. Her mother smiled. You can be our hero, okay? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 shakily got to her feet as her mother did the same. Yoko 𝐻𝐻𝐿 smiled as she took 𝐻𝐻𝐿's hand. We can be together, a family Toru, happy and free. Pausing, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 shook as her mother brushed away her tears with her thumb, before reactivating her invisibility. You're my light, Toru, I'll be so proud of you. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 nodded, fresh tears replacing those that had been wiped away. Toshiaki 𝐻𝐻𝐿 grunted in pain as he was knocked away, hitting the ground hard enough to force the air out of his lungs. Mikumo turned, seeing 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and her mother ready to fight him. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, you don't have to do this. Mikumo pleaded, taking a step forward. I have to. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 shouted, unable to stop her tears. What other choice do I have? You have a choice, right here, right now. Mikumo said. A choice between what is expected of you, and of what you know it is right to do. Idealistic brat. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father grasped one of Mikumo's feet from where he lay. Toru, now. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 paused, before shakily nodding. Light refraction. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's body suddenly flashed brightly, blinding Mikumo. Stumbling back, Mikumo tripped, one of his legs still held in place. As he hit the ground, Mikumo heard a smashing sound, dreading what it meant. Opening his eyes, Mikumo blinked rapidly as his sight slowly came back. His visor was smashed, blue plexiglass scattered on the road surface, one fragment buried below Mikumo's left eye. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and her parents were gone, without his visor he couldn't see them. A set of hands grabbed his arms, holding them behind his back with surprising strength. Excellent work, darling. Mikumo tilted his head at the sound of Toshiaki 𝐻𝐻𝐿's voice, the direction making it clear he wasn't the one restraining him. I knew that super move was ready, You need to stop doubting yourself so much, dear. That was 𝐻𝐻𝐿's mother, the voice coming from behind him. So she was the one holding his arms in place then. The sound of a knife being unsheathed reached Mikumo's ears, watching as a knife seemed to appear from thin air. Toru, it seems only fitting you should do the honors. The knife was held out, another invisible hand took it, this one shaking. Your first kill to mark the start of your new life, your awakening. Mikumo took a deep breath, before looking to where he now knew 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was standing. You don't need to do this. This isn't you. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's hand shook more violently, taken aback by the way Mikumo was somehow able to look her in the eyes without being able to see her. How? How could you possibly know that? 𝐻𝐻𝐿's voice was shaky. You've only known me a day. Mikumo chuckled, without any mirth. I grew up in a series of foster homes and orphanages, a quirkless freak everyone wished would just go away. Even the ones who pretended to be nice were just doing it to hurt me. So, I learned to read people pretty quickly. It didn't take me long to work out what kind of person you are. Mikumo gave a small smile. You have a good heart, you care about people. I saw that yesterday. You made sure to pick a classroom out of the way, so that pale guy wouldn't decide to dust anyone he came across on the way. The knife was shaking even more now. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was barely even holding it. Mikumo's smile widened. That's why I know, 𝐻𝐻𝐿. I know you can be a hero. The knife clattered to the ground. Mikumo felt something brush past his shoulder, before his arms were suddenly free, followed by the sound of two bodies hitting the road. Toru, you ungrateful beach. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father went to charge at his daughter, only to be stopped by Mikumo grabbing his leg, tripping him. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's hand went to slap her daughter. It never came. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's grip tightened around her mother's wrist. I won't be controlled by you two again. How dare you speak to me that way? I'm your dash. Toru struck her mother with the back of her hand. You're nothing to me. Not anymore. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 recoiled. All my life you controlled me, you only allowed me to try out for you to be a mole, a traitor. Toru activated the repulsors in her glove, punching her mother hard enough to send her flying backwards. From now on, I'll make my own path. Nearby, Mikumo stood in the middle of the road, slowly looking around himself. He'd lost track of 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father, and now the invisible man was stalking him. Give up, quirkless. Toshiyoki 𝐻𝐻𝐿 taunted. I'll make your death painless. Well, I lie, it will be very painful, but that's besides the point. Mikumo didn't reply. A punch suddenly struck him in the face, driving the plexiglass fragment deeper into his skin and sending him stumbling. Pathetic, without that fancy eyewear of yours you really are useless. Mikumo could hear the sneer in the man's voice. Worthless. I'll kill you for twisting my daughter's mind. Actually, you know, I torture you first, then have her kill you. Then she can never be a hero. Mikumo's fists clenched, before another punch came, this one to his gut. The invisible man was playing with him. Arrogant, believing his invisibility made him invulnerable. And still you won't give up. Toshiyoki 𝐻𝐻𝐿 kicked the boy in the shin. How can you fight what you can't see? Another blow struck Mikumo across the face. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father laughed. Your eyes can deceive you. A fist buried itself in Mikumo's gut, just below his chest plate. How can you fight what you can't see? Your eyes can deceive you. Mikumo's demeanor suddenly changed, his posture relaxing, his eyes closing. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father snorted. Idiot! Launching a punch at the dark-haired boy's face, Toshiyoki 𝐻𝐻𝐿 cried out in shock as Mikumo knocked his arm to the side and delivered an open palm strike to his chest, his eyes still closed. How the hell? 𝐻𝐻𝐿's father slowly regained his balance, retreating away from the armored boy. Mikumo smirked. All my life I've had people out for me, to punish me for daring to be quirkless. I guess I got pretty good at hearing threats before I could see them. The invisible man changed his angle of attack, sending a kick at Mikumo's back. Before it could land, Mikumo twisted it and caught it, holding it in place. You've hurt 𝐻𝐻𝐿, forced her to undermine her dream. Mikumo charged up his repulsors, before bringing his gauntlet-covered fist down. Toshiyoki 𝐻𝐻𝐿's leg snapped, making the man yell out in pain. Aspect, Capture Scenario 007. Understood, Pilot Yamikumo. The grapple fired from the side of the chest armor, wrapping around the invisible man and restraining him. You'll never hurt her again. Mikumo stood tall over the captured villain. We'll see about that. Toshioki drawled. You may have won the battle, but you've already lost the war. All might will die, hero society will fall. I will stand in its ash. Mikumo silenced the villain with a punch to the face, leaving him unconscious. Turning, Mikumo prepared to go to help 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿. Akatani. Mikumo turned. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 was wearing the boots and gloves of her normal costume again. Hi, are you okay? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻's hands gathered into fists. How can you be so nice to me? I hurt you. Mikumo took a step forward, a soothing smile on his face. It's okay. It's not, it can't be, I'm a villain, all of this is my fault. 𝐻𝐻𝐻's arms dropped to her sides. I didn't want to get hurt again, so I did what my parents and Shigaraki told me to do. Mikumo took 𝐻𝐻𝐻's hand, she pulled away. You're not a villain doesn't care about others like you do. Mikumo nodded reassuringly. If this is your fault, then we'll set it right, together. Mikumo held out an armored hand. Looking up, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 hesitated, before slowly taking the hand offered to her. We'll face this together, okay? Mikumo smiled. You didn't have a choice before, that pale man would just have killed you if you'd refused to give him that folder, but right now, we'll stop them. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nodded, finding her resolve. Then let's go. Together. Setting off together, Mikumo and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 quickly encountered their first crowd of villains. They looked like they'd been beaten once already. The two teens made short work of them. The only one of villains, with a very minor shock absorption quirk, had posed any threat at all, forcing Mikumo to briefly use 5% Excel to overpower his resistance. The main plaza is this way. Mikumo boosted his strength and slammed into the main doors of the downpour zone, breaking them open. Stop right there. Mikumo turned. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was being restrained by an equally invisible person. �Ｓ𝐸𝐻, you escaped. Mikumo looked to the empty air behind 𝐻𝐻𝐻's gloves and boots. I told you that you couldn't hold me. �Ｓ𝐸𝐻 sneered. Until now I was just doing as father asked, but you've royally sessed me off. The knife at 𝐻𝐻𝐻's throat tightened, threatening to cut. But I am feeling a little generous. �Ｓ𝐸𝐻 faded back into view. He had blinked. Give me the suit and all your plans, and I'll let little Toru live. Can't say I'll do the same for you. Why do you want the suit? Simple. You proved today I'm pretty much useless when fighting a Quirkless. With your suit I could level the playing field. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 called out. Don't give it to him. We all have a choice, right, Akatani? Mikumo hesitated, his eyes drifting behind �Ｓ𝐸𝐻 and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 for a few seconds. �Ｓ𝐸𝐻 drew a few drops of beer. I'll kill her. No, you won't. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 fired her palm repulsor, tearing the glove covering it to shreds, directly in 𝐸𝐻𝐻's groin area. �Ｓ𝐸𝐻 doubled over, dropping the knife and releasing 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Taste my spirit of vengeance, foul villain. Tokoyami dropped from a building, dark shadow slamming into 𝐸𝐻 and pinning him to the ground. Are you okay, 𝐻𝐻𝐻? Mikumo queried, approaching the invisible girl as Tokoyami and Koda restrained the quirk-copying villain. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nodded, regaining her usual cheer and giving Mikumo a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm a-okay. Mikumo placed a hand on her transparent shoulder. It's okay to not be okay, you know that, right? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 paused, before speaking quietly, so only Mikumo could hear. You're right, I'm not okay, but right now, I just have to be. With a small smile, Mikumo replied. Okay then. Then let's be okay for now. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 matched his expression, before turning to her classmates. Thanks for the help, Tokoyami, Koda. You are most welcome, 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow bobbed their heads in acknowledgement. Koda mumbled a response, too quiet for Mikumo to hear. We should return to the entrance, it is the logical place to meet. Tokoyami looked to his fellow teens, Dark Shadow picking up the unconscious 𝐸𝐻𝐻. Mikumo nodded. Let's dash a blast of wind suddenly tore through the area, forcing Mikumo to fire both his grapples into the ground and grab Hagekyu's wrist to stop themselves from being blown away. Koda crouched down, his bulk and frame allowing him to weather the blast, while Dark Shadow dropped Sangata to secure both Tokoyami and itself to one of the zone's main doors. What was that? Hagekyu questioned as the wind died down, landing on her feet. Mikumo released his tethers. The wind had taken Sangata's motionless form with it. I think that was it's fine now. Because I am here. All Might. 10 minutes earlier Toshinori cleared his throat awkwardly. I didn't realize you would be coming today, Mirai. No point waiting around. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. Toshinori noted his former partner was noticeably more muscular than he was the last time they had been face to face. Then again, Night Eye wasn't his sidekick anymore. As a pro hero in his own right, he couldn't rely on the strength of others. You look, well. Toshinori offered a genial smile. You look like CRP. Still straight to the point, aren't you, Mirai? Nedzu patted Night Eye on the knee. There's no point wasting time with niceties at times like this. Night Eye looked to Toshinori. I want to do this and leave as quickly as possible. Toshinori sighed. Mirai don't, Toshinori. Night Eye interrupted. If we get into that argument we'll be here all day, and I'm not willing to spend any more time with a man throwing his life away for any longer than I have to. Nedzu dropped from the sofa. I'll leave you two to talk. Toshinori shot Nedzu a pleading look, hoping he would stay. Nedzu left. An uncomfortable silence fell over the two men. Mirai, I understand you are upset I didn't pass one for all on to young Tagata. Upset? Absolutely not. Night Eye paused. Disappointed? Very. Toshinori sighed. Mirai, I recommended Mirio as your successor, a student I had been training for nearly a year at that time. Toshinori sighed. Mirai, instead, you chose a random, quirkless boy, with no physical training, off the street, without ever even bothering to meet Mirio. Mirai. Toshinori's tone was clipped. You said back then I should find a successor who embodies the same ideals as I do. I didn't choose Izuku Midoriya because I thought he could be like me. Toshinori paused. I chose him because I know he can be better than me. Besides, Izuku is far from quirkless. Something that was only discovered after you had already passed one for all onto the boy. Night Eye sighed. That isn't the point. Whether Izuku had a quirk or not is irrespective of why I chose him. His parentage is the point. Night Eye steeped his fingers, the annoyance clear on his face. How did you manage to just so pick the son of All for One as your successor? I'll admit, I dismissed the idea of Izuku being the son of that man, despite the resemblance, for one reason. All for One would kill any quirkless child of his. But he isn't quirkless. Night Eye looked at Toshinori over the top of his glasses. And now that is known, All for One will be coming for his son, to have him join him. Izuku would never become a villain, that's something I'm sure of. Just because he's the son of a villain doesn't mean he's destined to become one himself. All for One is a villain. He's the villain. The first demon. That doesn't matter, Izuku has the heart of a hero. Well then, lead the way, I'll see if that's true. After all, that's why you asked me to come. Toshinori stood, collecting his suit jacket. This way then. Toshinori and Mirai set off side by side, heading for the USJ. Just for a second, Toshinori could believe that they were All Might and Sir Night Eye, partners in crime fighting. But times change. What has been done could not be undone. F often die. Katsuki released an explosion directly to a fish-headed villain's chest at point-blank range. The fish-headed villain slammed back against the wall of the damaged building, driving the air out of her lungs, spewing pink mist from her mouth. Katsuki coughed, trying to clear the mist away with his hand. Katsuki! Turning, Katsuki saw Uraraka walking through the mist, towards him. Katsuki growled, falling into a fighting stance. What's wrong, Katsuki? Propelling himself forwards, Katsuki delivered a double-footed kick to Uraraka's chest before she could react. Uraraka was thrown back, tumbling over and over until she came to a halt. Ugh, I guess you saw right through it. A haze passed over Uraraka, revealing the fish-headed villain in her place. A large concrete pillar swung through the mist, clearing it and slamming into the fish-headed villain, crushing her against the wall. Home run! Uraraka removed the pillar, its weight cancelled by her quirk, allowing the fish-headed villain to slump to the floor, out cold. How did 𝐻𝑎 know it wasn't me, 𝐻𝐿? Uraraka looked to Bakugo, tilting her head, the pillar resting on her shoulder. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Tsh, you've picked up that stupid thing nickname from the nerd." "What do you mean, 𝐻𝐿?" One of Katsuki's eyes twitched. "Exactly that. You should be paying more attention, kid." A barrage of rubble, covered in silver energy, fired at Katsuki's back. Throwing his arm behind himself, Katsuki released a large explosion, blasting the rubble back at the telekinetic villain with increased speed. A blur blew past Katsuki, the air pressure forcing him to take a step back to regain his balance. The rubble smashed into the far wall, the space the telekinetic villain had been occupying now empty. "Ay!" Katsuki looked at the fallen rubble in confusion. A body slammed into Katsuki's side, sending him flying through the air, forcing him to use his explosions to stabilize himself and land. Looking around himself, Katsuki tried to see where the attack had come from, only seeing Uraraka fighting a villain with some kind of high-pressure air breath. Was that the villain that had attacked him? With Katsuki's eyes still on the breath villain, he felt the air behind him beginning to stir. Firing an explosion from his left palm, Katsuki flipped into the air, dodging the blur, watching it as it suddenly slowed down, revealing an orange-haired villain, a man in his late 40s, slightly out of shape. Landing, Katsuki released a series of explosions, carrying himself into the air, over Uraraka. "Round face, use your quirk on me." Uraraka dodged a blast of air, turning to look at Katsuki above her, before nodding and slapping her hand on Katsuki's bare shoulder as he flew by. With his gravity gone, Katsuki's travel speed with his quirk increased massively, kicking off the wall and at the blur villain, delivering a kick to the man's chest. The orange-haired man stumbled back, before blurring away, coming to a halt at the other side of the room, next to the telekinetic villain. Using his quirk to force his weightless body to land, Katsuki watched as the telekinetic villain fired more rubble at him. Igniting explosions in his palms, Katsuki rocketed forwards with immense speed, twisting and turning to dodge the rubble attack, slamming his shoulder into the telekinetic villain's stomach. The villain wheezed and dropped to his knees, gasping desperately for air. Wrapping his hand around the villain's face, Katsuki fired a small explosion, slamming the telekinetic villain's head into the wall, taking him out of the fight. Turning to facing the blur villain, Katsuki watched as the man cursed and yelled, urging his quirk to work. "So, your quirk has a recharge time. Great, I can use that." Katsuki grinned, becoming a blur of explosions and rage. The air whistled around Katsuki as he kicked the orange-haired villain in the face, before twisting and delivering an explosion-powered open palm strike to the chest. Groaning, the orange-haired villain flopped to the floor, trying and failing to move. Growling, Katsuki looked around for his next fight, quickly catching sight of 3 more villains entering the room, one with red hair, one holding a chainsaw and the last dressed in what looked like a bargain store ninja costume. Nearby, Uraraka held her concrete pillar in front of her, shielding herself from another blast of wind from the villain's mouth. As the wind died down, Uraraka pivoted on one foot, spinning and slamming the concrete pillar into the villain's side, sending him to join his comrades in unconsciousness. 3 more villains took his place, one nondescript, clean-shaven with short, brown hair, another with a visor over the top half of his face and the last with some kind of gold, metal helmet as a mutation. The visor villain looked to Uraraka, firing twin energy beams from his eyes, forcing her to use her concrete pillar as a shield. DMN. Uraraka sighed, the end of the pillar had shattered, the pieces floating in the air. "But I can use this." Using her now much shorter pillar, Uraraka slammed it into the floating rubble, knocking it at the 3 villains, releasing her hold on it the moment before impact. The counterattack didn't faze them. The brown-haired villain, who had grown 3 wooden claws from between his knuckles, slashed through the rubble, while the visor villain blasted any that came close. Finally, the helmeted villain headbutted away any concrete that got into his range. "You'll have to try harder than that, girlie." The visor villain sneered at the brown-haired girl. "How about this?" Uraraka threw the remaining half of her pillar at the visor villain. At the same, she discreetly grabbed a lump of concrete from the ground and negated its gravity, before hurling it after the pillar. The visor villain fired his energy beams, blasting the pillar apart, the shattered pieces floating in the air. The lump of concrete shot through the suspended rubble, disturbing it. "Release." Uraraka placed the fingerpads of both her hands against each other. At the last second, the rubble projectile's gravity returned, slamming into the villain's face, smashing his visor into fragments of plastic and glass, breaking his nose in the process. Seeing Uraraka's release of her quirk, Katsuki shifted his body as his gravity returned, using it to deliver a downwards kick to the red-haired villain. Landing, Katsuki turned to face the chainsaw guy and the knockoff ninja, the red-haired villain collapsing against the wall, small locks of purple flame and smoke escaping his mouth. Katsuki sneered at the fallen villain. "Stay down there, Puff the Magic Dragon." The red-haired villain coughed. "What the FF are you talking about?" Katsuki released another explosion, weaker than normal, directly in the red-haired villain's face. A shout made Katsuki turn, bringing up his left gauntlet to block a swing of the villain's chainsaw. The blades chewed through the metal alloy, stopping just before it hit flesh. "No way out of this one." The chainsaw villain smirked, his eyes burning with rage and disgust as he used his free hand to clamp down on Katsuki's right arm. An acrid smell had filled the air, the sweat collection tank had been ruptured, liquid dripping from where the chainsaw pierced the gauntlet. The knockoff ninja charged at the restrained Katsuki, twin blades drawn. Katsuki grinned. "Still not good enough." Swinging his free right arm, Katsuki fired an explosion into the chainsaw villain's gut, forcing him to release his grip on Katsuki's arm and his own chainsaw. Unclasping his left gauntlet, the chainsaw still lodged in it, Katsuki span on the spot. The force of the rotation sent the gauntlet flying off his arm, at the two villains. Steadying himself, Katsuki pulled back the handle of his remaining gauntlet and removed the pin. A massive fireball issued from the gauntlet, engulfing both the villains and the damaged gauntlet. The ruptured tank of the gauntlet flying through the air ignited, turning the gauntlet into a grenade, shrapnel peppering the two villains, before the chainsaw exploded as well. Katsuki stood, watching carefully as the smoke began to clear. The unconscious form of the knockoff ninja was revealed first, followed by the twisted remains of Bakugo's brace and the villain's chainsaw. The now chainsawless villain still stood, shrapnel dug into his skin on his left side. He didn't look deterred, if anything, Katsuki noted, he looked angrier. A man after his own heart then. Reaching down, the villain picked up the melted remains of Bakugo's gauntlet, a red glow surrounding it, before it transformed into an exact copy of the villain's destroyed chainsaw. "So that's your quirk, then?" Katsuki sneered at the villain. "I've seen better." Katsuki and villain charged at each other, the former dropping to his knees to dodge under the swing of the latter's chainsaw. Uraraka released a shout as she fired concrete chunk after concrete chunk at the wooden claw and gold-helmeted villains. The helmet villain dodged and weaved, smashing any blocks of concrete he couldn't avoid with his protected head. Next to him, the wooden-clawed villain hacked and slashed at the projectiles, but Uraraka could see his claws beginning to wear and splinter. "I'm too slow, I need to send them faster." Uraraka paused. "That's it." Uraraka made her plan, and enacted it. Picking up concrete chunks, Uraraka removed the gravity of each one, until she had around 40 concrete blocks floating in the air. Touching the fingertips of both hands to a nearby pillar, Uraraka cancelled the weight of as much of it as possible. Taking a step back, Uraraka shoulder-charged the pillar, its cancelled gravity meaning it tore free easily, small fragments of rubble floating in the air around the areas of breakage. Turning, Uraraka charged towards the villains, the pillar held over her shoulder, ready to swing it. Improvised super move, home run comet. Swinging the pillar at the smashed rubble she'd suspended in the air before, Uraraka watched as 40 concrete projectiles shot at the helmet and wooden-clawed villains, holding her finger pads together to release her quirk at the last second. Neither of the villains could withstand the force of the assault. The wooden claws trying to protect the villain's body snapped and failed, leaving him defenseless against the rubble. The helmeted villain hadn't fared any better. His golden helmet had a crack running down it, his body covered in red marks where the concrete projectiles had impacted. Die! Uraraka turned to see Katsuki deliver an explosion to the chainsaw villain's chest, slamming him back against the far wall, unconscious. Is this thing all of them? Katsuki wheeled around, looking for more villains to fight, his breathing slowly returning to normal. They're so goddamn weak. That's okay, Kaken. Uraraka shot Katsuku a peace sign. That just means we can go help the others even faster, right? Everyone else is probably still in the USJ if we are. Tisich, you can go if you want. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. I'm gunning for that warp gate BSTD. Uraraka shook her head. You can't, it's cause you charged at that guy that 13 couldn't use their quirk on him to SCK him up. Katsuki growled, grinding his teeth together. 13's was pretty much useless in that situation, their quirks slow to start up, and the warp clown would have just opened a portal up to reflect the attack back on them. What? Uraraka exclaimed. 13's quirk is super strong. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Stop being such a 13 stan, they're a rescue hero, so they're unaccustomed to combat, plus they've never had to improve their quirk reaction time. You got all that for analyzing 13? Uraraka questioned. No, well, I figured out some of it myself. Katsuki paused. The rest I got from listening to the nerd's analysis of 13's quirk. I thought you hated Deki. Katsuki sighed, muttering under his breath. So did I. Uraraka leaned forward. What was that? Nothing. Katsuki answered quickly. Anyway, I'm going at the warp gate. These clowns' escape strategy. I cut it off. They're up SHT Fing Creek and there ain't no paddle in sight. All this chit-chat has left you open. Katsuki turned, wrapping his hand around the chameleon villain's head and firing off an explosion, dazing the villain, his camouflage fading away. His reaction time, so fast. The chameleon villain, his head gently smoking. Tossing the villain aside, Katsuki looked to Uraraka. Besides, if this is the kind of SHT tier they're sending after us, everyone else will be pretty much fine. Uraraka tilted her head. Why no, you're kinda cute when you're not shouting. I didn't realize you could be so calm and rational. Katsuki wheeled around, his eyes flaming. What? The gravity girl's cheeks set aflame, realizing she had said that particular thought aloud. I mean, I guess I am not cute. Katsuki snapped. And I'm always calm and rational, pink cheeks. Uraraka's embarrassment faded, before being replaced by laughter. Don't laugh at me. This only made Uraraka giggle even harder, her hand shakily pointing at Katsuki. You looked so funny when you said you're not cute, it was even cuter than before. Katsuki sked air in through his nostrils, turning to leave. Fine, I'm done, go help those extras if you want to. Wait. Uraraka waved her hands in front of herself. Taking out the villain's getaway is a pretty good idea, I'll come with you. Whatever. Katsuki set off out of the building, Uraraka falling in step beside him. A silence fell over the two heroes in training. So, what's the deal with you and Deki? Uraraka looked to Katsuki as the two went down the stairs to the ground floor of the building. None of your business is what it is. Katsuki snapped in reply. He said you used to be friends, before you got your quirks. Katsuki replied. Before I got my quirk. Hey. Uraraka placed a finger on her chin. What about Deki? He said he used to think his quirk was just strength. Katsuki snorted. Then he lied to you. The nerd's been hiding that broken but quirk since he got it. He's still lying about part of it now. Uraraka frowned, displaying clear confusion as they walked out into the street. He was hiding his quirk. Maybe he was just worried people would be scared of it. If you've got half a brain you should be scared of the nerd's quirk. Katsuki paused. We're lucky he's such a all-might fanboy. With a quirk like his, if he wanted to he could rule this country. Hell, he probably could without it as well. What? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Deku's, the nerd's, Quirk can take other cued at a golden cord of energy wrapped around Katsuki's neck, cutting off his sentence, and lifting him into the air. Kaken! Uraraka lurched forwards, reaching out with her hand, towards the golden cord. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Uraraka paused. A tall woman with snow-white hair walked out from behind the corner of the building, the other end of the golden cord in one of her hands. Unless you want to be sent into your worst memories. The woman smiled, but her eyes remained cold. Uraraka turned and raced at the woman, pressing the fingerpads of one hand to the opposite upper arm, cancelling her own gravity. Activating the springs in her heels, Uraraka soared into the air, flying at the woman. Release! Her gravity restored, Uraraka dropped towards the white-haired woman. Flicking her free hand, another golden cord materialized, shooting out and wrapping around Uraraka's waist, trapping her hands and holding her in the air. Too slow, little girl. The woman sneered, watching as the brown-haired girl struggled to free herself, all in vain. Die! Katsuki released an explosion, his palm wrapped around a section of the golden cord, around a foot before it reached his neck. A cloud of grey smoke obscured Katsuki, before dissipating to reveal he was still trapped, the cord having tightened around his neck, choking him slightly. F***ing beach! Katsuki wheezed, his face slowly turning red. You've got some fire in you, haven't you, cutie? Don't call me that, you hag. Katsuki exploded, swinging and kicking with all his might. It didn't work. Let me go and I'll beat the **t out of you. So Techi, there's definitely some high-quality trauma in that lovely head of yours. The woman smiled, before looking at Uraraka. But I'll start with the plain one first. Uraraka looked mildly offended. Like you can talk, that old woman hair is the only notable thing about you. Katsuki roared, his eyes alight. That, and your thing for tying up teenagers. The golden cord around Katsuki's neck extended, snaking up and across his mouth, gagging him. Shush, shush, you'll get your turn next. The woman laughed. Now where was I? Oh yeah, introduction. You may have heard of me, my father named me Nigata, but the media much preferred Lady Trauma. Uraraka frowned. Who? One of Nigata's eyes twitched. I'm a supervillain, emphasis on the super. The blonde-haired boy burst out laughing, slightly muffled by his GG. Nigata's eye twitched again, mentally commanding the cord to cease gagging Katsuki. Katsuki slowly stopped laughing. You're old. You little **. Lady Trauma is a thing relic, she vanished like 30 years ago. No recorded death, no recorded capture, just gone, poof. Katsuki grinned, his eyes darkening. So either you're some pretender, a copycat, or you're looking pretty good for a granny. Nigata sked air in through her nose, making her cord silence Katsuki once again. Yet it did nothing to diminish his smug smile, aggravating her further. My quirk allows me to force those caught by my cord to relieve their greatest trauma, regardless of whether they were on the receiving end or the delivering end. Nigata's eyes hardened. I won't lie, this is going to be fun. For me, of course, for you, not so much. Nigata closed her eyes. A pulse of light traveled down one of the cords, to Uraraka, the brown-haired girl's eyes rolling back into her head as her body glowed faintly gold. A bit of trauma, your parents are poor, boo-fing who. What else? No, 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 God no. Nigata opened her eyes, looking at Uraraka. You are so boring, you know that right? Nigata flicked her wrist, the cord around Uraraka tightening and restraining her feet, before gagging her. Sit tight while I deal with your friend. The cord disconnected, dropping Uraraka to the ground, unable to move or speak. Now, smart mouth, let's see what tasty trauma you've got hiding in there. A pulse shot down the cord to Katsuki, his eyes constantly twitching while the air around his body lit up with blinding golden light. Images and memories flew through Katsuki's mind faster than he could recognize them, a pounding in his head worsening with every second the mental assault continued. Oh wow, I've struck gold. Nigata smiled. No, I found the whole DM mine. Another pulse shot down the cord, before Katsuki suddenly found himself in a white void, unrestrained and free. What the F? Hello, 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Nigata flickered into sight in front of the explosive teen. Or do you prefer Kaken? Or Ground Zero? Or maybe Lord Explosion Murder? 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 ground his teeth and lurched forwards, swinging his arm, explosions dancing on his palm. Stumbling, 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 passed through Nigata harmlessly, almost falling, thrown off balance by the lack of expected resistance. Nice try, but I'm in control here. Nigata smirked. So I'll be taking that away. The explosion in 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲's palm cut off. No, no, no. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 raged, trying to get his quirk to work. In this place, your mind, I rule it now, and I say you don't have a quirk. Nigata held up her hand, releasing an explosion from it. In fact, I have your quirk. Give it back, you beach. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 charged at Nigata again. And again he passed straight through her. That's not very nice, is it now, Kaken? A growl slipped from 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲's lips, but he stopped himself from attacking her again. It was useless anyway. Nigata giggled, the very sound disturbing 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲. In fact, I'm doing you a favor, I'm letting you see from little Deku's point of view. All those times you mocked him, putting him down, told him he was useless, you're just the same now. That nerd was never quirkless. You knew, and yet you never told anyone, not even poor little Izuku. All he wanted to be was your friend, he idolized you. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 didn't reply. You made sure everyone saw how much you hated him, but that was all a lie, wasn't it? Still no response. Nigata smiled. A pretense, a front, to hide just how much you envied him. You were jealous of Izuku Midoriya, in fact, you still are. Shut the hell up, granny hair. Now, I'm helping you here, aren't I? Maybe I should charge. Nigata snapped her fingers, the same couch from Hound Dog's office appearing. You can lie on it if you really want. F you. So childish, never mind. The couch vanished with a wave of the white-haired villain's hand. Now, which memory should we start with? 𝐻M, how about this one? 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 blinked. He was at Deku's 7th birthday party. What the dash, 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 𝐵𝐾𝐽𝐽, how dare you do that? Mitsuki 𝐵𝐾𝐽𝐽 stalked towards her 7-year-old son. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 frowned, turning to look at a young boy, his lower arms and scalp covered in small rocks, wiping away tears. Right, the nerd 7th birthday party, the one where he'd knocked Rock Hair over with his quirk and made the little SHT cry. Or, at least, pretend to cry. Rock Hair had always been a little SHT. So that meant this was OCRP. Mitsuki grabbed 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 by the wrist, her grip tight, dragging her son away to the edge of the party, out of hearing range of any of the other guests. You're not even sorry, are you? Mitsuki glowered at her young son. So what if I'm not, old hag? 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 felt the words leaving his mouth without even thinking them. It was the same thing he'd said back then. Smack. Mitsuki backhanded her son. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 failed to hold back tears, feeling them run down the stinging red handprint on his left cheek. I'm sorry to smack. Another handprint joined the last, this one on his right cheek, making a matching pair. Don't you dare speak back to me like that, you little SHT. Mitsuki hissed, before muttering to herself. This is why I said we should have sent you a no-quirk school. You're such a Fing brat with everyone telling you how great your stupid Fing quirk is. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 still heard. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 cried harder. Look at Izuku. Turning his head, 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 watched the nerd running to 𝐒𝐿, who scooped him up into a hug. Why can't you be well-behaved? Like him. Mitsuki sighed. Instead you go round hitting other kids and swearing all the Fing time. Mom dash, you don't deserve that quirk of yours, a perfect hero quirk. All I see when I look at you is a villain in waiting. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲's tears intensified. Izuku has the heart of a hero, the mind too, and he doesn't even have a quirk. Mitsuki paused. He deserves that quirk of yours, not you. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 was practically howling now, his face covered in a mixture of tears and snot. Now, you're going to stay here and watch everyone else having fun until I decide you can rejoin the other kids. Mitsuki started to walk away. Oh, and start thinking about how you're going to apologize to the poor boy you knocked over. 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐲 was left alone, trying and failing to stop the great, heaving sobs that racked his body. He hated her, he hated the old hag. When he was the #1 hero, he'd lock her up with all the villains in Tartarus. He hated them all, he hated the smug grin rock hair was shooting him. Most of all, he hated Izuku Midoriya. The weak little boy with no quirk, who always got back up. Except that was a lie, the nerd had a quirk. Katsuki remembered that day at the playground, where the two had pledged to be a hero duo. Izuku beamed. "We're gonna be great heroes. Course we are, Ground Zero and Detroit will be unstoppable." The green-haired boy opened his mouth, breathing red flames. "That's almost as cool as my quirk." Katsuki pointed a thumb at his chest. Wait, watch this." Izuku reached out with one hand, wrapping in around Katsuki's forearm. Izuku held up his other hand, explosions dancing in his palm. That was the day Izuku Midoriya stole his quirk. The nerd had cried about it at first, telling him he'd used the wrong quirk by accident, before returning the quirk after a few minutes of trying and failing. Katsuki had run off as soon as he got it back, almost smacking into the nerd's old man in his hurry. After that day, the nerd pretended it had never happened, feigning no memory of it when Katsuki had asked. At first, it hadn't bothered Katsuki all that much. He could understand why the nerd might want to hide a quirk like that, the stigma that came with a quirk like that. And the little SHT had gone and got himself diagnosed as quirkless. He was taunting Katsuki. "I could take your quirk anytime I wanted to, and there's nothing you could do to stop me." Katsuki's eyes flicked to Izuku again, watching the 7-year-old boy smile from his mother's arms, while she talked to Katsuki's old hag. The nerd suddenly pointed at Katsuki, before climbing down and running over to the blonde-haired boy. "Come on, Kakin." The nerd beamed, bouncing up and down with nervous energy. "It's my birthday. I told your mom I wouldn't be able to enjoy it with you here, so you're free. TCH, get lost, Deku." Katsuki snapped. "Why would I want anything to do with someone as worthless as you, not even showing a DMN quirk?" The nerd's face fell, before tearing up as he ran away, back to his mother. Katsuki watched the green-haired boy tackle 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's leg, holding on tight. "That wasn't very nice, was it?" Looking up, Katsuki saw the nerd's father standing next to him, a frightening intensity in his eyes. "It still scares you, even now. When Aizu took away your quirk." Katsuki froze. "I'm sorry, I should have taken that quirk away from him, my mistake." Hisoshi Midoriya smiled, placing a reassuring hand of the blonde-haired boy's shoulder. "I also should have erased that memory back then. It's taken such a long time to get another chance. I'm sorry you had to remember that, Katsuki. For a child that young, well, it isn't a pleasant experience." Hisoshi's hand glowed red for a few seconds, before it faded away. Katsuki Bakugo forgot all about Izuku taking his quirk that day at the playground. But feelings still lingered. The distrust, the fear, the hatred. And most of all, the jealousy. Katsuki forgot, but the feelings lived on. It almost worked. If only Hisoshi hadn't overlooked the fact that Katsuki might have written down the events of that day at the playground. A writing that 7-year Katsuki found just over a week later, along with a warning that his memories had been changed. That, Katsuki never forgot. Katsuki gasped, skiing in air. He was back in his properly aged body, on his knees, in the white void again. "Fascinating, you fear little Aizu, don't you?" Nigata smiled. "You fear that one day he'll take your quirk, just like he did back then." That memory, the nerd's father altered it. Katsuki's breathing began to slow as he calmed. "Not really, that quirk he used altered your perception of that memory. His quirk was fire breath." Katsuki looked up. He didn't have some kind of mind-F quirk. Nigata laughed. "Where do you think little Aizu copied that quirk he used to take yours?" Katsuki's eyes widened. A quirk that took quirks, the power of an urban legend. An urban legend that was Izuku Midoriya's father. "It's true." Katsuki looked up, Nigata was gone, in her place stood the nerd. "You can't trick me like that, you old hag." The nerd quirked an eyebrow. "I'm not an illusion, Kakin. Don't call me that." The nerd laughed. "I'm a figment of your unconscious, you know that, right?" I'm saying what you think the real Midoriya would say, and a little bit of what you want him to say. F off, Deku. Midoriya sighed, a chair materializing next to him, before he sat on it. I scare you, don't I? But you envy me even more. Katsuki didn't reply. Not because of my quirk though. Midoriya looked to Katsuki. You're jealous of me because you're scared I'll be a better hero than you. What am I if I fail as a hero? Katsuki looked down. I have the perfect hero quirk and I feel like a failure, I don't feel like a hero. Midoriya said nothing, allowing Katsuki to continue. Ever since my quirk appeared, all everyone told me was that I was destined to be a hero, except them. Katsuki paused. The hag and my old man, after my quirk manifested, they changed, they built these expectations I could never reach, they still do now. All I ever wanted was their praise, for them to be proud of me. All they ever did was compare me to the nerd, to you. How you never gave up, even without a quirk. That you had the heart of a hero, and I had the heart of a villain. I hated you for it. I thought that if I made you give up on being a hero, my parents would be proud of me instead. I think I knew at the time that would never work, my parents will never be proud of me, but admitting that to myself would have been giving up. Katsuki's shoulders sagged, his eyes losing their fire. You don't get to give up now. Midoriya's burnt with Katsuki's lost fire. Midoriya jumped to his feet, his chair toppling over with a bang. You're Katsuki Fing Bakugo, get up and fight. Katsuki looked up. Midoriya was gone. Nigata was back. Impressive. Nigata cooed. Your subconscious actually managed to fight back for a moment then, very uncommon for someone as damaged as you. I wonder, how did you do it? Katsuki grinned, the fire reigniting in his eyes. I'm Katsuki Fing Bakugo, that's how. Surging to his feet, Katsuki threw his hands back and fired twin explosions, accelerating his body at Nigata, feet first. Really? Nigata rolled her eyes as the double-footed kick rocketed towards her. I control your mind now, you can't hurt dash up yours. Katsuki's kick landed, sending Nigata flying. Rolling over, Katsuki used the momentum to get back on his feet, in a combat stance. This is my mind, I'm in control. Katsuki growled. You can't keep me down, you two-bit, forgotten relic. I'm gonna be a hero, and you're certainly not going to stop me. Katsuki fired more explosions, shooting himself at Nigata again. Nigata looked panicked, before snapping her fingers. Katsuki blinked, he was back in the real world, his neck once again wrapped by the golden cord, his mouth gagged. That mind of yours, it's a hell's cape. Nigata glared at the blonde-haired boy. Katsuki snorted, biting down on the cord, tearing through it. You get used to it after a while. Glancing over at Uraraka, Katsuki watched her worming her way out of the golden cord Nigata had bound her with. I need to keep this relic's attention, by round face time. Reaching out, Katsuki grabbed the cord, wrapping it around his hand and beginning to pull. Let go of that. Nigata looked worried. Make me. Katsuki ignited his left palm, jumping into the air, overshooting Nigata, using the trailing cord to wrap around the woman's ankles, binding them. Uraraka burst in from the side, placing her hand on first Nigata and then Katsuki. You fed up, you underestimated me, you underestimated us both. Katsuki watched as Nigata tried and failed to free herself. And now, you're going to feel the consequences. Uraraka grabbed hold of Katsuki's waist and pushed, sending him into the air. Improvised super move. Katsuki ignited one of his palms, the other holding the other end of the golden cord. G-force tornado. Katsuki spun in the air, round and round, spinning Nigata as well, pulled by the cord attached to her ankles, the speed increasing with every rotation. Now! Release! Aiming his palm, Katsuki swung his arm, cord gripped in his hand, sending Nigata flying. The cord twisted around the horizontal top bar of a lamppost as Katsuki landed on the street, Nigata suspended by the cord, upside down. F you brat. Nigata flicked her wrist, aiming another cord at Katsuki. Her shot went wide, her aim disrupted by her dizziness, or it would have if Katsuki hadn't moved the end of the original cord into its path. The second cord wrapped around the first, pulsing with the golden glow of Nagata's quirk. You reap what you sow. Katsuki tied the two cords together, and then to the next lamppost over. Nagata twitched and convulsed as she hung from the lamppost, trapped in her own worst memories, unable to shut off her own quirk. Yeah, enjoy that. Katsuki rolled his eyes. She can't hear you, she's trapped. Uraraka nodded her head. Then, let's go get that warpy guy. Fine. Katsuki set off for the main plaza. Come on, Uraraka. Uraraka beamed, before running after Katsuki. What's the plan? I'll distract him. Katsuki replied as they left the ruined zone, heading straight on. You get close and use your quirk on him, send him into the Fing stratosphere like you did with the ball in Goggles' test. Right. Uraraka nodded her head, before pointing. Look, it's Deku. Izuku stood in the main plaza, looking. Worse for wear, his gym outfit ripped and torn, smeared with BLD. The white monster, covered in bark-like armor, towered over him, while the navy-black monster stood beside the pale man. Hey, the nerd's going to get squished. Katsuki accelerated, sprinting at full speed. Izuku said something Katsuki couldn't hear, before his left arm began to glow every color of the rainbow. Detroit Smash. Izuku punched the monster, a massive tornado of wind shooting upwards from the point of contact, the force of it knocking everyone, even Katsuki and Uraraka, off their feet. The wind tore through the facility, ripping part of the USJ's roof away, shattering every last pane of glass. The white monster, its bark armor cracked and exploded, soared out of the cloud, landing somewhere in the landslide zone. I didn't know Deku had that kind of power. Uraraka pushed herself to her feet, as the wind and dust began to clear. Katsuki brushed himself off. He didn't, he must have copied it. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh, CRP. Katsuki looked up, and his stomach turned. The nerd stood tall, his left arm still raised from the punch. At least what was left of it. Everything from just above the elbow had been blown clean off. The BLD and bone covered the nerd's front and the ground around him. And yet, he was still smiling. I was horrible to you, I made your life hell, and you never once gave up. In truth, Izuku Midoriya, you were my hero. You still are. USJ Assault Arc 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Kurogiri laughed, before swelling in size. Begone, hero brats. The purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. Izuku raised his arm, ready to flick his finger, with all of One for All's power behind it. Before he could, something slammed into Izuku's back, sending him crashing into Soto, both of them rolling clear of the villain's mist. Writhe in torment, until you breathe your last. Izuku pushed himself onto his knees, he looked up to see most of the class was gone. Only Soto, Kirishima, Zero, Ashido, Shoji and himself remained. 13 stood in front of them, separating the hero students from Kurogiri with their body. His hand brushed something. Izuku reached out, picking it up. It was Aizawa's phone, the screen was cracked, Mikumo must have dropped it when the portal swallowed him up. Pressing the power button, the screen lit up, confirming it still worked. Izuku started at Aizawa's lock screen, an image of the dark-haired man and present MIC, both in civilian clothes, a white cat sat on the former's shoulder. Aizawa looked happy, they both did. So this is the world Aizawa fights to protect. His world. Midoriya. Turning the screen off, Izuku looked up, seeing Soto towering over him. Alright. Izuku accepted Soto's outstretched hand, standing. Shoji, the others, are they still in the USJ? Are they safe? Shoji's arms stretched out, ears forming on the end of each. They're all still in the facility, but scattered. Shoji retracted his arms. They are fighting. Izuku nodded. Good, our first priority should be to regroup, they've split us up to weaken us. We'll have to take this guy out first. Soto said. Otherwise he'll just warp us apart again. Zero sighed. Physical attacks won't work on him, he'll just warp himself away before they can reach him. Then we need a plan. Izuku mused. No. Izuku's head shot up, seeing 13 looking back over their shoulder at him. Class representative. 13 raised their arm, the fingercaps of their gloves popping open. Your job, you need to pick someone here to run back to the school. You won't have long, I'm not sure how effective my quirk will be on him. But this is our best bet, whoever is blocking communication is well hidden, too well hidden. If we don't get reinforcements soon we'll all be squashed like a bug with a flick of his finger. 13 activated their quirk, purple energy starting to swirl. Now. It has to be now. Looking at each of his classmates still on the platform, Izuku made his decision. 𝐤𝐸, you're the runner. �ＳOTO, you get the door. You two need to blow past him. Izuku opened his hand, activating explosion. It's on the rest of us to run interference. Ashido, aim for his collar. Shoji, use your quirk to maintain 306-degree vision, tell us where this guy goes when he warps. And Kirishima. Kirishima turned his head to Izuku. You're the tank. Kirishima grinned, hardening his arms and upper body, flashing the green-haired boy a wink, a conspiratorial grin on his face. Kurogiri chuckled. What kind of fools discuss strategy in front of the enemy? Izuku stepped forwards, standing alongside 13. Ones who aren't discussing the real plan. What? Raising his arm, Izuku pressed his middle finger and thumb against each other, glowing with red energy, as he called on the confidence that came with Bakugo's quirk. I can't afford to sacrifice my arm right now, even if we get past this guy, there might be more. Imagine the egg not exploding. Delaware smash. A gust of wind and massive shockwave shot from Izuku's finger, tearing through Kurogiri, blowing the mist away from his body. Izuku held his broken finger with his other hand. It didn't work, I still broke it. I can think about that later, now. 𝐤𝐸. �ＳOTO. Go now. 𝐤𝐸 shot strand after strand of his tape, pulling himself towards the door, while �ＳOTO used his sugar-enhanced strength to lengthen his strides. Kurogiri began to reform. You cannot be allowed to escape. 𝐤𝐸 made it to the door first, trying and failing to open it. I could really use your strength right now, �ＳOTO. Hurry. �ＳOTO accelerated, burning through his sugar stores faster, increasing his strength, reaching 𝐤𝐸 faster. Kurogiri swooped down, soaring towards 𝐤𝐸 and �ＳOTO. 13 activated their quirk, aimed at the mist-covered man. You can't stop us. Izuku's eyes widened as Black Hole began to pull at Kurogiri's mist. Sensei, don't use your quirk on him, he's going to dash. A portal opened up between 13 and Kurogiri, connected to one behind the space-themed hero's back. 13 screamed as the back of their costume was ripped apart, followed by their skin. In all the times Izuku had been put down, discarded, told to kill himself for being quirkless, he had never got mad, he had just let it wash over him. But now, Izuku was angry, he could hear the blood pounding in his veins. Here, this villain was killing a hero that dedicated themselves to rescuing people in need. Why? Because they were in his way, because they were trying to protect children. Izuku released a howl of rage. Activating Slingshot, Izuku pulled on the remains of 13's costume, pulling both it and its wearer out of Black Hole's area of effect. �ＳOTO, get that door open, now. Izuku glared at Kurogiri as the purple cloud dove at him. Izuku made his selection, opening his mouth and calling on one of his newest quirks. A hail of tiny seeds shot from the green-haired boy's mouth, most of them passing through the mist harmlessly, the rest bouncing off the villain's metal collar. That told Izuku everything he needed to know. Closing his mouth, Izuku swayed to Slingshot again, and applied a strand of its power to Kurogiri's collar. Planting his feet, Izuku added the rest of strands to the collar and began to spin. Kurogiri was spinning too, the speed increasing with every rotation. Faster, I need to be faster. Izuku gritted his teeth, his passive speed quirk was already boosting his velocity, but he needed more. I have to go beyond, like All Might did with the sludge villain. I have to break my limits. Inside his quirk space, the speed quirk lit up as Izuku supercharged it with 1-for-all energy. He would only have a few seconds before speed reached quirk exhaustion, overtaxed by 1-for-all's power. Izuku's velocity increased, practically becoming a blur as he reached his new top speed. He wouldn't be able to hold it long, speed was dangerously close to depleted already. Release. Izuku let go of both slingshot and one for all, watching as Kurogiri was thrown the full diameter of the USJ. Whoa! Kirishima exclaimed, watching the villain's trajectory. Rushing over to the prone form of 13, Izuku dropped down to his knees, resisting the urge to vomit as the sight of the hero's injuries. C-class representative, you must go. 13 coughed. You all need to go. Izuku shook his head, removing one of his gloves. Not a chance. Placing his hand on 13's back, allowing only his finger pads to make contact, Izuku called on heal, using one for all to power it in place of 13's stamina. A shout grabbed Izuku's attention, making the green-haired teen look up. Soto was holding the door open. Outside there were more villains, around 15 or so, waiting for any escapees. They needed to maximize their chances of one of them making it back to campus. Izuku made his decision, raising his free arm, aiming directly at Soto, his other classmates forming a rough line between them. His eyes met Soto's. Soto nodded, grunting as he pushed the door open wider. Izuku placed his ring finger to his thumb, next to his shattered middle finger. One for all thrummed through Izuku's veins, into his arm and down to his finger, red lines crisscrossing his skin. Izuku flicked his finger, releasing another shockwave, sweeping Shoji, Ashido, and Kirishima off their feet and blowing them towards the door, colliding with Zero and Soto. The door closed, with Izuku's classmates on the other side. Izuku was alone. 13 was out cold, but their back healed, the strain on them had been too much to remain conscious. That was impressive. Izuku flinched at the sudden reappearance of Kurogiri, his hand slipped, making physical contact with 13's exposed back. Black hole bloomed into existence inside Izuku's quirk space. But Izuku didn't have time to think about that. Izuku stood, watching as Kurogiri walked up the stairs, flanked by 3 villains. One wore a metal mask, some kind of breathing apparatus. Another's entire head was covered in a thick layer of burns, followed by bandages on top. The last was wearing a straitjacket, his head vaguely reminding Izuku of Pig. Taking a defensive stance, Izuku stood with fists clenched despite 2 broken fingers, using his body to shield 13. It doesn't matter. Kurogiri paused. Our companions outside of the facility will deal with the escapees post-haste. Izuku gritted his teeth. They won't just rise to meet what you throw at them, they'll beat it. All across the USJ we're fighting back. Kurogiri said nothing. You know why. Izuku paused. Everyone here today wants to be a hero, and heroes never give up. Never give in. A touching speech. Kurogiri clapped his misty hands in what was clearly a sarcastic manner. But it won't work, a speech won't save you. Go. The 3 villains charged at Izuku. Izuku ducked the swing of the masked villain's fist, before using slingshot to pull himself out of the way of a cloud of boiling steam, emitted from the bandaged villain's hands. The straitjacket villain charged at Izuku with a pig-like scream, head down. Holding up his arms in an X-block, Izuku hardened his arms, bracing himself as the pig-like villain slammed into him. Stupid child, stupid child, stupid child. The villain suddenly let out a squeal. Restrain, keep your head in the game. The bandaged villain called as he charged at Izuku's back. Pivoting on one foot, Izuku moved to the side, allowing Restrain to barrel forwards, straight into the bandaged villain. DMN it, Restrain, Azubaz, pull yourself together. The masked villain snapped at his compatriots. Azubaz groaned. Don't tell me what to do, Mask. While the 2 villains untangled themselves, Izuku focused on the masked villain, listening and watching intently. Mask took a deep breath in, his mask hissing. Izuku watched as his muscles tightened, swelling and gaining further definition. His mask is feeding him some kind of gas to increase his strength. Trigger. Or part of the villain's quirk. Izuku used slingshot to half-step, lining his right arm up with mask. Activating Kirishima's quirk, Izuku hardened his right arm, past the elbow, driving it deep into the masked villain's gut. Mask gasped as the air was driven out of his lungs, his muscles returning to normal as he did. So whatever he breathed in only enhanced his strength while he kept it in his lungs, It has to be his quirk, trigger wouldn't work like that. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 released the hardening on his arm and spread his palm flat against Mask's chest. Calling on wave motion, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 felt his vitality dropping as a small blast of light blue energy, in the shape of a swirl, was emitted from his palm, bumping the villain slightly. Mask had regained his breath, laughing as he towered over 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Is that all you can do? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked up, reaching out and connecting wave motion's energy drain to one for all stockpile. That was me just warming up. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 fired another blast wave, far larger than the last, sending the villain flying backwards, flipping over in the air and landing on his front. Taking a step forward, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 opened his mouth and released a hail of seeds, peppering Mask with them. What are these things? Mask picked one of the seeds up from where he lay, examining it. The seed burst open, a vine growing out of it, snaking around his wrist. Hey, get off! Mask shook his arm, trying and failing to remove the vine, unaware the rest of the seeds had also produced vines, wrapping up his body. Wait, no, help dash! The vines grew up Mask's neck and into his mask, cracking it, the sound of a hiss revealing whatever gas the villain had been breathing in was dissipating uselessly. Yet the vines continued to grow, covering Mask in a cocoon of green, muffling his shouts. This kid has multiple quirks. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 turned his head to look at 𝐭𝐻𝐻. You said you were going to send the one with the copying quirk to 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻. 𝐭𝐻𝐻's eyes changed shape. I thought I had, this child, he looks very similar to the one I sent. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 fell into a combat stance, watching the remaining villains. They must have sent Mikumo instead. No matter, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 will copy whatever quirk he has regardless. 𝐭𝐻𝐻's eyes returned to normal. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 chuckled before he could stop himself, slapping a hand over his mouth as quickly as he could. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 rounded on 𝐒𝐽𝐽. What's so funny, brat? You sent Mikumo to fight your comrade. And? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 smiled. Mikumo is quirkless. 𝐭𝐻𝐻, you are a moron. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 charged at 𝐭𝐻𝐻, steam billowing from his body. Tomura made a mistake hiring you. 𝐭𝐻𝐻's mist swelled. I tire of you. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 opened a portal, below 𝐒𝐽𝐽, connected to 100 feet in the air. The villain screamed in terror as he plummeted towards the unforgiving concrete. I have to save him, even if he is a villain. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shot into the air, using slingshot to push against the concrete below him, his hand outstretched towards the bandaged villain. His hand made contact, all 5 of his finger pads touching 𝐒𝐽𝐽's skin. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 froze in place, suspended in the air. Reaching out with slingshot, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 hooked 2 strands to the roof and 2 to the floor, holding him in place. What have you done to me? 𝐒𝐽𝐽's eyes were wide with panic. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked down at the hand that had made contact with 𝐒𝐽𝐽's, at the round pads of the tips of his fingers. I get it, this is slingshot's second power. Reaching out, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pushed against 𝐒𝐽𝐽's chest, barely able to move him. The tension pulling 𝐒𝐽𝐽's was like a RBB band. Like a slingshot. That's it. Glancing over his shoulder at the shipwreck zone, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 made the calculations. Releasing one of the strands attached to the roof, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 bonded it to the bandages wrapped around 𝐒𝐽𝐽's chest and applied the required force. You're going to land in the water, so be prepared. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 decreased the power in the strands below himself, slowly lowering to the platform. You can swim, right? 𝐒𝐽𝐽's eyes widened. What? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 released the slingshot, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 flew through the air, towards the water of the shipwreck zone. You're a dice cake. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's sneakers touched the ground as 𝐒𝐽𝐽's yell faded away, followed by a faint splash. ⁡ chuckled. You really are a wannabe hero. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 glared at the mist man. So? ⁡ shrugged. I can't see why anyone would want to be a dog of the government, that's all heroes are. Heroes aren't dogs, I mean, hound dog kinda is, but that's besides the point. So bright-eyed, so optimistic. ⁡ said. I wonder if I was similar at the age you are now. Restrain charged at 𝐒𝐽𝐽, with a loud squeal. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 grabbed the villain's straitjacket with his telekinesis, throwing Restain against the railings with all 4 of his strands. Impressive. ⁡ clapped. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was supposed to recruit you, but seeing you here I can tell that won't happen. Why? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's eyes showed his frown. Izuku looked 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 dead in the eyes. Why, with a quirk like that, would you choose to be a villain? Think of all the people you could save with your quirk. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 shrugged. I guess you could say, this is what I was made to do. That had been the wrong thing for 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 to say. Izuku burst into action, Bakugo's explosions in his palms, propelling him forwards. Using your quirk for evil isn't a choice. Izuku roared, dispelling the explosion in one of his palms, his body curving around 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 at speed. Using slingshot, Izuku grabbed a hold of 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's collar with a strand, his momentum from his explosions allowing him to swing the villain around and slamming him back down onto the ground. Izuku landed, placing his hand on the collar, holding the villain down. It's cowardice. How dare you? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 began to swell. A jolt of panic ran through Izuku. This villain is going to open a portal to who knows where. I can't let him. What would All Might do? No, what would Kaken do? Izuku released a series of explosions from his palm, pressed against the metal collar. Do that, and I'll blow you sky high. Die. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 sighed, not stopping. You won't, you're a pure-hearted fool. Izuku released a supercharged explosion, the boost from One for All rattling the bones of his left arm. He could feel the bruises and aching muscles already, as well as a sharp scratch. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 was out cold, but it was too late, the portal was already open. Both hero in training and villain fell through the portal, into the shipwreck zone, above the water. As Izuku fell towards the water, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's unconscious body floated away, going higher with every second. Holding out his arms, Izuku prepared to call on Slingshot to push against the water and stop his fall, until something wrapped around his waist and pulled. Izuku landed on the deck of the boat with a roll, coming to a halt against the outside wall of a cabin. Opening his eyes, Izuku looked up, seeing both Tsuyu and a panicking Mineta looking back down at him. Is he dead? Does he have brain damage? Oh, no. Mineta's rambling was cut off by a slap of Tsuyu's tongue. Midori! Are you okay, Kiro? Izuku groaned, rolling over and pushing himself to his feet. I'm fine. You have 2 broken fingers. How can that be okay? Mineta exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. Tsuyu tilted her head. Mineta's right, are you sure you're okay? Izuku nodded his head. It's okay, at least I haven't broken anything major. Mineta made a funny choking noise. Anything major? That's it, we're all going to die. If they have something that can kill All Might like you said Asui, then we're doomed. Call me Zu. Mineta wasn't listening, continuing to ramble loudly as he spiraled towards a panic attack. I'm too young to die, I've never even kissed a girl. The small purple teen was sobbing now. Tsuyu's tongue slapped Mineta again, harder this time, enough to leave a noticeable welt across his cheek. Mineta calmed, a hand slowly rising to touch his cheek. I hope this doesn't awaken something in me. Izuku frowned at the small teen. And people say I'm weird. Putting that bizarre can of worms to one side, Izuku thought back to what Mineta had said. A way of killing All Might. Izuku mused, a finger on his chin as he sank into deep thought. Possibly, these villains have countered the heroes fairly well. 13 by sending 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 against them and Aizawa by sheer luck. His fighting style was unsuited to battles against large numbers. But when it comes students, they only seem prepared for some of our quirks. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 said they'd planned for my quirk, then they probably did the same for Todoroki as the son of the number 2 hero, as well as Kaken as he came first place in the entrance exam. Maybe Kirishima, since he came second place, and Momo, she is the other recommendation student after all. But they can't know about them all, otherwise they wouldn't have sent someone with a quirk like Asui's-Zu. Zu's to the shipwreck zone. Logically, the conflagration zone would have been the best for them to send her to, assuming Tsuyu's quirk also gives her susceptibility to high temperatures, which is likely. Then, Mineta Izuku was brought back to reality by a violent lurch of the boat. What's going on? One of the villains, he's broken the boat in 2 with his quirk, Kiro. We're sinking. True to Tsuyu's word, the boat was snapped clean in 2 and sinking at a rapid rate. Izuku moved to the railings, Looking out at the villains in the water, he counted 16, 8 on each side of the boat. More could be hiding under the surface. I hadn't even seen them there. Hadn't seen them. Minatta's voice reached almost supersonic levels, his panic returning in full force. How can you not have seen them? Izuku ignored Minatta, staring out at the villains. If they have a way of killing All Might, then we need to stop these villains here and lighten the load for him. Lighten the load. That's ridiculous. Minatta was crying. We've not even finished our first week at U8. We should wait for the heroes to save us. If we do nothing, we could all be dead by the time they get here. Izuku paused, looking down at his hand. Young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. It doesn't matter if we've barely started. Izuku raised his head, channeling the confidence from Bakugo's Quirk. Someone once told me that most heroes have a story from their youth, when their feet moved before they could think. That doesn't matter, we're going to die. Minatta rushed to the edge, throwing multiple spheres at the villains, as tears continued to stream down his face. Tsuyu's tongue shot out, binding Minatta and pulling him away from the railing, ceasing his barrage, as Izuku fell back, joining his two classmates. Izuku spoke. We can't let them figure out what our quirks are, for you two at least. The boat's going to sink in less than a minute. Once we're in the water, it's over. They'll win. Minatta shook like a leaf. That's true. Tsuyu turned her head to look at the small teen. Minatta, did you really come to U to become a hero? Minatta flushed red. Shut up. You have to be weirdo like Midoriya to not be scared right now. I'm terrified. Izuku said, getting Minatta's attention. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't using my quirk to boost my confidence right now, I'd be unable to even think straight. So you're still just as afraid as me then? You're not courageous at all. Tsuyu shook her head. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the ability to act in the presence of fear, Kiro. Izuku stood from the crouch he was in. The moment the enemy thinks that they have definitely won, it represents your best chance to strike. All Might said that, right? Tsuyu questioned. With a nod, Izuku stepped towards the railings, his fists tightened. He ignored the pain in his two broken fingers. He looked down at the villains. Two of them were talking about something. It was too far away for Izuku to hear them. Note to self, find a hearing enhancement quirk at some point. One would be pretty useful right now. One of the villains, bald with pure white skin and high, metal collar, was gathering water around his hand, increasing it in size with every second. Some form of hydrokinesis, too powerful to be a minor variant, so he might be able to manipulate the temperature of the water. In conclusion, he's probably the most powerful, and considering his body language, the leader. We have to act. Izuku called on explosion, sparks dancing in the palms of his hands, putting one foot on the railing. Die! Minatta's eyes widened. Why you can't be serious? Act like Kaken. Before either Tsuyu or Minatta could stop him, Izuku leapt the railing, his arms behind him, explosions slowing his descent towards the water, releasing a roar as he did. The villains were taken aback at the sudden change in the actions of their prey. Good, that's put them off balance. The leader recovered first, preparing to send his clawed fist of water at Izuku. I guess he's just a kid after all. Another villain chipped in. The second he hits the water, we'll gut him. From the boat, Minatta stared at the green-haired boy, tears streaming from his eyes. Midoriya's just as scared as I am, he said so himself. How did he keep going? Giving it his all. Izuku stopped his explosions, stretching his right arm out, aimed towards the water. Just like with the mist guy, I can't afford to lose the use of my entire arm, and even then I can't hit them all at once if they form a circle, so I'll aim for the water. With his middle and ring finger already broken, Izuku placed his index finger against his equally broken thumb, calling on one for all's power and Kirishima's hardening in both digits. Don't break the egg. Don't break the egg. Don't break the egg. Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his hardened finger, a deafening crack echoing through the shipwreck zone. The force of his attack slammed into the water's surface, creating a whirlpool. Shouts and cries came from the villains as they were sked towards the vortex of the whirlpool. Zu! Mineta! Kiro! Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around Izuku's middle, pulling him up and away from the water's surface. The frog-like girls jumped, dragging him along after her, Mineta under her arm. Izuku dared to look down at his hand. His index finger was still hardened and unbroken, however large patches of his tough skin had been blown off, revealing the muscle underneath. His thumb had fared slightly better, with only a few deep cracks in his skin. Mineta clenched his fists. What the heck, Midoriya? First the battle trial, now this. Why are you acting so cool? Reaching up to his scalp, Mineta grabbed at his spheres, throwing them at the villains one after another. Even I can do something. BLD poured down the sides of Mineta's head, the vortex in the water ensuring the thrown spheres stuck to their targets. And then stuck their targets together. The whirlpool closed, dragging the villains under the water before suddenly firing them back into the sky at high velocity. Reaching out with his left hand, Izuku attached a slingshot strand to 4 of Mineta's spheres, stuck deep inside the pile of villains, and supercharged the quirk with 1 for all's power. Izuku's temporarily increased weight limit allowed him to change the villain pile's trajectory, slamming them into the side of the slide, the spheres sticking them in place. It rounded them all up at once. Tsuyu looked back over her shoulder. Looks like we've cleared the first hurdle. Mineta, Midori, you're both amazing. Izuku turned his head. Zu, aim for the water near the main plaza. Sure, Kiro. They landed with a splash, Tsuyu and Mineta first, then Izuku, who used slingshot to slow his descent. Mineta thrashed wildly, struggling to keep his head above the water. Tsuyu stood, placing her feet on the bottom of the shallow water, grabbing Mineta by his cape and holding him above the water. Mineta ejected a lungful of water. Thanks, Asui. Call me Zu. Izuku took the lead, the 3 of them setting off towards the main plaza. Mineta looked back to the shipwreck zone. Good thing I took a nice clean dump this morning, those villains will be stuck. Tsuyu interrupted him. Finish that sentence and I drop you, Kiro. Izuku started up at the roof of the facility as they trudged on through the thigh-deep water. I can't assume Soto and the others have managed to beat those villains and make it back to campus yet. I need to come up with a backup method. Izuku mentally cycled through each of his quirks, trying to find one he could use to somehow contact or signal for help. Variable mist, that could work, but I'd need the formula. Momo might know it, but I don't know where she is. Picturing the moment that Kurogiri had swallowed them up with the mist, Izuku tried to work out who it was likely for Momo to be with. Kaminari. He and Gyro were standing right next to her. Pulling Aizawa's phone out of his pocket, Izuku opened the call app and keyed in the number for Kaminari's transceiver. I just hope whichever quirk is blocking communication isn't stopping internal signals. Hello. Hello. Kaminari, can you hear me? Izuku heard faint cracking and a few whispered words. Izuku. A smile graced the green-haired teen's lips. Momo, it's great to hear your voice. Mineta groaned and rolled his eyes. We get it, Midoriya, you're a chick magnet. Izuku didn't hear, continuing to talk to Momo over the phone, asking her a question about some chemical formula. I don't think he heard you, Kiro. Mineta shrugged. They never do. Tsuyu looked back at Mineta. The perverted thing, it's an act, or at least an exaggeration, isn't it? Tsuyu tilted her head. You want to be seen, don't you? The short boy recoiled in shock. Tsuyu gave a half-smile. Mineta, I see you. Mineta's face crumpled as he fought back tears. I get why you want to be a hero now. Tsuyu moved Mineta, allowing him to cling to her back, instead of trailing in the water. Touch anything and I drown you, Kiro. Mineta nodded, brushing aside tears. Izuku's arm shot out, stopping Tsuyu and Mineta in their tracks. They had reached the edge of the water. Before them was the main plaza. The pale man stood back, 2 out of the 3 monsters he'd brought with him as his side. Aizawa was still fighting the horde of villains. Only 5 remained, the rest either unconscious or on the floor, umming in pain. Remember, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, okay? Mineta said as he climbed down from Tsuyu's back. The water was shallower, only going to his waist, for Izuku and Tsuyu, their knees. Izuku nodded, drips of water flicking from his damp hair. Right, the second it seems like we're in danger, we leave. The three teens crept up to the edge, slowly raising their heads to peek out at the plaza. Aizawa soared into the air with a pull of his scarf, before slamming down, a foot in the guts of the two remaining villains, taking them out of the fight. Pounding footsteps signaled that the pale man had made his move, running at Aizawa with his arms stretched out. Aizawa stood from his half-crouch. So you're their boss? An end of Aizawa's scarf shot at Shigaraki, moving to bind him, but the blue-haired man caught it before it could, holding it tight so its owner couldn't recall it. The two men sprinted towards each other. At the last second Aizawa pulled on his scarf, throwing Shigaraki off balance and slamming his elbow into the villain's gut. The trap was sprung. Shigaraki sank into the attack, gripping Aizawa's arm and holding it in place, stopping the pro-hero from pulling back for another attack. Aizawa's hair felt limp, forced to blink. Shigaraki's quirk returned. He laughed. You know, it's hard to see when you keep moving around, but that moment when your hair falls, that's when your quirk stops. Aizawa swore, unable to move as the material of his costume over his elbow turned gray and crumbled away. Just like the U barrier. Shigaraki continued to talk. As you've gone on, the time you can keep your quirk active has gotten shorter and shorter, and the downtime has gotten longer and longer. Izuku watched in horror as the skin on Aizawa's elbow crumbled away, revealing the raw muscle below. Aizawa took a half-step back, pulling Shigaraki off balance before driving his knee into the pale man's groin. Shigaraki grunted, stumbling back as Aizawa made some distance between the two of them, blinking rapidly in an attempt to moisten his eyes. His elbow was still falling apart, even without contact. Three of the villains had got back up again. Aizawa ducked under the swing of a woman's gorilla-like arm, before spinning to avoid another villain's metal claws. Blinking one final time, Aizawa activated his quirk, erasing the quirks of the three villains and their boss, stopping the decay spreading up his arm. Shigaraki had recovered. That quirk of yours isn't suited to fights like this, multiple enemies, drawn out, is it? If you're the underground hero you look to be, then you rely on stealth against large numbers, right? Aizawa's chest heaved, forcing his eyelids not to close. And yet you leapt right into a fight you know you have no chance of winning, all to put your students at ease. Aizawa blinked. The villains pounced. Aizawa dodged the clawed villain again, wrapping him up in his scarf and swinging him into the last villain, a man generating chains from his wrists, a mace attached to the end. The two villains tangled in the chains, leaving them struggling on the floor. Turning to face the pale man, Aizawa reactivated erasure. Man, you're cool. Shigaraki threw his arms wide. But, by the way, I'm not the final obstacle. Aizawa turned, the black monster towered over him, its eyes wild and unfocused. He is. The monster moved with speed that was unnatural for a being of its size, grabbing Aizawa in one hand and lifting him into the air. Shigaraki laughed. Say hello to the anti-symbol of peace, a bioengineered being, Nomu. The black Nomu roared, before slamming Aizawa down on the concrete. Aizawa felt his nose break, his goggles flying away, snapped clean in two. The Nomu grabbed his already injured arm and twisted, shattering it with ease. Erasure, it's a powerful quirk in the right circumstances, but right now, you're as good as quirkless. Aizawa turned his head, activating his quirk on the monster, hoping to cancel its strength to allow him to free himself. The Nomu broke Aizawa's other arm by slamming its palm down, but the underground hero refused to give Shigaraki the satisfaction of hearing his pain. Izuku's eyes widened, he'd seen Aizawa use erasure, but the monster still had its strength. The monster's strength, it's natural, or rather, bioengineered. Kurogiri chose this time to return, appearing at Shigaraki's side. Tomura, we have a situation. Kurogiri spoke. What is it? A number of the kids escaped, the outside force is containing them for now. Kurogiri paused. But I appear to have made a mistake, I sent the wrong child to face Sanetta. Shigaraki reached up, scratching at his neck. So you're telling me the kid with that broken quirk is running around freely? Kurogiri nodded. If you weren't so useful, I'd kill you myself. Shigaraki stopped his assault on his neck, lowering his hand. Game over. We need to leave, it's only a matter before the DMN heroes show up. But first, Shigaraki paused. Shock 𝐻𝐻𝐽, finish off Eraserhead, bark 𝐻𝐻𝐽, go kill some kids. Fear shot through Tsuyu and Mineta, the two grabbing each other for support. Mineta frowned, finding something warm and soft touching the palm of his hand. The purple boy looked across and went pale. He spent the next 10 seconds with his head under the water, Tsuyu's hand holding him down. You did well, Eraserhead. Shigaraki smirked. But these 𝐻𝐻𝐽, they're out of your league. Aizawa grunted in pain. Why? To expose heroes and hero society for the fakes they are. Shigaraki shrugged. A crusade of sorts. Liar. Shigaraki turned his head to look at the underground hero. You're perceptive, I'll give you that. No, the crusade thing is just a front for my true goal. Destruction. Right in one. Shigaraki repositioned the hand on his face. Aizawa coughed. If you stand for nothing, what would you fall for? Rage flooded Shigaraki's body, his already fragile mental state deteriorating further. 𝐻𝐻𝐽, kill him. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 closed its hand around Aizawa's head, lifting it up before ramming it back into the concrete. A pool of BLD spread out from the point of impact, covering his broken goggles. Izuku's feet moved before he could think, pushing himself away from the ground. With slingshot, and charging up one for all in his left arm, tearing the sleeve of his gym outfit. His fist slammed into the black 𝐻𝐻𝐽's chest. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 didn't move. Izuku landed, looking down at his arm. It wasn't broken, had he finally managed to control one for all's output. No, that was all of one for all's power, then that means shock absorption. Izuku turned his head to look at Shigaraki. Any attack you throw at it, it can absorb, physical attacks are useless against it. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand on his face. No miss. Kill the child. Slingshot pulled Izuku out of the way of the shock 𝐻𝐻𝐽's fist. Physical attacks won't phase it, then I'll have to try something else. Ducking forwards, Izuku avoided the bark 𝐻𝐻𝐽 as it lumbered in, placing one hand on the shock 𝐻𝐻𝐽's leg and the other on the ground, activating weld. It took a few seconds, but the shock 𝐻𝐻𝐽's foot was merged to the concrete, stopping it from moving. Diving through the black 𝐻𝐻𝐽's legs, Izuku scooped Aizawa into his arms and used a telekinesis-boosted jump to get to the edge of the area in which Aizawa's fight with Shigaraki had taken place. A second later, Tsuyu and Mineta landed next to him, the latter wrapped up in the former's tongue. Go! Aizawa spoke, barely able to open his mouth. Izuku ignored him, his teacher's BLD soaking his clothing. Pressing the fingertips of his left hand to Aizawa's cheek, Izuku activated his one-for-all enhanced heal, his teacher's snapped arms rotating back into their correct place, his shattered orbital bone repairing itself. Izuku turned his head to his classmates. Mineta, take Aizawa up the platform at the entrance, I've healed most of the major damage, I'm no recovery girl, he's still pretty beat up. Mineta recoiled. You can't possibly be thinking of going back in there, you were lucky to survive once. He's right. You know it. I have too, that villain will set those monsters on the others if I don't distract them. Izuku tightened his fist. That's something I can do. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping around Izuku's wrist, pulling him back, away from the fountain, away from Shigaraki and his monsters. Run, get away from here. I ban you from intervening. Izuku looked into his teacher, his green eyes burning with intensity. Aizawa, you've given it your all, but you can't fight anymore. If I don't, then who will? The others will die, my friends will die. Shota looked back at the green-haired boy, his stomach constricting with fear, unable to stop himself from seeing Oboro in Midoriya's place. But the boy was right, Shota, although his bones were healed, was still in a pretty bad way, no fit state to fight. You know, you're getting detention every day till you graduate if you do this. Shota coughed. Izuku smiled slightly, before nodding. I was kind of expecting that. With that, Izuku was gone, another jump sending him flying back to the fountain, landing softly on the small wall around it, using slingshot to dampen the force on his legs. You came back then? Shigaraki's grin unsettled Izuku on a primal level. I won't let you hurt my classmates. Izuku stepped down from the wall, scanning the area to make sure all the playing pieces were accounted for. Shigaraki. Kurogiri. The bark monster. SHT. The other monster was missing, or at least most of it was. It had torn the leg welded to the ground from its body. As Izuku watched, the remaining limb began to smoke, dissolving to a liquid and evaporating away. Midoriya, watch out. Izuku looked up, seeing Mineta standing in front of where Aizawa laid, being tended to by Tsuyu, with his arm raised, pointing to behind the green-haired boy. Using his telekinesis, Izuku pulled himself to safety, just as the shock Nomu slammed both its fists down where he'd just been. It has multiple quirks, doesn't it? Izuku straightened up. Shock absorption and hyper-regeneration. Shigaraki snorted. Just like you, it would seem. Izuku kept his face impassive, trying not to give too much away. He really is still alive, isn't he? All for one. That caught Shigaraki off guard. You know, sensei. That got his attention. Izuku shrugged non-committally. Who hasn't heard of the Merchant of Quirks? You're lying. Shigaraki's expression darkened. Shock Nomu, don't kill him, but hurt him enough so he'll talk. Izuku hardened both of his arms, raising them into an X-block, just as the Nomu slammed their fist into the green-haired boy's defense. Grunting, Izuku was forced backwards, his feet digging into the concrete. I didn't copy this monster's quirks. Quirksmith mustn't be able to copy quirks when my skin is hardened. That means hardening must fundamentally change the composition of the user's skin. Izuku was pushed back further, his hardened skin starting to crack under the immense force from the bioengineered monster. It's failing, it's not strong enough. He could feel the pressure building on his arms, his bones felt like they were about to snap. Forcing his arms to re-harden over the damaged sections, Izuku examined his options. He couldn't release hardening to use another quirk without the monster turning his body to pulp. It was like a simple circuit. Quirksmith was the battery, the quirk he wanted to use was the bulb, and Izuku himself was the SWCH. I can't use two quirks at once, I'd have to be consciously thinking about each quirk to keep it working, active quirks at least. And if Quirksmith was like a circuit, then it stood to reason he could treat it as such. But that presented its own problems. In both series and parallel, the Quirksmith circuit would still only have one SWCH. If he wanted to use two quirks, they'd both be active at the same time or not at all. Resistance, right? If I imagine this as a parallel circuit, then I can add a resistor large enough to reduce current, or rather the energy supplied by Quirksmith, to functionally zero. Rotating his hands and opening his palms, Izuku fired his largest explosion from each, while maintaining the hardening of his forearms. Yes. The Nomu screeched, but remained unfazed. If anything, the acrid smoke from the explosions were making it angrier. Izuku had felt the hardening weaken somewhat when he'd fired the explosions. However, it had returned to normal the second he had set the resistance of the explosive quirk high enough to turn it off. It really must be like a parallel circuit. Without resistance on either quirk, the power was split between them equally, half as strong as they would be if Izuku was using them alone. So, when he applied full resistance to explosion, hardening had all the power it would normally have. Izuku tried wave motion next, the spiral energy blasts proving to be nothing more than a mild annoyance to the beast. Then he'd just have to try seed breath. Izuku opened his mouth, seeds shooting like machine gun fire, impacting on the Nomu's skin and sprouting vines. The monster roared as the vines encased it, leaving only its eyes visible. Izuku released hardening, stumbling back as the Nomu struggled against the vines. It won't hold. He was right, the monster tore through the vines, taking a chunk out of its own shoulder as it did. It didn't seem to notice, swinging both its fists down in Izuku again. Hardening reactivated, Izuku blocked the blow, the force driving him back nearly 5 meters. Explosion, wave motion, and seed breath all haven't worked. Weld, variable mist, and speed are all useless right now, and I don't even properly know what origami even does. But I do have slingshot. Izuku touched his hardened finger pads to the monster's arm, activating slingshot's secondary ability, and watching as it floated a few inches off the ground, spinning as it panicked wildly. Dropping his hardening, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 charged one for all into his arm and punched the 𝐵𝐻𝐽 in the chest. The monster's shock absorption quirk took a large part of the force, but not all due to a lack of contact with the ground. The shock 𝐵𝐻𝐽 shot 50 foot into the air, coming to a halt as the force from one for all ran out. Shigaraki looked up at his floating monster with confusion, before taking a step forward. Kurogiri placed a smoky hand on his young charged shoulder, stopping him. I wouldn't get any closer. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 released slingshot and the 𝐵𝐻𝐽 was hurled back down at the ground with immense speed. Dust blew past the green-haired boy, clearing to reveal the 𝐵𝐻𝐽-led beak down in a massive crater, stretching out to damage the wall of the fountain. Water trickled down into the crater, pooling around the 𝐵𝐻𝐽's still form. But it still got up, angrier than ever, its wounds healing without a trace. That's not good. The 𝐵𝐻𝐽's fists smashed into 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hardened arms once again, resuming their stalemate. It was becoming very clear that none of 𝐒𝐬𝐽's quirks would be able to land a solid hit on the monster, so that meant defense was his best bet, running out time until help arrived. That just left Black Hole and Rockfist. The former was too risky, Kurogiri would just do to him what he'd done to 13. The latter quirk was unusable, as a mutant-type quirk 𝐒𝐬𝐽 couldn't use it, unless 𝐒𝐬𝐽 slipped into quirk space, summoning the orbs of light that represented hardening and Rockfist to rest in front of him, before closing his eyes. I can't afford to damage my muscles again, like I did when I made slingshot. Reaching out to one for all, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 channeled its power, not in any part of his body, but internally, in his quirk space. Opening his eyes, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked down. His arms were sparking with pale blue energy, but in his physical body they remained normal. I did it. Expanding both of the quirks, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 started by making a strand starting from the node that triggered the hardening's transformation to the node that represented the effect of Rockfist. The two quirks glowed silver, forcing 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to look away momentarily, turning back to see one compound quirk. Let's see if this worked. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 reached out and touched the new quirk. Rockhard, created by 𝐒𝐽𝐽 Midoriya, aged 15, on April 14 type, transformation. Compound of hardening and Rockfist allows the holder to transform any part of their body into a hardened rock or mineral. The more damage the hardened area takes, the stronger it becomes. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 blinked, exiting quirk space, returning to the physical plane. Activating Rockhard, 𝐒𝐽𝐽's already armored arms transformed into rock, almost up to his elbows. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Another quirk. Finghacks. Glancing to one side, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 saw the bark 𝐵𝐻𝐽 advancing on Tsuyu and Mineta as they slowly dragged Aizawa back towards the platform. Pulling himself to one side, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 hit the ground running, directly at the bark 𝐵𝐻𝐽. Using slingshot to repel against the ground, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 flipped over the 𝐵𝐻𝐽, landing in front of the monster as it brought its fist down. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 grunted as the massive fist slammed into his rock-hard forearms, forcing him backwards. Take Aizawa, go. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 transformed his lower legs into hardened rock, bracing himself. Now. Tsuyu and Mineta picked up the pace, just about managing to carry a barely conscious Aizawa between them. Midoriya, don't, I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, but I have to. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 took a step forward, pushing the bark 𝐵𝐻𝐽 back slightly. What a pest! Shigaraki suddenly moved, his speed greater than what 𝐒𝐽𝐽 expected from someone without a speed quirk. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 didn't have time to move, watching as the pale man's hand wrapped around his face. Nothing happened. Shigaraki chuckled. You really are pretty cool, Eraserhead. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's flicked back, Tsuyu and Mineta were leaning Aizawa up, his eyes glowing red and his hair floating above his head. The bark 𝐻𝐽's strength had reduced, Aizawa was erasing whatever strength quirk the monster had as well. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 kept one rock arm blocking the monster's fist, rearing the other back and punching the distracted Shigaraki in the face. Shigaraki was blasted back, bouncing across the concrete and impacting against the wall of the fountain. Tomura! Kurogiri portaled to Shigaraki's side, crouching over him. Are you okay? Shigaraki spat out BLD, 2 teeth with it. That BSTRD. Kurogiri sighed. Tomura, I believe it is time we cut our losses. No. Shigaraki stood. This brat has to die, I want to see the life leave his eyes. Tomura! Kurogiri warned. You cannot allow your emotions to rule you. Screw your platitudes. Shigaraki brushed Kurogiri's hand off his shoulder. He's going to die. At the same time, Izuku deactivated Rock Hard, before activating Slingshot, attaching all 4 strands to the Bark Nomu's armor, repelling him back towards the fountain, into the other Nomu. Aizawa's hair fell, the man unable to continue using his quirk any longer. Izuku let his arms drop, as he slowly walked towards the fountain. I need to be stronger. Come to die, have you? Shigaraki glared at him. Shock Nomu, kill him. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa, I'm going to find a way to overcome the recoil. Find a quirk to negate the damage from one for all. Izuku watched as the Shock Nomu charged at him, undoing his gym jacket and tossing it aside. Shock absorption. Hyper regeneration. This is going to hurt. The Nomu swiped his arm, sending a backfist screaming towards Izuku. Midoriya! The fist smashed into Izuku, he felt his bones snap and crumple, agony flooding his veins. Izuku's limp body flew back, impacting into a lamppost, bending it over almost completely. Tsuyu and Mineta watched in horror as their classmate's broken form dropped to the floor, BLD pooling around his body. Shota couldn't breathe, unable to look away from Izuku's broken body, the image of Oboro's body laid over it. The underground hero met Izuku's glassy eyes, his expression slightly shocked, smoke gently issuing from his mouth. Shigaraki laughed raucously. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Now for his friends. Mineta was crying, pulling on a frozen Aizawa with all his might. Faster, faster, Tsuyu. Tsuyu wasn't hearing him, her eyes unable to look away from Izuku as the smoke slowly obscured him from view. Shigaraki raced towards the frog-like girl, hand outstretched. I'm going to enjoy this. Aizawa blinked rapidly, trying to get his quirk to work, but he couldn't, his eyes were too dry. A hand gripped Shigaraki's wrist before he could reach Tsuyu. The smoke dispersed, Izuku stood, fully healed, his gym trousers ripped and torn, ending just below his knees, light blue sparks cracking around his body. He's alive. Mineta dropped Aizawa in his shock. He's alive. Shigaraki's expression darkened. Strength, ×3, hyper regeneration, ×2, shock absorption, ×1, all passive. Izuku had expected the emotions attached to the quirks copied from the Nomu to match its rage, but instead he felt fear and pain radiating from them. The Nomu wasn't angry, it was hurting. At its core it was human, scared and alone. Izuku tightened his grip on Shigaraki, his 3 new strength quirks stacking to give him a 8x increase to his raw muscle power. I overstrained Quirksmith again, 1 for all is at 110% now, much more and it'll destroy my body every time I use it. That monster was human, until you forced those quirks on it and twisted them into that. Izuku threw out his free arm, using Slingshot to repel the Bark Nomu and his armor before it could attack him. Shigaraki shrugged. Well, not me personally. Izuku's eyes bored into Shigaraki, before he twisted and snapped the pale man's wrist. Shigaraki cried in pain. Nomu, kill dash you won't hurt them. Izuku planted his foot and spun on the spot, throwing Shigaraki back towards the fountain. The black Nomu charged at Izuku, almost trampling its MSTR, if not for Kurogiri opening a portal under Shigaraki before it could. Izuku reached out to One for All, channeling into his legs before he leapt forwards, rocketing directly at the Nomu. He felt both his legs snap, although not as badly as normal, shock absorption took some of the recoil. Unfortunately it was more effective the more muscle mass the holder had, and Izuku had far less than the monster he'd copied the quirk from. Texas Smash. Just as Izuku felt hyper regeneration heal his legs, he charged One for All into his right arm and punched the black Nomu. And still the monster shrugged it off, barely moving, its shock absorption quirk negating the backlash in Izuku's arm. Izuku activated Rock Hard in his arms, blocking the Nomu's fist. Let's try speed over power. Izuku started punching, again and again, using both his passive strength increase and One for All for a combined strength factor of around 55x. But still it didn't work. The Nomu wrapped its massive hand around Izuku and lifted him into the air, pulling its other hand back to punch him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 landed 10 meters away, skipping along the concrete and coming to a halt close to the water's edge. This time 𝐒𝐭𝐴 got up a lot faster, the shock absorption taking the brunt of the damage, leaving him with a number of cuts and a few broken bones. Hyper regeneration activated. While the quirk itself was passive, it was constantly checking for injuries, healing them when it found them. The final cut, across 𝐒𝐿𝐾's cheek, sealed shut as the 𝐵𝐼 lumbered towards him. I'm still not strong enough, but if I overstrain 𝐾𝐽𝐴 to increase 1-for-all's power anymore, it will blow my limbs off when I use it. A realization struck 𝐒𝐿𝐾. It would blow limbs off, but I would just grow them back again. Determination filled 𝐒𝐿𝐾, jumping away from the 𝐵𝐼 and calling on 1-for-all to supercharge his speed quirk. Time slowed to a crawl. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 took a deep breath. He had hoped to at least have had the time to actually practice this super move he'd thought of the day before, but needs must. 1-for-all. Jet set run. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 set off running, moving through the plaza at blinding speed to the outside world, touching every villain as he passed, copying their quirks. He turned, heading towards the conflagration zone. Racing from street to street, the air displaced from his movement extinguishing the flames, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 searched the zone, finding the villains had crowded in the center, the last of the 3 monsters already defeated. Ducking around Ida's barely moving body, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 scooped up all the villains, some unconscious, some fleeing, and dumped them in a pile next to the incapacitated claw 𝐵𝐼, copying each of their quirks as he did. Biting back the rising pain, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 moved on, sprinting in the direction of the mountain zone, giving Momo a wave she definitely wouldn't be able to see, collecting the already defeated villains and using 𝐾𝐽𝐴 on them. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 smiled. The pain was getting easier to handle, before racing to the landslide zone. He shoulder barged each of the villains fighting Todoroki, copying their quirks at the same time, before the pain suddenly intensified. I was wrong, the pain is getting so much worse. Tripping slightly on the last one, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 only knocked him to the ground. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 moved to go back to him, but his speed quirk twinged. He'd used 3 out of the 5 seconds of super speed he had before the quirk was exhausted. He didn't have the time. So he kept on running, into the ruins zone. He didn't find any of his classmates, but he did find where the fight had taken place. In a room of one of the buildings, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 found it filled with defeated villains and blast marks. These guys never stood a chance against Kaken. Copying the villains' quirks, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 went for the downpour zone, plowing into a group of villains, touching each one as he did. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 changed direction, heading back for the main plaza as his speed quirk ran on fumes, the pain from massively overstrained 𝐾𝐽𝐴 nearly breaking his concentration. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 tripped as his super speed ran out, rolling across the concrete, bouncing slightly, before coming to a halt near the edge of the water, the same place he had started. His body was on fire, unable to stop himself from screaming, pale blue energy sparking over him, at a frequency far greater than the last 2 times 𝐒𝐿𝐾 had overstrained his quirks. But then, as soon as it came, the pain left. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 blinked. He was standing in his quirk space, but it was different. The black void was the same, but its contents had changed. In the center was 𝐾𝐽𝐴 and 1-for-all, the 2 quirks equally sized, colored red and pale green. The latter was lighter colored than it had been before, with cyan blue sparks now running through it. Around them, all 𝐒𝐿𝐾's copied quirks lit up the void like stars in the night sky, of all different colors. Stepping forwards, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 touched 𝐾𝐽𝐴, examining the 12 quirks contained within. Helmet. Laser. Wooden claws from his hands. Chameleon. Shock dispersion. Size. Bat. Jaw. Mantis. Prehensile hair. Looking up, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 could see so many more quirks. 126 quirks, 100 of them from the assembled army of villains. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 remembered copying every one of them. In fact, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 remembered what he had for dinner on September 3, 2167, a rather tasty tonkatsu, his mom's of course, perfectly. He had a memory quirk now. Well, he had 2 of them, both passively granting him perfect memory and recall. In total, 135 quirks, plus 1-for-all. I told you we would speak again soon. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 turned, seeing the same tall dark-haired woman as the day before. 7. The woman smiled, nodding her head slightly. You knew I would do this, didn't you? I did. 7 reached out to touch the energy ball that represented 1-for-all. How? Seven smiled, looking over her shoulder at Izuku. That is something you can't know yet. Izuku sighed. I thought you might say that. Seven walked over to stand in front of Izuku, ruffling his hair with her hand. Good luck, Izuku. I'd say to stay safe, but we both know that isn't going to happen. He returned. Shigaraki looked confused, staring at the sparking boy as he writhed on the floor in agony. What's wrong with this brat? Kurogiri stepped forwards. According to our source, when he overstrains his quirk, he somehow gets stronger. He must have copied every quirk he could find. He was only gone a few seconds, surely. Kurogiri interrupted Shigaraki. The boy has many quirks. Our source says he has a speed quirk of some kind. Izuku felt the pain subside as he returned from his quirk space, slowly pushing himself to his feet, his balance slightly off. I did it, 1 for all's power, it's at 180%. You know, I see now why Sensei is so interested in you. Shigaraki was scratching his neck again. And also see why he wanted us to kill you if you wouldn't join us. You're a threat. I think we both know my answer to that one. Shigaraki shrugged. Sure, that's why you have to die. You can try. Izuku glared back at the pale man. Shigaraki sighed, before turning his head to the bark Nomu. Kill him, rip his head from his body. The white Nomu lumbered towards the green-haired boy, towering over him. Shigaraki chuckled. This is your death, brat. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself, a two-pronged plan forming in his mind. One that would take out the white Nomu, lightening the load for the heroes when they arrived, and one to signal them. It's over, Shigaraki. Izuku started pouring the power of 1 for all into his left arm. You've lost. Why have I lost, brat? Shigaraki sneered at the green-haired boy. All you came here to do today was kill and destroy. You fight for nothing and no one but yourself. A swirling rainbow of light gathered around Izuku's fist. You lack resolve. Activating variable mist, Izuku called on his perfect recall, the chemical formula and structure for disperse red 9 that he'd gotten from Momo, coming to the front of his mind. Go beyond. 1 for all, 180%. Detroit smash. Izuku punched the bark Nomu, its wooden armor shattering on impact, and breathed out a massive cloud of red smoke. A massive tornado of wind shot upwards from Izuku's point of contact with the Nomu, taking the red smoke with it, hidden from view in its core. The shockwave from Izuku's punch blasted through the facility, ripping part of the roof away, shattering every last pane of glass. The bark Nomu rocketed up and away, landing somewhere in the landslide zone by Izuku's reckoning. Izuku set a grim smile on his face, the wind and dust clearing to reveal his still raised left arm had been blown apart, from just above the elbow, BLD, and bones splattered all around him. The viscera began to steam, evaporating as Izuku's left arm began to regrow, first the bone, then the muscles and tendons, before finally, the skin. Whole and unblemished. Izuku lowered his arm, looking Shigaraki straight in the eye. This is your game over. Mirai and Toshinori shielded themselves with their arms as the massive gust of air blew past them. Toshinori lowered his arm. That was 1 for all, that was nearly as powerful as I was before my injury. Mirai repressed the urge to wince at his former friend's comment. Look, above the roof. Red smoke. Toshinori swelled, assuming his hero form despite being past his limit. Something is very wrong, I have to go. Toshinori, wait. Mirai reached out to touch All Might as he sprinted away, his fingertips barely brushing the blonde giant. Mirai's eyes widened as his quirk activated, images flashing through his mind. All Might clashing with a monster taller than even him. 2 teenagers dragging Eraserhead away. A green-haired boy lying on the ground. This fight wasn't Toshinori's death. But it was Izuku Midoriya's, crumbled to ash and dust. The doors to the USJ slammed open, revealing the figure of All Might, his suit jacket held in one hand. Behind him stood Soto, Kirishima, Ashido, Zero, and Shoji, the villains they'd been fighting now defeated by the number 1 hero. It's fine now. Because I am here. The first thing Izuku noticed was that All Might wasn't smiling. All Might always smiled, no matter the threat. The corners of a smile appeared from either side of the hand on Shigaraki's face. I've been waiting, hero, the symbol of peace. Worthless trash. Shigaraki laughed. Toshinori's eyes darkened as he saw the red smoke rising from the ruined roof of the USJ. That force was one for all, though he hadn't expected his protégé to have the proficiency to squeeze that much power out of it yet. Variable mist means I can emit mist made from various compounds from my body, but I need to know the chemical formula for it to work. Young Midoriya. Toshinori mumbled under his breath. Toshinori, wait. Toshinori called on One for All, swelling into his muscle form faster than the blink of an eye, and sprinted towards the USJ, every footstep cracking the pavement. I may be at my limit, but I'll just have to go beyond it. That was the lesson young Izuku taught me. He was getting close to the entrance now. Toshinori could see the students fighting a group of villains just outside the doors. Fear not. Misery smash. Toshinori moved his right arm into a chopping position and swept through the villains, using his momentum to boost his waning strength. All Might. Kirishima cheered, releasing the hardening in his arms and face. Both the red-haired teen and Ashido were crying tears of relief. Young charges, my apologies I took this long to come to your aid, but take comfort, your fight is over now. Toshinori marched towards the USJ doors, his face grim. He couldn't muster the strength to smile. My fight has begun. Toshinori slammed the doors open with more force than needed, using the loud noise to attract attention. After all, many villains fled or surrendered at the mere sight of him. It's fine now. Because I am here. Grabbing his tie, a cheap blue one he bought in bulk, Toshinori ripped it clean from around his neck and tossed it away, followed by his suit jacket. Continuing to walk, Toshinori stopped at the edge of the platform, the top of the stairs. Below him he saw the main plaza, Izuku in his ruined gym outfit, looking relatively unharmed, Asui and Mineta holding an unconscious Aizawa. By the damaged fountain, water pooling in the bottom of a crater, were the villains. A pale man with a hand for a mask, another man, made entirely of mist, and the last was a hulking monster, taller, wider and more muscular than Toshinori had been, even in his prime. A number of villains, fairly low down the food chain by the look of them, crowded at the bottom of the stairs. His presence, it's oppressive. A villain with patches of metal skin. I've never seen him in the flesh before. A large blue villain, with horns and a single eye, spoke. Ihan, you idiot. We can't fing back down now, we're here to kill him. Stonehenge, parts of his rocky skin still cracked from his encounter with Aizawa, pushed past Cyclops and Ihan. All Might. Toshinori sighed, turning his gaze to the villain. You put me away, for 6 years. Stonehenge flexed all 4 of his arms. I'm here for revenge, this time I'll fing kill Dash. Toshinori surged forwards, moving faster than the villains could see or react to, slamming into them and coming to a halt at the side of Tsuyu, Mineta and Aizawa. Crouching down, Toshinori checked his fellow teacher and pro-hero. He was battered and bruised, a fresh scar under his right eye, but no major injuries. Midoriya, he healed Sensei, Kero. Toshinori nodded. Chio had told him about Izuku's use of One for All as a power source for the quirk he copied from the elderly nurse. Young Asu, young Mineta, you've done so well. Toshinori managed a smile, the adrenaline pounding in his veins. Allow me to continue your hard work. Standing, Toshinori blasted forwards, grabbing Izuku and reversing his current momentum with a snap of his One for All enhanced fingers. Placing the green-haired boy down beside his classmates, Toshinori rested a hand on his shoulder. I got your message, young Midoriya. Toshinori didn't have to fake a smile this time, his heart swelled with pride. Well done, and I'm sorry for doubting your quirk. Izuku's calm demeanor broke, wiping away tears. All Might, that monster, the Nomyu, it has multiple quirks, shock absorption, strength, hyper-regeneration. Even at full power, I couldn't even make it flinch. Toshinori caught the true meaning the green-haired boy was trying to convey. This is all for one's doing. I understand, but for now, take Aizawa and head for the entrance. Toshinori struck a pose, peace sign over his right eye. Fear not. Whether this monster was made recently or is just a relic of a dead man, it doesn't matter right now. Protecting the students and Aizawa is my priority. Near the fountain, Shigaraki was crawling around on all fours, running his hands across the concrete. Father, I'm so sorry, father. His grip closed around his fallen hand. Shigaraki stood, staring down at the object in his hand. That's all it is, isn't it? Just state-sponsored violence. Shigaraki returned the hand to its proper place. His fast, too fast to keep up with, but still not as much as I expected. I guess Sensei was right, he really is getting weaker. Toshinori formed an X with his arms. Since his injury he'd had to retire his North and South Carolina smashes, he simply didn't have the strength for them anymore. Carolina smash. Rocketing towards the Nomyu, a shockwave either side of his path, Toshinori delivered a double chop to the beast's chest. It didn't even blink. Seriously, I know young Izuku said he had shock absorption, but no effect at all. Shigaraki sneered at the number 1 hero. The brat told you already, Nomyu can take anything you throw at it. You'd better off ripping him apart, if you can keep up with his regeneration, that is. Toshinori blocked a punch from the Nomyu with one arm, before he spun on one foot, moving himself behind the monster. Thanks for the info, I appreciate it. Toshinori grabbed the monster around his waist and lifted it into the air. This'll be a cinch. Izuku was making his way back to the bottom of the main stairs, Aizawa's arm around his shoulder, Tsuyu had the other, Mineta taking up the rear, when All Might suplexed Nomyu, a shockwave ripping through the USJ. He turned, looking back. All Might's in a whole other league. Mineta had stopped to watch as well. Turning a suplex into an explosion like that. Yet, as a teacher, he's such a rookie, with those cheat sheets of his. Tsuyu tilted her head. Midori, are you sure you didn't copy All Might's quirk? They really do look similar now I've seen them up close. Izuku just shook his head. He couldn't think of an excuse. His eyes locked on where All Might and the Nomyu had been, now obscured by a dust cloud. Something was wrong, Izuku could feel it. That monster, it might really be able to kill him, but if I try to help him, I'll just get in his way. I'm stuck looking on, helpless. Useless. Deku. I know I have to trust All Might, but I also know the truth. That exchange between Aizawa and 13 before the attack, the 3 fingers they held up. All Might is already beyond his limit. Tsuyu spoke. I guess we were worried about nothing, that power. It didn't dispel the rotten feeling in the pit of Izuku's stomach. The dust cleared, and Izuku's heart dropped, fear gripping it. All Might was on his back, his arms slamming the Nomyu down into the ground, except Kurogiri had opened a portal to underneath the number 1 hero. The Nomyu's massive hand grabbed All Might's side, driving its fingers into where Izuku knew the man's devastating wound was. All Might coughed, a small drip of BLD trailing from the corner of his mouth. It was a trap after all. Shigaraki slowly clapped. Excellent timing, Kurogiri. So, did you really think that would work? All Might, driving him into the concrete and stopping him from moving, he's as strong or maybe even stronger than you. Izuku reached a hand out. All Might, he felt something grip his arm, it was Tsuyu. All Might told us to go, Kero. All Might grunted, trying to peel the Nomyu's hands from around his torso. Impressive, for first-timers, but this won't hold me. I can't say I'm fond of BLD and guts in my void. Kurogiri said, as the Nomyu pulled. The monster began to drag the lower half of All Might's body through the swirling purple portal. But for you, I'll make an exception. Kurogiri's misty head flared, growing larger. Killing you was never the Nomyu's job, it's mine. The Nomyu was just here to counter your strength and get you in the right place. All Might coughed again, more BLD coming from his mouth. My job is to close my portal at the right moment, thereby cutting you in two. Izuku's mind whirled. I have to do something. Mineta, help Asui, Tsuyu, with Aizawa in my place. Izuku passed Aizawa to Mineta, his hands leaving the underground hero as he took a step forward, closer to the fight. Mineta's eyes widened. Midoriya, you can't dash All Might, there's so much more I need you to teach me. I have to. Izuku surged into motion, focusing on the feeling of one for all 100%, the feeling he'd felt during the ball throw test. Don't let the egg break. Young Midoriya, don't. Izuku flicked his finger. It snapped, turning a light shade of purple, as a massive burst of wind blew through All Might and the villains, buffeting Kurogiri and knocking Shigaraki off his feet. Die! Bakugo soared in, explosions powering his hovering, past All Might and the Nomyu. Releasing his quirk, Bakugo dropped with a yell, tackling Kurogiri to the ground, pressing his palm to the villain's collar, just as Izuku had done earlier. You slipped up. Bakugo leaned forward, speaking into where an average person would have an ear. When you said that was a close one, you gave it away. You've got an actual body under all that misty CRP. Impressive, your green-haired friend figured it out as well. Kurogiri didn't try to escape. The 10 minutes he'd spent unable to move thanks to Izuku's explosion served as a warning. Oh, come on! Bakugo raged, small explosions popping in the hand restraining Kurogiri. F it, if you do anything fishy, I'll blow you sky high. Izuku scared in a breath as his finger healed, finished in just over 10 seconds. Kaken had the warp villain under control, so Izuku had to free All Might. Before Izuku could move, ice shot across the ground and up one of the Nomyu's legs, encasing its entire right side, bar the head. Izuku turned his head left, seeing Todoroki approaching from the direction of the landslide zone. Todoroki, make me a block of ice. Uraraka came into view, as Todoroki created a 1-meter square of ice. Touching her fingertips to the ice, Uraraka removed its gravity and spun around, throwing it at Shigaraki. Moments before impact, Uraraka cancelled her quirk, returning the ice block's weight. But it never hit, crumbled to dust by the 5 digits of Shigaraki's hand. Fire! A cannonball shot from the distance. Shigaraki was so focused on defending himself against the block of ice from Uraraka that he was unable to stop the cannonball striking him in the side. It exploded into black goo, covering the pale-haired villain and beginning to expand. Twisting his arms, Shigaraki placed his hand on the goo, decaying it, but it kept expanding, as fast as he could destroy it. The smoke cleared, revealing Momo stood next to a cannon, Gyro and Kaminari at her side. On the other side of the cannon was Mikumo, with Tokoyami, Koda and Hagakure, Mikumo's gym jacket showing where she was. A cable wrapped around Shigaraki's ankles, the pale man overbalanced and fell. On Izuku's right, in the direction of the downpour zone, Hatsune lowered her SHTR gauntlet, a nauseous-looking AMR on one side, and Ida supporting Ojiro on the other, his posture ramrod straight. Looks like your plan to kill us has gone SHT sideways, doesn't it? Bakugo shot a sadistic grin at the villains. Toshinori gripped the Nomyu's arm and pulled, freeing himself. Young Todoroki, he managed to freeze just the monster, such precise control for someone his age. Launching clear of the portal, Toshinori landed 10 feet in front of Izuku, his back to him, facing the villains. Some like you, could never kill the symbol of peace. Todoroki's face remained impassive, his voice betraying disgust and a hint of cold anger. Holding his wound, Toshinori allowed time for his breathing to return to normal, before speaking. Stay back, young charges. Shigaraki finished decaying the cable around his ankles, freeing himself. Looks like you've pinned down our escape route, this could be annoying. Bakugo sneered at Shigaraki, looking supremely smug. Tisage, not only have you beaten our stage, but you've done it at full health. Shigaraki sighed. You kids really are something, we should be ashamed of ourselves, but we will be needing our way out back. No one moved, tension filling the air. Nomyu, kill the explosion brat. The Nomyu pulled itself out of the portal and upright, its frozen arm and leg cracking and shattering to pieces. It's falling apart, but it keeps on moving. Uraraka took a half-step backwards, many of the other students doing the same. Toshinori watched as the Nomyu's arm and leg regrew, first the bones, followed by the muscles and then the skin. So this is hyper-regeneration. Shigaraki sneered at Toshinori. This is your opposite, the anti-symbol of peace. A living sandbag, superpowered, created to handle whatever you throw at it. The Nomyu burst forth, towards Bakugo, its fist drawn back. Toshinori pushed one for all to its limit, pushing himself to stand in the way of the Nomyu with a sidestep, as Izuku used that compound telekinesis quirk he had created to pull Bakugo out of danger. Bang! The 𝐻𝐼's fist slammed into Toshinori's crossed forearms, blood dripping from his lips as he was driven backwards, creating 2 deep grooves in the concrete. Bakugo looked shocked, his sudden rescue surprising him. What was that? Izuku was holding his arm out in Bakugo's direction. You thing saved me. Bakugo roared as he stood, before mumbling under his breath, so only Izuku could hear him. Even after all I've done to you. The dust cleared, revealing Toshinori to his students. He'd made sure to wipe away the blood from his mouth and make his block look more solid. He had to give them reassurance that he would defeat this foe. I don't know if I can, he's too strong, too resilient. But I have to make them feel safe. Toshinori lowered his arms. Do you not know how to hold back? No matter the cost. Shigaraki snorted derisively. I had to save my comrades. Just like the plain one, with the copy quirk, earlier, he went at the 𝐻𝐼 with everything he had to save that underground hero. No one spoke. That's all you heroes are, a reason to hurt others, to use your quirk, in the name of saving others. How admirable. Shigaraki held up a hand. And yet, people like me are called villains simply because we wish to freely use the gifts we have been given. Toshinori's glowing blue eyes turned the pale-haired man. That's a quote from Destro's manifesto, isn't it? So what if it is? Shigaraki shrugged. He fought for equality, true equality, and was declared a villain. What about you, symbol of peace? He didn't respond. Instead, Toshinori studied the man closely. You're the ultimate tool for keeping us down, beating us into SBMSN with violence. But violence only breeds more violence, does it not? We'll show the world that, as well as the evil and corruption of the system you represent by killing you. Liar. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. Idealistic villains, they have a fire in their eyes, they believe they are ultimately doing. Toshinori's eyes flashed brighter. But you don't have that, you know this is wrong, evil, and you're just enjoying yourself. Shigaraki laughed. You've got me, I'm a big fat fraud, just like you. Todoroki took a step forward and spoke. You're surrounded and outnumbered, 3 to 10, it's over for you. Izuku frowned, looking around. The others who had come from different directions had skirted the edge of the fight, joining himself, Uraraka, Bakugo and Todoroki. In the distance, Izuku could see Tokoyami and Ida helping to carry Ojiro away, his leg clearly broken, with Koda, Gyro, Kaminari and Ema taking up the rear. Momo caught his eye from where she stood next to Uraraka, giving him a smile. Izuku returned one of his own, before looking back to the fight and speaking. We can back up All Might by taking the 2 leaders out. Yeah, especially since we know the mist guy's weakness now. Uraraka clenched her fists and bobbed her head. Toshinori held out his arm, in front of the 8 students, 6 from heroics, 2 from support. No. Run away, I'll handle them myself. If I hadn't intervened earlier, then you would have been in serious trouble, wouldn't you? Todoroki looked to the number 1 hero. For that, you have my thanks, young Todoroki. Toshinori moved closer to the villains. But this is a different matter. Just watch as a pro gives it his all. Izuku watched in fear as his idol and mentor reassured his fellow classmates. But not him. He knew what the BLD on All Might's left side meant, that he was way past his limit, that his power was waning. And he couldn't do anything. Izuku let his head drop. I'm useless. Izuku felt like the scared boy he knew he still was deep down, shrouded by the false confidence he pulled from his copied quirks. A fake. A liar. Without One for All, he would have been nothing, maybe he still was. Izuku saw All Might flash his classmates a thumbs up and beaming smile. I don't think you can be a hero, Izuku. You already are a hero. Mom. You wear your heart on your sleeve. But you have an iron core. Detective Tsukochi. Young Midoriya. Well done, and I'm sorry for doubting your quirk. All Might. You are a natural-born leader, under all that nervousness. Besides, I trust you, why else would I have voted for you yesterday? Momo. Izuku reached out, feeling the familiar power of One for All pulsing weakly under All Might's skin. At age 3, Izuku Midoriya dedicated himself to becoming a hero. At age 4, Izuku Midoriya was told he was born quirkless. At age 15, Izuku Midoriya learned this wasn't true. And now, he'll show the world. Izuku saw the strand of power, invisible to the eye, connecting the copy of One for All inside him to All Might's. Channeling the additional 80% of One for All that Izuku had cultivated, he poured it down the link to All Might. Whoa, Deku's glowing. He opened his eyes, seeing multicolored light enshrouding his body. So's All Might. Uraraka cheered. Izuku's eyes turned, looking at his mentor, who was covered in the same glow as himself. Izuku must have copied some sort of power-boosting quirk. Momo mused, her use of the green-haired boy's first name not going unnoticed by the others. Todoroki's eyes scrutinized both Izuku and All Might, and the similarity of the light surrounding each of them as it began to fade. The light was gone, but Toshinori still felt the power flooding his veins. No longer was he pushing One for All past its limit. In fact, he felt like he had another couple of hours in him, instead of running on fumes. Turning to look back at his protege, Toshinori gave him a wide smile. A genuine smile. Todoroki noted that. Thank you, young Midoriya. Toshinori shot the green-haired boy a peace sign. I'll take it from here. One for All, it's 80% stronger. No wonder that punch that destroyed the roof looked so powerful for a beginner. Shigaraki was frantically scratching his neck. This Fing kid and his broken Fing quirk. Tomura, now is not the dash I know. Shigaraki calmed. No matter, no Mew, Kurogiri, kill him. I'll deal with the children. Toshinori tightened his fists. It's true my power has been declining faster than I expected, faster than it did for Nana. But this power Izuku has given me, the power he's gained from overstraining his natural quirk. Shigaraki's eyes bored into Toshinori, hatred shining in them. Let's clear this and get home, I tire of this. I'll use this power he's given me to protect these heroes in training. I must. Shigaraki raced at Izuku and Bakugo, with unnatural speed, the teens prepared to defend themselves. Because I am. All Might called on every last ounce of One for All's power, both natural and the boost granted by his protege, energy flooding his veins in a way he hadn't felt in nearly 6 years. The symbol of peace. His shone bright, power rolling off him in waves, making Shigaraki and all the students stop to watch. With the slight push of one of his feet, All Might rocketed forwards as the Nomyu did the same, the two titans heading straight for the other, their fists pulled back, ready to punch. A sound like a cannon issued as All Might and the Nomyu's fists met, followed by a shockwave, knocking Shigaraki and all but a couple of students, Izuku, who used slingshot, and Todoroki, who created an ice wall behind himself, off their feet. The Nomyu's arm rippled and morphed as its shock absorption quirk barely managed to take the force of the number one hero. Shigaraki flipped in the air, landing on his feet with a nonchalance that didn't hide the practiced grace. You said it yourself, about shock absorption, didn't you? All Might gritted his teeth. Yes, I did. The number one hero sent punch after punch at the Nomyu, the mindless beast's own coming to meet it every time. A wind started to blow, getting stronger with each blocked punch. Instead of slowing down, the two titans only got faster until their arms were just blurs. A head-on fist fight. But he just absorbs it all. Izuku grunted as the force began to push him back, regardless of slingshot. Except, his not giving the Nomyu time to absorb the blow before the next one. On the other side, Kurogiri was sliding backwards, 2 steps for everyone he took forwards. I can't get close, this wind, it's too strong. All Might increased the speed of his punches, the force coming from him and the Nomyu increasing in turn. Young Midoriya is correct. All Might's voice was booming, audible over even the howling wind. This shock absorption quirk this beast has is just that, not shock nullification, so there must be a limit, surely not. The Nomyu's entire torso was rippling now, the skin and muscle warping desperately to contain All Might's power. A massive fist drove into All Might's wound, drawing fresh blood, soaking his pure white shirt even more. All Might grunted, but he wasn't deterred, Instead he redoubled his efforts. You were created to handle whatever I throw at you. All Might was speaking to the 𝐻𝐼 now, regardless of its mindless nature. Created to withstand 100% of my power. All Might continued to rain blows on the 𝐻𝐼, too fast for it to even block. Instead it just took them, slowly driving it backwards, and All Might forwards. He was gaining ground. Then I'll just have to go beyond that. All Might roared. I'll break my limit. Izuku couldn't take his eyes off All Might. Even though he's spitting up BLD, even though his body is failing him, he's giving it his all. Every single hit, it's more than 100% of his power. The 𝐻𝐼 lost its footing, bouncing across the concrete, followed by All Might slamming his arms down on its back as it attempted to stand. Even in the darkest of moments, a hero can always break free. All Might grabbed the 𝐻𝐼's arm and launched himself into the sky, before kicking the beast in the chest, sending it flying further into the air. Rising to meet it, All Might gripped its arm once again, spinning in the air and throwing it to the ground with all of his might, face first, creating a massive crater, 3 times the one Izuku had made. The monster rebounded, flying 5 meters into the air. All Might slammed down on the ground, on one knee, before the 𝐻𝐼 had even finished rebounding. Villain, have you ever heard these words? All Might reared back his fist as his entire arm began to glow, a faint silver color. The light began to change, first to pale blue, then pink, before flashing quickly through orange, red, navy, purple and finally, yellow. Go beyond. A swirling rainbow of light, of each color that it had already glowed, gathered around All Might's fist plus ultra. All Might slammed his fist into the 𝐻𝐼's gut as it fell. Yellow light glowed from within the 𝐻𝐼's chest as its shock absorption quirk tried and failed to negate All Might's strike. The 𝐻𝐼 rocketed upwards, at an angle, blasting through an undamaged section of the USJ's roof, shaking the facility to its very core, and into the sky, parting 2 clouds before vanishing into a speck. On the platform, the rest of Class 1A was gathered, including those who'd initially escaped the USJ, watching in awe, before calling and cheering. They thought it was over, Mirai realized, as he raced past them, heading for the stairs, throwing a high-density seal at Mask, the villain having just freed himself from the vines, hitting him directly in the forehead, knocking him out. I'm not going to make it. If the child dies before passing it on, then One for All will fade once Toshinori can no longer use it. Mirai slowed, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Down in the main plaza, Bakugo looked at the sky, seeing the raw power of All Might with his own eyes. How can I ever hope to compete, to surpass him? Izuku's eyes shined with joy and admiration, even though his heart still weighed heavy with fear for his mentor. Lowering his gaze, Izuku watched as the dust cloud around All Might began to thin, allowing him to see the trails of steam that indicated the number 1 hero's imminent transformation. I really have gotten weaker. In my prime, I could have done that with 5 hits. All Might spoke, his booming voice carrying a wide smile on his face as he turned to face his students. As it was, that took nearly 200. All Might turned his foot, his head following, to glare at Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Now, villains. I think we all know this fight is over. All Might repressed the urge to cough up BLD. Shigaraki reached to his neck, scratching frantically as he began to draw BLD, running down his fingers. He was supposed to be weaker, but we were completely overwhelmed. The 𝐻𝐼 is gone. Did Sensei lie? What's wrong? All Might boomed, getting Shigaraki's attention, his bloody hand falling to his side. Aren't you going to come at me? I thought you were here to kill me, after all. All Might's eyes hardened. Kill me, if you can. In that moment, not just the villains, but the students as well, realized why exactly many villains gave up when faced by the number 1 hero, why crime rates were at an all-time low across the country. Why All Might was dubbed the symbol of peace. Bakugo watched the number 1 hero. All Might, looks like we didn't need to fight after all. Todoroki commented, turning to head towards the platform. The other students joined him, even Bakugo. But not Izuku. He couldn't look away from the thin trails of steam issuing from All Might's skin. Deki, we should get out of here, like All Might said, and get out of his way. Izuku didn't hear Uraraka, he couldn't. All Might, he's at his limit. Even with the power I transferred to him, his body just can't keep up. He's bluffing. He probably doesn't even have the strength to take a single step. All Might proved Izuku wrong, taking a step forward and yelling. What's taking you so long, villains? Are you scared? But Izuku was ultimately right. The smoke trails were getting larger and more frequent, the pro hero's arms and legs shaking slightly. Shigaraki reached up to scratch with both hands, but Kurogiri spoke. Tomura Shigaraki, calm yourself. Kurogiri paused. All Might, he's been weakened by the Nomu's attacks, you can see it if you look closer. The children are leaving, if we work together, we still have a chance of killing him. Shigaraki calmed, lowering his arms. That's right, we have no choice but to kill him. The last boss is within my grasp. Izuku's eyes widened. I have to do something. Shigaraki sprinted at All Might, hands outstretched. Consider this my revenge for that Nomu. Kurogiri warped closer to All Might, his purple mist swelling in size. Slingshot repelled Izuku forwards, as he prepared to send a full-powered one-for-all flick at Kurogiri's collar, in the hopes of blowing him away from All Might. Young Midoriya, no. Get away from All Might. A warp opened in front of Izuku, his outstretched hand sailing towards it as Shigaraki's hand appeared from it. Time seemed to slow, but not because of any quirk he had, but because of the fact Izuku was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. None of his quirks could react fast enough. Shigaraki's fingers would touch him in the blink of an eye, they were just millimeters from his hand now. In all the excitement of All Might's arrival, Izuku had forgotten one thing, his gloves. They had been destroyed by One for All's power, and he touched Aizawa without thinking. Then that meant. Izuku blinked, his eyes opening to reveal glowing red irises, his hair floating. The warp closed in an instant. Shigaraki screamed in pain. Izuku blinked. He had barely managed to hold erasure for a second, but it had been enough. His trajectory had been changed. Izuku sailed clear of Kurogiri and slammed into the concrete with a loud snap. He was pretty sure that was his leg he'd just broken. Shigaraki sobbed, holding his severed hand with his remaining left hand. My hand, that thing child, I'm going kill him. The pale villain went to lunge at Izuku. A gunshot rang out, a bullet striking Shigaraki's remaining hand. All Might turned, looking back to see Mirai running towards the main plaza. Up on the platform the pro heroes of U had joined the students, as well as Aizawa and 13. At the front of them, Snipe stood, his pistol aimed in the direction of the villains. Everyone, sorry we're late. Nedzu spoke, riding on Vlad King's shoulder. I gathered everyone I could as soon as we saw that smoke signal. The villains at the bottom of the stairs, the ones defeated by Aizawa, had awoken, readying themselves to attack the heroes on the platform. Present MIC walked to the top of the stairs and yelled at them. Yeah. The villains clutched their ears as the heroes' quirk assaulted them, the noise leading many of them to pass out. Ectoplasm ejected a horde of clones from his mouth, down the stairs, quickly picking off the villains that had weathered present MIC's attack. Shigaraki stood, cradling his severed hand. This is game over. I guess it's time we left. Kurogiri, we can kill All Might. Another T-Snipe fired again, his bullets changing trajectory to ensure they weren't immediately lethal wounds, hitting his arms and legs. Shigaraki dropped his hand as he fell to the ground, BLD pooling around him as Kurogiri began to swallow him up. All Might. Shigaraki burned as they zeroed in on the number one hero. Next time, I'll kill you, and these brats of yours. With that, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were gone, leaving only the former's severed hand behind. Toshinori breathed a sigh of relief, his students were safe. His body gave out, leaving him in his true, emaciated state, steam billowing from him in waves. Izuku! Izuku! Are you okay? Toshinori turned his head. Yorozu was running right towards him. Essachi, as much as I must applaud young Yorozu's concern for her classmate, she can't see me like this. A wall of concrete shot up, blocking Toshinori and Izuku from the sight of the black-haired girl, stopping her in her tracks as well. Cementos looked at Yorozu from the side of the wall. We want to make sure all the students are safe. Join the others up on the platform. Yorozu looked at the concrete wall nervously. Did that villain injure Izuku? Or maybe All Might? Were the teachers hiding it? She hesitated, but in the end Yorozu turned and began walking back the way she came, passing a tall, green and yellow-haired man running the other way. He was a pro-hero if she remembered correctly. She'd met the man at a party she'd attended with her parents years ago, but she couldn't remember his name. Mirai ran around the side of the concrete wall, towards Toshinori. Toshinori frowned, looking at his former sidekick as he came to a halt. Toshinori, your student, he has to pass it on, one for all. Mirai, this is hardly the time or place for that kind of discussion, and I've already made my decision. Mirai shook his head, out of breath from sprinting over 4 miles. No, you'd understand, Toshi — no, Mirai. Toshinori said firmly. I need to check on him. Turning away from his estranged partner, Toshinori walked towards where Izuku had landed, finding him resting on his knees, head bowed, shaking slightly. Toshinori reached out. Young Midoriya, are you unharmed? Izuku raised his head. The words died on Toshinori's lips. All Might, he got me. The skin up Izuku's entire right arm, then across half his chest and face had turned gray. The fingers of his right hand had already decayed entirely. Izuku. Izuku was crying, great heaving sobs. When I used Mr. Aizawa's quirk, I could only target one person. I chose the warp guy. I thought Shigaraki didn't touch me in time, but he did. Toshinori took a step forward, Mirai a few paces behind him. I can't stop it much longer. I'm supercharging the hyper-regeneration quirk I copied from the Nomu with One for All, but the rate of decay is faster than it can heal. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry All Might, I failed you. Toshinori went down on one knee. You could never fail me, Izuku, you've already made me so proud, we'll beat this, together. Izuku's unaffected eyes shined with hope. Ali, how? Smiling, Toshinori placed his hand on the unaffected side of his successor's face. Toshinori, don't. It could spread to you. Toshinori ignored his former sidekick. This power you gave to me, I return to you. Remembering the same feeling Izuku of transferring that energy to him earlier, Toshinori activated One for All, pouring it into Izuku via the invisible strand that connected them. Toshinori blinked. He was in quirk space, Izuku's to be exact, in his muscular form. The young boy was standing over a quirk, dark purple in color, his hands pressed against it, One for All screen and cyan light covering his arms. It's okay now, Izuku, why? Toshinori placed a hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder. Because I am here. Izuku smiled. And Toshinori smiled back, his body glowing yellow. The hyper-regeneration quirk shone brighter. Toshinori could feel himself burning through One for All stockpile faster than it could replenish. Unbeknownst to either of them, a woman placed a hand on Toshinori's shoulder, glowing purple. Behind her was a man, glowing navy, his hand on her shoulder, another man behind him, bathed in red light, in the same position, behind him, orange, then pink, then light blue, and finally, silver. As soon as it had started, it stopped. Toshinori found himself back in the real world, watching as Izuku, the decay now pushed back to his right forearm, hardened his other arm to sparkling diamond and swung. Izuku's diamond-sharp hand cleaved through his other arm, just below the elbow. The decaying arm hit the ground, crumbling to dust in seconds, before evaporating away. Izuku returned his other arm to normal, before looking at his mentor, still smiling. We did it. The green-haired boy flopped forward, unconscious before he could crash into Toshinori's chest. Wrapping his spindly arms around the young boy, Toshinori hugged him tight, as if he might vanish if he didn't, tears flowing down his face. Izuku, deciding to train you, was the best decision I ever made. A portal opened in the bar the League of Villains called their headquarters, ejecting first Shigaraki, oozing BLD from his numerous gunshot wounds, then Toya, still partially encased in ice, Nigata, her eyes haunted, and finally, a very bruised Sangata. Sangata groaned as he rolled over. Well, that was a SHT show. We completely lost. Shigaraki was still, his eyes not leaving the stump where his hand had been. Shot in the arms and legs, my hand is gone. The fodder defeated in an instant, even the Nomu were beaten. Shigaraki growled in frustration. Those kids, they were strong, stronger than you said they would be. The pale villain slowly raised his head to look at the screen on the wall. You were wrong, the symbol of peace, he's just as healthy as he's always been. The screen blinked into life. Shigaraki rose to his knees. You were wrong, sensei. The raspy man, all for one, spoke. No, I wasn't. You were underprepared, even after the intel I granted you, you underestimated them. Especially Izuku Midoriya. Heh, at least that's one thing I crossed off. Shigaraki gave a twisted smile. Even if he did get in the way of killing All Might, I managed to get him with decay, the kid's dead. I doubt that. All for one replied, his tone final. Of course he is, I got him. Shigaraki insisted. All for one shook his masked head. Izuku Midoriya is resourceful and powerful. Shigaraki shakily pulled himself up to the bar with his remaining hand. How would you know he's resourceful or powerful? Of course I know he is, he got it from his old man, after all. All for one soaked in the room's reaction. Toya was the first to speak, having thawed from the ice with his quirk. You sent us to kill your own son. Even my own father isn't that cold. All for one chuckled, the sound lacking any true mirth. No, I sent you to try and kill him, any child of mine that couldn't survive that, well, they're worthless to me. Was that all it was, a test for my darling baby brother? Nigata questioned, looking somewhat indignant. In part, but that was a last-minute addition. Izuku's attendance at you is something I wasn't aware of. All for one side. No, the true purpose of today's attack was to make a message. It's for the best that you did this under that cheap League of Villains moniker. By the way, what of the 𝐴𝐽𝐽, were they retrieved? Already standing behind the bar, Kurogiri spoke. The two Alpha Series 𝐴𝐽𝐽 were recovered. They were both damaged, not surprising due to the rushed nature of their creation, but they are still viable. I returned them to the doctor's lab. As for the Omega 𝐴𝐽𝐽, the anti-symbol of peace, he was blown away. What? All for one's voice had dropped dangerously low. Sanyatta snorted derisively. Yeah, All Might Shigaraki hissed. Beat him until that shock-absorbing quirk of its couldn't handle it, shot straight through the roof. Are you quite done? Kurogiri questioned, silencing Sanyatta with a look. It's worse than that, without precise coordinates of its location I cannot find him, even with my quirk. After all myself and the doctor did to make him as strong as All Might, Demon. All for one side. But, as unfortunate as it is, it cannot be helped. Shigaraki was still staring at his missing hand. However, this was not a futile endeavor. All for one said. Tomura, the doctor can replace what you have lost, and I shall grant you the power to become the symbol you need to be. The room was silent, its occupants, except for a bored Toya, hung on the supervillain's every word. For now, take your time, work on furthering your quirks, recruit the elite to your side. Then, Tomura Shigaraki, you will show the world that you are to be feared. Nedzu sat behind his desk, his arms resting on it, paws placed together. On the other side was the principal's senior leadership team, the only people, besides All Might, he trusted with his life. Aizawa and Yamada sat in the chairs, while Kayoma, Inui, Khan, and finally Shota Yosei, better known by his hero name, Snipe, stood. Shota, are you sure you should be here? Kayoma questioned. You really did take a beating. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya healed me with that ridiculous quirk of his. He used sheer overkill with heal to fix all my broken bones and save me from long-term damage to my eyes. He used Recovery Girl's quirk to do that. Wouldn't the stamina drain alone have killed you? Yosei sounded like he was frowning, not that anyone could see behind his mask. Apparently he's found a way to use another quirk to power heal instead of draining stamina. Aizawa shrugged. DMN problem child. Yamada grinned and poked Aizawa's face. Look, Shota does care after all. Did the healing make your heart grow 3 sizes? Aizawa pushed his partner's hand aside. The kid may have healed my bones, but he missed literally everything else. Nedzu cleared his throat, getting his employees' attention. Now that Chiyo is seeing to the health and well-being of our students and All Might. And All Might, there are some matters we must discuss. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Like how a massive group of villains managed to break into a secure facility with detailed knowledge of U.S. top-secret schedule plan. Yes. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 lowered his paws. It is very clear that the press break-in yesterday was a front for this league of villains to infiltrate you and obtain the information on our schedules. However, Mikumo Akitani, of Class 1H, and Toru Hagekyo, from Aizawa's class, have come forward with further information. Khan spoke. What information is that? Hagekyo was responsible for hacking our system to obtain the class schedule. She then passed that to Shigaraki during the break-in. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 paused, seeing his employees. Shock. However, she did this under the threat of physical violence from her parents. They were both arrested as a part of the League of Villains' assault force. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 continued, he had their full attention. Hagekyo believed she would be in trouble, however, I have assured her a place remains at you if she wishes to continue hero education. Are you sure that's a good idea? Yosei asked. The young lady could have been more willing than she let on. I can assure she was not. This interaction took place in the presence of Detective Tsukochi, who, as I'm sure you all know, a lie detection quirk. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 replied. He confirmed every word she spoke was the truth, apart from one comment about her parents, that she wasn't hurt by them. Yamada's usual carefree demeanor was gone. What will happen to her now? Well, she has no family outside of her parents, so if she decides to continue her education here at U, in any form, she would become a ward of the school. However, if she chooses to leave, then she would go into the public childcare system. If she stays, Shota and I will take her in. Yamada stated firmly. We will. Yamada looked to his partner. Shota I understand. Aizawa cut him off. I really do. Well then, for now, that issue is settled. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 smirked, unsurprised by Yamada's insistence. The sports festival. It can't go ahead. Aizawa shook his head, before wincing at the pain in his entire body. I agree. Khan added. That many students, that many civilians, it would be a prime target for this League of Villains, and those they have no doubt emboldened, to attack. Kiyama shook her head. No, the sports festival is pivotal to the development of students across all years and courses. Yosei was in agreement. It's not just the perfect stage for the hero students to gain exposure from hero agencies, but a time for those in other courses aiming to transfer to show their abilities. Inui shook his canine head. As much as I understand the negative effect of cancelling the festival would have on not just the students' growth and our reputation as a hero institution, the health and well-being of our students should be our main concern. Perhaps a vote then. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 suggested. Majority rules, I myself am in favor of it. Aizawa sighed. Fine, I'm against it. Same. Khan nodded in agreement. It has to go ahead. Kiyama stated. I agree. That was Yosei. Inui was next. Against. Everyone looked to Yamada, he was the deciding vote. The voice hero took a deep breath. 4. Khan and Inui spoke, voicing their displeasure, Kiyama arguing with them. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 silenced them with the swish of his paw. It's decided then, the sports festival will go ahead. We'll need to increase security then. Aizawa stated, mild annoyance creeping into his normally neutral voice. That we shall. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 exclaimed, clapping his hands together at the same time. I shall request 3 times the normal number of pro-heroes to provide security, amongst other ideas. But, for now, go home and rest. I've given all students Thursday and Friday off while the police conduct their investigation, and I give the same to you and your colleagues. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 paused. Today has been trying, but I fear even more trying days lay ahead. The pro-heroes went still, 𝐻𝐻𝐿's words resonating with them all. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's demeanor shifted, giving way to a smile. Anyway, enjoy your long weekends, rest Aizawa. I'll see you all on Monday. Each of them murmured to 𝐻𝐻𝐿 before leaving. Aizawa and Yamada were the last, the underground hero forced to lean on his partner more than he wished to admit. Why? Aizawa questioned, once they were alone. About Hagekyo. Yamada gave a blinding grin. Well, you know how I feel about child Abu Dash. I meant voting in favor of the sports festival, don't deflect. Yamada stopped talking, looking across to his boyfriend. Oh, that. Well, I mean, I guess I thought about the fact that if we hadn't had a sports festival in our first year, then there's a good chance we'd never have met. And I don't want to think about my life without you in it. A very small, very sentimental part of Aizawa, he insisted, didn't exist, melted at hearing Yamada's words. The idiot could be so romantic without ever realizing. But Aizawa had to admit he was right. He remembered his first sports festival. He'd made it to the semifinals despite being a member of Gen Ed at the time, facing off against Yamada. The blonde had beaten him soundly, but Aizawa's performance had impressed Nezu, as well as the 1A homeroom teacher of that time. He'd been promoted into Class 1A, and in a lot of ways he'd never looked back. I guess I don't want to imagine my life without Hisashi. Aizawa smiled. Yamada poked his cheek. Oh, you really are going soft. Do you remember what I said about every part of my body hurting? Sorry. Yamada paused. But have I told you how attractive that new scar of yours makes you? Aizawa's face flushed red. He would insist years later that it had been the trick of the light. Katsuki weaved his way through the graves, a bandage of his cheek, with a metal bucket in one hand. Stopping at a moss-covered headstone, Katsuki bent down and loosened his school tie, before pulling a soapy sponge from his bucket. Slapping it against the stone, Katsuki scrubbed it with frightening intensity. Die, moss! Washing the dirty sponge, Katsuki returned to the gravestone with another yell. Bakugo! Katsuki didn't react, continuing to clean the headstone. Bakugo! I heard you! Katsuki kept cleaning. Uraraka shuffled nervously, in her U uniform, a bandage peeking out from under her left sleeve. Deki texted me, he said you'd be here. So the nerd got you to check up on me. Katsuki dropped the sponge back into the bucket, the water stained green. You rushed off after Recovery Girl gave you the all clear. Uraraka paused. I just asked Deki where you might go. I was worried about you. Worried about me? Katsuki raised his head. Why the F would you be? Uraraka was taken aback. Why? Bakugo, we were attacked today, by villains. Katsuki stood. They were a bunch of pushovers. What about that woman, Nigata? TCH, whatever. Katsuki tossed the water out into the grass. That beach wasn't even enough to faze me. Uraraka looked confused. Bakugo, it's okay to not be okay, you know that, right? Of course I'm fine. Bakugo calmed, before muttering to himself. I can't afford to not be. Uraraka folded her skirt under herself and sat down. You have the perfect quirk for being a hero, that's what they said to you, right? Bakugo wheeled around, looking down at Uraraka. That's what they told me too. Uraraka shrugged. My teachers, classmates, even my parents, it just made me feel so under pressure, like this tight feeling in my chest all the time. His knees went weak. Bakugo slumped down next to the brown-haired girl. No one had ever managed to vocalize the same feeling he felt every day. You're afraid that if you fail then you'll be proving them wrong, that you don't deserve your quirk. Uraraka gave a WN smile. How? Uraraka tilted her head. Bakugo spoke again. How do you cope with it? How do you ignore it? I don't, I use it to fuel me, to push me forwards. Uraraka glanced at Katsuki. My parents aren't rich, in fact they are pretty poor. They have a construction company, my mom inherited it from my grandparents, but ever since All Might became the symbol of peace, villain attacks have been dropping, and so has the amount of property damage. Not that I'm angry about it or anything, you know, I'm happy people are safer than they were. Katsuki listened. I remember, not long after my quirk manifested I told my parents I'd use it to become a hero so they didn't have to worry about money anymore. Uraraka paused. They told me that my dream should be something for myself, not them, but it isn't, even now. If I fail at becoming a hero, then I fail them too. I always wanted to be like All Might, better than All Might. I thought that because I have the perfect thing quirk for being a hero, so I must have the potential to be even stronger than him. Katsuki gripped the sponge. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't beat him. I couldn't beat Midoriya, even when everyone bullied him for being quirkless, he would always jump in to help them if they were sad or hurt, like a hero, right? Uraraka took her turn to listen. She had a feeling this was probably the first time Katsuki had admitted any of these feelings, even to himself. He wants to be a hero for completely unselfish reasons. I can't beat that, ever. Why do you want to beat him? Izuku has the heart of a hero, the mind too, and he doesn't even have a quirk. He deserves that quirk of yours, not you. Look at Izuku. Why can't you be well behaved? Like him. Katsuki shrugged. Whatever. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Uraraka took a chance and gave Katsuki a hug. He tensed at first, but suddenly relaxed, allowing the brown-haired girl to hug him. Letting Katsuki go, Uraraka looked to the gravestone. Was he a friend? Is. Katsuki replied, his tone harsh. Red Wings, Kyomu Tsubasa, he went missing a couple of years ago, just vanished, except everyone knew his beach mother was slapping him around, and none of them did a DMN thing. So you were close then? Out of all the other FRs in my school, he was the only one who wasn't a total extra. Katsuki paused. Him and Deku. Uraraka smiled. So you do like him after all? Nope, hate the little SID. Katsuki replied quickly. But at least he's got some guts, you have to if you gonna blow up your goddamn arm. Uraraka shivered at the memory of Izuku's exploded arm. How is he? Katsuki's voice was barely above a whisper. What did you say? Bakugo growled. Don't make me say it again. Uraraka giggled. He said he was fine in the text, although he did say something about how hard it is to text with his left hand. Good, whatever, I guess. Clack. 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 Thank you for your time, detective. Recovery Girl came to a halt, the clacking from her cane stopping as well. Naomisa nodded his head, standing in one of the hallways of U. He had been back a few times since he'd graduated from the Gen Ed stream years before. Of course, Recovery Girl, I'm always happy to help, especially in sensitive cases such as these. Call me Shuzenji, I haven't been an active pro hero in years. Recovery Girl set off down the corridor, cane clacking once again. 13 and Aizawa have both been discharged. Midoriya's healing, as unfocused as it was enough. They stopped at the door to a classroom, its massive door towering over both Naomisa and Recovery Girl. I've triaged the students and Toshinori. Apart from Midoriya, the most serious injury was Ojiro's broken leg, the rest were largely unharmed. Recovery Girl paused. Under normal circumstances I wouldn't have admitted all the students, but there's one student I wanted to perform a physical on before term started. Their mother blocked me from doing so, as well as any further attempts. But after an event such as today, you can justify ignoring the mother's refusal if you triage every student. Naomisa realized. Exactly. Recovery Girl nodded. I suspect child neglect, malnutrition, and possibly physical abuse. Naomisa took a deep breath, stealing him. I understand, lead the way. Recovery Girl opened the classroom door, revealing it had been converted into a makeshift infirmary, with 4 bays, 1 empty. In one bay was Ojiro, fast asleep and snorting, his leg healed. The other 2 held Tsuyu and Mineta, both sat on their respective beds, facing each other. Tenya carefully adjusted his tie, using the glass window as a mirror. He had been the last of his triage area to be cleared by Recovery Girl. Thus Emma, Tokoyami, and Koda had left already. A knock came from the door, before it opened. Tenya! Straightening his posture, Tenya turned to see his older brother enter the classroom-turned-infirmary. Older brother, it's good to see you. Tensai swept his little brother up in a hug, holding him tightly. Tenya, I'm so glad you're okay. Mom and Dad are on plane back from the conference, so I came to pick you up. Tensai, I am happy to see you, but you are crumpling my uniform. Tenya tried to extract himself from his older brother's arm. If you would please let me go. Not a chance. Tensai's arms, his quirk granting them extra muscle mass, were unmoving. I could have lost my little brother today. That made Tenya pause, he hadn't really thought of it that way. Relaxing slightly, Tenya hugged his brother. Mikumo sat on the edge of a walkway. He and 𝐻𝐻𝐾 were in one of the support hangars. Below them were various projects, power armor, motorbikes, car. Abandoned now. School had been cancelled for the week. Are you going to stay? Mikumo glanced up to 𝐻𝐻𝐾, where she stood, resting against the railing, her uniform showing where she was. Can I? 𝐻𝐻𝐾 sighed. It's my fault. Today, if I hadn't given Shigaraki that folder, then it wouldn't have happened. Ojiro, Midoriya, All Might, you all got hurt because of me. You didn't have a choice. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 shook her head. I did. I had a choice. It would have hurt me, but I was a coward. I chose to let others get hurt to protect myself. Don't say that. Mikumo was adamant. Your own parents hit you, used you for their own villainous gain. It was never your fault. Mikumo looked at 𝐻𝐻𝐾 again. He couldn't get a read on her body language. I never had parents. Snipe found me wandering the streets when I was 7. No memory of who I was, just a name, Mikumo Akatani. The dark-haired boy sighed. But even I know your parents are a load of flaming trash. Kinda like Bakugo's personality. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 sounded amused. Mikumo shrugged. I met Bakugo once, in a library, 2 years ago. He came up to me, asked what the F I'd done to my hair, and then promptly just left. Really? Yep. That so confused me, until like 3 seconds after I met Izuku. Mikumo gave a sad smile, reaching up to touch the new scar under his left eye. He's your brother, isn't he? Mikumo nodded. Yeah, not sure how exactly I'm supposed to bring that one up. Hi, we're brothers. Also our father is the merchant of quirks. Wait, what? 𝐻𝐻𝐾 turned her head, the bow in her hair swishing as she did. Your father is that weirdo on the TV screen. You met him? 𝐻𝐻𝐾 shrugged. Met would be a strong word. Being in the presence of his voice would be more accurate. I guess we're both the children of villains. Doesn't mean we can't be heroes. Mikumo paused. I wanted to be a hero, ever since Snipe rescued me. But now, that drive, it's different. I want to be a hero so I can tear down my father's legacy, to stop him. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 sat down next to Mikumo, linking her arm in his. I guess I'll just have to do the same. Mikumo looked across at the invisible girl. I'm going to tell Principal Nezu I'm going to stay, and we're going to get you into the hero course. First step, you win the sport festival. Mikumo smiled. Sounds like a plan. More like 12% of a plan. Recovery girl sighed. She was back in her office, Izuku and All Might both in beds. The former had his right arm in a sling, the latter in his true form, his torso covered in bandages. Because of the situation I can't even scold you this time. Recovery girl paused. After all, if the two of you hadn't acted, All Might turned his head to look at the ceiling, his feet poking out from under the blanket. I'm not sure, but I think I might have shortened my time limit again. All Might paused, unaware of the fact that Izuku had awakened. I hope I still have an hour at least. Izuku shook his head. But what about the power I transferred to you, 80% of 1 for all's power? All Might started slightly, before he looked at his successor. You're awake again. I thought you might not remember what happened last time you woke up. All I remember is Shigaraki, he got me, then you were there, and another man, but then, nothing. Izuku pulled the sling to one side, revealing a bandaged stump. My arm. It's only temporary. Recovery girl moved over to Izuku's bed. What you two did to stop the nasty boy's quirk caused massive overstraining of that regeneration quirk you copied. The arm will grow back once the quirk and yourself have had time to recover. Your memory will most likely return as well. Thank goodness. Izuku calmed, before glancing at his mentor. All Might, once I've recovered, I could copy some more quirks, then I could give to you, so you can be a hero for longer. Recovery girl hit Izuku on his good arm. Don't you dare think about that. Quirk overstrain is serious business, nothing to be played around with. Izuku went to rub his arm, but missed. Oh right, my hand is gone. It's okay, I won't do it. Izuku insisted. Recovery girl squinted at him for a few seconds, before relaxing. Fine, but I'll hold you to that. All Might sat up. It's okay, These things happen. What happens now, that just something we have to work through, is it not? Izuku smiled, before nodding. Recovery girl shrugged. Well, I'm off to check on your classmates. Wait. Izuku sat bolt upright. Are they okay? Recovery girl nodded. Other than yourself, the only serious injury was Ojiro's leg. I was able to heal it, he's sleeping it off right now. And before you ask, Aizawa and 13 are both fine, scarred. But fine, I've discharged them already, they just need some rest. That's good. Izuku nodded, his eyes welling up with relief. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, you copied a regeneration quirk and still somehow came out of this the most injured. Recovery girl shook her head. You, Midoriya, you're going to make me go grey. Izuku looked up at Recovery girl's grey hair. But your hair already is dash. All Might slammed a hand over Izuku's mouth, cutting him off. Izuku is tired, he's probably just seeing things. Recovery girl examined them for a few seconds, before nodding and leaving. All Might lowered his arm, allowing Izuku to speak again. You called me Izuku. hm. Izuku gripped the metal side of the bed with his good hand, once again close to tears. You called me Izuku. I guess I did. All Might rubbed the back of his head nervously. I mean, if you don't want me to under dash, please call me Izuku. Izuku clapped his hand over his mouth, taken aback by his own outburst. All Might laughed. I'm happy to call you that, Izuku. But then I don't want you to call me All Might, I want you to call me by my real name. Izuku tilted his head. You mean Toshinori? Toshinori frowned. I didn't think I told you that. The green-haired boy was internally panicking. He couldn't tell his mentor how he knew his first name, about the vestiges. Ah, of course, your memories of after the villains escaped must be coming back. You must have heard Mirai call me that. Toshinori smiled. That was Sir Night Eye. Izuku's eyes shone. Toshinori laughed. It was, but I'm afraid he couldn't stick around. I'm sure you'll be meeting him sometime soon. He's aware of One for All as well. Izuku nodded, breathing a mental sigh of relief. Toshinori took a deep breath. There is something I wanted to talk to you about. The sudden change in Toshinori's tone took Izuku off guard, from jovial to serious. I need to apologize. Toshinori paused, trying to find the right words to say. You were right, I was being distant, guarded. Toshinori lowered a hand to touch his bandages, above where his gruesome scar marked his skin. I let my fear get the better of me, I let cowardice blind me. Instead of seeing Izuku Midoriya I saw All for One. I doubted you, I doubted my own judgment in selecting you to pass One for All on to. Izuku's mouth was dry, he couldn't speak. I was hiding behind the wall, you know, on Sunday, I saw your tests with Aizawa, then the battle training with me the next day, how your first thought after getting trampled yesterday was the wish that you could have helped the very people that hurt you. Toshinori turned his head, smiling at Izuku. That all proved to me that you are worthy not just of One for All, but to be the inheritor of my legacy, to be the next symbol of peace. You have already made me so proud, Izuku. Izuku sniffled, wiping away tears. You have also nearly given me a heart attack. Toshinori exclaimed, making the green-haired boy laugh. Toshinori laughed with him. Nana, is this how you felt? With me? Is this what it's like to have a child? A knock sounded on the door, before it opened to reveal Detective Tsukochi. Toshinori calmed, wiping away tears. Nomisa, it's good to see you. And you, Toshinori? Tsukochi turned his head. I'm glad to see you awake, Midoriya. Izuku bobbed his head in acknowledgement. Tsukochi entered the room, closing the door behind himself. Sorry to cut to the chase, but can you give me any details you got about the villains that wait? Please, wait. Toshinori held his hands. That villain, the one with the beak that I punched through the roof has been safely captured. Tsukochi assured. So far, the only ones who escaped were Shigaraki, Kurogiri, the two other monsters, a woman and a man named Nigata and Sangeta, and finally, a 16-year-old boy claiming to be the dead son of Endeavor, despite the fact he should be nearly 26 by now. Toshinori slumped. All those villains, they escaped, Because I wasn't strong enough. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 shook his head. Not at all, on the contrary, if you three heroes hadn't risked your lives, then the students would not have survived. You're wrong about that. 𝐵𝐶𝐿 looked up at the detective. If the students hadn't fought, if they hadn't risked their lives as well, then I would have died. Neither 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 or 𝐒𝐿 spoke, letting 𝐵𝐶𝐿 continue. This class, to have been touched by this so early true villainy, and survived. To have learned of fear and the world of adults. 𝐵𝐶𝐿 smirked. Those villains screwed up. This class, they'll become strong heroes, the leaders of the next generation of pro-heroes. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 smiled, nodding his head. 𝐵𝐶𝐿 formed his hand into a fist. Of that, I am certain. 𝐒𝐿 looked down at his own hand, copying 𝐵𝐶𝐿's motion. Looking across and meeting his successor's eyes, 𝐵𝐶𝐿 smiled and turned his fist into a thumbs up. I won't let you down. 𝐒𝐿's voice was resolute, no sign of fear or worry. Another knock came from the door, followed by a voice. 𝐒𝐿. Gyro said she heard Recovery Girl tell someone you were here. 𝐒𝐿 sat up straighter, that was Momo's voice. Would you mind if I came in? The green-haired boy looked at 𝐵𝐶𝐿 with panic in his eyes. Momo couldn't see his true form. All Might smiled, before swelling up to his buff form. For you, 𝐒𝐿, I can handle a few minutes. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, conveying his thanks. See, come in, Momo. The door slid open, revealing Momo, in her school uniform. Momo stopped, staring at the near-mummified All Might and then to 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. Do not worry, young Yorozu. All Might beamed. I fear Recovery Girl has gone quite overboard. Momo didn't look convinced. Are you sure? That wound on your side was bleeding quite heavily. Tease but a scratch, young Yorozu. All Might formed a peace sign. Once I deduced that beast's weakness, he was no match for me. I see, I'm glad you are well, All Might. All Might only smiled wider. Thank you, but don't mind me, it was young Midoriya you were here to see, after all. Just pretend like I'm not here. Oh okay. Momo nodded, looking somewhat unsure of herself and definitely a bit awkward. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 returned his hat to his head. Well, I'd better head off, I'll allow you to see your boyfriend in peace. The detective left, smirking as both 𝐒𝐿 and Momo both flushed deep red and vehemently denied his assumption. Calming, feeling a little embarrassed, Momo moved over to 𝐒𝐿's bed, pulling the curtain, well aware of the fact that doing so probably wouldn't help their denials of being a couple. Taking a seat next to the bed, Momo turned her head to 𝐒𝐿. Are you well? Kaminari heard gossip that your arm had to be amputated, which, of course, is total nonsense. 𝐒𝐿 laughed nervously. That's actually kinda true. Momo's eyes widened in horror. But it's fine. 𝐒𝐿 insisted. I copied a quirk earlier, hyper-regeneration, and will grow back once I've recovered a bit. Momo calmed, slightly. You really are too reckless. Why, I get told that one a lot. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed the back of his head nervously. Are you okay? Minor cuts and bruises. Momo answered. Mild quirk overuse. I am well. 𝐒𝐿 released a sigh of relief. Good, I'm glad you're okay. Momo smiled, before taking 𝐒�l's hand. And I am happy you are well, relatively speaking. This is going to get worryingly common, isn't it? 𝐒�l asked, trying to ignore the blush growing in his cheeks. I fear it is. Momo squeezed 𝐒�l's hand. But we will face it. The door to the infirmary opened, Recovery Girl entered and walked over to 𝐵𝐶𝐿's bed with purpose in her stride. She pulled the curtain shut. 𝐵𝐶𝐿, get out of that form immediately. But, young Yorozu, the curtains are soundproof. 𝐵𝐶𝐿 deflated. So, 𝐵𝐶𝐿, I want you to have a look at these. Recovery Girl placed a file down on the number 1 hero's lap. Picking it up, 𝐵𝐶𝐿 opened it. Flicking through it, it was his medical file. My x-rays, what's the problem? Recovery Girl took one x-ray from the file, showing it to 𝐵𝐶𝐿. This was an x-ray I took last month. Recovery Girl showed him another. This is the one I took an hour ago, can you see a difference? Toshinori took the two X-rays, comparing them. I haven't damaged my stomach again, have I? Recovery girl raised her eyebrows in disbelief. 6 years ago, you had a gastrectomy, the entirety of your stomach was removed. Toshinori looked back at the most recent X-ray. So, could you please tell me why you have a stomach again? On the other side of the soundproof curtain, Izuku was smiling, listening as Momo explained what had happened to her after the class had been split up. Momo stopped. All of this, classes, training, us, it's never going to be normal again, is it? Izuku hesitated, before speaking. No, I don't think it is. After all, what has been done, cannot be undone. Izuku squeezed Momo's hand. But we'll be not normal together, right? Momo smiled, nodding her head. Izuku suddenly blushed, realizing what he'd just said. Oh, did I forget to mention? This is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. A symbol of hope. A portal opened, and out of it stepped All For One, his mask firmly in place, dressed in a tailor charcoal suit and walking on a cane. Kurogiri appeared, the portal closing as he recoalesced behind All For One. The supervillain strolled through row after row of large glass tubes. In them were a mix of humans and Nomyu, with some being a fusion of the two. Dr. Yujiko. The elderly scientist stopped what he was typing at his computer, turning his chair to face All For One. Zenrei. All For One chuckled, the sound like nails on a chalkboard. I haven't gone by that name in the best part of a century, yet you insist. Yujiko shrugged. I find it fitting. So, I take it this isn't a social call. Is it ever? Tuche. All For One approached one of the glass tubes. Inside was the Bark Nomyu, its armor slowly regrowing. The two Alpha Nomyu, are they still viable for progression? Yujiko stood, his gait somewhat unsteady, walking on a cane of his own. It'll take time for them to heal, but yes, they are. Good, good. All For One paused. How did Tomura's surgery go? Well, his gunshot wounds are healed, he'll have to take it easy for the next few days. I dealt with his missing hand as well. Yujiko adjusted his goggles. The other procedure you wanted, I did that as well. He'll be able to handle at least 3 quirks now, for if they synergize. All For One smirked. Excellent, Kurogiri, go fetch Tomura, bring him to my room, I'll meet you there. As you wish. Kurogiri nodded, before being swallowed by a portal and vanishing. The first of the Series 9 Nomyu is ready for the final transformation, if you would be so kind as to donate 2 quirks. Yujiko set off, guiding All For One to a large tank. Inside was a teenage boy, a pair of large red wings restrained behind him. His skin was an unnatural color, pale yellow and sallow, his feet like talons. Ah yes, young Tsubasa. All For One studied the boy. Impressive, isn't it? He managed to keep his mind as an Alpha Nomyu, few ever manage that. Perhaps he has his grandfather's tenacity. His a failure, his mother had my quirk, and Brat had to go and get that BSTRD's quirk instead. Yujiko glared at the teen boy, before pressing a button. The front of the tank opened, Tsubasa began to stir. 2 quirks, whatever you feel is appropriate. All For One nodded, before raising his arms. Organic protrusions. Change metal. Metal manipulation. 3 black metal claws burst from All For One's arm, twisting and shooting towards Tsubasa, digging into his chest. Red lines began to glow along the long, thin claws in a pattern similar to a circuit board. So he has 4 quirks already, the strength quirk I gave him last year, his BRTH quirk, those wings, super regeneration and shoulder-mounted jets. Which quirks to choose? 1 more strength quirk can't hurt. The light in the claws briefly pulsed aquamarine, passing from All For One's arm down to Tsubasa, crackles of energy, in the same color, covering his body. Tsubasa convulsed, yelling in pain. Or rather, it can't hurt me. All For One sighed, how boring it was, other people's pain just didn't give him that same feeling it used to. Not to say he didn't get some modicum of enjoyment out of it. Now, which other quirk? Ice manipulation. No, it requires too much intelligence for that quirk. Absorption and release. No, that one should be kept for a simple Alpha Nomyu. Then, fire breath. It's not like I have any need for it or that identity anymore. Orange light pulsed down the claws, more energy sparks appearing around Tsubasa as the winged boy's screams intensified. His skin was morphing, fire seeping out of tears in his skin, his wings ripping and healing over and over. All for One retracted his claws. It's done. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 nodded, pressing a different button. The glass closed, the tank filling up with liquid as syringes appeared from the side, stabbing into both of Tsubasa's arms. All for One hadn't thought it would be possible, but Tsubasa's yells got louder as his body began to deform further, his arms and legs lengthening, his skull receding to show his brain, eyes swelling to bulge out of their sockets. The winged 𝐻𝐼 howled, its wings now pale yellow to match the rest of his skin, its nose was gone, 2 vertical slits in its place, while the talon on its feet had grown even larger, a set now on its hands as well. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 tapped the glass with a finger, receiving an animalistic roar from the winged 𝐻𝐼 in return. Its mind didn't survive the progression, it's beta grade now. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 continued to examine the winged 𝐻𝐼. All for One spoke. Start on the next 2 of Series 9 𝐻𝐼, I'm going to meet Tomura. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 mumbled in agreement, too busy scribbling down notes about the newly created 𝐻𝐼. Black sludge appeared around All for One, covering him for a few seconds before receding. He was back in his room, the breathing apparatus he required, when not using an air manipulation quirk for brief periods, sat next to his chair. Sensei. All for One turned, Tomura and Kurogiri stood at one side of the room, the former's arms and legs bandaged. Tomura, I'm glad to see you, well. Tomura frowned, his upturned mouth peeking out from behind the hand he wore on his face. Are you unsatisfied? Tomura raised his right arm to reveal a golden yellow metal rectangle on the end of his stump, hollow except for 2 cylindrical prongs. This is hardly a hand. No, it isn't. All for One smirked. That hand on your face is though. Tomura removed his father's hand from his face, examining the port on the bottom, the exact opposite of what was on his right arm. The pale-haired villain slotted the preserved hand into his stump. Commanding his lost right hand to move, Tomura watched as his father's hand followed the same movements. Your father's quirk was dust manipulation, wasn't it not? All for One threw Tomura a tennis ball. Tomura nodded, catching the tennis ball with his new hand, before tossing it to his other. Try using it. Placing his 5th digit on the ball, Tomura watched it crumble to dust, before twisting his other hand. The dust formed into a cyclone, spinning around in the palm of his left hand. They're quirks, I can use them all. All for One nodded. But that's far from all I have to give you, I guess you could consider these your graduation present. Flicking his fingers, a portal of black sludge deposited a pro hero, dressed in a 2-tone, colored blue and a lighter blue, jumpsuit that covered his entire body apart from his left eye, nose and mouth, with a red cape hanging from his shoulders. Say hello to 𝐿𝐴. All for One looked down at the disorientated hero, the man's body struggling to move. Black spikes shot out, burying themselves into the hero's skin, draining his quirk from him with a pulse of pink lines. All for One shrugged, retracting the spikes. Laser, an interesting if common quirk, one I never really bothered with. Tomura stalked over to 𝐿𝐴 and hoisted him up with his left hand around the man's throat. He pro-hero was barely conscious. What do we do with him? Tomura questioned, itching to turn the wretch to dust. Don't kill him. All for One ordered, before nodding at Kurogiri. We don't need an investigation into a dead hero right now. I already tampered with his memory, he won't remember any of this. Kurogiri opened a portal in the corner of the room. Fine. Tomura sighed, before ripping the cape from around 𝐿𝐴's neck with his father's hand and tossing him in the portal with his other. Taking the cape, Shigaraki tossed it over one shoulder, then seeing All for One and Kurogiri's eyes on him. Shigaraki shrugged. What? I might get cold. As you wish. All for One sounded vaguely disappointed. Now, for the gifting ceremony. Tomura. Walking forwards, Tomura dropped to his knees in front of All for One. Of course, sensei. All for One placed his hand on Tomura's head. The supervillain's hand took on the same black and red appearance as his spikes did earlier. Laser. Dust Devil. Blur. The glowing lines on All for One's hand pulsed first pink, then black and finally yellow. Removing his hand, All for One stepped back, allowing 𝐼𝐸𝐴 to stand. 𝐼𝐸𝐴 rolled his neck, before activating laser, a red beam of light shooting from his left eye and burning the concrete wall. Deactivating it, 𝐼𝐸𝐴 raised his left hand, twisting it as it turned into sand and dust, retaining its normal shape. The hand returned to normal before 𝐼𝐸𝐴 suddenly blurred, reappearing at the other side of the room. This power, I'll use it to kill All Might. 𝐼𝐸𝐴 Shigaraki grinned. And Izuku Midoriya. End of USJ Assault Arc. A lone figure stood on the edge of a rooftop, overlooking Hosu City, the night sky at his back. I'm coming for you all. Strips of red cloth fluttered behind him. All you fake heroes. He was dressed in a sleeveless combat suit, plated with metal armor, an entire armory's worth of weapons holstered all over his body. I'm going to kill you. The hero killer opened his lips, his serpentine tongue liking one of his blades, smearing the BLD. Mirai loosened the tie around his neck, before returning his hand to the wheel. A sigh escaped from his lips, his eyes focusing on the road in front of him. DMN it. Mirai flicked his indicator. I need a drink. 33 years he'd had this quirk, an infallible vision of the future. Then in a single afternoon his faith in that unshakable fact had been shattered. Izuku Midoriya, a plain, forgettable boy with the power of a god. And the ability to defy my visions. Or was it just a fluke? Using his indicator again, Mirai pulled into a car park, stopping his vehicle and cutting the engine. Leaning back in his seat, Mirai released another sigh, a far greater one than before, rubbing his face. For 6 years I've lived in fear of his vision of All Might's death. And now my confidence in my quirk is dead. Izuku Midoriya was destined to die. Today, and yet he lived. I saw him crumble to dust, pleading and apologizing to Toshinori. Mirai had seen All Might attending the young boy's funeral, looking broken in a way he'd never seen before. He'd seen beyond that too, All Might continuing to weaken, with no successor to One for All to take his place. He'd seen All Might abandoning his position at U to hunt Shigaraki down, killing him in rage after the young man had been left to die by All for One. He'd seen All Might lying broken at the feet of Overhaul. Mirio desperately trying to protect the number one hero and another, smaller figure. Removing the key from the ignition, Mirai exited his vehicle, walking towards a discreet bar, lacking any identifying marks. Pressing his hero license to a panel beside the door, Mirai watched as it lit up green. Welcome, Sir Night Eye. The metal door slid open, revealing a set of stairs heading down. Mirai followed them, entering a bar, its cleanliness and style a far cry from the run-down nature of the area it was in. The bar. That was what pro-heroes called it. It had no official name in any case. A place for pro-heroes to be able to drink and relax without the fear of the paparazzi getting a compromising picture and a deliberately misinterpreted headline. It was the first time Mirai had been to this iteration of the bar. It tended to move location every 6 months or so. Turning the corner of the bar, Mirai took in the sight in front of him. All the heroes drinking at the bar were crammed in booths, clearly avoiding a miserable-looking Endeavor, who sat alone at the bar, already well on his way to drunk. Mirai rolled his eyes at the sentient bag of rage and poor choices, before sitting at a stool further down the bar, half raising his hand to get the bartender's attention. The young woman approached, most likely a local student as was usually the case at the bar. They were in plentiful supply and would be more easily convinced not to spill any hero secrets by a wage triple the national average the job would normally have. Evening, my name's Sakura, what would you like to drink? The bartender gave a polite, distinctly service industry smile. It was the same one Mirai used when Morans told him they could do his job better than he did. A beer, please. Mirai answered, handing over the required yen, along with a tip. The poor girl deserved it for putting up with Endeavor for a patron. Sakura smiled again, before serving him his drink in a glass tankard, the froth rippling as it touched down on the bar top in front of him. Mirai took a sip, savoring the taste and the coolness, dulling the horror and anxiety the day had brought. The beard of flames that wreathed Endeavor's face flared as he chucked more yen down on the counter, foregoing the use of the spoken word. Probably for the better, considering this was Endeavor, the same hero who despised All Might, taking any opportunity to give him a backhanded comment or glare at him. A whiskey was set down in front of Endeavor, the yen taken in payment. The number 2 hero grunted in thanks, picking his drink up and enjoying it, his eyes boring down into the amber liquid. Mirai returned his tankard to the bar top, empty save for a few scraps of foam. Another. If you would. Mirai watched the bartender take the tankard, walking away. Leaning back slightly, Mirai looked across at Endeavor, his whiskey still untouched. I don't think the bottom of that drink is going to give you the answers you want. Endeavor grunted, lowering his glass. And you can. With that quirk of yours. Mirai shrugged. I would have thought so yesterday, but today. The number 2 hero didn't reply. Your son doesn't want to see me, none of them do. Endeavor lowered his head. You can stop pretending you don't know about him. Mirai quirked an eyebrow. You mean your eldest son? That was not Toya. Endeavor's grip around his glass tightened. Toya is dead, we buried him, that wasn't him. Calling your other son a liar or an idiot then? Endeavor glared at the green and yellow-haired man. Shoto was young, he doesn't remember how badly Toya was burnt. Even if he had survived, the scarring would have been massive, irreversible. So someone really wants everyone to think your son is alive and a villain. Mirai mused as a fresh beer was placed down in front of him. The attack today was twofold, to kill the number 1 hero and implicate the number 2 hero's son as an accessory to it. Endeavor grunted. Mirai frowned. You would have been forced to step back or retire completely, leaving the number 1 spot open for Hawks, a pawn of the Hero Commission. Endeavor interrupted. That's no coincidence. You do know today's attack was orchestrated by All for One? Mirai questioned. Endeavor looked away from the bar top for the first time, directly at Mirai. And you don't think All for One has a hand in the Hero Commission? Mirai paused, ruminating on the Flame Hero's words. When I was a kid, the number 1 spot was an ever-changing position. It held heroes to a standard of constantly improving and bettering their skills. Endeavor paused. Now All Might is the untouchable number 1, a living god to the masses, that's what the position means now. But he isn't under the Commission's control. Mirai sighed. So they want to replace him with Hawks, a hero they've raised from childhood, with complete control over him. Mirai frowned again. Endeavor was right, the Commission were a bunch of power-hungry BSTs, always had been. This doesn't change the plan, Sasaki. Endeavor glanced at Mirai. Keep All Might alive, that's what you came and begged me to help you do 6 years ago. Mirai didn't reply. I know I'm not powerful enough to surpass All Might, that much has been made clear to me. Endeavor downed his drink. We have to keep him alive until Shoto or that protege of yours are qualified heroes, they're the only ones with potential to be strong enough. No, there's another. Endeavor gave a disbelieving look. Izuku Midoriya, in 1A like your son. You mean All Might's secret love child? Mirai had chosen a poor time to take a sip of his drink. What? It's what Shoto is convinced of. Endeavor shrugged. Personally, I don't see any resemblance to the smiling BSTE, but to you, that's another story. Mirai had just taken another sip to clear his throat. I swear you're doing this on purpose. Mirai coughed, his lungs filled with foam. Endeavor shrugged, but he couldn't hide the faint smirk on his lips from Mirai's sharp eyes. So, why do you think this kid, Midoriya, has the potential to surpass All Might? Endeavor questioned. Mirai paused, unsure of how much of the truth he should tell the number 2 hero. Not of One for All, of course. Endeavor only knew of All for One through his family history. The Todoroki heroes had passed the knowledge on from parent to child. He has All Might's quirk. Mirai spoke. It was Endeavor's turn to choke, this time on air, before attempting to cover it up with a small cough. His own quirk, Quirksmith, allows him to permanently copy other quirks, All Might's amongst the ones he already has. Mirai sighed. I saw his death today. Izuku Midoriya should have died 9 hours ago, but he didn't, he defied my vision. Endeavor didn't speak for a few seconds, before standing. It suits our plans. Midoriya will make a worthy rival to my Shoto. The number 2 hero went to leave, but Mirai could see now the man was drunker than his conversational skill had indicated. Endeavor stumbled. Mirai reached hold and grabbed his shoulder, stabilizing the larger man. Normally, Mirai chose to drink at home. Alcohol had an annoying habit of making his quirk somewhat excitable. He had really considered that a non-issue this evening as he'd already had his single use of his quirk for the day. Except, he hadn't noticed the time, later than he'd thought, just a few minutes past midnight. Mirai's quirk activated. You can't refuse my gift forever, Shoto. Mirai watched Shoto glare at his father, without saying a word. Welcome to the first day of the 2179 Youth Sports Festival, my personal favorite, the first-year stage, all these hotshots ready to make their rocking debut. Doesn't it just wanted to make you yell "Isoshi, no? Yeah. With a shocking last-second advance to first place, it's Midoriya. What a nail-biting conclusion. Izuku lost his footing as he slowed, rolling across the grass as he came to a halt, looking up at the cloudless sky above. Mikumo. Mirai turned his gaze to see a dark-haired boy get hit in the chest by a slab of concrete with a sickening crack. After the regrettable incident in the second round, a reduced third round will be held, aggregating the results of the first and second events to select 8 competitors. It's your power, Todoroki. Not his. Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki advances to the finals. Mirai stood in the rubble of the platform, turning to see Midoriya unconscious, one of his arms mangled, bent and broken, the skin purple and bleeding. Midoriya. Also in third place is Izuku Midoriya, the winner of the first event, whose explosive battle with Todoroki caused the most amount of damage ever recorded at the first-year stage. He's a powerhouse on the rise. Watch out. Mirai's view was over Endeavor's shoulder. The number 2 hero stood in the stands, watching as All Might placed the bronze around the green-haired boy's neck, before hugging him as he had done with Tokoyami. The world blurred again. Mirai's view was in Todoroki Ancestral House, a traditional Japanese-style design. Endeavor was standing in the center of the room. The youngest son, Shoto, and the daughter, Fuyumi, sat on the sofa, all of them staring at the television screen. The Mustafu Police Department have confirmed the body that washed up on Dagobah Beach last night is that of Izuku Midoriya, a youth student who captivated the nation in the sports festival only a few days ago. The wounds on his body had been confirmed to be consistent with those seen in the victims of the hero killer, Stain. There have been no further leads on the whereabouts of his mother, Inko Midoriya, who is believed to have been kidnapped at the same time as her son. We at MNS would like to offer our condolences to those who were close to the Midoriya family. You will be holding a vigil for Izuku Midoriya, and he will be buried with full honors granted to pro-heroes who have fallen in battle. The screen changed, showing a picture of Midoriya on the podium, blushing as All Might hugged him, text written along the bottom. Izuku Midoriya 2163 to 2179. Mirai gasped as he was returned to awareness, lying on the floor of the bar. Midoriya changed the future. He denied time his death. Mirai sat up. But time is going to take it no matter the cost. Endeavor frowned, picking up Mirai's half-drunk beer and sniffing it. It was normal beer. Mirai looked up at the number 2 hero. But the future isn't set in stone yet. I know that now. What has yet to be done, can be undone. The 15th of April 2179. Izuku looked down at his right hand. It had regrown overnight. The skin was identical to his original arm, right down to a scar he'd got when he was 6. Bakugo had challenged him to a bike race, and of course he'd accepted, eager to prove that he could keep up with his quirked friend. Izuku had hit a rock, flipped over the handlebars and cut his arm on a broken piece of glass. However, Recovery Girl's test had shown that the muscle, the bone and the everything else under the skin was brand new, no sign of any wear and tear. That must mean that the skin retaining its original appearance is due to my perception of myself, my sense of identity, how I see myself. Izuku. The green-haired boy looked up, then across at Toshinori, in the driver's seat. I was muttering again, wasn't I? Toshinori nodded. Sorry, I'm trying not to dash, it's fine. Toshinori interrupted, keeping his eyes on the road. It's good that you have an analytical mind, especially with your quirk. There was actually something I wanted to tell you about, my time limit. Izuku felt his mouth go dry. It went down, didn't it? Toshinori nodded. I've got a bit more than 2 hours left, but there's more to it than that. Oh, okay. Izuku nodded, listening intently. I need to explain something my master told me about how one for all is passed on first. Toshinori paused, bringing the car to a stop at a red light. Then I passed the quirk to you. It essentially copied the power stockpile into you. Izuku nodded. Whenever I use it the stockpile fills back up. I haven't been able to use power faster than it can replace it yet. I've only ever used one for all's power beyond its ability to replenish itself a few times. The light turned green. Toshinori accelerated the car. Plus, every time you tap into it you make it stronger, you increase its limit, kind of like building muscle. The green-haired boy made a noise of understanding. However, for me, now that I've passed the core of one for all on, that stockpile no longer refills. Whenever I use its power, I deplete it permanently. Toshinori explained. And my physical state forces me to draw on the quirk just to be all might. I'm draining what power I have left far faster than I hoped. Before yesterday I had around 60% left, today, it's 40%. Izuku looked on the verge of tears. But at that rate, barring another USJ-level event, you'll be out of power by July, August at the latest. Toshinori nodded. That was what was expected. But what about the 80% I transferred to you? Izuku questioned. I went into my quirk space last night. I have the 10% you gave me back to heal the decaying on top of my usual 100%, what about the rest? Izuku, I transferred all 80% of that power back to you, all but 10% was used faster than it could restore. Izuku stuttered. WEB earned through 70% of one for all's power. It was for a good cause. Toshinori nodded. Now, about my time limit dash, wait, that wasn't the thing you wanted to tell me about. That was all the explanation. Izuku blurted out. It was. Toshinori made a right turn. My limit is just over 2 hours, but we found a way to increase it. You have? Izuku asked, wide-eyed. How? Because of you. Toshinori smirked. When you and I combined our power to supercharge that regeneration quirk of yours, it didn't just heal you, it affected me too. It healed you. Izuku's eyes shone. Like, fully. Toshinori shook his head. The scar is still there, and I only have one lung, but my stomach was completely regrown. Then that means you could rebuild muscle mass, reduce the rate at which you're depleting one for all. Izuku spiraled into frantic mumbling, too fast for human ears to understand. Izuku. Yep, sorry. Izuku shook his head. So what are you going to do now? Same thing you and your classmates will be doing for the sports festival. Training. Izuku nodded. We could train together. Toshinori couldn't have stopped himself from smiling even if he'd wanted to. Izuku, my boy, I would be honored. The green-haired boy blushed, suddenly nervous that his childhood hero wanted to train with him. We're here. Toshinori pulled into the car park, finding a spot and cutting the engine. Let's go, shall we, young Izuku? Toshinori bulked up into his hero form, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Rip. Izuku's eyes widened, choking back a laugh. Toshinori deflated back to normal. That sounded bad. Toshinori commented, before looking down to see his suit jacket had been turned to shreds. I forgot this jacket wasn't one of the stretchy ones Power Loader made for me. The hero and student got out of the car, the former pulling his destroyed jacket off and throwing it back into the car. That was a mistake, I'll just have to do without. Izuku smiled, an idea forming in his head. Toshinori, what were the measurements for the jacket? Toshinori frowned in confusion, before grabbing the jacket and handing it to his successor. Flipping it over, Izuku read the tag, using his perfect recall quirk to store the information, and then dredged up a long-past memory of watching a textile documentary in class. Holding up his arm, pink and blue sparkles fluttered around his skin as he created a bundle of yellow material from it. Taking the material, Izuku shook it out to reveal it was a suit jacket, almost identical to the one Toshinori had destroyed. Toshinori took the offered jacket, slowly pulling it on, finding it an almost perfect fit. That was young Yorozu's quirk, wasn't it? To have such a grasp on it so soon. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. I copied a quirk that gives me a perfect memory, but I can't create very much before I run out of stores. Toshinori nodded, before smirking. So, you copied creation from Yorozu when she visited you in the infirmary yesterday, right? Doesn't it require physical contact? Izuku blushed as they ascended the stairs of the apartment building. And no, it was nothing like, she just held my hand. Did she now? The green-haired boy's cheeks somehow managed to get redder, his speech becoming near incoherent. Wait, that, Toshinori chuckled, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Relax, I'm just pulling your leg. Izuku calmed down, realizing that they were stood at the front door of his home. Are you coming in? Izuku queried, pulling on the straps of his backpack. Toshinori nodded. I am, but as Mr. Yagi, your teacher, and not, Izuku knew exactly what he meant. There's actually something I should tell you about before we go in now I think about it. Toshinori rubbed the back of his head nervously. I actually introduced myself to Dash. The number 1 hero was cut off when the door opened, revealing 𝐭𝐽. Mr. Yagi. 𝐭𝐽 squeaked, her cheeks tinting slightly pink. 𝑤𝑛, I didn't realize they'd be sending you. Izuku narrowed his eyes, looking first at his mom and then his mentor, before back again. Wait, what? Izuku. The green-haired boy was pulled inside the apartment and swallowed up in one of his mom's hugs. He hadn't realized how much he needed it until now. Toshinori stepped in afterwards, closing the door behind himself. Are you okay? 𝐭𝐽 let go of her son, taking his hand. Were you hurt? Now it was Izuku's turn to look nervous. I copied a regeneration quirk. That had been the wrong thing to say. You healed. How bad was it? Was it Dash? It was bad, but I did do it to myself. Izuku answered honestly. To yourself? 𝐭𝐽 looked frantic. Is this the first one you copied? The one that broke your arm and legs in the entrance exam? Izuku paused, before nodding. It is. The more quirks I copy the stronger it becomes, and the more it hurts me. 𝐭𝐽 sat down on the couch, Izuku sitting next to her, while Toshinori took the armchair. I want to ask you to stop using that quirk. 𝐭𝐽 said, making her son's eyes go wide. But I'm not. I spent so many years not believing in your dream, and I'm not going to do it again. Izuku, I believe you can MSTR that quirk, so it doesn't hurt you. Izuku began to tear up, prompting his mom to do the same, as they hugged again. 𝐭𝐽 nodded. I love you, Izuku. Thanks, Mom. Izuku smiled. For believing in me. The two broke apart, before 𝐭𝐽 suddenly realized that Toshinori was still there. 𝐭𝐽 started, before jumping to her feet. Oh, Mr. Yagi, would you like some tea, some coffee, maybe something to eat? Coffee would be great. Toshinori smiled at 𝐭𝐽, making her blush slightly again. Of course, I was brewing some before you arrived. 𝐭𝐽 went into the kitchen, clanking sounds echoing back to Toshinori and Izuku. I picked up some high-calorie biscuits as well. 𝐭𝐽 returned to the living room, placing a tray down on the coffee table. Here we are. Thank you very much, Ms. Midoriya. Toshinori smiled and nodded, accepting a coffee. Izuku sat on the sofa, entirely nonplussed. What is going on? 𝐭𝐽 looked at her son. What did you say, honey? How? How do you know to Mr. Yagi? Izuku questioned. Toshinori spoke. I met your mother before I started training you, to ask for her permission. You did? Izuku questioned, before coming to realization. Mom, that's why you were so quick to accommodate my meal plan. 𝐭𝐽 nodded. It is. I have to admit I was surprised that All Might's secretary wanted to train you to be a hero. That told Izuku what he needed to know. His mom didn't know Toshinori was All Might. And what was more pressing was that his mom and All Might were friends. They'd been meeting up the entire time he'd been training for you, In the end, Izuku found it kind of funny. Most kids would have been upset by this, but not Izuku. He wasn't stupid, he could see the looks the two were giving each other over their drinks. Mom deserves to be happy, I would never stand in the way of that. Izuku stood. I'm going to go for a run. A run. Inko's attention turned to her son. Are you sure you shouldn't be resting? The green-haired boy shook his head. No, I just need to clear my head after, what happened yesterday. I'll just leave you two to your conversation. Izuku went to his bedroom, changing into a set of workout clothes, and heading out with a goodbye to his mom and Toshinori, leaving them alone. Out on the balcony, Izuku pulled on his headphones and set off. Toru stood in the middle of her bedroom, its sparse contents had been packed in boxes and loaded into the back of Eraserhead's car. All that was left was her bed, a child's, far too cramped for her teenage self, and her wardrobe, a battered old relic, with 2 holes her father's fist had made. It's funny, Toru said, her tone suggesting it was anything but. Ever since I can remember I wanted to escape, to leave him this room behind. Now that day's come and I feel scared. Somehow, I know I'll miss it in some way. Change is scary. Akatani spoke, stepping forward to stand at the invisible girl's side. But you can't be afraid to move on, to move past them. Toru nodded. I know, but it doesn't make it any easier. How do you do it? Akatani started slightly. Oh, you mean moving foster homes? Toru nodded. Well, you just kind of get used to it. I don't really remember how many homes it's been, or how many more it's going to be. Akatani paused. I just know that when I'm moving to a home, I'll be leaving again. That sounds sad. Toru commented. It is. Akatani shrugged. But that's just the way it is. Why did you never, get adopted? Akatani stiffened. Because I'm quirkless, no one wants a quirkless kid. Not even foster parents, not for long. Toru frowned. Doesn't it get lonely? It did. Did? Akatani shuffled nervously. Yeah, I've got people now, haven't I? Izuku, Hatsune. You. Toru smirked. I guess you have. Yeah. Akatani had a realization. I should probably be telling Izuku that we're brothers, shouldn't I? Toru shrugged. He's figured it out already, the day of the press break-in. How do you know that? I eavesdropped on him and All Might. Toru answered plainly. The two of them looked pretty close, like they've known each other for a while. Akatani made a choked cry. Hagekyu. You can't just listen in on people's conversions. It's fine, besides I didn't hear much, I was worried one of my Doria's new quirks might be able to detect me. Toru frowned. I need you to do something for me. Oh okay. Please don't call me that name. Toru looked Akatani in the eyes, unable to ignore the scar she had given him the day before. I don't want to be reminded of them, just call me Toru. Siree. Akatani stuttered. Then you should at least call me Mikumo. It's a deal, Mikumo. Toru beamed, wishing that the dark-haired boy could see her smile. Whoa! Mikumo pointed to her face. A part of you just flashed. Like, just your face. Toru tilted her head. It did. Mikumo nodded. Yeah, it was really bright, so you can change your refractive index in different parts of your body then. Not just the whole thing. I don't really know. Toru said. I've never really tried that, my parents can't do that, so I never tried. Mikumo shrugged, before his eyes strayed to a mirror, jammed down the side of the wardrobe. Toru followed his line of sight. Oh, that, I can't really use that anymore, I haven't been able to for a long time. A long time? Mikumo looked puzzled. But your quirk, weren't you born invisible? I wasn't, no. Toru answered. I didn't get my quirk till I was nearly 5, but I didn't go invisible all the time until I was 8. You used to be able to turn your invisibility on and off. Mikumo questioned. This disproved so many of his assumptions about her quirk, it was exciting. Not really, more that I had to turn my visibility on and off. Over time it got harder and harder until one day I couldn't do it anymore. Toru sighed. Do you miss it? Toru hesitated, uncertain. I didn't, but think I'm starting to miss being seen. I see you. Mikumo smiled, using his uncanny senses to look her in the eyes. Thanks, I needed that. Toru placed her hand on Mikumo's arm. And thanks for staying with me and Izuku in the infirmary last night. Mikumo shrugged awkwardly. It's okay, I couldn't sleep anyway, I just worked in my armor. Sorry. Mikumo frowned. About what? About what? I hurt you, I damaged your armor. Toru argued. It's fine, armor can be fixed, you gave me a small cut, it's already healed. Mikumo took Toru's hand. What's important is that you are safe, alive. But you weren't safe if you hadn't said what you did. Toru paused, struggling to find the right words. I'm not sure I would have stopped, I terrified that I would have killed you. Mikumo shook his head. You wouldn't have, I know that. You couldn't safely defy them until then. Couldn't I just have run away one night? And go where? Mikumo asked. You'd have just been a missing child to be tracked down and returned home, no questions asked. Toru looked up. You sound like you have experience. I do. Not every foster parent gets into it for the love of raising children. Your foster parents, they're not. Mikumo shook his head. No, that was a long time ago, not long after Snipe found me on the streets. It's time to go. Toru and Mikumo suddenly realized they were still holding hands. The two teens blushed bright red, Toru's hidden by her invisibility, and broke apart, stammering their excuses. Aizawa sighed. I don't care, the car's packed. Toru nodded. Okay, time to go, I guess. It's okay if you're scared to leave. Aizawa assured her, echoing Mikumo's words. I know, but I have to, I need to. Toru froze, staring at the mirror down the side of the wardrobe. The invisible girl dashed forwards, pulling the mirror out and holding it. I'm taking this as well. Aizawa shrugged. Whatever, there's space. With that, the two teens and the teacher left the bedroom and out of the apartment door. Toru stopped in the doorway, turning back to the run-down apartment that had been her home since she was born. So long, I guess. The door closed, and Toru knew she would never see the place again. Locking the door, its paint chipped and cracked, she held up the key. She stared at it for a few seconds, before posting it through the door. Toru turned to Aizawa. I'm ready to go. Dropping the microwave on the pile, away from the beach, Izuku turned back to face it, once again clean and usable. Nice work, kid. Izuku nodded to the passerby, with a nervous smile. Walking down onto the beach, Izuku sat down and slipped into his Quirk space. It was like a sky full of stars, all different colors, swirling around him. It was overwhelming. Holding out his hand, Izuku charged 𝐒𝐭𝐴, summoning the 4 speed quirks he now held, one he'd copied on Tuesday, during the stampede, the other 3 from the day before, copied from villains. Bringing the same thrum of 1 for all as what he had used to create Rockhard into his arms, Izuku pushed it into the 4 quirks. The 4 quirks, colored white, red, a darker red and purple, glowed silver, before each one fused with another, leaving 2 silver quirks hanging in front of Izuku, before they fused again. Izuku touched the remaining quirk. Speed, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 15th type, emitter. Compound of 4 speed quirks, gives the holder AX9. 2 passive increase to their natural speed and agility. I can fuse copies of the same quirks more than once. Izuku expanded the new speed quirk, he manipulated one of the strands. I can still alter it like a simple quirk, the effect stacks, like in an inventory of a video game. Reaching out again, Izuku summoned the 6 strength quirks he had, ready to do the same thing he'd done to the speed quirks, before pausing. What if I merged a strength quirk with another quirk? Izuku tilted his head. Would it still grant me enhanced strength? Or enhance the effect of the quirk it's fused with? Summoning the 2 stretch quirks he had, one that would stretch his arms, the other his neck, Izuku fused them into a single quirk. Stretch, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 15th type, transformation. Compound of 2 stretch quirks, allows the holder to stretch their arms and neck. Okay, so now if I, taking a strength quirk, the weakest one, a modifier of x0. 4, just in case it denatured, Izuku flared 1 for all's power, fusing it with the stretch quirk. The fusion worked, the silver quirk hovering in front of him. Super Stretch, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 15th. Type, transformation. Compound of 2 stretch quirks and strength, allows the holder to turn their body into a RBB-like material that can flex and stretch. Izuku smiled, excitement rising within him. Dropping out of quirk space and back into the real world, Izuku stood, activating Super Stretch, examining his arm. Taking his other hand, he poked his arm with his finger, watching as it deformed like RBB. Izuku activated Rock Hard in parallel with Super Stretch, to see what the combined effect would be. Poking the stone arm, Izuku watched as it deformed again, but it was definitely harder to do than before. More like hardened RBB. What if I use this combination when I wield 1 for all? The green-haired boy almost called on the immensely powerful quirk before realizing exactly where he was. Or maybe later. Katsuki stomped up the apartment building stairs with his usual prickly attitude. Reaching the nerd's floor, Katsuki slammed the door to the balcony open and mooched his way down, passing an emaciated man in a yellow suit on his way. Stopping, Katsuki turned to look back at the emaciated man. That suit, it looked familiar. Nah, that Fing skeleton isn't All Might, no Fing way. Stopping at the door to the apartment, Katsuki knocked. A few seconds passed, before the door opened to reveal Inko. Toshi, is there something you owe, Katsuki? Auntie Inko. Katsuki greeted, with the smirk that passed for a smile for him. Inko opened the door wider, motioning for Katsuki to enter. It's so good to see you, it's been what? 7 months since your mother's birthday party, right? Katsuki grunted in agreement. I was looking for the for Midoriya. Inko smiled, with a small laugh. There's no need to be so formal, you and Izuku have been friends since you were in nappies, although you always did try your best to get out of them. Katsuki frowned. Has the nerd never mentioned that they weren't friends anymore, that they hadn't been for a long time? Force of habit. Katsuki shrugged, hoping to deflect. Sure, actually, Izuku's gone for a run, you know him, he never stays still. Inko was straightening up the living room, the used tray of coffee and biscuits showing she'd recently had a guest, or guests. Was it the skeleton? First it was the quirk analysis, now he spends all this time in his quirk space tinkering with those quirks of his. Inko stopped fixing the cushions, looking at Katsuki. Enough about that. I'm sure he bores you to death with quirk talk enough as it is. You can wait in his bedroom if you want. Katsuki shrugged. Sure, whatever. Instead of reprimanding him or yelling at him, Inko just shot him a warm smile. All it did was remind Katsuki of how much he'd wished Inko had been his mother instead of the old hag when he was younger. Who am I kidding? I still wish she was my mother. Katsuki trudged to Izuku's bedroom door, made obvious by the All Might-themed nameplate, opening it and entering, before shutting it closed behind himself. It was like taking a step back in time, by about 8 years. All Might posters, as well as a few of Kamu Woods, the Wild Wild Pussycats and Ingenium. Figures of heroes, mostly of the number 1 hero, were displayed pride of place on a shelf above his desk. Katsuki examined the room, comparing it to how he remembered it the last time he'd been in it, when he and the nerd were still 7. The major differences were the larger bed and a tall bookshelf, the latter filled with books on analysis, hero guides and those stupid notebooks that the nerd was always scribbling in. Walking to the bookshelf, Katsuki pulled the first hero notebook out of it and opened it. On the first page wasn't All Might like Katsuki was expecting, but himself. Below a crayon drawing of 5-year-old Katsuki was a torrent of words, Izuku's childish writing gushing over the blonde boy and his quirk. Katsuki couldn't force himself to read any more of it. He closed it and returned it to its place on the shelf, instead plucking another notebook, number 7 this time. Opening it, Katsuki saw himself again. The drawing was much better, showing a 9-year-old version of Katsuki using his quirk. The analysis was also much improved, listing his abilities, possible future applications for his quirk, some of which Katsuki noted were ones he had now discovered himself, as well as his weaknesses and how he could be beaten without using a quirk. Without a quirk. Did the nerd really not know he had a quirk? Did his father mess with his memories as well? Closing the notebook, Katsuki swapped it for the 10th volume, opening it up. Again, an improved analysis of Katsuki was on the first page, but the notable thing to the blonde teen was the folded piece of paper that fluttered out of it and onto the floor. Closing the notebook and dropping it onto the desk, Katsuki bent down and picked up the piece of paper. Standing up, Katsuki unfolded the paper. It was a letter. "Dear Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I should do this to you, but I can't keep going, I can't." Katsuki's legs gave out, he flopped to the floor, his back against the side of the bed. He knew what this was in an instant. This wasn't a letter, it was a suicide note. It wasn't long, apologizing for his quirklessness and the burden he was to his mother, and how he could never become a hero. The door opened. Katsuki didn't even have time to pretend he wasn't reading the note, not that he even tried. "A suicide note?" Katsuki questioned, looking up at Izuku, stood in his doorway, sweaty and lightly covered in sand. You found it." Izuku's reaction was muted, almost like it was something he'd been expecting. "What? Where's the thing stuttering? The nervousness?" Katsuki demanded angrily, unaware of the tears forming in his eyes. When did you write this?" Izuku sighed, pulling up his desk chair, sitting in it, facing his childhood friend. "Remember that week in the first year of middle school when I was off with the flu?" Katsuki nodded numbly. "It wasn't the flu." The blonde teen wasn't sure what to say to that. He tried to kill himself. "Was it me?" Katsuki's voice was barely more than a whisper. "Am I why? Why you tried, are you why I tried to kill myself?" Izuku supplied, before shrugging non-committally. "That's not an answer." Katsuki raised his head to look at the green-haired boy. "No, it isn't." "Then give me one." Izuku sighed. "I won't lie to you, Kaken." That told Katsuki everything he needed to know. "Izuku tried to kill himself because of me." Katsuki dropped the note, clenching his fists. "I really am a villain in waiting, just like the old hag said. You were part of the reason. I wanted to be your friend like we used to be, but you just shrugged me off for no reason. It hurt." Izuku held out another piece of paper, this one an actual letter. "But this was most of the reason why I did it." Katsuki took the letter and read it. It was a reply to fan mail from Endeavor, or more accurately an employee of his. Clearly the nerd had written to the number 2. Hero, asking if he could be a hero without a quirk. The response was less than pleasant. Large parts of it detailed how quirkless people couldn't be heroes, implied that they were less intelligent than quirked people, and all in all vaguely suggested that any quirkless person should kill themselves because in a couple of generations they'd be gone anyway. It was disgusting. "Did you not report this?" Katsuki asked, looking up from the letter. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, after, you know." Katsuki knew. The Hero Commission investigated it. All they did was caution him for inappropriate language. Izuku shrugged. "Last I heard, he's the events manager for Hawk's Hero Agency." Katsuki felt sick that they'd seen this and found it only had inappropriate language. "Why didn't you go public?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Who do you think they would side with? The Hero Commission? Or some random kid with no quirk? Most people don't just agree with what's written in that letter, they openly preach it every day, like those boys on the train, you know, the one who were hassling Akatani. I said these things as well, to you." Katsuki's mouth was dry, his tongue felt like sandpaper. Izuku nodded. "You did, and I will never forget them. But I can forgive them." Katsuki looked up. "I forgive you, Kaken." "Why? You don't even know why I treated you that way." Katsuki argued. "Why aren't you angry? Why don't you hate me?" Izuku shrugged. "I guess getting angry isn't in my nature." "Bullshit, everyone gets angry at some point, everyone. I had a dream last night, of the day we were at that playground, you know, the one that's a shopping mall now." Izuku spoke, changing the subject. Katsuki remembered that day well. After all, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 had forced him to relive a memory of it the day before. Except, in my dream, the day went differently. I had a quirk, I had Quirksmith, I had a copy of All for One. Izuku paused. And I accidentally stole your quirk with it, and then my dad, my father, did something to me and I forgot all about Quirksmith. I lost access to it, all the quirks I'd copied, gone. Katsuki hesitated, before making his decision. Your father is the merchant of quirks. I know. Izuku answered simply. I've known for a few days now, all might recognize the similarity. He messed with your quirk, made it weak to hide it, didn't he? I think so. Izuku sighed. He made me effectively quirkless, just so his life, his cover, was safe. BSTD. Izuku's lips twitched. Agreed. Katsuki looked back down at the note, the words already etched into his brain. Why do you keep this? Izuku gave a WN smile. It's for when I'm feeling hopeless or upset. I read again, it reminds me how far I've come, it encourages me to keep going, to reach my dream. The green-haired boy clenched his fist, looking Katsuki dead in the eyes. I'm going to be a hero, Kaken. The 19th of April 2179. It was early morning, a few hours before the students would be arriving back from their long weekend. Hisashi stifled a yawn, his eyelids heavy. The last 5 days had been strange. First Shota had been injured, he'd spent most of his time resting, letting his muscles and tendons heal, then Toru has come to live with them, at Hisashi's insistence. After all, he knew what it was like living with parents that controlled you, tried to force you to be someone, something, you were not. They had given Toru her space, allowing her to settle into the guest bedroom, or rather, her bedroom now. The support boy, Akatani, visiting had helped as well. Clearly having friends over was not something she'd been allowed to do with her parents. All they could do now is be there to give Toru help when she needed or asked for it. The door to the conference room opened, admitting Nezu and Detective Tsukochi, the two of them coming to a halt at the top end of the U-shaped table. The two spoke briefly, before Nezu took a seat, next to All Might. In his true form, Kiyoma and Yosei sat in the middle section, while Hisashi sat on Khan's left, filling in for Shota. His partner had insisted on attending the meeting, but Hisashi had insisted he do it. Shota would need all the sleep he could get for his first day back. He was still far from top form despite Midoriya's healing. Hisashi's eyes turned back to All Might. Something about him was off, he looked happier, and weirdly, his face didn't seem quite as gaunt as normal. Nezu cleared his throat. Apologies for calling this meeting at such an hour, but I felt it was pertinent that the results of the police's investigation should be shared with you before we return to full-time teaching. Detective, if you would. Tsukochi nodded, stepping forward, a small stack of papers in his grip. The police have investigated the group of villains that go by the name the League of Villains and their attack on the Unforeseen Simulation Joint Facility. The faculty members listened intently. 147 villains were arrested on Wednesday, however, 7 more, including the ringleaders, managed to escape. Tsukochi paused. Their leader, Tomura Shigaraki. There appears to be no record of a man by that name, in his 20s or 30s with a disintegration quirk like his. The same applies for his right-hand man, Kurogiri. In other words, they are people with unregistered quirks, living in the criminal underbelly of Japan. However, the other ringleaders are of note. 2 of them are villains we recognize the names of, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and 𝐒𝐬𝐽. But, these 2 must be copycats. The originals haven't been cited in over 30 years, while these 2 appeared to be in their 20s. 𝐒𝐬𝐽. 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Hisashi frowned. I recognize the names. Tsukochi nodded. They worked for a larger villain, but the record of their appearances and quirks seemed to have been lost to time. I fought them when I was still a hero in training. All Might said, earning the attention of the room. I've seen the footage, their appearance, their quirks, they are different, but their behavior, their mannerisms, it's a perfect match. All Might, can you tell you anything more you remember about them? Tsukochi queried. All Might nodded. I can. The woman, 𝐒𝐬𝐽, her quirk back then was touch-based, invoked a wave of irrational fear in the target. As for 𝐒𝐬𝐽, he was quirkless, but always dangerous, more machine than man. I see, so these new villains, They're the originals, with new bodies. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 postulated. It's certainly possible, those sort of quirks do exist. For example, we have 2 students whose quirks involve the changing of bodily possession in first year alone. There is another point to consider. All Might spoke again. These 2, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the larger villain they worked for wasn't just any villain, it was the same man who injured me 6 years ago. Yosei shook his head. That would make him at least 60, more like 70, when you fought him, it's not possible. All Might sighed. It is when you're the merchant of quirks. All for One, that's just a bogeyman parents tell their kids about to make them behave. Khan argued. Yeah, my parents did it, told me the All for One would steal my quirk if I didn't do my homework. Spoilers, I still didn't do the homework. Hisashi exclaimed, striking a pose. I'm serious, he's a fearsome foe who killed heroes for generations. All Might could tell he was fighting a losing battle. Come on, even the name All for One itself is a bit on the nose. Hisashi shook his head. Let me guess, he has some kind of opposite, a hero maybe, called One for All. All Might looked tense, glancing across at 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and Detective Tsukochi every few seconds. It's ridiculous, Yosei declared, motioning with his hand, rocking his dreadlocks slightly. A murmur of agreement passed through the room. All Might spoke. A clock. The room went silent. He lost his quirk to this supposed bogeyman. The number 1 hero continued. Yesterday, a woman, a civilian, reported her quirk, Dust Devil, was stolen. The pro-hero, 𝐿, suffered the same fate on the night of the USJ attack. All Might stood, transforming into his hero mode. Many more have lost their quirks. It's why Japan has the highest rate of quirklessness in the world. All Might's eyes glowed with conviction. And it's my duty to stop All for One. I refuse to pass the burden on to the next generation. Deflating, All Might sat, the atmosphere in the room now tense, awkward. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 cleared his throat. So, you were saying, this 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 worked for the Merchant of Quirks. They didn't just work for him, they were his children, created, not breathed. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Created? All Might nodded. Created. As in created artificially from All for One's DNA. That they are. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 confirmed. All for One's DNA merged with DNA harvested from pro-heroes, villains, even civilians, anyone with a quirk he is interested in seeing compound with his own. I've seen them myself. All Might added. My fight with that man 6 years ago started as a raid on a facility that was growing them, on a rig offshore of Dagobah Beach. Yosei frowned. I don't want to seem like I'm doubting you, but cloning technology was lost, during the Quirk Wars. Or it was taken, under the guise of being lost, by a villain who, for example, had a quirk that allowed him to steal a longevity quirk, perhaps. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 lowered his paws, gaze falling on Yosei. All for One hoards anything he finds interesting, quirks, technology, people. Tsukochi cleared his throat, before pressing a button on the remote in his hand. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 is an example of this technology. The screen behind the detective lit up, showing footage of a white-haired man fighting Mikumo Akatani. The camera swayed angle and the image froze. What? Hisashi shot out of his seat like a bullet fired from a gun. That person, why does he look like Shota? Tsukochi winced, his ears ringing slightly. It appears 𝐒𝐭𝐲 is a clone created from the DNA of All for One and Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. From what the student, Akatani, explained to us, Sangata's quirk allowed him to temporarily copy another's quirk, in a similar fashion to Eraserhead's own quirk. Kiyoma gave a small chuckle of resigned disbelief. So this man is technically Shota's son. Hisashi gave a strangle shout at that, having to rein himself in, he didn't want to blast the ceiling out. Again. In a manner of speaking, he is. Tsukochi pressed the button again, the screen changing to show 2 images, one of 𝐒𝐭𝐲, the other of 𝐒𝐻𝐻. The same could be said for the other children of All for One. The children of All for One? Khan questioned. Weren't they a terrorist group? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, yes, they were, still are I suppose, although they've been inactive for many years, until now. Nezu scratched his furry cheek. They rose to prominence, killing pro-heroes they judged as being unworthy of their quirks, invoking fear by tying themselves to the legend of All for One. Now it seems they've somehow integrated into this league of villains. More like they share common leadership. All Might looked pensive. I thought I killed that man, but yesterday, that was right out of his playbook, an attempt to emulate him, learned from the source. This Shigaraki, you propose he is a child of All for One as well? Nezu placed his paws together. Perhaps not in BLD, but certainly in every other way. All Might shifted in his chair. He's a wild, immature child, he's a braggart, believes himself entitled to anything he wants. In fact, his behavior, it's pretty similar to how All for One was the first time we fought, nearly 15 years ago. The number one hero leaned forward slightly, clearly deep in thought. The room listened. When I injured him, not badly, a nasty cut on his arm, he freaked out. It was the first time he'd been hurt in over a century. He retreated immediately, and after that, when we faced again, he had changed, far more serious, far more cautious. Khan sighed. So this Shigaraki guy, he's a man-child, a powerful man-child, trying to emulate his mentor in his prime. Could it be that this guy never received any quirk counseling that every child has? Kiyoma offered. Hisashi shrugged. I don't know how counseling would have stopped that brat, especially if he learned at the foot of a supervillain like that. Tsukochi spoke. All but a couple of the villains we arrested on Wednesday were small-time crooks, squirreled away in the back alleys. What concerns me is how easily they followed Shigaraki. His simple, childish method of approaching villainy must attract those who've been downtrodden by our hero-saturated society. Kiyoma frowned. This is troubling. Her fellow heroes murmured in agreement, Hisashi just nodding his head. Our plan moving forward is to expand our search network and continue to assist the heroes in arresting the perpetrators of the attack on the USJ. Tsukochi folded his papers, lowering them. Everyone began to move, getting ready to leave. Wait! Hisashi called out, using a tiny portion of his quirk to make his shout louder. The assembled heroes and detective stopped, their gazes turning to the voice hero. You said 7 villains escaped, the man-child, the mist, the 2 children and those 2 beasts. Hisashi was counting off on his fingers. That leaves 1 unaccounted for. Tsukochi nodded. It does, however. At this moment in time the Hero Commission has placed a seal order on the identity of his villain. I apologize, I cannot tell you any more about him. Hisashi frowned. This villain, is he an undercover hero, or would it make the commission look bad if his identity was revealed? Izuku sat in the Class 1A homeroom. Everyone had arrived, apart from Aizawa. His classmates chatted amongst themselves, some about the TV coverage of the attack, others about the attack itself. And then there were the ones like Izuku. They felt like they were cut off from the rest of the world, out of step. They could not unsee what they'd seen. Mineta. Tsuyu. Hagakure. Himself. Zero shrugged at something Gyro had said, before leaning back in his chair. Who's to say what would have happened if the teachers hadn't shown up? Izuku couldn't help himself from flinching, neither could Tsuyu. Mineta jumped nearly a full foot into the air out of his seat. Don't say that, Zero. Just thinking about it again terrifies me, and if I think about it too much I'll hurl. Bakugo interrupted him. Shut up, rat face. Izuku frowned. His childhood friend seemed subdued, muted somehow. He'd noticed on the day after the attack, when they talked in Izuku's bedroom, but now, it seemed more prominent. Was it because of our talk? Maybe the stress of the attack has gotten to him. But that didn't seem likely. From the texts he'd got from Uraraka over the weekend it was more like Kaken had managed to overcome a personal demon that day. Oh. That was why Bakugo was so full of rage all the time. His demons. Izuku gave a small smile. He was happy for his old friend. Bakugo began to turn. The green-haired boy was panicking. Had he been muttering out loud again? Had Kaken heard it? Bakugo's head stopped turning before it could face Izuku, instead pointing to the back right of the classroom. Izuku followed Bakugo's line of sight, his eyes falling on Uraraka. Wait, what? Uraraka quickly saw Bakugo was looking at her, prompting her to beam at him and display a peace sign. The corner of Bakugo's mouth turned upwards. Was Kaken smiling? Bakugo whirled around to face Izuku. Stop muttering, you shitty nerd. You've been doing it the whole DMN time. Izuku's eyes widened, he slowly nodded. Bakugo huffed for a few seconds, before he turned back to the front of the classroom. Okay, so maybe Kaken hadn't totally lost his anger and rage. Explosions crackled in Bakugo's palms. You're still doing it, damn it. This time Izuku blushed, aware of the entire classroom's attention being on him. Kaken is really touchy that I saw him smile at Uraraka. Does he have a cruise? Bakugo tilted his head back and yelled, an expression of pure rage. Izuku turned his head. Most of the class watched on in amusement. Ashido and Uraraka were howling with laughter. Kirishima was coughing from laughing too hard and Kaminari had fallen off his chair, rolling around on the floor. Izuku looked nonplussed. What's so funny? The laughter only increased. Kirishima's face went almost as red as his hair as he wheezed. Even Ida released a small chuckle. This was the scene Aizawa entered to. His class dissolved into gales of laughter, Bakugo yelling ineffectually at them to shut up, while Izuku tried to hide under his arm. Aizawa smirked, before clearing his throat. Morning. Izuku's head shot up, taking in his teacher's appearance. He was disheveled, yet no more than usual, a curved scar under his right eye, bandages peeking out from under his sleeves. The underground hero started making his way towards the podium, a limp in his step. All in all, he looked rather well for a man who'd had all his limbs and his face crushed by a 300 kilograms genetically engineered monster a few days earlier. Ida's arm shot into the air. Mr. Aizawa, are you sure you're well enough to return? Aizawa sighed as he reached the podium. I'm all right. Uraraka looked aghast. Could you even call that all right? Tsuyu shared a look with Mineta. They'd both been up close and personal with Aizawa's wounds before Izuku healed them. My welfare doesn't matter. Aizawa looked back at his class, their expressions ranging from stoic, Todoroki and Bakugo, to concerned, Asui and Kirishima, and finally crying, Midoriya. The entire class recoiled, before yelling back in unison. Of course it does. Aizawa hid his smile in his capture scarf. Sure, but more importantly, the fight isn't over yet. Mineta whimpered, shaking like a leaf in his seat. Don't say villains, don't say villains. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Kirishima leaned his head back, bellowing from the bottom of his lungs. That's a super normal school. Evis Kaminari's hand pressed against Kirishima's cheek, tilting his head and cutting him off. Mineta was openly crying. I thought he was going to make us fight villains again. Momo patted the short boy's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him, shocked when Mineta didn't make some kind of obscene comment about her. Maybe he was just that. Scared of facing villains again. Gyro spoke up. Are you sure it's okay to have a sports festival right after the villains have attacked the school? Yeah, what if they break in again? Kaminari chimed in. Personally, I agree with you, but I was outvoted. Aizawa rolled his neck, the horrendous cracking noises making the class wince. Apparently, they think keeping it running will allow you to show that our crisis management can handle even a villain attack inside a school facility. Security will be 5 times the previous years, with 3 times the number of pro heroes on site at all times. The class murmured amongst themselves. The sports festival isn't just a chance for students to display their talent and determination to industry professionals, but the major sporting event of the Japanese calendar. Aizawa paused, pulling a sleeve down to further hide his bandages. With the decline of the Olympics, starting with its banning of quirk usage, and sealed with their disqualification of any competitor with a mutant-class quirk, the US Sport Festival, as well as similar events at other hero schools, have taken the spotlight. Silence reigned, the students listening to every word their homeroom teacher spoke. A spotlight that will shine down on you all in a little over 2 weeks. Kaminari grinned. It's gonna be awesome. All those hero agencies will be watching us, scouting for the next generation of heroes. Loads of heroes end up as sidekicks for an agency they've interned with. Gyro shrugged. Yeah, but loads of those who don't go independent end up as eternal sidekicks. That's probably going to be you, right, Kaminari? You know, since you're a moron and all. The blonde-haired boy's eye twitched, before he recoiled dramatically. 𝐻2, gyro. Gyro. Aizawa spoke, his tone low. The class, bar Bakugo and Todoroki, froze in their seats. No calling your classmates morons, 𝐻𝐢 is just as selective academically as it is heroically. Kaminari wouldn't be here if he was a moron, would he? The purple-haired girl shuffled slightly in her seat. Right, sensei. Good, I'm glad to see you agree. Aizawa paused. By the way, Kaminari, MIC wanted me to pass a message on about that English essay you wrote. Kaminari looked hopeful. Yeah. Next time, don't write nearly 3 times the word limit. Aizawa shuffled slightly. But, he did say it was good work. Kaminari beamed. Thank you, sensei. Aizawa cleared his throat. Now, back on topic. Your time to advertise yourself to these hero agencies is limited. The sports festival only happens once a year. That's 3 chances in total. You can't afford to blend into the background of this event. The students were on the edge of their seats now. Even Bakugo was getting excited, a bright gleam in his red eyes. In conclusion, the last thing you should be doing is slacking off. As such, from now until the sports festival, lessons will run in the mornings, while afternoons will be dedicated to personal development, be that Quirk strength training or Quirk strategy training. Izuku clenched his fists, pumped up by Aizawa's speech and the general atmosphere of the classroom. I expect you to give this your all. Yes, sensei. Good, homeroom is dismissed. Izuku walked along the corridor. Lunch break had begun, Uraraka and Ida alongside him as they made their way to the food hall. Uraraka had explained her reason for wanting to be a hero to them, prompted by Izuku's asking. Bravo, Uraraka. Ida cheered, clapping his hands. Izuku nodded along. Yeah, just because you're becoming a hero to support your parents, doesn't mean you won't still be saving lives like the rest of us. Uraraka nodded, the same intense energy she had shown earlier in the classroom returning. I'm going to do my best. So I've heard. Izuku smiled. By the way, you and Kaken seemed friendly. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I spoke with him the day after the attack, where you said he'd be. I guess Katsuki isn't just an angry ball of rage all the time. Izuku choked on air. Wait, Katsuki. He let you call him that? Yeah. Uraraka looked slightly confused. Why wouldn't I? We're basically friends, especially since I gave him that hug. The green-haired boy's eyes seemed to bug out of their sockets. You hugged Kaken, and you still have all your limbs. Uraraka frowned. Why's that strange? Young Midoriya. I am here. All Might appeared from a side corridor, in his hero form, flexing his muscles for effect. All Might, what's wrong? Izuku queried, having jumped nearly a foot into the air. Lunch. All Might held up a bento box, tied up in cloth. Wanna eat together? Uraraka did a spit take, howling with laughter. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 like a love-struck teenage G-girl. All Might smiled. How about it? Izuku glanced first to Ida, then to Uraraka, getting a nod from each of them. I'd love to. Izuku set off after the number 1 hero, towards one of the staff lounges, while Ida and Uraraka continued to the food hall. Toshinori, still in his muscular form, handed the bento box to Izuku as they walked. Here, Izuku. Thanks. Izuku smiled, untying it as they went. Wait, is this my limited edition All Might bento box? All Might looked slightly nervous. Well, your mother may have made me lunch in it a week or 2 ago, she insisted. I guess I could say this is my way of making sure it gets back to you. Alright. Izuku replied, caught somewhat off guard by the reminder that All Might and his mom were, well, whatever he'd seen the day after the USJ incident. Thanks, All Might. Toshinori smiled. You've kept it in mint condition. By the way, make sure to call me All Might when we're not in private, or with your mother. Sure thing. Izuku bobbed his head. Toshinori stopped, a door, marked as a staff lounge by a golden metal plaque. After you, young Midoriya. Izuku beamed, ducking into the room, followed by the number 1 hero. Todoroki peered out from the spot he'd hidden, having trailed All Might and Midoriya since before they'd parted with Iida and Uraraka. Midoriya, he almost called All Might something. Starting with to, could it have been Q-san? The close relationship, the similar quirks, could it be that All Might is Midoriya's father? Izuku stared at the mountain of food laid out on the coffee table between the sofa he and Toshinori sat on. What? Toshinori, now in his true form, laughed, not quite as booming as he did in his hero persona, but definitely more warm. You healed my stomach, did you not? If I'm going to increase my muscle mass once more, I'm going to need plenty of fuel. Izuku's eyes widened with horror. You're going to eat all this food? Toshinori laughed again. In my prime, this amount of food would have been enough to maintain my muscle. However, I don't need as much now. Despite your healing of my stomach, my wound is still pretty nasty. I'll never be able to regain my full form. Oh, I see. Thus, we'll be eating all this food together. Together? I'm not sure I could eat even a tenth of what's here. Izuku insisted, his stomach choosing that moment to prove him wrong by rumbling loudly. Okay, maybe I could eat a tenth. Izuku, my boy, you're not eating enough. Toshinori moved a bowl of katsudon into the green-haired boy's hands. After I got one for all, I nearly ate my MSTR out of house and home. Besides, I had Recovery Girl do some tests on you while you were out cold on the day of the attack. They showed early signs of malnutrition. Really? I just thought that was just a side effect of one of my quirks. Izuku exclaimed. Toshinori shook his head. It isn't. Now, eat up, we'll talk as we eat. There's something I wanted to tell you about. Izuku picked up a set of chopsticks, snapping them apart. Is this about you and my mom? Because I'm actually okay with it. I mean, I understand, my mom's been alone for such a long time. Toshinori choked on his food, unintentionally transforming into his hero form. What? What? Izuku echoed. What are you talking about? Toshinori wheezed, coughing up the rice he'd inhaled. Myself and 𝐭𝐻𝐿. Toshinori's cheeks flushed red. Izuku couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Imagine if I told myself 2 years ago I'd have a quirk, no, quirks, and I'd be watching All Might himself blush like a schoolboy with a crush. I can be pretty oblivious sometimes, but even I could tell. Izuku smirked. You know, I think Uraraka has been a bad influence on you. Toshinori commented, smiling back. I think I preferred it when you could barely speak to me. Now you're giving me cheek. Izuku shrugged, releasing the pull on Slingshot, Uraraka's frankness fading away. Toshinori took a deep breath. Fine, there is something. I asked 𝐭𝐻𝐿 out on a lunch date for next week. We just clicked. I guess she reminds me a little of my MSTR, the kindness, the warm heart. You mean Nana Shimura? Toshinori choked on his food again, deflating instantly. How do you know that name? Izuku shrugged. I checked the hero database, crossed MA heroes who showed enhanced strength as well as another ability with the time PRDU attended you. It was pretty simple if I'm honest. I see, how astute of you, but this isn't what I wanted to talk to you about. Toshinori paused, uncertain of how to continue. I guess there's no easy way to say this, but my father is alive. Izuku finished. All for One is alive. Toshinori sighed. So it seems, those Nomyu, those monsters, from examination of the one that was captured, 2 quirks were surgically implanted, but the other 3, bar its natural quirk, were imparted by All for One. How did he survive? Izuku questioned. Your fight 6 years ago, you say you killed him. So I thought, the injuries I gave him that day, they should have been fatal. Toshinori lowered his bowl. We buried the body, at least what remained of it. So, a fake then? Toshinori nodded. It seems likely, possibly with the help of an insider. Tears leaked from Izuku's eyes. It's been such a roller coaster. In a week my father has gone from being missing, to a supervillain, to dead and then alive again. Toshinori placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I know. Is it bad? Izuku looked up. Is it bad that I just want to forget it, to go back to wondering what happened to my father, instead of knowing he's a monster who created something as twisted as those Nomyu? Toshinori pulled Izuku into a hug, the green-haired boy sobbing openly. It's okay, it's a lot to take in, I understand. Izuku forced himself to stop crying, breaking the hug. Sorry, I really need to stop crying like you said. Izuku, it's not weak to cry, it's human. Toshinori gave his successor a weak smile. I mostly said it because I was worried you'd get so dehydrated you'd collapse. A wet chuckle slipped from Izuku's lips, unable to stop himself. Toshinori sat back down, picking his bowl up. Now, tuck in, I hear you've got Quirk training this afternoon. Izuku nodded his head, wiping his eyes with his sleeve at the same time. Why, I need to focus on training my copied quirks to make them more powerful, and work on creating quirk combos. Quirk combos. The green-haired boy rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Alright, I forgot to tell you about that. During the attack I figured out how to use more than one copied quirk at a time. Toshinori's eyebrows shot up. You did? I thought that was a hard limit on Quirksmith. So did I. Izuku stopped, gathering his thoughts, before continuing. I thought I could only use one quirk at a time, however it's actually that Quirksmith provides energy, like a battery, and I was channeling it into one quirk at a time. Toshinori nodded along, understanding his protégé so far. So I changed the way I think about using Quirksmith. Now I can use multiple quirks at once, like in a parallel circuit, except the power is split between the quirks. Equally. Izuku rotated his hand in a SOSO motion. As a default, yes. But I can alter the power distribution by imagining resistors in the circuit. Toshinori placed his chin on his thumb and forefinger. I see, what effect does one for all have on this parallel circuit? Same thing as when I charge a single quirk, except the power is shared in the same ratio as I have the circuit set. Izuku explained, before seeing Toshinori's blank stare. Basically, it works. Excellent. Toshinori cheered, bulking up for a moment. It seems you have a lot of work to do with your quirk before the sports festival. Why yeah. Izuku nodded his head. However, Toshinori pointed a spindly finger at Izuku. About the sports festival, you still can't regulate one for all's power, can you? Izuku's face scrunched up. I think I did it, but by accident. Something 13 said before the attack started stuck with me, about how our quirks can easily be used to kill. The first smash I used on that larger Nomu wasn't my full power, I was consciously holding back. Around 50% in total. I see, can you replicate it? I think so, I used a memory recall quirk I copied to remember the sensation of 50%, I'm going to try calling on the same feeling again during quirk training. Well, that's progress, is it not? Toshinori smiled. You should be proud of it. Izuku hummed, nodding his head at the same time. Toshinori stood, his food eaten, moving to gaze out of the window. Honestly, my time as All Might is growing short, you may have bought me some time, but my embers are still going to burn out. And that's something that villains like Shigaraki are starting to realize. Izuku stood, facing his mentor. I passed one for all on to you because I wanted you to succeed me. Toshinori turned, pointing at the green-haired boy. I assure you, I still feel the same way, in fact, I'm even more confident in my decision than I already was then. Izuku couldn't stop himself from grinning like a madman at his idol-turned-mentor's praise, his cheeks tinged red. So, it's come time for you to show yourself as the hero that will succeed All Might. Toshinori continued. The sports festival is an event not just by pro heroes, but the general public as well are watching closely. Izuku felt the tension rising in the room as All Might's voice did the same. The next All Might, the symbol of peace to be, is Izuku Midoriya. All Might stared directly at his successor, his face filled with pride. I want you to go out there and tell the world, I am here. Tears once again brimmed in Izuku's eyes, warm, soft droplets, in harsh contrast to the racking sobs of earlier. Izuku, you must tell them, you will be a hero. Izuku took a deep breath. Raising his left arm, he called on the quirks that swirled inside of him. Parallel circuit, recoil defense. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt shock absorption, thrumming passively under his skin, before it was joined by super stretch, his left arm rippling as the quirk took hold. Acid suddenly spat from the palm of his left hand, hitting the floor with a wet splat. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 deactivated the quirks and sighed. That had been his 15th attempt at that circuit, one of them a failure. Before the USJ it had been easy for 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to keep track of his quirks, he hadn't had too many of them. But now, he had over 100, and he just couldn't keep track of them. He wasn't even exactly sure of the exact number now. Raising his arm again, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 took a steadying breath. Parallel circuit, recoil defense. Shock absorption. Rock hard. Discharge digits. Electricity sparked around the fingers of 𝐒𝐿 diamond arm. 𝐷MN. That's still not the right quirk. It was the one 𝐒𝐿 had copied from the helmeted villain, the one Momo, Gyro, and Kaminari had taken down, Galvan. Allowing his body to return to normal, 𝐒𝐿 tried to calm himself. Frustration would only make this more difficult. But then the words All Might had said to him the day before came back to him, telling him it was his role to yell to the world that he was here with his performance in the sports festival. But 𝐒𝐿 just felt overwhelmed, like he was drowning in a sea of quirks and expectations. He couldn't get fired up like Uraraka, or impassioned like Ida, or even competitive like Kaken. Pulling himself out of his pity party, 𝐒𝐿 slipped into his quirk space, trying the move again with direct view of his quirks. 𝐒𝐿's left arm turned to hardened diamond, rippling slightly as it did. Rock hard. Shock absorption. Super stretch. The green-haired boy returned to reality. He may have been able to do it, but he needed to be capable of summoning this circuit at a moment's notice. Doing it from within his quirk space just took too long. Brushing those thoughts away, 𝐒𝐿 turned his attention back to his left arm. Rotating his arm, 𝐒𝐿 noted it wasn't as stiff as it normally was when he used rock hard, the elasticity granted by superstretch negating a portion of the restriction of motion. Turning his attention to the concrete pillar in front of him, 𝐒𝐿 formed a fist with his diamond arm and punched it with his natural strength. The point of contact with the pillar burst into shards of concrete, the top of the column wobbled, before crashing to the floor of Gym Beta. 𝐒𝐿 flexed his hand, looking down to see it was unharmed, covered in a thin sheen of concrete dust, instead of broken and bloody as it would be without using any quirks. Smiling, 𝐒𝐿 clenched his fist again and approached another pillar, this one thicker, reinforced with steel rods. Allowing his passive strength quirk to reactivate, having consciously suppressed it during the last punch. The diamond fist slammed into the reinforced pillar, blasting through it with greater ease than before, sending the top half flying 5 meters, cracking the concrete floor on impact. Wow! 𝐒𝐿 breathed, seeing his fist and arm were still unharmed, if slightly scuffed. Turning to face the last pillar, made of solid metal, 𝐒𝐿 imagined the feeling of one for all 50%, the same feeling he'd felt when he'd punched that monster. Red lines of pure energy covered 𝐒�l's left arm, over the top of the diamond, lighting it up. Egg in a microwave, right? 𝐒�l spoke himself, before drawing his fist back, ready to unleash one for all on the metal column. Yo, Midoriya. 𝐒�l jumped, his arm going wide, the power of one for all. Releasing in a gust of wind, knocking Zero off course as he swung between beams, his tape tearing. The green-haired boy winced as pain filled his left arm. Looking down he saw the diamond had cracks running through it. Sorry, Zero. 𝐒�l called to his classmate, who was now dangling by the tape from his other elbow. No worries. Zero replied, firing a new tape strand, recommencing his swing training. 𝐒�l nodded, feeling his arm repairing itself already. It would take a few minutes. Hyper-regeneration still wasn't at full power after last week. But at least now I know I can regulate one for all to 50%, and probably 100% if the principle holds. Midoriya, are you okay? 𝐒�l rotated his head, seeing Kirishima standing next to him. 𝐒�l felt his mouth going dry, social anxiety starting to kick in. I'm fine, my arm'll heal pretty quick. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to scare YA. Kirishima apologized. 𝐒�l waved his hand dismissively, wincing as he realized he'd used his injured arm. It's fine, I would have injured it anyway. Kirishima hesitated, before he shrugged. Oh, okay I guess. The green-haired boy flexed his diamond arm, the crack inside it well on its way to being fixed. So, what was it you wanted to talk about, Kirishima? Right, I was wondering if you had any tips on using my quirks. Zero said you were really good at quirk analysis. Kirishima grinned at his classmate. Izuku chuckled nervously, resisting the urge to rub the back of his head. He was trying to stop that particular habit. Alright, I am, aren't I? Yep. Kirishima held his fist out. Izuku hesitantly bumped his own against it, prompting the red-haired boy to holler loudly. What were you interested in? Izuku questioned, releasing the quirks acting on his arm, now fully healed. Kirishima held up his arms, hardening them and his chest. Well, I can't really cover all that much of my body with my quirk. I was hoping you might have thought of a way to harden more of my body. Maybe, I think. Izuku held out his arm, activating rock hard. I merged your quirk with a mutant quirk, but I think I might have a couple of ideas. Yeah, I do. Awesome. Kirishima pumped a fist into the air. What are they? Well, can you control the level of hardening? Kirishima blinked, taken aback. I don't know, I never thought to try I guess. Izuku nodded. Give it a try, just imagine your normal level and loosen it slightly. Kirishima held up his arms, staring at them, brow furrowed in concentration. The crenulations in Kirishima relaxed, becoming more shallow and less pronounced. I did it. Izuku gave a small smile. Right, you did, that looks like about 50% of your maximum. Now try seeing how much more of your body you can cover. Kirishima did just that, the effect of his quick spreading to cover almost his entire body, patches of unaffected skin where the separate effects hadn't met. Whoa! Now try lowering the effect again, just a bit. Kirishima concentrated again, the crenulations flattening slightly and spreading to the last few areas of his body. It's all over my body. Kirishima cheered, slowly bending his arm, as fast as his quirk would allow him. I can even move hardened joints more than normal. Izuku spoke. I have an idea about that. The green-haired boy took Kirishima's arm, unbending it. Try lowering the hardening effect at the joint. Izuku ran his finger across the inside of Kirishima's elbow. Kirishima nodded, the hardening where Izuku had indicated reducing to almost nothing. Bending his arm back and forth, Kirishima grinned. It works. Thanks, Midoriya. Izuku smiled, bobbing his head. Kirishima fist-bumped the green-haired boy before racing off. Hey, Bakugo, check this out. You know, you might be fighting Kirishima in the sports festival. Izuku turned his head to see Momo approaching him. The green-haired boy shrugged. It's fine, I mean, Kirishima wants to be a hero too, what's wrong with helping him get a little closer to his dream? Momo chuckled. You really are too pure, Izuku. Izuku shrugged nervously, before he had a realization, beaming away. I've got some suggestions for your quirk if you want to hear them. You have my attention. The 21st of April 2179 the bell had rung. Izuku packed up his belongings and pulled his backpack onto his shoulders. The green-haired boy moved to join Momo and Kirishima, while Ida and Uraraka did the same. Whoa, look. Izuku followed Kirishima's line of sight to see a massive crowd of students outside the classroom door. He recognized none of them. Bakugo slouched forward, glaring at the crowd. Don't you have anything better to do at lunchtime, you bunch of extras? Mineta recoiled. Don't CC call them that, they'll hate us, Bakugo. Zip it, half pint. Bakugo somehow managed to slouch even lower. Mineta's face went red. And CCA called Bakugo interrupted the purple boy. TCH, whatever. Izuku opened his mouth to reprimand Bakugo, but Uraraka beat him to it. That's not very nice, Katsuki. Bakugo straightened, before sighing. Fine, I shouldn't have called you that, ballhead. Ida chopped his arm. You just insulted him again, is this any way for a hero in training to behave? What will the other students think of us? Bakugo shrugged. I don't really care, glasses. More arm chopping commenced, with Ida arguing back while Bakugo ignored him. So, this is what the hero course is like. A lavender-haired boy with a striking resemblance to Aizawa pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Basically, he looked like he hadn't slept in a few years. An arrogant butt, a sanctimonious loudmouth and a shrinking violet. The lavender-haired boy looked at them with contempt. Oi, don't talk to them like that. Kirishima stepped forward. It ain't manly at all. A Crimson Riot knockoff. The lavender-haired boy pointed at Gyro. A wannabe punk rocker. Then Momo. A socialite. Before finally Todoroki. And the number 2 hero's kid who definitely didn't get in on nepotism. This got the crowd riled up again, insults being thrown at the gathered members of 1A. Enough. The crowd stopped. Izuku took a step forward, looking the lavender-haired boy in the eyes. You want to be a hero, don't you? Is this any way for a hero to act? The lavender-haired boy's face showed shock, the first expression he'd had other than carefully projected apathy. How did you know? You feel bitter, jealous of us, so you lash out. Izuku lowered his voice until only the lavender-haired boy could hear him. I've been there, I know what it feels like when everyone else seems to have the perfect hero quirk. How can you? The boy replied, his tone practically venomous. I've heard about you, the one with the insanely powerful copy quirk, how can you ever have felt the same way? Izuku spoke again. I didn't know I had a quirk until the day of the entrance exam. The lavender-haired boy recoiled. You thought you were quirkless? Yeah, pretty much. Izuku rubbed the side of his neck. I knew I had something, but the entrance exam was the first time I ever used my quirk, a quirk in general. The lavender-haired boy frowned at Izuku's odd word choice, but brushed it aside. So? The boy shrugged, before raising his voice so everyone could hear. It doesn't matter, the sports festival isn't just a place for you lot to show off to pros, but a place for non-hero students to show off to the U faculty. If we impress them, then there's a chance we'll get moved up to the hero course. The wave of murmurs shot through 1A. The lavender-haired boy raised an arm and formed a thumbs down. Of course, that means one of you hero course chances gets demoted to make way. The murmurs grew in volume and quantity, the crowd joining in as well. Basically, don't get comfortable, I'm coming for your seat at the table. A loud pop silenced everyone, all eyes turning towards Bakugo. You can try, eyebags. Bakugo glared at the lavender-haired boy. But whatever shitty quirk you got can't hold a candle to mine. So, not just an arrogant but, you're a braggart too. It ain't bragging if it's true, it's just stating a fact. Bakugo took a step forward. Izuku resisted the urge to sigh, he knew whatever Kaken would say next, probably something about how much stronger he was than the rest of 1A, would go down like a lead balloon. Besides, don't come looking for a seat here. Bakugo groused, before jerking a thumb over his shoulder. These losers are more than enough to take on the lot of you. Izuku couldn't help but shed a few stray tears, that was the nicest he'd ever heard the blonde boy say. Kirishima slammed his fists together. Bakugo, his so manly, supporting his classmates. Kaminari frowned. He called us losers. We've all faced down villains, and won, that's more than I can say about you. Bakugo growled. If you want to crow about how you're going to take a seat, go do it to 1B, at least you stand a chance there. With that, Bakugo pushed his way through the crowd, towards the lunch hall. Oi, you class A lot really are arrogant. I'm Tetsu from 1B. A silver-haired boy called out from the crowd. We'll show you 1B is more than a match for you at the sports festival. The blonde-haired boy pulled Tetsu back, a permanent smirk on his face. Calm down. Calm down. That BSTRD was slandering us. Tetsu argued. The blonde-haired boy shrugged. So what? We'll show him and the rest of his arrogant classmates how much better we are at the sports festival. But first, his eyes zeroed in on the green-haired boy. Izuku Midoriya. The 26th of April 2179 Mikumo took a step backwards. He was in his gym uniform, the jacket tied around his waist, white tee smudged with oil and grease. Before him was the SHTR Mark Alpha II, an upgrade from the Mark Alpha I he'd used during the USJ incident, as the press had labeled it. The two included the same gauntlets as the eye, including the shield and foam variants, as well as new spear and booster arms. The latter had a matching pair of boots alongside the originals. The chest armor and default boots remained largely the same, while the visor had been taken back to the drawing board, redesigned to swap the plastic display to a hard light hologram projected from the two temple pieces. Extra armor had been added in the form of shoulder armor, with repulsors to stabilize the booster gauntlets and boots, as well as upper arm and thigh armor, with strength-enhancing repulsors. Finally, a heavily reinforced backplate had been added, primarily for when he landed on his back, similar to a motorcyclist's. Mikumo's eyes reflected the glow from the main repulsor in the chest piece. 1A, 1B, I'm sorry, but I'm coming for one of your seats. AMR twirled on the spot, his naval laser cutting a falling concrete pillar into small pieces. My turn. Ashido slid past, flicking acid from her hand, hitting the concrete pieces and melting them to nothing before they could hit the ground. AMR struck a pose and winked. Merci, 𝐒𝐿. A fragment of pillar, missed by Ashido's acid, landed on his head. The blonde boy's face fell, before he slowly fell backwards. AMR. Ashido slid on her acid over to her classmate. AMR looked up at the pink-skinned girl from where he lay, his eyes unfocused. Do you think I'm a star? I think I'm taking you to recovery, girl. OUI. Tsuyu heard the buzzer. The green-haired girl pushed off the edge of the pool and into the water, darting through it. Her eyes locked onto the small robot dragonfly, her target, before shooting her tongue out to wrap it around the drone. Crouching down on the bottom of the pool, Tsuyu jumped, breaking the surface of the water and landing at the side of the pool, her target still held by her tongue. 43 seconds. Tsuyu tossed the drone back into the pool. Again, Kiro. The buzzer sounded. Uraraka stood in the middle of Gym Gamma, cubes of concrete floating all around her as she held a handstand, her arms trembling as she focused on keeping both herself up and her quirk active at the same time. 5 minutes. The brown-haired girl sighed in relief. Release. Uraraka dropped out of her handstand as the concrete cubes came crashing down around her, most of them shattering on impact. Cementos nodded at Uraraka, giving her a thumbs up. Uraraka smiled, returning the thumbs up. Again, Mr. Ishiyama. On it. The concrete rubble liquidized, sinking into the ground and rising back out as fresh cubes, ready for Uraraka to use. Thanks. Ida was in a crouch, his engines warming up. Next to him was Ojiro, flexing his tail. Go! The navy-haired teen fired his engines at first gear, and pushed off. Ojiro slammed his tail down on the ground, shooting forwards. Ida quickly climbed to third gear, but he was still slipping behind Ojiro, the blonde-haired boy pushing off the lampposts of the mock city. Determination fueling him, Ida forced himself up to fifth gear, and then beyond. Ida accelerated massively, his engine ports showing a few flickers of blue as he quickly passed Ojiro, and then the finish line a few seconds later. Skidding to a halt, Ida turned to see Ojiro landing, his tail cushioning him. Nice one, Ida. Ojiro smiled, nodding his head. Ida bowed to the other boy. Thank you, however, in a non-linear course you would have beat me. Ojiro chuckled. Ida, you shouldn't keep putting yourself down. Ida bowed. I apologize. And apologizing all the time. Ida bowed. I apologize. Kirishima took a deep breath, before hardening his whole body, at 50% of his full power, trading the rest in for area. The red-haired boy pitched forwards, his arms crossed in front of him. Kirishima fell, plummeting 6 stories and slamming into the ground, a massive cloud of dust and tarmac fragments flying in every direction. Jumping up, Kirishima released a whoop of joy as his quirk receded. Indiscriminate shock, 2 million volts. Kaminari released a torrent of electricity, arcing out in every direction. The electricity slowly subsided, showing Kaminari, on the verge of frying his brain, his face slack. Yay! Koda blocked Soto's punch, before evading the knee to his chest. Soto took a step back. You know, you really need to throw a few punches of your own. Koda shook his head slightly, before signing. What if I hurt them? Soto released a booming laugh. That's kinda the point of punching someone. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 stood in front of a mechanical mannequin, one of her earphone jacks raised. It suddenly lashed out, hitting the mannequin's wrist, the area lighting up green and a buzz sounding. 𝐂𝐬𝐽's other jack struck, directly in the mannequin's neck. A louder buzz sounded, the area flashing red for a few seconds. DMN it. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 retracted her jacks, collecting herself before going again. 2 green lights. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 smirked. Now, let's do 3. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 swung through the streets, firing his tape non-stop, never slowing. Hey there, you might be wondering why I'm swinging around like this. Well, I'm training for the US Sports Festival. Stop narrating, I can hear all of it. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 glanced up to see Shoji standing on the edge of a building, 1 foot on the small wall, his 6 arms fanned out, a gentle rush of air slightly ruffling his hair. You majestic octopus man. I can hear that too. Tokoyami stood in the middle of a baseball pitch, dark shadow materialized in front of him. Now! Floodlights blazed into life, bathing Tokoyami and dark shadow from every direction. Dark shadow shrank backwards. Make it stop. Dark shadow, we need to be stronger, right? Tokoyami's eyes met his familiar's. Alright. Dark shadow answered shyly, the light making him timid. Tokoyami clenched a fist. Then this is how we do it. Okay. Dark shadow turned back towards the light, forcing himself to withstand it. Shoto stood in Gym Alpha, slowly melting ice constructs all around him. He was breathing heavily, the skin on his right side frosted over. It's your power, Shoto. Use it. Endeavor gave you that scar, I know it, and he framed Mom for it. I'll make you admit it. Flames flickered along Shoto's left arm. The team clamped down on them, stopping them. Could Toya be right? Am I blaming Mother for something that the BSTRD drove her to? She burned me because that side of me looked like him. Taking a steadying breath, Shoto slammed his right foot, creating another ice mountain, refreezing himself in the process. Katsuki glared at the obstacle course before him, before jumping into the air and igniting his palms, using a near-constant stream of explosions to hover through the air, dodging walls and tires by angling his palms. Nerd, I'm sorry for what I did, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna crush you in the sport festival, I'll crush them all. Landing, Katsuki rolled and kept running, sending explosions at the mannequins lined up at either side of him. I'll crush the whole DMN world, I'll make the shitty FS of the world irrelevant. Katsuki smirked. Mineta lifted the smoothie up, drinking down the entire blender's worth, before lowering it. Let's try this again. Running forwards, Mineta grabbed one of his spheres from his scalp and threw it on the ground, before jumping and landing on it with 1 foot. Mineta angled his bounce, aiming for moderate height and long distance as he tossed down another sphere. He bounced again, repeating the process until he misjudged a bounce and ended up sprawled out in the dirt. Midnight cracked her WHP. 15. Mineta nodded, scrambling to his feet. Momo held out both of her arms, concentrating as the telltale glow of her quirk covered them. Hardened metal rose out of every pore, coating her arms entirely. Stopping her quirk before her creation was fully pushed out of her skin, Momo flexed her arms, testing to see she still had full range of motion. Satisfied, the dark-haired girl turned her focus to the massive concrete pillar. A punch struck the pillar, a small spider web of cracks radiating out from the point of impact. Examining the damage, Momo nodded her head. Another punch deepened the cracks, one more causing fragments of concrete to fly off it. Taking a step back, Momo surveyed the damaged pillar. It wasn't as much as Izuku's immense strength, or Kirishima's offensive defense. It was a work in progress, but as her ace in the hole for the sports festival, it would do the job. The 28th of April 2179, Aizawa returned his bottle of eye drops to his pocket, blinking rapidly as he walked to his next class, Underground Heroics with 3B on your left. The true form of the number 1 hero passed him, jogging at a pace normal people would call sprinting, dressed in an all-might tracksuit. Aizawa rolled his eyes. On your left. The problem child of 1A jogged past Aizawa, only a few seconds behind his mentor, dressed in a matching all-might tracksuit. Aizawa rolled his eyes again, continuing to walk towards Ground Beta, along the side of Gym Beta. On your left. All Might ran past him, still at the same blistering speed. On your left. Followed by the green-haired menace Aizawa insisted he wasn't becoming fond of. He was. The 30th of April 2179 Izuku laid back on the bench, gripping the bar and lifting. Activating his strength and speed quirks, the latter giving a 2x boost, Izuku lifted the 300 kilograms with blinding speed, his arms a blur. The 1st of May 2179 the morning light cast long shadows over Dagobah Beach. Izuku grunted as he dragged the carcass of a burnt-out truck along the sand, 2 ropes tied across his chest, straining even with the 8x enhancement his strength quirk provided him. Reaching his clearing zone, Izuku let the ropes go slack, collapsing into the sand. All Might released a booming laugh as he picked up the truck, resting it on one shoulder and giving Izuku a thumbs up. The green-haired boy looked up, returning All Might's gesture with a shaky thumbs up if his own. The 3rd of May 2179 Izuku stood in same athletics field that Aizawa had used for the quirk apprehension test, specifically, in the circle for the ball throw. Reaching out, Izuku turned off all his passive quirks, minus perfect recall. Tightening his grip around the ball, Izuku pulled his arm back and threw the ball, releasing the largest unenhanced explosion he could produce. The ball soared through the air, propelled by the explosion from Izuku's palm. 7 meters. Izuku nodded to himself, satisfied this the 10-meter improvement he'd made. I know I can't replicate the 10 years of power training that Kaken has had, but technique, that's something I can improve. Grabbing another ball from the waist-high basket at his side, Izuku threw it, another explosion propelling it. 8 meters. Izuku threw another ball. 5 meters. Another. 6 meters. The 4th of May 2179 Izuku stood in the middle of Gym Alpha, a mannequin placed 10 meters away from him. The green-haired boy raised his right arm, his fingers ready to flick. Electricity coursed through his body, filling every cell. Kaminari's quirk, he copied it the day before, with the blonde boy's permission of course. Charging up One for All, at 50%, in his middle finger, Izuku activated discharge digits and flicked. Or at least, he tried to activate discharge digits. Izuku's finger bone cracked, electrified steam billowing from his hand instead of the intended effect. Myheroacademia. The quirk Izuku had copied from Azubaz, the villain who he'd slingshot into the shipwreck zone during the USJ attack. Izuku suppressed a cry of pain, holding his broken finger with his other hand. Damn it, I used the wrong quirk again. That's one of the drawbacks of copy-type quirks, I'm afraid. Izuku turned, seeing a blonde-haired body leaning against a concrete pillar he swore hadn't been there a minute earlier. You're from 1B, right? Izuku questioned. Oh yes, I am. The boy smirked. Nito Monoma, and you're Izuku Midoriya, 1 as class representative. Izuku nodded. So, you have a copy-type quirk as well? Perhaps. Monoma answered. So that's a yes. Monoma rolled his eyes. You have no sense of mystery. I'm not a fan of uncertainty. Izuku looked Monoma in the eyes. So it would seem. Monoma shrugged. You're struggling to keep your copied quirk straight, aren't you? Izuku nodded hesitantly. You copy permanently, how many do you have in total? Over 100, the perfect recall quirk only seems to work on memories, not on my quirk space. Izuku answered. Monoma's eyebrows shot up, before he quickly schooled his features. Over 100, no wonder you can't keep them straight, I've never heard of copy-type with that many. Izuku shuffled nervously. How many do you have? I can manage 3 at once, for if I fancy a headache, 5 for a migraine, never tried 6. Monoma paused. I can only use 1 at a time, but you can use more than 1 at once. Izuku nodded. Why, I can. I want to know how you do it. Monoma smirked. In return, I'll tell you how to keep your quirk straight. Mulling it over in his head, Izuku hesitantly agreed. Oh okay, I use more than 1 active quirk at once by picturing my base quirk as the battery in a parallel circuit, with each quirk I want to use on a separate track of the circuit. Monoma looked at him in disbelief. I wanted an honest answer, not that drivel. Izuku shook his head. That's really how I do it. Try it, oh, and imagine resistors in series with the quirk. If you raise resistance to one quirk, it'll be less powerful and the other will be more powerful. 𝐼𝐼 gave a shrewd look, but relented, turning his attention inwards, face screwed up in concentration. A few seconds 𝐼𝐼's right fist began to grow, stopping at about a meter in width. A second later the entirety of 𝐼𝐼's body took on a metallic sheen. The blonde-haired boy examined his body with excitement, a little of disbelief mixed in, reducing his fist size, the metallic sheen becoming more defined, harder. You weren't lying after all, I'm impressed, such a simple solution. Izuku shrugged, uncomfortable at receiving praise from the aloof teen. 𝐼𝐼 cancelled his quirks, straightening. A deal is a deal. You need to assign a familiar word or feeling to each quirk, kind of like a mnemonic. Heh, that's kind of simple too. 𝐼𝐼 smirked, his expression smug. Quite. Izuku gathered his concentration, quickly finding electrification, forcing himself to associate the letter A with, doing the same with the letter B for discharge digits. Raising his arm to point at the mannequin, Izuku took a steadying breath. A. Electrification. B. Discharge digits. Electricity surged through Izuku's body, a second pool forming in his right hand. The power provided by electrification drained into his hand, discharge digits acting as a lightning rod. Parallel circuit, finger of Thor. Izuku summoned one for all 50% in his finger and flicked. A gust of wind blew past the mannequin before a thick bolt of greenish-blue electricity fired from Izuku's now broken finger, exploding the torso of the mannequin and scorching the rest. Izuku lowered his hand, finger stinging as hyper-regeneration began its work. Wow! Izuku turned to face 𝐼𝐼. Did you see it? 𝐼𝐼 was gone, the door to Gym Alpha swinging shut. Oh! The 5th of May 2179 Izuku pulled the laces of his red high tops tight. Standing, the green-haired boy slipped on his 𝐒𝐽 blazer. He turned his head to look at a poster, proudly hung over his desk, his mind thinking back over the last few weeks. Bakugo's confidence. Uraraka's fierce determination. Iida's respect for ingenium. The purple-haired boy's declaration of war. 𝐼𝐼's quiet intensity. Momo's ingenuity and resolve. All Might's faith in him. Izuku understood it now, what he had to do. His fist tightened, his eyes staring at the All Might poster. All Might, I won't let you down. Izuku paused. I will definitely win the sports festival. The day of the sports festival had arrived, and with it a wave of excitement that had washed over Japan itself. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Present MIC's voice blasted from every speaker, allowing the entirety of the 𝐸 campus hear him. Welcome to the first day of the 2179 𝐸 Sports Festival, my personal favorite, the first-year stage, all these hotshots ready to make their rocking debut. Doesn't it just make you want to yell --Hisoshi, no? Yeah. The whole of the 𝐸 campus winced in unison, their ears ringing. Goddammit, Hisoshi. I think you've deafened me. Sorry, Eraser. You should be. Oh, look, the mics are still on. Then turn them off, Hisoshi. Sure. What was it again? You don't know how to do it, do you? I'm sure I'll remember any second now, Eraser. The students of 1A could practically see Aizawa pinching the bridge of his nose through the speakers. You have a radio show, Hisoshi, this is literally your job. Aha. Here it is, told you I'd a massive queue trailed away from the main 𝐸 entrance, now repaired from the break-in, redesigned with multiple layers, an air gap between each of them. Ugh, this is taking too long, all the good seats in the press pit will be taken. Groaned a reporter, the same one who triggered the 𝐸 barrier on the morning of the day it was destroyed. Kisha, would you give it a rest already? The cameraman at her side rolled his eyes. They've literally just been attacked by villains, I think it's pretty expected that security checks might be a bit more thorough. Teach, what would you know, Enzai-Enzen? You're just a cameraman, I'm a reporter, it's my job to understand all this, to see the patterns no one else does. Enzen gave a cough that sounded suspiciously like stuck-up beach. Kisha didn't hear him, too busy raving about how covering the event would be her big break, putting all eyes on her. Ensign looked behind them in the queue, seeing at least another 100 reporter-cameraman duos. Yeah, sure, all the attention, 'cause there's absolutely no one else that might be covering the sports festival. Death Arms groaned as he rolled his neck, feeling the satisfying pop. That's gross, you know that, right? The hero looked across to Mount Lady, before shrugging without any other answer. Mount Lady rolled her eyes, going to sigh, until something caught her eye. Ooh, a takoyaki stand. The pro-heroine rushed off, leaving Death Arms and 𝐭𝐬𝐲 standing alone. We're supposed to be patrolling. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 sighed as he stopped beside his colleague. Not sampling the food court. One box of your finest takoyaki, please. Mount Lady entirely ignored her fellow pro-hero. Hold the seaweed. Coming right up, sweetheart. The vendor started on her order. That'll be 500 yen. Mount Lady shuffled nervously, pressing an arm against her side and pulling at her collar. Oh, I appear to have forgotten my wallet. Steam practically shot from the vendor's nose and ears. It's on the house. Thanks. Mount Lady accepted the box from the red-faced vendor. Have you no shame? 𝐭𝐬𝐲 questioned, placing a 500 yen coin on the stand counter. I'll pay. The vendor tried forcing the coin back to the pro-hero. No, it's on the house, like I insist. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 left no room for negotiation, forcing the vendor to accept the coin, imprinted with the beaming face of All Might. Sighing, 𝐭𝐬𝐲 looked over to Mount Lady, the blonde already eating her takoyaki. Want one? Mount Lady offered a loaded stick to her wooden comrade. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 frowned under his helmet. I'll pass, I've had this guy's takoyaki before, it's not very good. I'm standing right here. The vendor cried indignantly. I'm new to the game and the last thing I need is a pro-hero slagging the product. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Sorry, you know what, I'll just never mention you or your takoyaki. Whatever, just get lost, you useless wooden prick. Mount Lady, would you like a top-up? I'd love one. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 walked back to Death Arms, shaking his head. She's a lost cause, kid. Death Arms said. She's only in it for the fame. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 sighed. I'd get it if it was for the money, like you, especially since you're from the pre-All Might era, where being a hero was more low-profile, like a police officer. But I guess I just saw something more than a fame hunter in her, a future that could have been. You can't change her. Death Arms replied. All you can do is nudge her in the right direction. I guess. What are you two droning on about now? Please say not some ancient hero Death 𝐒𝐿 over here looked up to as a kid again. Mount Lady had rejoined them, continuing to eat her way through the takoyaki. Death Arms shrugged. Nothing like, just saying how weird it is to have this many heroes on duty this year. Yeah, they've pulled in heroes from all around the country, I even saw a couple from America. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 nodded along. Mount Lady shrugged. Cool, now catch up, slowpokes. The blonde hero took off, rushing to catch up where they should have been if she hadn't taken a detour. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 and Death Arms hurried after her, the latter grumbling loudly under his breath, more incoherent noises than actual words. Izuku stretched, warming up his muscles for the day, using it as a chance to calm his frantic mind, eyes closed, allowing the chatter of his classmates to wash over him. Oh, I wish we could use our costumes for this. Ashido whined. Ojiro replied. Well, since the other courses don't have costumes it wouldn't be very fair, would it? Says the guy with a GI for a hero costume. Ashido retorted, lacking any sort of heat or bite. A voice suddenly spoke, close to Izuku's ear. Objectively, Midoriya, I think I'm stronger than you. Izuku gave out a cry of shock, overbalancing mid-stretch and falling backwards. Checking himself over, Izuku looked up to see Todoroki looking over him. Todoroki, I didn't hear you come over. The heterochromic boy remained impassive. No. You didn't. Izuku resisted the urge to sigh. Way to make this even more awkward, Todoroki. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, brushing off his gym uniform, long-sleeve tee under it, protecting him from accidentally copying another quirk. I think I'm stronger than you. Todoroki repeated himself, the same dull look in his eyes. More competent as well. The green-haired boy took a few seconds to compose himself. Todoroki's words had reminded him a little too much of the ones his middle school classmates would spit at him. Then, Bakugo's words came back to him. How could you possibly know he has daddy issues? Bakugo shrugged. He's the son of Endeavor who never uses his fire powers. What else is it going to be? Maybe. Izuku looked up, straight at Todoroki. But I'm certainly more versatile than you. Like Mr. Aizawa said, no hero is a one-trick pony. Izuku saw a small twinge of something flit across Todoroki's mismatched eyes, before he clamped down on it. He really does hate his fire. I just thought he was trying to prove he wasn't Endeavor. Todoroki shrugged. All Might has an investment in you, doesn't he? It doesn't matter, I'll beat you either way. Kaminari whistled as he leaned back in his chair. Cool, the strongest kid in the class is making a declaration of war. Bakugo rolled his eyes, jamming a foot behind the blonde's chair, stopping him from overbalancing. What am I, chopped fin liver? Kaminari shrugged. Ay. Glad we had this talk. Bakugo looked Kaminari dead in the eyes, before removing his foot. What are, OSHT? Kaminari fell backwards, slamming into the floor. Kirishima grabbed Todoroki's shoulder. Hey, not cool, man. We're about to go out. Todoroki pushed Kirishima's hand off with more force than strictly necessary. I'm not here to make friends, so I don't really care. Kirishima gave more shouts of protest as Todoroki turned to walk away. Todoroki! The teen turned his head to look back. If you want to beat me, Todoroki. Izuku had one gloved fist clenched, a fire in his eyes. Then you'll have to come at me with everything you've got. Uraraka bounced in her seat, poking Bakugo as she did. This is like a fated battle between men. Bakugo rolled his eyes and sighed. Everything is a fated battle between men to you. The speaker in the prep room crackled into life. Class 1A, please report to your assigned entrance tunnel. That is Class 1A, time to report to your entrance tunnel. Izuku and Todoroki's interaction was forgotten, the members of Class 1A gathering up their belongings and heading towards the assembly point. Momo excused herself from Ashido and Gyro, heading towards Todoroki as he stowed away his satchel in a locker. Todoroki! The teen glanced over his shoulder at her. Yes. You didn't need to do that. Momo spoke. Izuku doesn't need you. It's Izuku now, is it? Todoroki's mismatched eyes grew dark. Momo stopped herself from blushing. Izuku is my friend, and so are you. I don't want my friends fighting. I have to. Todoroki replied dully. Why? You know why my father trained me, to surpass All Might. Todoroki answered, looking at Izuku. Before I do that, I have to defeat his son. Momo's eyes widened. All Might is Izuku's father. He couldn't be. But then. I see, I'm glad you are well, All Might. All Might only smiled wider. Thank you, but don't mind me, it was young Midoriya you were here to see, after all. Just pretend like I'm not here. Just after the USJ attack, Izuku and All Might had been placed together in the infirmary. Everyone's parents had been called to collect them. Except Izuku's. Oh! Ladies, gentlemen, everybody, clap your hands, the first-year stage is about to begin. Aren't you excited, Eraserhead? I'm wondering how I let you convince me into agreeing to this. Or, you know you love me really. Who told you that lie? You wound me. Ha! Anyway, on with the show. It's the UE Sports Festival, the once-a-year event where our delightful students mercilessly beat each other into the ground. Hizashi. First up we have Class 1A of the Heroics course, the badasses who've already faced down villains and told them where to go. Izuku swallowed down his fear, walking out into the stadium, at the front of his class, Momo at his side. Next up, it's 1B, you may not have heard much about them so far, but be ready to get a shock. Another class walked out onto the grass, many of them throwing dirty looks at 1A. Izuku quickly found Monoma, stood beside 1B's class representative, Itsuka Kendo, and waved. Monoma frowned. And now it's the general education course, a hotbed for the great minds of the future and plenty of underground heroes, like you, Eraserhead. I make no comment. Its classes 1C, 1D, and 1E. More students flooded into the stadium, all converging towards the platform at the center, the lavender-haired boy amongst them. It's the terrifying, wonderful little geniuses from the support course, the costume design class, 1F, and the 2 support gear classes, 1G and 1H. 3 classes entered the stadium. Amongst 1H stood Mikumo and Hatsune, the former in just his gym outfit, the latter laden with gadgets. Last, by no means the least, the business department, 1I, 1J and 1K. These brainboxes might not be directly competing in the events today, but their analysis of the competitors' quirks and potential public image aren't to be sniffed at. The students of UA's first year assembled in front of the raised platform. On it stood Midnight, in her hero costume, a massive screen behind her, lit up with the words "First Year Stage." "Line up, children." Midnight cracked her WHP. "It's time to begin. For today's festivities we're going to be having a double whammy. The R-rated heroine, Midnight, will be the judge and proctor of the events, while the presenter will be the one, the only, All Might." The crowd lost it, cheering madly, jumping up and down in their seats. It's time for the first event. Why? Because I am here. Dressed in his Golden Age costume, All Might landed on the platform, flexing, a gust of wind blowing over Midnight and the students, almost knocking the former off her feet. Izuku winced as the volume of the crowd somehow managed to increase, the fervor rising at the sight of the number 1 hero, in the flesh. Turning his head, Izuku looked up at the private box reserved for pro heroes. He didn't need an enhanced sight quirk to see endeavor seething at the appearance of All Might. The green-haired boy added his own cheers to those of the spectators and his classmates. Izuku was happy, and very excited, that All Might, or Toshinori as the man insisted he called him, was able to present the first-year stage as originally planned. Over the last 2 weeks he and Izuku had trained together every single day. The number 1 hero was now noticeably less gaunt, leading to his hero time increasing to 4 hours, where it had plateaued. Izuku had also gained more muscle, as well as an extra inch or 2 in height, his new diet giving him the energy his previous one hadn't. The cheering began to die out. All Might was making it clear with his body language that he was ready to talk. As Present MIC has said, "Welcome to the first-year stage of the US Sports Festival. I must say what an honor it is to be presenting it. The memories of my own sports festival are among my most treasured. The day I first said I am here." The crowd yelled back at him in unison. All Might beamed. "That I did, and now it's the turn of the next class to follow in the footsteps of myself and my compatriots. But first, the athlete's pledge will be delivered by 1A's Katsuki Bakugo." The number 1 hero gestured to where Bakugo stood, among the students. Him. Must be because he got top in the entrance exam. The heroics entrance exam. "Come on up, young Bakugo." Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Teeth, I'm coming." The explosive teen slouched towards the platform, and stopping at the microphone. Izuku braced himself for whatever inflammatory speech Bakugo would spout. He had lobbied for himself and Kendo to give speeches as well as class representatives. It had been shot down, citing that they'd have to let the other 9 class representatives give speeches as well. Bakugo opened his mouth, and spoke. "All men are not created equal. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of 4. Izuku froze in shock at Bakugo's words, the same one that started the suicide note the green-haired boy had written 3 years ago. "I learned it when I got a quirk, and my best friend didn't. All he wanted to be was a hero. I got the perfect hero quirk, and he got nothing. He was robbed of his chance." Bakugo paused, the entire stadium was silent, no one spoke. Basically, the world doesn't owe any of us anything. If you want something, you'll have to fight for it yourself, tooth and nail. Even All Might watched the blonde teen with confusion. "So, if you want to stop me from taking first place, you'll have to come at me with everything you've got." Bakugo's normal twisted smile returned for his last statement. Instead of the outrage Izuku had expected, his fellow first-years were yelling back at Bakugo, telling him they'd beat him. 𝐶𝐬𝐽, prove it then. With that, Bakugo turned and slouched his way back to the rest of 1A, stopping in between Uraraka and Kirishima. That was so manly, Bakugo. Kirishima prodded him with his elbow. Whatever, weird hair. And stop poking me. Bakugo growled, lacking its normal heat. My name's Kirishima, you know it. The red-haired teen protested. Of course he does. Uraraka beamed, nodding her head. He's just too aloof to use them. Isn't that right, Kakin? Bakugo's eye twitched, wisps of smoke trailing from his palm. Izuku watched on, an old, very familiar and very traitorous feeling rose in his stomach. Jealousy. He tried to squash it down, like he'd done for so many years, watching everyone crowd round Kakin, and he was all alone. And it was happening all over again. All of a sudden Uraraka had gone from disliking Bakugo with the rest of the class, bar Kirishima, to being the best of friends. She could even call him Kakin. Now he'd actually had a taste of what having friends was like. Izuku couldn't push feelings away, they were clawing their way up his throat, like bile. His breathing was beginning to quicken. Izuku! A hand rested on Izuku's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. The crowd was beginning to move back towards the edge of the stadium. All Might was pulling a pose on the stage, the words obstacle course race emblazoned on the screen behind him. Izuku! He followed the voice and the hand of his shoulder to find Momo, looking at him with worried eyes. Are you okay? Izuku almost went to reply that he was fine, when he stopped. He wasn't. I just got reminded of something. Izuku answered. I got distracted. Momo didn't break eye contact. Is it because Uraraka and Bakugo are friendly now? How did you? I'm good at guessing, call it intuition. Momo crackled a small, weak smile. A warm feeling flooded through Izuku. Momo spoke. You're worried that everyone else is going to become Bakugo's friend and leave you behind, aren't you? Izuku hesitated, before nodding. I know I shouldn't, I know it's petty dash, I never had friends, not before you, only acquaintances. Momo interrupted. I know how that feels, to be so alone, like you could vanish any second and no one would even notice. Izuku nodded again, too choked up to speak. Then how about we make a pact, to be each other's friend? Momo held out her hand. Izuku took it. That sounds nice. It does. The two set off for the edge of the stadium with the rest of the stragglers, Momo filling Izuku in on what he'd missed, their hands still held in the others. Neither of them noticed the mismatched eyes watching them. Izuku lined up at the start line, towards the back of the pack due to his panic attack. Momo was at his side, clearly doing some kind of breathing exercise to calm herself. The green-haired boy looked back at the course ahead of him. There was no sign of the 3 obstacles they'd have to face. He knew he couldn't afford to use one for all this early on, hopefully not until the 3rd stage. The amount of damage hyper-regeneration could heal wasn't infinite. There'd come a point where he couldn't heal any more injuries. So, I'll just have to use my other quirks until then. Izuku took a deep breath, crouching forward, ready to run. Ding! Start! Everyone surged towards, immediately forming a crush that swallowed Izuku and Momo up. At the front of the pack Todoroki broke free, ice forming from his right foot every time it touched the ground, freezing his competitor's feet in place. Wow, wow, wow. Only a few seconds in and we've already seen the first flashy move. That's Shoto Todoroki, Quirk, half hot, half cold. Capable of producing fire from his left side and ice from his right. Watch out, this guy's got options. Izuku reached into his quirk space, grasping for the correct quirks. B. Fire breath. S. Slingshot. Over the last 2 days Izuku had completely overhauled his quirk space, giving each quirk a rating. S, A, B, C, D, E and U. S class denoted the most useful and versatile quirks, such as 1 for all. A to C class created a scale of usefulness. D class was for quirks he'd merged with others, purely for his own record. He'd even made a spreadsheet. E class for quirks that were very niche in application or too lethal for common use, while finally, U class was for unusable quirks such as mutant type. Fire spewed from Izuku's lips, aimed in the direction of his frozen legs, melting them free. Crouching down, Slingshot pushed down on the ground, creating a small crater as Izuku rocketed into the air, above the crowd. But he wasn't alone. "You ain't getting ahead that easy, half and half." Bakugo shot through the sky, twin explosions maintaining his trajectory. Momo was close to Izuku, a metal created from her wrist propelling her. Kirishima had used his hardening to break the ice, Uraraka floating through the air for a few seconds before cancelling it, her skin slightly green. The rest of Class 1A had broken through as well, from Ieima firing his naval laser in short bursts, to Ashido gliding on her acid, to Tokoyami being carried along by Dark Shadow. They weren't the only ones, a smattering of students from various classes, such as 1BS Monoma, running on a series of hard air projections, or the lavender-haired boy from Gen Ed being carried aloft by others from the costume design department. Turning his attention back to himself, Izuku called on his strength and speed quirks, at a medium setting to conserve energy. Hitting the ground with both legs, saved from shattering by shock absorption, Izuku pushed off, moving at a rapid pace akin to Ida's third gear, his strength cracking the ice underfoot. This is getting crazy. Todoroki's breezing his way through in first right now, but 1A's Bakugo and Midoriya aren't far behind. Izuku risked a glance over. Bakugo was firing his explosions every time he landed, yelling every time he did. "Looks like these little superstars have reached the first barrier, and it's a SCSC scary one. Robo Inferno." Turning his focus back to run, Izuku watched in a mix of surprise and horror as 10 zero-pointers loomed above them. But he wouldn't falter. A wave of ice shot out from in front of Todoroki, freezing 3 of the zero-pointers in place, worryingly off balance. So this is what the others faced in the entrance exam, pathetic. Todoroki sneered at the frozen zero-pointers as he ran through their legs. "Look, we can run under 2. A girl with elephant tusks pointed after Todoroki. Words tumbled from Izuku's lips. "Don't. Todoroki's frozen them off balance, they'll fall any second." They immediately proved Izuku right, crashing down on Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Izuku's feet began to move. He couldn't leave Tetsutetsu under the metal, he would need medical attention immediately. He was sure Kirishima would have hardened himself before he was crushed. "What the hell, that could have killed someone if they didn't have a quirk like mine." Kirishima yelled in anger and disbelief as he ripped through the metal like wet paper, his skin hardened by his quirk. Izuku breathed a small sigh of relief. His classmate was safe, he could focus entirely on finding Tetsutetsu. "What the hell, that could have killed someone if they didn't have a quirk like mine." Tetsutetsu yelled in anger and disbelief as he ripped through the metal like wet paper, his skin hardened metal. Both Kirishima and Tetsutetsu glared at each other, non-verbally accusing the other of copying them. Looks like that Todoroki really is ruthless, breaking through the first barrier and hindering the competition in one swift move. Izuku watched as Bakugo blasted into the sky, clearly aiming to go over rather than under, with Zero, Tokoyami and Ieima in hot pursuit. Bakugo is storming way over breach, making a pathway for other members of 1A. Glancing over at Momo, Izuku blushed and immediately looked away. The dark-haired girl had opened her gym jacket to create a cannon. "I need to get past these zero-pointers. Under isn't an option thanks to Todoroki, and I don't have enough propulsion to go over. Then, I'll just have to go through." Izuku touched a hand to his clothes, closing his eyes. C. Water body. C. Liquidize. A. Hydrokinesis. Parallel circuit, body of Neptune. The green-haired teen's body rippled, transforming entirely into clear liquid, water body's ability. His clothes quickly followed, thanks to Liquidize, a quirk similar to Shigaraki's, except any affected person or object would be returned to normal when deactivated, unharmed. Finally, Izuku called on hydrokinesis, using it to pull the water that made up his body at high speed, passing through the zero-pointers, shorting 2 of them out on his way. Breaking clear of the first barrier, Izuku returned his body to normal, landing safely in forward roll, uninjured once again thanks to shock absorption, and back onto his feet. Izuku ran, speed carrying him along, slowly but surely catching up with Todoroki, Bakugo and the rest of the frontrunners. Wahoo! Looks like Todoroki has reached the second barrier. The full, rock pillars connected by rope. You better keep your balance cause if you fall into the chasm below, that's disqualification. Todoroki didn't even break his stride, ice forming under his right foot, creating a bridge to a pillar a quarter of the way across, his left foot melting it as soon as he crossed it. Izuku paused. Body of Neptune seemed like the best option, he could bypass the pillars entirely. See, water body. See, liquid eye, hey, the sky is day-glow yellow. Izuku turned his head to see the lavender-haired boy standing behind him. What? And Izuku knew no more. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, the light-filled void of his quirk space greeting him. Yo, kid, you're awake. The green-haired boy sat bolt upright, catching sight of a bald man in combat uniform, an ammo-filled bandolier across his chest, goggles resting on his forehead. You're like 7, aren't you? The bald man laughed, a deep, rumbling sound. So that's what she called herself, then. I guess you can call me 5 then, just keep the theme consistent. What happened? The last 2 times 7 appeared to me was when I was overclocking Quirksmith. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. Use that flashy water quirk of yours to send me to the other side of the fall. That purple brat brainwashed you, must be his quirk, using you to get ahead in his game. 5 shrugged. You're completely under his control. Then, jump into the fall and disqualify yourself. Panic rose inside Izuku at the lavender-haired boy's words, his liquid eyes and hydrokinesis quirks activating, shining bright inside his quirk space. I can't fall here. I promised All Might I'd show the world I was here. Izuku's panic increased as he felt his quirks deactivate. The lavender-haired boy must have made it to the other side. His body began to walk forwards, feet dragging slightly. The part of Izuku's mind still in the physical world could see his classmates passing him, Mikumo using his repulsor boots to leap between pillars, Hatsume had some kind of hover boots, allowing her to glide. Izuku's foot reached out, and met nothing. He was falling. What's going on? The former frontrunner, one as Midoriya, has willingly walked into the drop. He's only got a few seconds before he hits the net. If he does, he'll be disqualified. I can't fail. Izuku was desperately trying to move his body, but it was in vain. But I can't move. Or use any of my quirks. 5 laughed again. I said you were completely under his control, not me. What? The bald man grinned, holding his hand out and clicking his fingers. Izuku's fingers snapped. Pain shot through him and broke him from the lavender-haired boy's brainwashing. Izuku felt himself reach the apex of his recoil from 5 using one for all, still well below surface level. Izuku was still falling. But now, he knew what he could do. Slingshot. Pressing all 5 fingertips of his uninjured hand to his chest, Izuku felt himself freeze in place, head to the sky, back pointing in the direction of the start line. Attaching all 4 strands of Slingshot's telekinetic power to the rock wall behind him, lower than himself, Izuku pulled. Rock hard. Izuku's back turned to granite, only seconds before it slammed into the wall, almost driving the air from his lungs. I'll only have 1 shot at this. I don't have time to try again if I'm aiming for the top spot. Izuku gritted his teeth, ready to release Slingshot. Looks like Midoriya will be disqualified. What a shame, I was rooting for the little listener. But I wouldn't count him out just yet. That kid is pretty much a genius, he's not to be underestimated. Izuku felt his cheeks warm. That was one of the nicest things anyone had ever said about him. Haha, you're going soft, Eraserhead. No, I'm not, I just know potential when I see it. The green-haired teen smiled, angling himself and releasing Slingshot. Seems like midnight is about to call it. Midoriya is Izuku rocketed out of the chasm, flying high into the air, his green head pressed flat against his scalp. Holy hell, did someone fire that kid out of a cannon? Looks like Midoriya is safe from disqualification. This kid's going to give me a heart attack at this rate. You and me both, DMN problem child, but he's in last place now, he'll have a hell of a time to catch back up. Izuku could hear the warmth in his teacher's voice, but he had more pressing matters to focus on. Landing. Or in this case, not. Cluck cluck. Wind generation. Cluck cluck. One quirk Izuku had deemed largely limited in application, now he could see he was wrong. Spreading his arms out, Izuku's body transformed, taking on the appearance of a chicken, wings replacing his arms. The downside of this quirk was exactly that, the appearance of a chicken, not the abilities. But it would allow him to glide, with wind generation propelling him from his feet. Todoroki and Bakugo are well underway with the third barrier, the minefield. Watch your step, or you'll get blown sky high. The mines are non-lethal, but they will sting if you're not careful. Yep, that they are. If you look carefully you can see where they are. Izuku flared the tornadoes at his feet, pushing himself along faster. This obstacle was designed to slow the frontrunners down, to give those further back to catch up in dramatic style. And he was going to do just that. Deactivating Cluck Cluck and wind generation as he glided close to the ground, Izuku hit it running, a moderate boost from speed allowing him to push past many of his competitors, moving up to around 180th place by Izuku's quick math. Whoa, Todoroki and Bakugo are still neck and neck as they exit the minefield. There's only 50 meters to the finish line, the two of them are fighting even as they run. Izuku took a deep breath. Conserving energy doesn't matter anymore, normally around the top 40 move on to the next round. If I want to reach that I'll have to go all out. One for all. Jet set run. Green lightning surged around Izuku as he pulled on the full X9. 2 multiplier of speed, and applied one for all to the quirk. His legs turned to a blur, passing through the minefield in less than a second, the mines he carelessly stepped on detonating long after he'd passed them. Izuku gave one final push, his surroundings blurring as he reached the tunnel at the end, just as Todoroki and Bakugo crossed the finish line. Second place, it's Todo-dash, wait, it's Midoriya, when did he get there? Izuku lost his footing as he slowed, bouncing across the grass as he slowly came to a halt, looking up at the cloudless sky above. It's not first place, but I made it. Izuku smiled.